Chapter 321 Triple Resources. As they chatted, the topic inexplicably turned to increasing hiring costs. The cost of hiring the undead has increased 3 levels. City Lord Zhongpeng. I want to hire more undead. Prince Gregory shouted and turned to look at Zhongpeng. The ratmen are willing to increase the 4th level hiring fee. I hope the undead will continue to support the ratmen. Delcha was not to be outdone and was arguing. Whether the emperor agreed to increase the fee was a matter for the future. He could not admit defeat at this time and had to fight for it. Zhongpeng silently turned his head and looked at Prince Gregory. The ratmen are indeed greedy and stingy. We, the trolls, are willing to increase the hiring fee by 7 levels. Prince Gregory first mocked Delcha with disdain. Then shouted, we ratmen are willing to add another level of hiring fee. Delcha growled, gritting his teeth. Zhongpeng turned his head and looked at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu grinned and gave Zhongpeng a thumbs up. This is the real way of sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. Before the undead could say anything, the trolls and Skaven had already consciously begun competing in financial strength. It's a welcome thing. Li Ziyu was very happy in her heart. But there was no special expression on her face, and she remained calm. But Lu Xingxing couldn't hide his true feelings. He was so happy and smiling that he kept saying to Li Ziyu, Boss, it's increased. It's increased. Fortunately, neither Delcha nor Gregory had the heart to pay attention to the undead. And they were competing with each other in bidding. The price tripled, and even the troll prince couldn't bear it anymore. He hesitated and kept communicating with his companions, passing behind him with his eyes. His 2 companions kept shaking their heads helplessly. Prince, don't add any more. This has already exceeded expectations. Your father will not agree to any more. Don't try to make things worse. His companions advised him. Gregory frowned, with dissatisfaction in his expression. Seeing that Gregory had given up, Delkia became proud. Come on, you little brat who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet. Triple the price. Triple the price. You can raise it if you have the guts. A ferocious look appeared on Gregory's face, and he leaned forward. 4 mm. Before he could finish his words, his companion behind him immediately reached out and covered his mouth, pulling him back to his seat. One troll held down the struggling Gregory, while another troll stood up and said to Delcha, Okay, Mr. Delcha, we trolls admit defeat and are no match for you. But will you, the Skaven king, agree to hire the undead at 3 times the original price? Don't be unable to pay when the time comes. The troll's words were like a sharp knife that pierced deeply into Delcha's heart, causing him to tremble all over. Delcha turned pale. Finished. We were so excited about the quarrel just now that we didn't have time to think about whether he was an emperor or not. Now that the troll mentioned this, he remembered why he came to the undead. He came to warn the undead and ask them to lower the price of mercenaries. After the troll made such a fuss, he forgot the emperor's instructions, and not only did he not lower the price, he tripled the price. I want to die. 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 3 times. If this price is passed back, he will be dead. You trolls are playing tricks on me. You did it on purpose. City Lord Zhongpeng. The offer just now doesn't count. It was the trolls who misled me. Delkia didn't care about much else, and quickly said to Zhongpeng, who was watching the fun. Hearing this, Zhongpeng's face suddenly darkened. He slapped the table, stood up, and looked at Delkia coldly. I don't think the trolls are playing tricks on you. But you are playing tricks on me. Do you think we undead are easy to bully? You represent the rat people. Are you going to go back on your word? This is how the rat people do things. I have to consider whether to continue supporting you rat people. Faced with Zhongpeng's questioning, Delkia was speechless. He moved his mouth a few times, but couldn't say anything. He recalled the whole incident and realized that it really had nothing to do with the undead. The undead did not ask him to make a new quotation. It was the trolls. The trolls that triggered this offer. I fell into the trap of the troll and followed the continuous price increase. What I said just now is all bullshit. What can the undead do? Even if it were any other race, they wouldn't be able to do it. What are you doing? What about playing? What kind of occasion is this? A meeting of 3 tribes. Can it be a place for jokes? Faced with Zhongpeng's questioning, Delkia really didn't dare to respond. If he agreed, he would really lose his life when he returned. He rolled his eyes, thought of an idea, and said to Zhongpeng, City Lord Zhongpeng, I was framed by the trolls. They were the ones who started it. I believe they will never pay the price they said. After saying this, Delchaw looked at Prince Gregory with a sinister smile. He had just offered 3 times the price. And Prince Gregory was not much better, offering 2.5 times the price. Delchaw didn't believe that the other party would accept this price. What he didn't expect was that Gregory broke free from his companions, stood up, straightened his clothes, looked at him with disdain, and turned to Zhang Peng and said, I am speaking on behalf of the trolls. We are willing to use 2.5 times the resources in exchange for greater help from the undead. Delchaw was stunned. He pointed at Gregory and asked the other 2 trolls, Are you still not going to do anything about it, and just let your prince do whatever he wants? The other 2 trolls glanced at Delchaw and said with dissatisfaction in their tone, Prince is not fooling around. We are indeed willing to provide 2.5 times the resources. Prince Gregory represents the king of our troll tribe. Damn it. If you weren't an idiot from the Ratman clan, we might not have to pay so much. But the words have been spoken, and Prince Gregory will definitely not go back on his word. When coming to the undead, the Troll King did give a bottom line of 2.5 times. Because of the infected and demons, the trolls have fallen into an unprecedented disaster. With each passing day, the trolls become more dangerous. Outsiders couldn't see anything. They just felt that there was war in the troll territory and fighting everywhere. But the situation was still stable. Only the troll leaders know that the trolls are now facing the crisis of genocide. The trolls are quite capable in combat. But as they themselves said, their ability to resist the Grey Fog is far inferior to that of the Ratmen. After every battle, a large number of troll warriors will be infected and transformed into demons. After several battles, not only did the development momentum of the demons fail to be curbed, but their number increased instead. The trolls found that the only thing that could fight against the demons was the undead. Only the undead are not afraid of the infected and can eliminate the demons. In the face of the crisis of genocide, resources are no longer that important. Resources can be accumulated, but if the trolls are wiped out, there will be nothing left. In order to keep the trolls alive, the Troll King has spared no effort. Prince Gregory must bring back more undead troops. Delkia's eyes widened, looking at the trolls in disbelief. You, what the hell are you trolls doing? That's 2.5 times the resources. Gregory straightened his clothes, adjusted the golden hoop on his head, and said to Delchaw, Yes, 2.5 times the resources. We trolls are willing to pay so much resources. The Undead Legion is worth the price. And we trolls are not as shameless as you Ratmen. We will do what we say. The troll companion beside him nodded and added, You Ratmen are only fit to live in a dungeon. You are really just rats. You have no integrity at all. You can take back what you said. Delkia's face turned pale. Then he became furious and his face turned red. But he didn't dare to say a word. He first looked at Zhang Peng, who was staring at him with a gloomy face. Then turned around and looked at Sawyer behind him for help. When Sale saw Delchaw looking at him, he shrugged with embarrassment, indicating that there was nothing he could do. He also joined in the verbal fight just now. But he was not the one who made the offer. He didn't say anything. It was Delchaw who spoke. What could he do? He was just a businessman. Oh! He was once a slave rat. How could he have the qualifications to participate in such a showdown between nobles? Zhang Peng's cold voice came over. Mr. Delkia, what is your final decision? Do you still plan to withdraw the threefold offer? If so, we the undead may have to consider suspending our support for you the Skaven. After all, I feel that the trolls are more sincere. Delchaw shuddered and quickly shouted. No. City Lord Zhang Peng. I have no intention of taking it back. Zhang Peng continued to ask. So, next, on behalf of the rat people, are the rat people willing to pay 3 times the previous fee to continue hiring the Undead Legion? Delkia swallowed and said. No. 3 times is really not enough. That is more than what the trolls paid. The Emperor will not forgive me. Even if the Emperor forgives me, those elders and nobles will tear me to pieces. Delkia's mouth was dry as he struggled hard. We the Skaven are willing to spend 2.5 times as much resources as the trolls to win the support of the undead. Ha! It's really embarrassing that you go back on your words. Lu Xingxing couldn't help it and spoke out. Delkia immediately looked over and asked unhappily. Who are you? Do you know that this is a meeting of 3 tribes? Li Ziyu sat where he was, picked up the cup and drank a sip of juice, and said leisurely, Mr. Ratman, Who do you think can sit on the side of the undead? Of course we represent the undead. You also know that this is a meeting of 3 tribes. And you represent the Ratman tribe. I hope you will be careful with your words. One sentence made Delcha shut up. Zhang Peng took over the conversation. We, the undead, are a race that values credibility. Whether from the perspective of the undead or from the perspective of a businessman. I feel that credibility is very, very important. We do not welcome people who go back on their words. And we will not do business with people who go back on their words. This is equivalent to telling Delcha that you are now thinking of 2.5 times the amount. Which is impossible. We, the undead, disagree. If you want the undead to continue sending undead legions to the Ratmen, you have to triple the number. Otherwise we will break up. Delkia was completely panicked. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. Ahem. Sale coughed twice, stood up, and leaned close to Delkia's ear. Promise it, Mr. Delkia. Agree to it first. Delcha looked at Sale in disbelief. You want me to promise? That's 3 times. 3 times. Which side are you on? Are you in cahoots with the trolls? Sale looked at Delcha's eyes, and explained in a low voice. If the undead don't cooperate with us Ratmen, it will cause a great crisis. You and I can't bear this responsibility. It may even attract the wrath of the undead. For the sake of the Ratmen, you have to agree. I'm going to die. Delcha whispered through gritted teeth. Sale looked at Delcha with pity. The withdrawal of the undead army has caused the wrath of the undead. Mr. Delcha, even if you are a royal family, your whole family will die. If you agree to triple the resources and endure the wrath of the emperor, you may survive. And at least your relatives will not die. Delcha froze. Sale was telling the truth. Given the current situation of the Skaven, the undead legion is indispensable. That is the main force against the infected. No matter what the elders and nobles say, the fact is that the undead are the best way to deal with the infected. Once the undead army withdraws, the Skaven will fall into chaos. Not to mention the wrath of the undead, which the Ratmen cannot bear right now. They cannot provoke any more enemies. Delkia trembled as he picked up the water cup, took a big sip, and said through gritted teeth, I promise you, 3 times the resources. After saying this, Delcha seemed to have lost all his strength and fell limply into the chair. Zhang Peng, Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing all smiled at the same time. Just agree to it. Zhang Peng was in a very good mood. He sat down again and said slowly, Then let's talk about how many undead you need. Gregory was anxious and couldn't wait to say, We need a large number of undead souls. As many as possible. The more the better. Delkia's body trembled. And he wanted to say something. But then he closed his mouth. He was afraid of being fooled by the troll again. Zhang Peng touched his chin and said, Prince Gregory, you need to think carefully before you speak. How many undead do you want? Don't just say you want as many as you can get. Although Gregory had a bad temper, he was not a fool. When he heard this, he knew that Zhang Peng was pointing at him. There is something going on here. Gregory was silent for a moment, then thought about it seriously and asked, City Lord Zhang Peng, can I ask how many undead we can hire now? Zhang Peng smiled and nodded, and said softly, 30 million. When Delkia heard this number, his eyes bulged, and he pointed at Zhang Peng and said tremblingly, You? Wasn't one of the reasons he had argued with Gregory and raised the price so high because there weren't enough undead? In order to gain the remaining share of the undead legion, the price was raised to 3 times. If he knew that the undead still had 30 million reserve troops, how could he be so foolish as to raise the price? Even if he is not a businessman, he knows that scarcity makes things valuable. Delkia had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat and almost spit it out. It's so bullying. Gregory was also confused and didn't react for a long time. 30 million? Zhang Peng nodded and confirmed. Yes, 30 million. Prince Gregory, how many undead do you want to hire? Prince Gregory took a deep breath and thought to himself. That was a close call. What he just said was that he would take as much as he could get. At 2.5 times the hiring price, 30 million would be enough to completely destroy the troll tribe. And it would not be enough. Fortunately, City Lord Zhang Peng did not take it as seriously as he did the rat people. Otherwise, I would be in real trouble. Think before you speak next time. But then, the troll prince became happy and turned to discuss with his companions. The powerful tribes in the central area are now hiring the undead. Some time ago, the undead's mercenary forces began to shrink and no longer rented out legions on a large scale. This made all the races think that there were only a few undead troops left. If the trolls were not facing the crisis of genocide, they would not have allowed the prince to lead a mission to the undead. Prince Gregory didn't expect that he would receive such a surprise when he went on a mission to the undead tribe. There are still 30 million preparatory forces of the undead. It is easy to do. After discussing it, Prince Gregory stretched out 2 fingers. This time we need 2 million dead legion to rent the original price of 2.5 times. I hope that Zhang Pingcheng will send the undead legion to the giants. Zhang Peng nodded with a smile and said, as long as your resources arrive, I will immediately send the undead army to reinforce the trolls. Chapter 322. Delkia is a piece of trash. A piece of trash. Tell him to rebuke the undead and reduce the cost of hiring the undead. What did he do? If he can't even do such a small thing, I'll execute him when I get back. In the palace, the Rat King waved a piece of animal skin and roared loudly. He received a letter from the city-state of Irmahaha, and it was sent by Della. He thought it would be good news, but he did not expect it to be a bad news, which made the mouse's mood very bad. After Delcha set off, the elders and nobles showed no intention of stopping. They continued to jump up and down, forming alliances and trying to force him, the Ratman King, to give the order to expel the undead. Those elders and nobles who relied on their family power had never been to the battlefield and just sat there doing nothing, had no idea about the current situation of the Ratmen. They are always concerned about their own immediate interests and never think about what consequences their actions will bring to the entire Ratman race. Without the restraint of the undead, a large number of infected people will frantically attack the Ratman city-states, and then one by one they will fall. The Skaven's power will be reduced, with legions and civilians killed by the infected. Of course, these are not in the consideration of elders and nobles. They probably wish it were so. The city-state was breached, and the legions and civilians were killed, which was never a bad thing for the elders and high-ranking nobles. When a city-state falls, the merchants and nobles in the city-state will flee with their belongings. At that time, the families of these elders and nobles will be able to use various means to seize all these resources into their own hands. The civilians who escaped from the city-state were also a feast. They would become refugees because they were homeless, and would be recruited by the elders and nobles, becoming slave Ratmen and sold as commodities. There are also many benefits for the legion to be killed by the infected. Ratmen legions are often city-state legions, and Ratmen nobles often have private soldiers. If the city-state legions are killed in battle, it means that the power of the royal family has been weakened, while the nobles' private soldiers are not harmed. As a result, they can gain greater power. What the elders and nobles really think is that it would be best if this battle continued and remained within a controllable range. When I don't know. Whenever the Rat King thought of their little thoughts, he would sneer. As a person who fights from many rats and princes, the Mouse Man is not an incompetent generation. Those thoughts of the elders and nobles can't hide his eyes at all. It is simply impossible to let the undead evacuate. On the contrary, as for the hiring costs, the Emperor wanted to reduce the hiring costs of the undead by taking advantage of the disturbance caused by the elders and nobles. This was beneficial to him. After all, most of the hiring costs came from his side, with only a part paid by the city-states. After roaring for a while, the Rat royal family finally calmed down and picked up the wine glass to drink. The great Emperor Irmahaha city states urgently. The guards came in from the outside, kneeling on one knee, and anecdoted to the Mouse Emperor. It's another letter from Ilmaha, and it's an urgent message. Is there any problem over there? Let the messenger in. The Rat King sat down and said to the guard, Yes. The guard stood up and walked away backwards. Soon, a messenger hurried in from outside, knelt down in front of the Rat King, and said loudly, Respected and great Rat King, Alimaha the messenger pays you my loyalty and sincere respect. The Rat King waved his hand, signaling the messenger not to waste so much time talking nonsense. Where's the letter? The messenger pulled out a sealed wooden tube from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The attendant took the wooden barrel, looked it over carefully, rubbed it with his palm, and after making sure that it was not poisoned, he presented it to the Rat King. The Emperor grabbed the wooden barrel and checked the seal. Seeing no signs of it being opened, he picked up a knife, opened the seal, and poured out a piece of animal skin paper. After unfolding the parchment and looking at it for a few seconds, his brows furrowed and his anger rose. Damn Delcha. Damn trolls. Damn undead. He cursed viciously. And the servants around him lowered their heads, pretending they couldn't hear or see anything. 3 times. Not only did the cost of hiring the undead not decrease, it increased threefold. This is like rubbing salt into the wound. Making things worse, the area of the animal skin paper was limited, so Delcha could not record the entire process of the 3-tribe meeting, but only picked out the key points. The general meaning is that when he was negotiating with the undead, the troll prince came to make trouble, causing the hiring price to increase threefold. If the price was not increased threefold, the undead would have to cut off cooperation with the Skaven and no longer supply the Skaven with undead core. The Rat King didn't want to bother with this matter, but if he stopped supplying the undead legion, he would be the one to bear the consequences in the end. Damn you trolls. What the hell did you do? Send someone to Alimaha. I want to know what exactly happened. The Rat King suppressed the urge to kill and spoke through gritted teeth. It's a pleasure working with you, Prince Gregory. Zhang Ping shook Gregory's hand and said with a smile on his face. A week had passed since the 3-tribe meeting. The supplies of the troll tribe had been delivered to the undead territory and handed over to Zhang Peng. The trolls are quite a distance away from the undead territory, so if they transport supplies normally, the speed would not be so fast. In fact, the team transporting supplies had already set out long before the troll delegation set out. The delegation traveled light and quickened their pace, overtaking the transport team and arriving at the undead tribe early. According to the trolls' estimate, it might take some time for the negotiations. Who knew that Delcha was also among the undead? This resulted in the negotiation time being greatly shortened, and it was done in 1 day. Prince Gregory waited in the territory of the dead for a week before the transport team finally arrived. After handing over the supplies to Zhang Peng immediately arranged the undead legion and let Gregory lead the team to return to the troll tribe. City Lord Zhang Peng thanked the undead for their willingness to lend us a helping hand. The trolls will remember this friendship, Gregory said seriously. He knew the current situation in the troll territory. Without the help of the undead, the trolls would be on the verge of extinction. Although in Zhang Peng's view, the trolls paid supplies and he provided the army, this was a transaction. But in Gregory's view, this was a life-saving grace. Gregory left with an army of 2 million undead. Peng, is there still no news from the Ratmen? Delcha still hasn't decided how many undead he wants. After watching Gregory leave, Li Ziyu walked up to Zhang Peng, stood side by side with him, and asked softly, No, I don't know what the Ratman is doing this time. I always feel that he is going to do something weird. Zhang Peng thought of Delkia and rolled his eyes. Look at the trolls. They are so quick in doing business. They pay when they say they will, without any hesitation at all. Look at the rat people again. They are hesitating, saying that 2.5 times is too high, and then saying that they have not yet decided how many troops to hire, and are still hesitating. Gregory handed over all the supplies and left with the undead army. But the Ratmen have not yet reached an agreement. Go ask, and leave as soon as possible. Li Ziyu's tone was light, revealing a hint of impatience. Okay, then shall we go there now? Zhang Peng asked. Well, since there's nothing else to do, let's go ahead and try to get it done today. Li Ziyu nodded. The group turned and left to meet Delcha. The meeting place was still chosen as the conference hall built by Li Ziyu during the 3-tribe meeting. Mr. Delcha, have you considered it? Do you need to continue hiring our legion? How many do you plan to hire? After meeting, Zhang Peng did not waste any words. He lowered his eyelids slightly and asked slowly. When he came just now, Delkia had already received the news that the troll Prince Gregory had left. After the trolls left, he was not so excited anymore. He said with a smile on his face, I've made up my mind. Oh, then tell me, how many legions do you need? Zhang Peng raised his head and asked with some surprise. You undead seem to have done some small moves. City Lord Zhang Peng. Delkia leaned back in his chair and said playfully, Little tricks? Zhang Peng was puzzled. Yes, City Lord Zhang Peng. Don't you know what you have done? Why is there an unknown undead army in our Ratman territory? Delkia asked with a smile. Zhang Peng was stunned, his eyes blank. Unknown undead forces? He glanced at Li Ziyu beside him secretly, and found that Li Ziyu was also looking at him with surprise. Aren't they the undead sent by the boss? Mr. Delkia, I don't know what the unknown undead troops you are talking about are. The number of undead troops I sent to the noble territories is normal. Also, do you think I am so stupid that I would send out the undead army for no reason without you paying more resources? Zhang Peng felt that Delkia was looking for trouble. 80% were bombing him. The traditional craft of merchants. I guess the ratmen don't know yet. But the undead are the most loyal army. Even Li Ziyu can't dispatch them without his orders. He also said that there was an unknown undead army in his territory. I'm really going crazy with this. The undead legion is now in great demand throughout the entire central area. Would I be so foolish as to not make money and send them to the Ratman territory to work for free? It doesn't make any sense. I didn't say it was the kind of undead army hired by our Ratmen, Delcha said with a wry smile. Oh, you mean? The undead army is different from the undead army I sent? Zhang Peng asked with narrowed eyes. The undead hired by various races are mostly soul-born insects and armored beetle people, with a very small number of skeleton undead and black warriors in between. And they are basically unified. This was also the undead that Li Ziyu left for him to use as a mercenary. Even if he wanted to send out other types of undead, he didn't have any. Different. Of course they are different. Those undead are much stronger than the undead you sent to us. They look different. And their combat effectiveness is stronger. They can even directly transform the infected into undead. City Lord Zhang Peng. I'm afraid you'll have to give me an explanation, Delkia said triumphantly, as if he had Zhang Peng in his grasp. Zhang Peng narrowed his eyes, suddenly stood up, and said to Delkia, Mr. Delkia, I need to investigate. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he gave Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing a look and walked out in a hurry. Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing also stood up and followed him out of the conference room. Delkia resumed his aristocratic appearance, without a trace of anxiety. When he saw the three people leave, he chuckled, reached out to take the fruit and wine glasses from the conference table, and began to taste them happily. Boss, what's going on? After coming out, the anxious look on Zhang Peng's face disappeared, and he looked at Li Ziyu in confusion and asked. Li Ziyu shook his head, smacked his lips, and said in the same puzzled tone, I don't know. I have never sent undead into the Ratman's territory. I have not been idle during this period. I have spent little time in the central area. It is impossible for me to cause trouble. Zhang Peng did not doubt what Li Ziyu said. They were together, and Li Ziyu would not deceive him. He then asked, Boss, do you think it could be another traveler? A traveler of the same race as you? The undead? Li Ziyu touched his chin, thought for a while, and shook his head. It shouldn't be. Lu Xingxing asked anxiously. Why? Li Ziyu analyzed. According to Delkia, the undead army has been noticed by the Ratmen, which means their number cannot be too small. Right? Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing nodded. Seeing the two nod, Li Ziyu continued to analyze. With so many undead, the Traverser's mobile fortress must not be small. And we all know that the relationship between the Ratmen and the Traversers is not good. Even their troops have been discovered. So the mobile fortress will definitely be discovered. And it will inevitably lead to a battle. Delcha didn't mention this at all. Think of it another way. Delkia hid this. So they have a chance to catch an undead traveler. Right? If they have an undead traveler, they don't need us. So why would they rent an army from us? They can just let the traveler help them create undead. That makes sense. But precisely because it makes sense, I am even more confused. If they are not time travelers, then where did that undead army come from? It looks different. Its fighting power is stronger, and it can transform undead. Li Ziyu kept thinking. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Zhang Peng found out that Li Ziyu had a clue, and asked quickly, Boss, what did you find? Li Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, I think I know what's going on with that team. Lu Xingxing said anxiously, Boss, please tell me what's going on. I'm so anxious. Li Ziyu was not in a hurry to tell the two of them what he was thinking, but said, Wait a minute. I'll check it out. After saying that, his eyes became dull, as if there was something in front of him. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing immediately realized that Li Ziyu was looking at the system. Soul Network, Alien Undead. Dark Skeleton. Where are you? Wilderness. More specific. The Wasteland. The Central Area. If you try to fool me again, watch out for your head. Territory. I'll give you one more chance. Please speak nicely. I'm in the territory now. Why can't I see you? Dark Skeleton. If you dare to deceive me, you are doomed. I say, Ratman territory, I was wrong. Damn it. It's you? Okay. Case solved. It's this guy called Dark Skeleton. Oh. No. Not just the Dark Skeletons. But those tattooed skeletons. But it was definitely instigated by the Dark Skeleton. This guy is the worst. The violent skeletons are stupid guys. While the physical skeletons, speed skeletons, and strength skeletons are obedient, and will not leave the undead territory without their orders. Only the Dark Skeleton guy was quick-witted and lively. He was always looking for something to do, and would sneak around quietly. Li Ziyu was very busy during this period, and didn't pay attention to these guys. He used to think that this guy had been quiet recently, and hadn't caused any trouble. I didn't expect that someone was waiting for me here. Of course they didn't cause any trouble. They were not in the undead territory at all. They went directly to the Ratman territory. We really can't let down our guard against this Dark Skeleton guy. Whenever he relaxes, this guy will go astray. After exiting the Soul Network, Li Ziyu looked at Zhang Peng with a wry smile. I know what happened. It's the tattoo skeletons and the others. Ah? Zhang Peng was stunned. Chapter 323, Unexpected War. Not to mention Zhang Peng. Even Li Ziyu didn't notice when the Dark Skeleton ran to the Ratman territory. Judging from Delcha's appearance, it is estimated that the Dark Skeletons and his men have gained quite a lot in the Ratman territory. Otherwise, you wouldn't be targeted by others. Zhang Peng scratched his cheek and asked at a loss. What should I do now? How should I reply to Delkia? Li Ziyu rubbed his brows and sighed. I don't know. This guy didn't even say hello to me and attacked me by surprise. Lu Xingxing whispered. Why not rent him out? Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and shook his head. No. The guy of the Dark Skeleton is not the same as other undead. It is not so obedient. In the event of a rush, if he is anxious, the bone of the bone can take the younger brother under the Slaughter City without infection. Not only is he disobedient, he's also extremely murderous. This guy is rated as dangerous by the system. After thinking for a while, Lu Xingxing suggested, how about recruiting them back? Li Ziyu didn't say anything. Zhang Peng shook his head and said, no. The rat people have already discovered them. If we recall them now, the rat people will definitely take advantage of the situation and cause unnecessary conflicts. Lu Xingxing was at a loss now, muttering, this doesn't work. That doesn't work either. What should I do? Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng looked at him and sighed at the same time. Isn't it because they don't know what to do that they are worried? Li Ziyu thought for a while, then entered the Soul Network again and asked the Dark Skeleton what they had done in the Ratman territory. The reply I got was that I was following the team and killing people. Although the reply was vague, it made Li Ziyu feel relieved. With the wisdom of the Dark Skeleton, he answered like this, and it is likely that those killed were demons, not normal Ratmen. Come to think of it, if the Dark Skeletons massacred the Ratmen on a large scale, the Ratmen would not talk to them about hiring the Dark Skeletons. Peng, let you handle this matter. I can't take care of it. You can handle it yourself. You can rent it to the Ratmen. But I have to make it clear that the Dark Skeletons are not easy to control. The most I can do is to stop them from killing normal Ratmen. Li Ziyu decided to pass on the responsibility. Zhang Peng's eyes bulged out and he asked, what the hell are you throwing at me? You can't control those guys. But I can. Isn't this fatal? On second thought, he didn't care anymore. Now it is Delcha who wants to rent the Dark Skeleton. And the Dark Skeleton is still in the territory of the Ratmen. So why is he in such a hurry? I went there anyway. And the other party seemed quite welcoming. Isn't this a proactive worker? Let's get some resources first. Thinking of this, Zhang Peng suddenly relaxed a lot. Take the Dark Skeletons for example. They are a special force of the undead. They have bonus damage against demons. You can hire them, but you cannot control them. If you agree, lend them to them. If you don't agree, let the boss recruit them back. The problem was not difficult to solve. The Dark Skeletons were more appealing to the rat people than expected. Delcha easily agreed to Zhang Peng's proposal, and was willing to pay enough resources in exchange for the patterned skeletons to continue to operate in the rat people's territory. When this news reached Li Ziyu, he felt incredible. Since when have even the Dark Skeletons become so popular? But that's a good thing. In the Soul Network, Li Ziyu gave orders to the Dark Skeleton, asking him to continue acting as before. Ratman territory. After the dark skeleton received the information from the Soul Network, it fell into silence. What does the owner mean? What happened? The violent skeleton saw that the dark skeleton was in a bad state and came over to ask. The master knows about our affairs. The dark skeleton said to him. Then shall we go back? The violent skeleton didn't care about other things. But when facing Li Ziyu, he would have a little rationality. No. The master said that we should continue to act as before. The dark skeleton shook his head. Great. The violent skeleton shouted happily. Does the master not want us anymore? The dark skeleton suddenly said. The flames that had just risen on the violent skeleton suddenly dropped again. He looked at the dark skeleton. And the jumping soul fire conveyed horror. The physical skeletons and strength skeletons also surrounded them silently, looking at the dark skeleton in silence. Have we been abandoned by our master? The violent skeleton kept asking this question in the Soul Network. In the hearts of all the undead. The undead fortress is their home. Li Ziyu is their only parent. They would rather see their soul shattered and dissipated than be expelled from their homes and lose their parents. This cannot be accepted. The soul fire of their physical skeleton swayed and became very unstable. Their intelligence is even inferior to that of the dark skeletons. And they were shocked by this incident, causing their soul fire to become weak. The dark skeleton looked at the four companions in front of him, then swept his gaze forward. In front of them was an endless army of undead. These are not the armored beetle people and soulborn insect people under Li Ziyu, but an army of tattooed skeletons. An army of hundreds of thousands of tattooed skeletons. Through the battles during this period, many of the undead summoned by the dark skeletons have evolved into real pattern skeletons. And they are still growing and becoming even more powerful. Demons and devils are the best nutrients. Without Li Ziyu realizing it, the tattooed skeletons had already formed a scale. And its scale was quite terrifying. I don't believe it. Why did the master expel us? Is it because we secretly escaped from the territory? The violent skeleton suddenly became angry and roared in the Soul Network. Calm down. The dark skeleton looked at the violent skeleton and growled in a low voice. Blame you. All this is you. You let the owner expel us. The dark bones. The flame on the bone of the violent skeleton rose again. He reached for his hand and pulled out the axe, looking as if he was ready to fight to the death with the dark skeleton. The dark skeleton looked at the axe in his hand and asked with his head tilted. You show your weapon to me? Do you want to fight me? The violent skeleton froze in his tracks and stared at the dark skeleton. We've been expelled? It hasn't come to that point yet. I need to ask the master again. The dark skeleton only thought of a possibility. He was not sure whether Li Ziyu really didn't want them anymore. In the Soul Network, Li Ziyu received news from the dark skeleton. Were we evicted? What was expelled? Don't you want us? When do I say no you? Aren't you angry? To be honest, dark skeleton, I am very angry. But there is room for recovery. The Skaven discovered you before me, and what you did gave me a headache. But fortunately, the solution to the problem is very simple now. You just need to continue what you were doing before. I understand. You know nothing. If you cause trouble for me again next time, I will take your head off. It's still that familiar taste. It seems that the owner really has no intention of expelling us. I was just overthinking it. After a brief conversation between Dark Skeleton and Li Ziyu, he understood. It's okay. The master has no intention of expelling us. As long as we deal with things here, we can go back. The Dark Skeleton said to his companions. Really? The Violent Skeleton didn't quite believe what the Dark Skeleton said, and asked doubtfully, Do you want to be expelled? The Dark Skeleton asked back. Of course not, said the Violent Skeleton firmly. Then put away your weapons. If you point them at me again next time, I will bury you in the darkness, said the Dark Skeleton unhappily. The Violent Skeleton rubbed his head with the axe handle, then put the axe back and put it away. With Li Ziyu's order, the tattooed skeletons were officially authorized, and the last seal that suppressed them was also released. Now they can legitimately stir up trouble in the Ratman territory and expand the size of their legion. Li Ziyu finally has some free time. The tens of millions of soulborn insects and armored beetle people brought back from the grassland are enough for Zhang Peng to keep busy for a long time. It will take a long time for the various tribes in the central area to digest so many undead. In this way, I spent half a month happily. Private chat. Conscientious businessman, boss. Something happened. Don't want to take a driver's license test. What's wrong? I've only had a break for half a month. If the rat people are causing trouble again, I'll be rude. Conscientious merchant, it's not the ratmen. It's the trolls. Don't want to get a driver's license, Trolls? I think Gregory is pretty good. Is there something wrong with us undead? Conscientious merchant, a few days ago, the ape men suddenly launched an attack on the trolls. Don't want to take a driving test, the apes and trolls are fighting. What does this have to do with us? Conscientious merchant, boss. The situation in the central continent is about to change. The trolls are suffering from serious internal conflicts due to the infected and demons. They are no match for the apes, and are losing ground. Li Ziyu, who was basking in the sun with Meng and I in his arms, was thinking about the message Zhang Peng sent him. Zhang Peng is not only a businessman, he is also in charge of intelligence. If this matter wasn't so important, Zhang Peng wouldn't have reported it to him. With his mind spinning rapidly, Li Ziyu was pondering the hidden meaning contained in the message. For a long time, the central area has been in a state of balance and mutual threat, with the various ethnic groups hating each other and fearing each other. Everyone's combat effectiveness is about the same. If a war breaks out, it means damage. It is very likely that while killing the enemy, your own combat effectiveness will also be reduced, allowing others to take advantage. The Central Belt has maintained this unreal peace. The arrival of the undead carved out a piece of territory from the ratmen and weakened some of their power. But it was not a big problem. It was like throwing a stone into a pond, which caused ripples, but soon calmed down. Li Ziyu wanted to take the central area under his control, but this small ripple was not enough to make him take action. What really broke everything was the experimental attack of the Skaven, the gray fog, which created the infected and opened the abyss purgatory. Whether it is the infected or the demons, they don't care what race they attack. They spread like a plague, invading all races. If the distance is farther, the invasion will be less severe. But if the distance is close, it will be a large-scale attack. It is precisely because of this that Li Ziyu launched the mercenary strategy to alleviate the pressure on various ethnic groups. The apes are a race that has been invaded by the infected and demons, but has suffered less damage. They discovered the trolls' weakness, so they launched an attack. Things went even more smoothly than they expected. The trolls were strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. They put up almost no effective resistance, and were beaten back by the apes. The fight between two large races naturally attracted the attention of other races. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes. The balance of the central continent has been broken and chaos is coming. No wonder Zhang Ping came to inform him. This is indeed a big deal. Whether we can unify the central area and the entire wilderness depends on this time. After figuring everything out, Li Ziyu continued chatting with Zhang Peng. I don't want to take a driving test. Tell me what's going on. Conscientious businessman, well, this time the attack was launched by the ape men. Or rather, the monkey men branch of the ape men. Conscientious merchant, it was originally just a tentative attack. But the internal friction among the trolls was too serious. Many teams on the front line were withdrawn to deal with the infected and demons, resulting in an empty front line and failing to stop the attack of the monkey people. Don't want to get a driver's license. What's the situation now? Can the trolls still hold on? What do other races think about this? Conscientious merchant, the ratmen seem to be making some moves, but I don't know if they will join the war. There is no movement from the elemental races. According to the information I have collected, the elemental races usually do not intervene in the battles in the central areas. They live a leisurely and comfortable life. Don't want to take a driving test. Please organize the information for me and continue to pay attention to this matter. Conscientious businessman, got it. This is the opportunity right in front of us. What to do next requires careful consideration. Li Ziyu doesn't like monkeys. The monkeys in Mount Amei in his previous life never left a good impression on him. He always felt that the monkeys were too noisy and liked to steal things. People born in the year of the monkey inherit these shortcomings of monkeys. They are the type who like to make trouble and take advantage of others. Before the ape men had decided whether to go to war or not, the monkey men had already gathered their troops and rushed forward. Compared to the ape men who have methods in fighting, the monkey men are much worse. In one word, they are chaotic. The monkey people are extremely flexible, and with the support of various weapons and props, when they fight they rush forward in a swarm, screaming and yelling, as if they are afraid that others won't know. Their fighting power is quite strong. The walls of the city built by the trolls could not stop the monkey men who were good at climbing. Under normal circumstances, the trolls would not be afraid of the monkey men at all. Since they were on the defending side and had strong combat power, it would be almost impossible for the monkey men to capture the troll city. It would require the ape men to use siege weapons for that to be possible. Unfortunately, the trolls are now in a state of disarray due to the infected and demons. The warriors in the border cities are just for show, and the elite ones have long been withdrawn. Faced with the monkey men's unethical surprise attack, the trolls were completely unable to cope and border cities were lost one after another. The monkey people are constantly advancing into the troll tribe. Even the monkey people could break into the troll territory and capture the city. The ape people immediately couldn't sit still. This is a godsend. What else is there to say? Taking advantage of the monkey men fighting in the front, the ape men immediately gathered their troops and advanced towards the trolls, launching an all-out war with them. As soon as the battle began, the trolls suffered a great loss. Their territories were taken away one after another, making their living environment even more difficult. Faced with the apes who wanted to destroy the trolls decided to ignore the infected and demons. If we can't drive away the apes, there's no point in fighting the infected and the demons. With this idea in mind, the trolls reorganized their army and went to war with the apes. The powerful tribes in the central region often have a long history. The trolls have enemies as well as allies, and they will not watch the trolls fall completely like this. It is okay to weaken the trolls, but no race wants to see them forcibly annexed. After all, if the trolls were swallowed by the apes would become very powerful, which would not be good news for other races. The chaos begins. Chapter 324, Waiting for an Opportunity. Undead Border City. The market outside the city is still booming, bustling with people coming and going, and the daily cargo throughput is increasing. More and more Ratman merchants began to purchase goods from the market outside the Ratman border city. The undead goods were of very good quality, and there was no trouble selling them. Even though the Ratmen are in turmoil because of the infected and demons, the Ratman's high-ranking officials, the nobles, and the families will not give up their enjoyment just because so many civilians have died. How's the situation with the trolls? Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng in a carefree manner, sitting at the table, drinking cold juice and eating sweet fruit. The situation is not optimistic. The trolls suffered a great loss and were ambushed by the monkeys, even though they have reorganized their forces to fight back. The fact is that they are losing ground. Zhang Peng picked up the juice and took a sip, then said to Li Ziyu, "I see the opportunity." Li Ziyu said softly, "Well, other races are also joining the war one after another. It seems that this is a war that can sweep the entire central area." Zhang Peng said so without any worry on his face. "Collect corpses. I need more corpses. This is a big show." Li Ziyu grinned. His white teeth were dazzling. "I know. By the way, the trolls have come to ask for support again, and the resources have been delivered." Zhang Peng nodded and continued, "Give it to them. If they want it, give it to them. Send as many as possible. By the way, is there no movement from the rat people? Are they not joining the war?" Li Ziyu asked puzzledly. In his guess, the rat man would never give up this opportunity. The ratmen are not a good race. They are always thinking about causing trouble and wanting to start a war. Now that the war has started, they have not made any move. This is very abnormal. It's not that the ratmen are silent. Sale told me that the ratmen have begun to gather their troops. Because of our existence, the number of infected people among the Skaven is far less than that of the trolls. Moreover, the dark skeletons are really powerful. They eliminate the infected much faster than the Zerg. Since they were released, their numbers have grown particularly fast. There was helplessness in Zhang Peng's tone. The original plan was to take it slow and keep sending more undead to the ratmen. Who would have thought that the dark skeletons would emerge as a sudden force, having extremely great lethality to the infected, and clearing up the infected extremely quickly, making the ratmen very satisfied. This kind of satisfaction is obviously something Zhang Peng doesn't want to see. But the tattooed skeletons are also a power in Li Ziyu's hands. The growth of the tattooed skeletons is generally beneficial. I always feel like I'm making a lot less money. Let them fight. We will accumulate strength, and their corpses will become our soldiers," Li Ziyu said happily. The mercenary plan gave the undead a good popularity. Now the powerful tribes in the central area are no longer so disgusted with the undead. After all, the undead are helping them deal with the infected and demons. The war in the central area needs to be fermented. Li Ziyu feels that this is not enough, and the area of the battlefield needs to be further expanded. "Peng, I plan to set up a corpse collection team to deal with corpses on the battlefield. Do you think it's feasible? Li Ziyu asked. After hearing this, Zhang Peng began to think. The battles in the other world are even more brutal than those in the ancient times. And the casualties are quite severe each time. He specifically asked Sawyer about how to deal with the corpses after each battle. Except for the Ratmen. Other races had a headache. There are so many corpses that burying them is a huge project. The burial mentioned here is not to dig a big pit. And the corpse is lost. Each race in the other world has its own burial method, which is a custom. So it makes dealing with corpses very troublesome. If you don't bury them, the bodies will easily rot and cause plague. Burial requires a lot of manpower and time. It's all troublesome. The corpse collector plan that Li Ziyu mentioned is really feasible. And maybe you can make some money. I can go and ask about this matter. Should we do it ourselves or find an agent? Zhang Peng asked. Let's not look for an agent. Let's do it ourselves. Study it. And try to get the body back legitimately. Li Ziyu said after thinking for a while. Finding an agent means having more people like Sale on hand. It doesn't seem necessary. In the current situation, the undead are a neutral party. There are more or less infected people or demons causing trouble in the territories of the powerful tribes in the central area. They have all rented the Undead Legion to clear out the infected and demons in the territory. Even if the situation is chaotic, they are unwilling to offend the undead. When Zhang Peng talked to them about collecting the bodies, they did not object too much. For races with large populations such as Ratmen, Trolls, and Ape Men, it is a good thing that the undead are willing to collect corpses, which saves them a lot of trouble. A corpse transport team set off from the undead, entered the territories of all ethnic groups, went to the battlefield, collects corpses, and then returned to the undead leader. Li Ziyu was happy, as the corpses were transported back to the territory of the undead by the corpse transport vehicle. Now it's good and comfortable. As long as they don't stop firing, I won't be short of corpses, and I can happily increase my troops. As time went by, the war had swept across the entire central area. The only ones who could stay out of the world were the undead. They were still active in the territories of various races. Besides eliminating the infected and demons, their duties were also transporting corpses. The undead spirits shuttling across the battlefield made Li Ziyu witness the cruelty of the war sweeping across the central region. The bodies sent in were not only those of soldiers, but also those of innocent civilians. Men, women, children, and the elderly. Their bodies were torn into pieces with broken limbs and arms. Some children had their dead eyes wide open and couldn't close. They didn't know what they had done wrong and why they were being killed. Touching is not a rare thing in a different world. After all, race war is launched, not a race. And the psychological burden of touching is much smaller. Seeing the lives lost continuously made Li Ziyu's happy mood of increasing the number of troops even lower. He knew that he was the Lord of the Dead. But at the same time, he was also a human being. Seeing so many lives being lost, he felt bad. The undead will not easily get involved in fights between different races. Even if they have the ability to protect some civilians, they will not do it. They are the incarnation of death. There is no sadness for the death of life, but they will feel sincere joy. The territory of the undead is like the center of a spider web. Every day, there are rows of corpse transport trucks leaving and returning. All the corpses will not be wasted. They will become new undead beings under Li Ziyu. The Ratmen and Ape Men have joined forces. The Trolls have lost 1/3 of their territory and are being attacked from both sides. In front of an extremely large map, Zhang Peng pointed at the map and talked about the information he had obtained in recent times. The map was made by Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu, as the corpse transport vehicles were able to move around in the territories of various tribes. Some treasure-hunting cats mixed into the convoy, used the convoy to travel around the central area, and finally drew a map of the central area. With this map, Li Ziyu's control over the battle situation has improved a lot. The relationship between the Rat Men and the Ape Men is average. Neither good nor bad, because they are far away from each other, and the hatred is not deep. But the same cannot be said of their relationship with the Trolls. The Ratmen and Trolls are almost sworn enemies. They start fighting as soon as they meet, and never stop. The Ape Men's attack on the Trolls gave the Ratmen an opportunity. This was a good chance to eliminate their opponents. Following the philosophy that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the Skaven declared war on the Trolls, and quickly invaded them. At the same time, the Snake Man tribe with a relatively good relationship with the giant demon clan launched an attack on the Ape Man. and the Eagle Banshee launched an attack on the Mouseman. The battle between the 5 races is no longer a small fight, but has entered a white-hot stage, almost reaching the point of genocide. And it cannot be stopped even if they want to. The melee allowed more races to join the battle. And the battle was constantly changing. Every day, there was a large amount of news from all directions. It was worn through various means and summarized Zhongpeng. The territory of the Undead is a pure land in the central area, thanks to the fact that they had just logged in not too long ago. And the mercenary program allowed them to maintain cooperative relationships with various races. So no race would declare war on them at this time. Let's fight. When they've almost finished fighting, we'll clean up the mess, Li Ziyu said casually after listening to Zhang Peng's analysis of the changes on the battlefield in the past 2 days. Because of the war, the speed at which the undead under his command increased. It is worth mentioning that the undead he now created is mainly the Black Warrior, the Bone Knight, the Fearless Person, and the main combat effectiveness, forming an extremely horrible fighting force. I believe that when this legion appears on the battlefield, it will definitely surprise the central and mainland ethnic groups. Throughout history, the number of core combat forces like the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight is far less than that of ordinary undead. Otherwise, they would not be called core combat forces. In the case of no system, the Black Samurai, Bone Knights, they need to stand through the fighting, constantly killing, and constantly absorbing soul energy. After a long accumulation, they can stand out from many undead. It is the elite of the 8 counters of countless battlefields. When it comes to Li Ziyu, there is a systematic existence. In the case of sufficient resources, these elites have become warriors that can be generated in batches. This is the terrifying thing about time travelers. As long as they are given enough time and resources, the indigenous people will never be their match. Elite warriors that take 10 or 20 years to train among the indigenous people can now be produced in large quantities by the time travelers. This is a terrifying thing. If any time-traveling lord lies dormant in another world for 10 or 20 years, his mobile fortress will have the ability to conquer the whole world. Li Ziyu has completely spent the previous accumulation period and entered the outbreak period. The soul energy collector and the corpses constantly gathering on the battlefield gave Li Ziyu the confidence to continue to increase his troops. He was not worried at all that the war in the central zone might extend to the undead at any time. The coalition of time travelers was defeated by the rat men, because they had been developing for too short a time and probably had not even developed the core arms. Li Ziyu's undead clan is different. He already has core troops such as the Black Warrior, Skeleton Knight, and Fearless. Not to mention him. Even Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing have unlocked the core arms. This means that the 3 of them are enough to stir up trouble in the central area and dominate the country. At least they are much stronger than the previous coalition of time travelers. And they have no problem competing with the Radmen. What is lacking now is just an opportunity. An opportunity for them to join the war in a reasonable and legitimate way. Radman City-State. Butler and bang, bang, bang. There were a large number of Ratmen standing on the city wall. They were the Ratmen's gun-carrying teams. Ammunition was fired out, attacking the harpies in the sky. Plague Flame Jet. Plague Shaman Mouse Corps. Rat's Iron Curtain Machine Gun Group. The Skaven were pouring fire into the air to stop the harpies' attack. Like the Hawk Banshee and the Giants, they are the hatred with the Mouse people. The hatred between the 2 people is deeper than that of the Mouse and the Giants. And it is a real hatred. When the Ratman just became a foothold in the central area, he had already remored with the Eagle Bird. As a rarer race, in a long period of time, the Eagle Banshee regarded the rats as their own food. The rat-human race researching various firearms is largely because of these flying Eagle Banshee. During the long battle between the 2 tribes, the Ratmen armed with guns killed many harpies. Harpies are a very vengeful race, and losing their members for food is obviously a big grudge. While the Skaven were developing weapons, the harpies were also not idle. Compared to the Skaven who liked to use physical methods and plagues, the harpies liked to use magic. They cultivated many strange magical plants and weaponized them. "They're coming!" the Ratman commander shouted, pointing at the harpies that were flying towards Butler and the city-state amidst the hail of bullets. The harpies threw a large number of seeds and fruits towards the city-state, like a bomber, throwing them and running away. Boom, boom, boom. The pure fiery red explosive fruit was like a powerful version of an explosive fireball. After falling into the city, it immediately caused a large-scale explosion. The green root ball of the vine fell into the city and immediately took root and sprouted. growing into vines. This is no ordinary vine, but a carnivorous plant that will find its own prey. The surrounding rat men were entangled by vines. Those vines were like giant pythons with spikes. The spikes pierced into the ratmen's bodies, constantly sucking their flesh and blood and vitality. The vines that received nutrients grew extremely quickly, and soon changed from the thickness of an arm to the thickness of a thigh, and then to the thickness of a bucket. The vines grew thicker and thicker, twisting and entwining with each other, and from a distance they looked like giant trees rising into the sky. The gray voodoo mushrooms will spray out gray spores after falling to the ground. These spores will parasitize the ratmen and cause pustules to form on their bodies. After the pustules burst, more voodoo mushrooms will grow, which will then spray out spores, and the cycle will begin again. The harpies caused considerable casualties to Butler and his men, and they themselves were not in a much better condition, being hit by various weapons of the ratmen. Some unlucky ones died on the spot and fell from the sky. Some were seriously injured, although they escaped. Whether they could survive depended on luck. War has always been brutal. After the bombing, the harpies left, and the ratmen were busy dealing with the bombed city, put out fires, cut vines, and shaman rats to dispel voodoo mushrooms. After the busy work, all that was left was a pile of corpses. Click, click, click. The sound of bones rubbing against the ground. The skeleton undead came out from their hiding places, walked towards the corpses, and carried the bodies to the corpse transport trucks. An undead dragging the corpse of a harpy was surrounded by several rat men. The undead stopped, his soul fire beating, and looked at the rat men in front of him in confusion. Put it down. It doesn't deserve to have its body collected. Yes, cut it into pieces, and throw it into the wilderness to feed the wild beasts. You hear me, you brainless skeleton. Put it down. The rats were shouting. The skeleton undead was stunned for just a moment, then dragged the harpy's body again, turned in another direction, and tried to bypass the rat man in front of him. A rat man with a bad temper couldn't help it, so he swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit the undead hard. Crash. The undead was shattered into bones. Chapter 325. The opportunity has come. Damn it. What did you do? Why did you attack it? This is terrible. The rats who were trying to stop the skeleton undead from leaving were all confused by this. After being stunned for a moment, their faces suddenly changed, and they started shouting at their companions, who were waving wooden sticks. It doesn't matter. It's just a skeleton. The ratman holding a wooden stick stood there at a loss, muttering to himself. The other ratmen don't think so. The city-state has repeatedly emphasized that conflicts with the undead are strictly prohibited, and as long as the undead do not attack others, they have the right to move freely. The undead and the ratmen are not allies. The undead active in the ratmen's territory are all rented to help. The attack on the undead was not an internal incident, but a diplomatic incident. I just hit it. I didn't know this would happen. The ratman holding a wooden stick looked at his companions around him and asked for help. You killed it. We just wanted it to let go of that disgusting harpy. We didn't ask you to kill it. The rats just wanted to shirk responsibility at this time. They are just a group of passionate young people from the rat people. Since he couldn't defeat the harpy, he wanted to vent his anger on the harpy's corpse, and never thought of having a conflict with the undead. The broken bones on the ground trembled, and were pulled together by the fire of the soul. They were reassembled, and the skeleton undead returned to its original state. Look! It's alive! The rat man who witnessed the scene shouted, pointing at the skeleton undead that stood up again. The other ratmen looked over and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the intact skeleton of the undead. Fortunately, the skeleton can still move. The reassembled skeleton of the undead, with the soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, locked onto the young ratman in front of it. He ignored the harpy corpse beside him, but took out a bone knife and staggered towards the young ratman. What is this thing going to do? Is it trying to kill us? He's coming. Give him another one. I cannot. Hurry up. Give me the stick. You piece of crap. The rat man snatched the stick from his companion, stepped forward quickly, and swung the stick at the skeleton undead. The skeleton undead shook his body and stabbed the rat man with a bone knife. The rat man dodged swiftly and was hit by another stick. Crash. The skeleton undead turned into broken bones again. The soul fire in his eyes flickered, conveying anger. The rats had just breathed a sigh of relief when they realized something was wrong around them. They are surrounded by skeletons from all directions. From the ruined houses and street corners, staggering skeletons of the undead came out and surrounded the rats. They received news that their companions were attacked. Someone is attacking the undead. Fight back. Fight back. Fight back. The ratmen who were cleaning up the city suddenly found that the undead stopped moving, threw away the corpses they had picked up, and gathered in one direction. They stared at the skeletons back in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. What's going on? Don't they want the body anymore? What happened over there? Let's go and have a look. Walk. The residents of the city-state followed the skeleton undead curiously, and as they moved forward, the crowd grew larger and larger. The young rat man looked at the skeleton undead that was getting closer and closer and became completely panicked. Do not come. Don't come over here. You guys. I didn't hit the undead. I'm innocent. Get out of the way. Let me go. The young rat man shouted in panic. But the undead showed no intention of stopping and continued to advance little by little. The ratmen who followed the skeleton undead heard the sound coming from inside. That was not a human voice. There was urgency in the voice, and a sharp tone. It was a member of the ratman tribe, and a young one at that. What happened in there? Our people are surrounded. Get the skeleton out of the way. Why are they surrounding our people? The crowd was confused at first, then became angry. They can allow the undead to move in their cities, come in and out freely, and collect corpses, but they cannot allow the undead to surround their own compatriots. The ratmen. I've long felt that these skeletons had bad intentions. Look what they did. They wanted to attack us. The skeletons are the lackeys of those nobles. They want to kill us. Everything before was just a disguise. They have never been kind. But now their true colors are exposed. Kill the skeletons and rescue the people inside. Yes, rescue them. Some radical elements, who were wary of the undead, found an opportunity, and took the opportunity to shout and incite the ratmen to attack the undead. Normally, there are many calls like this, but no one pays attention to them. After all, the undead did help a lot. They will fight the infected, demons, and reduce the casualties of the ratmen. Go back and collect the bodies, transport them away, and make the city clean. But the situation is different now. Their own people are surrounded, and the rat people, who don't know the reason, have been instigated. When the radicals saw that their tribesmen were wavering, they immediately realized that their opportunity had come, and they took out their weapons and took the lead in attacking the undead. Kill the skeletons. Kill. Rescue us. Led by the radicals, the rats rushed towards the undead. The bone-dead spirit came only because of his companion, and was called by his companion. Their attention was on the young ratmen inside, who suddenly attacked from behind, catching them off guard. Under the attack of the ratmen, the skeleton undead immediately turned into bones on the ground. When the rats saw that the skeletons were knocked down so easily, they immediately cheered up and attacked even harder, attacking their heads. They will die completely when they crush their brains. Yes, attack your head. Broken them first, and then attack. The activists shouted excitedly. With a reminder, many skeleton undead were killed. Their soul fire dissipated, and they were completely dead. But there are still a lot of bones. Stitching again, and standing again. The attacked skeleton undead changed their target, and launched an attack on the surrounding ratmen. These ratmen are not soldiers. They are just ordinary people. Dealing with 1 or 2 skeleton undead is no problem for them. But when facing 5 or 6 skeleton undead, they are immediately at a disadvantage. From time to time, the ratmen were stabbed by the skeleton undead and fell to the ground groaning. The scene was in chaos. The chaos in the city attracted the attention of the rat soldiers, and they quickly dispatched manpower. When they arrived at the scene, they found that their compatriots were fighting the undead. The rat soldiers didn't even ask what was going on and immediately opened fire at the undead. Those cleaning up the city were all ordinary skeleton undead, not even insect people. The weapons they were equipped with were just ordinary bone knives, which could not withstand the attacks of the fully equipped rat soldiers. Large groups of skeletons and undead fell down and turned into dry bones under the attack of the ratmen. Soon, the chaos ended with all the undead being wiped out. The young ratmen who initially attacked the undead not only survived, they didn't even suffer much damage. The ratmen burst into cheers and shouted excitedly, as if they had won a great victory. Butler and Polis. Skaven camp. Report to the commander. The riot has been suppressed. The rat soldier entered the command post, saluted, and reported back. The rat commander, who was reading the document, hummed, then seemed to suddenly react, looked at the rat soldier and asked, "What riot?" "There was a riot in the city just now. Our residents had a dispute with the undead," said the rat soldier. "Having a dispute with the undead? How did you suppress it?" The commander's face turned very ugly. He had a bad feeling. "Report to the commander. We have wiped out all the undead." The rat soldier held his head high and said proudly, "What? The undead were destroyed by you?" The commander slammed the table and said with a changed face, Yes." The rat soldier found that his commander was not happy but angry. After hesitating for a moment, he still answered, "Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to conflict with the undead? Why did you attack them?" The commander roared. "They attacked us first." The rat soldier replied righteously. "Tell me in detail," the commander asked after calming down. "Yes." The rat soldier told his commander what he had heard. In the depiction of the ratmen, there is no young ratman intercepting the undead and making them leave their bodies. Instead, the undead surrounded the young ratman and wanted to attack him. The radical elements who initially attacked the undead were also described by the ratman soldiers as rats of the loving race, who had done nothing wrong but achieved great things. After their warriors arrived, they cooperated with the residents of the city to eliminate the undead. The rat soldier felt that he had explained the situation very clearly, and there was nothing wrong with it. But the commander sensed that something was wrong. He sat down, thinking over the words of the rat soldier, trying to find out what was wrong with his feelings. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "Where are those young people?" The rat soldier was stunned. He really hadn't noticed those young men. Do you need to see them?" The commander nodded and took a deep breath. "They were the ones who caused this incident, so I have to ask them about it. Go find them for me." The rat soldier responded and hurried out to look for someone. After waiting for a while, the rat soldier finally came back, followed by several young rats with their heads lowered. The ratman commander leaned sideways, holding his cheek with his left hand, looking at the young ratman coldly. "Commander, the person has been brought here," said the soldier. The commander nodded and signaled that he could go out. The rat soldier saluted and retreated silently. Several young ratmen carefully glanced at the rat soldiers who went out, lowered their heads and looked at their toes, appearing even more restrained. The ratman commander was even more certain that the situation was definitely not as simple as the ratman soldier said. "Raise your head." Several young ratmen raised their heads, panic in their eyes. The commander sat up, looked at the young ratman, and asked, "What's going on? Why did the undead attack you?" "As far as I know, the undead have always been peaceful. They only come to collect corpses and rarely have conflicts with us, let alone besiege us." Facing the commander's questioning, the young ratman tensed up. Those skeletons, are up to something bad." The commander saw through this lie instantly. The storms he had experienced were incomparable to those of the young ratmen. It would be funny if the commander couldn't tell whether the man was lying or not. He slammed the table hard and shouted angrily, "Tell me, what did you do? Do you want to become a sinner of the rat people?" The young ratmen were startled and looked at each other, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Things have come to this point, and are completely different from what they originally wanted to do. At this point, if they told the truth, the punishment that followed would definitely be hard for them to accept. The only thing to do is to deny it to the end. Anyway, all the undead are dead, and no one can verify it with them. Even if they refuse to admit it, no one can do anything about it. We didn't know what was going on. They suddenly surrounded us. Yes, the undead attacked us first. It's not our fault. The young rats summoned up their courage and spoke loudly to the commander. "Good job. You are still acting with me here?" The commander snorted in his heart. If it were any other situation, he would be able to applaud the young people and praise their courage. But now, he only felt anger in his heart. The commander said coldly, "You better think about it. I'm giving you a chance now. Tell the truth. If I find out something myself that doesn't match what you said, it will be a serious crime. Please spare our lives." "Commander, this is our fault. Our fault." Just when a few young rat men were about to continue holding on, a young man suddenly knelt on the ground and howled loudly. The young rats' faces suddenly changed, and they looked angrily at the frightened rat man. "What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. It's clearly the undead's fault." Before the rat men could finish their words, the commander stood up and shouted, Shut up. Then he looked at the rat man kneeling on the ground and asked, Tell me, what's going on? The rat man had collapsed and told everything that had happened without hiding anything. The commander's face turned extremely ugly after hearing this. This is trouble. This is a big trouble. He looked at the young men in front of him, his eyes spitting fire. Because of these guys, it is very likely that the rat men will go to war with the undead, which will make the situation worse. He knew about the current situation of the Skaven. They were at war with the trolls, and were being attacked by the harpies at the same time. They were having a great time. Now that we have to go to war with the undead, things are going to be difficult. Whether the dead will forgive, it's almost a no-brainer. What is the relationship between the undead and the ratmen? It's just an employment relationship. If you kill their employees, is it possible for them to swallow their anger? If it were me, I would never tolerate such a thing. No race can tolerate it. This matter is no longer something he can decide. He has to tell the city lord and let him solve it. TSK. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Here comes the opportunity. Li Ziyu looked at the message coming from the Soul Network, and a smile appeared on his face. What's the matter? Zhang Peng looked over and saw Li Ziyu's happy smile, and couldn't help asking. This is a good thing. The rat people gave me an excuse to send out troops, Li Ziyu said with a laugh. The rat man is so stupid. What's going on? Lu Xingxing also perked up. He didn't care about the fight. He just wanted to listen to the gossip. Li Ziyu told the two people what had just happened. The undead surrounded the young ratman, and the ratman warriors attacked the undead and killed many of them. It's really an opportunity. Zhang Peng nodded after listening. There are tens of thousands of undead in Butler and the city-state. If Li Ziyu uses this as an excuse to start a war, no one will be able to blame him. It was the ratman himself who gave Li Ziyu the opportunity to start a war. The undead are gathering and stationed at the border, ready to attack the ratman territory at any time. Li Ziyu gave orders to the undead in the Soul Network without any hesitation. The undead remaining in the undead territory immediately moved, gathering from all directions and rushing to the border, forming a terrifying undead army. Chapter 326, Seeking Help from the Holy Temple. The territory of the Ratmen, the capital of the Ratmen, and the Imperial Palace. The Rat King hurriedly walked into the meeting room from outside and asked loudly, Who can explain why the undead suddenly increased their troops at the border? Just now, the Rat King suddenly received an emergency report, which stated that the undead suddenly increased their forces at the border, and the number of forces was extremely terrifying. This is not a good sign. No race would increase its military forces on the border for no reason, as that would arouse the vigilance and precautions of its neighbors, and destroy the original relationship. The Ratman King recalled, and he couldn't figure out the reason why the undead increased their troops. Although things were rather chaotic in recent times, the relationship between the Ratman and the undead was still pretty good, and the two sides were still cooperating. The officials in the office of the Director Hall stopped the job in their hands and looked at the Mouse Emperor. The young official stood up and said, Great Emperor. The undead's reinforcements this time are probably due to Butler and the city-state. Butler and Polis? The Rat King recalled and then remembered the city-state. He couldn't help but wonder. Butler and the city-state. I remember it was a city-state near the Harpy. It should be far away from the undead. Why would the undead increase their troops because of Butler and the city-state? The young official picked up a report and said to the Rat King, We received an urgent report from Butler and his rat soldiers, saying that the undead in the city were causing chaos and were killed by Butler and his rat soldiers. The mouse man heard the words, and immediately grabbed the report from the young officials. At a glance, he threw it aside. Get ready. We need to communicate with the dead. We want to avoid fighting. The officials took action again. Sire received an order from the Ratman royal family, asking him to take people to meet the undead. This is a death order. There is no right to refuse. Sire had no choice but to take the Ratman envoy directly to the Rat border city. He knew that the undead had increased their troops at the border, but he was not sure why. When they came to the border city of the Rat, they failed to enter the city. They were stopped by a white-boned sword guard outside the city. They could see that the undead was prepared for a long time, and the white-boned sword guard waited for them. I am the Ratman merchant. Sale. Greetings to the undead messenger. Sale saluted. The bone sword guard was unmoved and asked knowingly, Sire, why did you come directly to Rat Death Border City? You know the rules. You can't come here without communication. Sayer smiled bitterly and said, I know the rules. But the Skaven messenger has arrived, and we want to meet the great undead. White Bone Sword Guard looked at the Mouse Man messenger group behind Sail, nodded. Say, what are you doing? The Ratman envoy knew that it was his turn to take action. So he took a step forward and came in front of the Bone Sword Guard. First of all, the gift of the Mouse Man was urgent. We want to know why nobles increased their strength on the border. The Bone Sword Guard said calmly. Because our undead were treated unfairly in the Ratman territory. The Mouse Messenger is also prepared. He knows that the other party will say this. And quickly say, no, I think you may make mistakes. The nobles have always got along well with us. The things that Bartlor harmonize is because the nobles undead will attack our talents. Liziu, who was far away in the fortress of the undead, received messages in real time through the soul network, and the eyes of the undead allowed him to see everything. The words of the Ratman messenger made him smile coldly. I'm afraid that none of the Ratmen know the details of what happened as clearly as he does. Not to mention the undead. Even if the undead does not occupy, your rats cannot kill so many undeads and kill them. Under the command of Liziu, the Bone Sword Guard said to the Rat Emissary, if you haven't figured out who is right and who is wrong, then there is no need to come and talk. I don't want to waste time on this matter. The Mouse Messenger said quickly, ask you to give us some time. Temporarily retreat from the undead on the border. We will find out things and give you a satisfactory answer. The Bone Sword Guard said calmly, how can you satisfy me? Leave Butler and the city-state to me? That's naturally not. The Mouse Messenger shook his head quickly. We can investigate. If we do wrong, we will make mistakes for making mistakes. The Bone Sword Guard snorted and said disdainfully, do you know how many undead souls we lost? Do you think that's a matter of a few people? No matter what the reason is. You shouldn't treat us undead souls like this. Hand over Butler and the city-state, or we will go to war. The Ratman envoy had an extremely unhappy expression on his face. He could see that the other party had no intention of negotiating with him at all, and was heading straight for a war. If it is often, he will not be used to the undead in front of him. Come on. Let's start a war, and see who is afraid of who. But it's not possible now. The Ratmen are facing internal and external troubles. If the undead come, it will be a big trouble. He has to find a way to appease the undead. After the Bone Sword Guards left, the Ratman envoy also returned to the Alimaha city-state. Bo Crack and Mike Harold, the owner of the upper and lower cities of Ire Mahaha, also paid attention to the undead of the border. If the undead start a war, their city-state of Ilmaha will be the first to bear the brunt. To this day, they have already understood the undead, but they do not feel that they can block the undead's offense with the Ire Mahaha city-state. The undead is different from what the rats thought. They are not weak, but they are very powerful. Look at the border soldiers. So many. The number is so much that people are not pointed. And the high sense of war and horrible momentum all prove the extraordinariness of the undead. Bo and Mike hurried over after returning to Ire Mahaha to ask about the negotiation. What disappointed them was that the Mouse Messenger did not bring any good news. And the undead said that they would not compromise. What do the Bartler and the city-state do? Are they crazy? Why go to the undead? Boza roared angrily. And he felt that his good days were almost ending. Although Maxikei did not speak, his expression was exactly the same as Pose's. From the time they took over the city-state of Ilmaha until now, they have been getting along very happily with the undead. The products of the undead are best-selling goods. Whether it is in Ire Mahaha or other city-state, it is the same best-selling goods. If you want to sell the undead goods, you must pass the Ire Mahahachi city-state. This taxation makes Ire Maha wealthy. In the future, Ire Maha will become better and better. As a result, Badler and the city-state are so wealthy. What they need to consider now is whether Ire Mahaha city-state can still exist. Is there nothing else? After Bozer cursed for a while, he asked the Mouse Messenger. The undead won't give in. I feel like they have wanted to attack us for a long time, but they just never had the chance. The Ratman Messenger said this. This was the feeling he got from the Bone Sword Guards. The undead had no intention of reconciliation at all. He didn't believe that the undead had lost so many people. So he planned to go to war with the Ratmen. That doesn't make sense. After the Ratmen began to trade with the undead, they had a better understanding of what kind of race the undead were. Similarly, the undead should also know how powerful the Ratmen were. But even though everyone knows the other side's situation, the undead have no intention of compromising and they want war right away. Is this normal? The three rat people sighed and kept talking about their own thoughts. If they wanted to resolve this crisis, each idea was omitted and could not guarantee practical implementation. The timing chosen by the undead is really cunning. At this time, the rats are the most difficult times. While facing double-sided operations, while fighting with the trolls, they also have to deal with the Eagle Banshee. No matter how many ratman troops there are or how strong their combat effectiveness is, it is not easy for them to face a large number of enemies. With the addition of the undead, the ratman messenger feels that the ratman cannot hold on. St. Hall? Otherwise, let's ask the temple to shoot. McKin suddenly thought of something and suggested to the mouse messenger. Temple? What temple? Percy looked at McKin blankly and asked puzzledly. The messenger was shocked and looked at McKin in surprise. How can you know the hall? Don't worry about how I know about the Holy Temple. If we ask the Holy Temple to take action, there should still be a chance to ease the situation. Right? McKin didn't want to explain how he knew about the Holy Temple. He just wanted to know whether the Holy Temple could solve the current problem. The messenger thought for a while and said uncertainly, "This matter is not what we can do. We must communicate with the Emperor." That's not fast to communicate. Boss didn't know what the temple was, but it seemed that the Holy Church seemed to suppress the undead and hurriedly screamed. The Ratman envoy thought for a long time and finally decided to write a letter to the Emperor, asking him to ask the temple to take action. The Holy Temple is an extremely mysterious organization in the central area. Very few people know about the Holy Temple, even among the Ratman royal family. Those who know about the existence of the Holy Temple are only high-ranking figures who hold real power. The Ratman messenger knows about the Holy Temple also because he is a member of the Ratman royal family. So the Ratman messenger was very surprised that McKin knew about the temple. As a mysterious force, the temple has the ability to regulate the war of all ethnic groups. No one knows how many people in the Holy Church. They only know that the fighting power of the Holy Church is absolutely outstanding, which is the power to change the situation of the war. If one wants to ask the Holy Temple for help, the resources required would be enough to cause serious damage to any powerful tribe in the central area. However, it is probably better to expend resources than to be attacked by the undead. The Rat King received the news from the Rat Messenger. When he saw that the solution required the intervention of the Holy Temple, his face twitched. Does this guy know what he is talking about? If the Holy Temple were to ask them to take action, the economy of the Ratmen would regress by decades or even hundreds of years. The message also clearly told the Emperor that delaying time was useless, as the undead had made up their minds and they were going to attack the Ratmen. The Emperor understood what the messenger meant. The hidden meaning was that the undead wanted to take advantage of the war between the Ratmen and the two tribes and wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the Ratmen, taking advantage of others' misfortune. These undead are indeed not simple. They have bad intentions. If I had known this earlier, I should have taken action against the undead earlier and destroyed them. Now the Rat King dare not act rashly. He doesn't dare to fight. Not to mention the undead soldiers stationed at the border. There are also quite a few of them in the Ratman's territory. Once they break out in the Ratman territory, these undead will instantly spread everywhere in the Ratman territory, making the Ratman army run for their lives. Even if the undead turn around and deal with the Ratmen, the infected and demons will no longer be suppressed and will wreak havoc on the Ratmen, making it even more difficult to deal with them. At that time, the Ratmen were facing enemies from all sides. After thinking about it, the best option is to spend a lot of money to ask the temple to help. As the scope of the battle became wider and wider, the Rat King knew that he did not have many choices, and he had to make a quick decision. Find the temple and ask it to help solve this crisis of the undead. The border between the Ratmen and the undead. A figure wearing a cloak that covered his body tightly walked from the Ratman territory to the undead territory. The market, which was once bustling with activity, was now deserted. When the war was about to begin, the merchants had already received the news and fled. The undead spotted the unknown person, and the patrol slowly surrounded them, facing hundreds of skeletons and undead spirits. The man in the cloak stopped, looked around, shook his head, and stomped his feet on the ground. The diffusion waves spread from under his feet, shattering the skeleton undead while also extinguishing their soul fire, turning them back into the form of dry bones. The cloaked man did not look at the scattered bones. He raised his head to glance at the rat-dead border city standing in the wasteland and walked forward, feeling the extinguishing of their companion's soul fire. The undead suddenly became restless. They rushed in from all directions and surrounded the cloaked man in front of the Rat Death border city. Facing the undead that surrounded him, the cloaked man still maintained his forward momentum. With every step he took, a diffusion wave spread out, and the undead surrounding him instantly collapsed. Every time he moved forward, the soul fire of the skeleton undead was extinguished, until a group of undead in black armor appeared in front of him. The diffusion wave spread in front of the black warriors, and the runes on their armor flashed, offsetting the diffusion wave and causing no damage. Seeing this, the cloaked man finally raised his head, revealing a thin face. He had a pair of amber eyes, which showed wisdom. His fangs protruded from his lips. Mysterious runes were painted on the two smooth and shiny jade-like fangs. There was a hole in the middle. One fang had an animal bone nail pierced through it, and another fang had an animal bone ring on it. This is actually a troll. I come from the temple, and I want to see the Lord of the Undead. The troll looked at the black warrior and introduced himself. The black warrior looked at the dry bones shattered into pieces behind the troll and said coldly, "You have extinguished the fire of their souls. As an enemy, you will be granted eternal peace by us." As he spoke, the black warrior raised his two-handed sword and rushed towards the troll. The troll shook his head, opened his cloak, and stretched out his hand holding a staff. The staff, which was more than a person's height, was pointed at the black warrior who was rushing towards him. He did not chant any spells, but just pointed at the air and shouted, "Retreat!" Invisible energy gushed out from the staff, and runes lit up on the black warrior's armor. Trying to offset this force, the force and armor collided, quickly shattering the runes, and the black warriors were knocked flying. The troll put away his staff and walked forward calmly to the foot of the Rat Death border city. He looked up at the city wall and shouted, "Temple messenger, request to see the Lord of the Undead." His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the city. It didn't take long before more figures appeared on the city wall. In the middle was Li Ziyu, and on both sides were Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. The three of them were protected by guards and stood on the city wall. Li Ziyu frowned and glanced at the undead below, then looked at the troll wearing a cloak and looking up at him. "Troll, why did you come to my territory, and why do you want to kill my undead?" Li Ziyu asked loudly. "I come for peace. I wonder if the Lord of the Undead can calm his anger and control your undead so that they don't attack the rat men." The troll responded, "I don't feel peace. I only feel provocation. When you asked me not to attack the rat people, it seemed that you should first think about whether you can survive." Li Ziyu said unhappily. Chapter 327 Troll Shaman. Force is necessary to maintain peace. I have shown you my force, and I believe you can understand what I mean. The troll raised his head, looked at Li Ziyu standing on the city wall, and said calmly. He looked like a strong man showing off his muscles, saying, "I'm strong and powerful. Don't resist me. Just listen to me." Li Ziyu doesn't like such looks. The troll was threatening him. Obviously, the troll was proving that I have the ability to easily kill the undead under your command. And I can also easily kill you. Accept the troll's peace. Everything will be fine. It's good for you. It's good for me. It's good for everyone. And he will turn around and leave. But if he doesn't accept it, the trolls will teach Li Ziyu a lesson and then force him to accept it. Facing the threat of the troll, Li Ziyu was happy. "Well, indeed, you showed me your strength. And I think your strength is very good. Then, please allow me to show you mine." As he spoke, Li Ziyu turned around and shouted, "Damonlevsky, someone is knocking on the door. Vepta, come out to greet the guests." As he shouted, a figure soared into the sky in the Rat Death border city and fell heavily. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the ground. The troll looked towards the center of the pit, where a very strong and sturdy man was squatting. The big man lowered his head, so his eyes could not be seen, but a smile could be seen on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that came from the heart, just like a child seeing his parents buy him his favorite toy. Damonlevsky stood up straight and looked at the troll with burning eyes. The moment he raised his head, a powerful and violent aura burst out from Damonlevsky's body. Even the undead around him felt this aura and retreated. The troll who was facing this breath head-on suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Damonlevsky in front of him in disbelief. So strong. This power is so powerful. Who is he? Is it really human? This power should not be something that humans can possess. Feeling the impact coming towards him, The troll felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. There is a sense of coldness in the power. Are you from the Northern Territory? The troll asked uncertainly. Yeah. Damanlevsky nodded vigorously and said with a laugh. I didn't expect that someone would recognize me here. I'm very happy. Are you a hero? The troll raised his voice a lot and asked with surprise and astonishment. Even the news that the Lord of the Undead was a human did not surprise him to this extent. There are heroic tribes everywhere. But as long as they are heroic tribes, they are rare. Any heroic tribe represents one thing. That is, power. They are born strong. Without exception. Damanlevsky moved his neck and shoulders. His muscles bulged more violently, and he felt more powerful. Although Damanlevsky did not answer, the troll had already determined in his heart that the guy in front of him was definitely a hero from the Northern Territory. You are from the hero tribe. Why are you mixing with the undead? The troll asked in confusion. He did not wait for Damanlevsky's answer, but saw a strange guy flying out from the rat-dead border city. Void Lord. Bepta's appearance was so easy to recognize that the trolls didn't even need to ask. They could tell just by looking at him. He withdrew his gaze from Bepta and looked at Liziu again, his eyes full of deep meaning. This Lord of the Undead is no simple person. Not only do he have people from the Northern Territory Heroes clan under his command, but also the Lord of the Void. Wrong strategy. The troll sighed in his heart. If he had known that the other party had such a powerful subordinate, he would definitely not have considered annihilating the soul fire of those undead to demonstrate his own strength. This is really a bit stupid to do. Facing Bepta flying in the air and Damanlevsky walking out of the pit step by step, the troll took off his cloak and revealed his true face. He was wearing clothes made of animal skins and linen, with various odds and ends hanging on them. He held a staff as tall as a person in his hand, and mysterious runes were painted on the exposed skin. This is a troll shaman. And it's not just any ordinary shaman, but a voodoo shaman. A rare and powerful magic profession among the trolls. Voodoo shaman has almost no shortcomings. They can use totem poles, shamanic blessings, voodoo, curses, magic, and divine arts. Whether it is ranged or melee combat, voodoo shaman is equally excellent. Let me see your strength again, and see whether the heroes and space lords are stronger, or you are stronger. Liziu leaned against the city wall and taunted loudly. You little bastard. You came here alone to show off to me. But I really made you look awesome. It's obvious that you have the ability to do so. And you still want to be a peacemaker. I'm coming. Damanlevsky pinched his knuckles to remind the troll shaman. Sound waves burst out under his feet, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. Divine art. The devil is coming. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, the troll used his magic without hesitation. A straight golden light from the sky shone on the troll like a spotlight, enveloping him. A figure emerged in the golden light. It was the shadow of a troll with muscles as thick as copper and iron. Damanlevsky's figure emerged, and his huge fist hit the troll shaman unrestrainedly, making a dull explosion. The thin troll shaman took Damanlevsky's punch head-on, but was protected by the troll shadow above his head and was unharmed. Retreat! The troll shaman drank it, and opened his hand to Damanlevsky's chest, and the invisible fluctuation exploded. After somersaulting in the air, Damanlevsky landed on the ground. He looked down at his chest, then looked at the troll, and the smile on his face grew even bigger. Interesting. This opponent is interesting. The troll lowered his hand, his heart trembling. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used magic directly. Otherwise this one punch would have cost him half his life. They are worthy of being a clan of heroes. Truly extraordinary. He waved the staff in his hand, and several totem poles appeared out of thin air, inserted into the ground, flashing with various colors of light. Circles of ripples spread out, adding various statuses to the troll shaman. After releasing the totem pole, he took off a bag from his waist, grabbed out an unknown powder from it, and threw it around. Voodoo. Voodoo is very effective against close combat warriors like Damanlevsky. It can poison or even curse them without them knowing. Even if it fails to kill them, it can weaken their fighting power. Damanlevsky rushed to the giant demon shaman again about the virgins that were thrown out. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, and Lu Xingxing stood on the city wall, looking at the battle below with great interest. Every punch hits the flesh. Isn't this better than the movie? The battle of the troll shaman is a mixture of magic and close combat. When facing a guy like Damanlevsky, He has no choice but to burst out with all his strength. And the light and shadow effects are maximized. Damanlevsky fully demonstrated his reckless side. Recklessly and boldly. With the movement of Damelsky's movements, the Vudia gradually incorporated into his body, and began to weaken his strength, reduce his physical strength, and gradually reduce his speed. The more he fought, the weaker Damanlevsky became, and he was no longer as brave as before. The troll shaman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opponent is a pure reckless man, and he is also the kind without a brain. He doesn't even care about his voodoo. It seems that I can win this battle. After feeling that his strength became weaker and weaker, Damelsky jumped backwards and opened the distance from the troll shaman. He moved his arms, feeling the restraint in his body, frowned, mobilized the energy in his body, and shook his body. The pores all over his body opened, and air mixed with coldness gushed out of the pores, forming a black cold mist around his body. The voodoo power that was absorbed into his body was simply sprayed out of his body by Damanlevsky. If voodoo could easily take care of him, then he didn't deserve to be called a hero. Come on. After spitting the voodoo out of his body, Damanlevsky felt relaxed and said to the troll shaman. The troll shaman looked at Damanlevsky in astonishment. He did not have seen his virus unlocked, but so easily unbuttoned his virus. He was still seen for the first time. Is this the hero clan? The troll shaman took a deep breath. It is not easy to deal with a clan of heroes. And there is also a void lord in the sky who has not taken any action. The troll shaman looked up at Bepter in the sky. Maybe I'm going to fail this time. No one expected that there would be heroes and void lords among the undead. When the rat people found the temple thought it was just an ordinary mediation. This is very common. There are always friction between race. Just like the central area now. Everyone is beating their brains out. But the Holy Church has never been in a hurry. They are confident in their ability to reconcile. The temple's means of reconciliation is simple and practical, which is deterrence by force. You have a powerful army. You have a strong warrior. You have endless wealth. You have advanced technology. But you only have one life. No ruler cares not about his life. And the temple is just the right place to make use of this. With their extremely powerful individual combat power, the people of the temple can threaten the life of the ruler. The church will advise you not to fight, not to start a war, and to give up this war. Peace is the most important thing. Of course, you can choose not to listen to the church and not accept the church's advice. Then the Saint Hall does not mind changing the ruler, and then suggest that the new ruler should not start war, rather than saying that the Holy Temple is a peacemaking organization. It is better to say that they are an extremely powerful killer organization. The deterrent power of the temple lies in the fact that if the ruler is disobedient, the ruler will be replaced. Faced with a choice between survival and war, people tend to choose survival. The temple has used this method for too long. Success in everything. Simple is exactly the best. But this time, the temple obviously failed. The emergence of the heroes and the void lords made the temple's deterrence worthless. The troll shaman couldn't defeat Damanlevsky, not even with Bepter's help. He couldn't even reach the undead lord. How can he threaten others? Troll shaman is having a hard time. Second round. Damanlevsky's muscles raised and rushed to the giant demon shaman. He hadn't exercised properly for a long time. He finally met an opponent like the troll shaman who was entertaining enough. But he didn't want to destroy the opponent so quickly. Axes were useless. They fought entirely with their fists. The troll shaman didn't have time to think and concentrated on dealing with Damanlevsky. Who do you think will win? Li Ziyu asked happily while watching the battle below. Of course it's Damanlevsky. Lu Xingxing shouted. This is almost a no-brainer. The troll shaman's magical light and shadow effects were very good, but they seemed to have no effect on Damanlevsky, who was suppressed. More importantly, Damanlevsky was able to easily suppress the troll shaman without using any weapons. Obviously, the heroes have not used their best. I feel too. Pung, have you heard of the Saint Hall? Li Ziyu turned his head and asked. He was curious about the Holy Church. The title of Shuntang is not curious. In the past novels, such a name has been more. What Li Ziyu was curious about was this force. He doesn't remember which race in the central area has the power such as the Saint Hall. Could it be a troll? But why do giants send someone to engage in themselves? Li Ziyu couldn't understand. According to the information obtained by Zhang Peng, the mouse and the troll are enemies. He has to hit the mouse, and he is equivalent to indirectly help the demons. How could they send someone to engage in themselves at this time? Even though the trolls are stupid and not smart, they will not confuse friend with foe. This question is also pondering Zhang Peng. As a person who controls intelligence, Zhang Peng has been collecting intelligence on various forces in the central area, but it seems that he really doesn't know about such a force as the Holy Temple. Judging from this troll shaman, the Templar is not just any ordinary organization. They possess very powerful military force. Failure to understand such an organization was a huge mistake. I'll check it carefully. Zhang Peng thought for a long time before saying this to Li Ziyu. Instead of checking, why not just ask directly? As Li Ziyu spoke, he leaned out and shouted to the people below. Damonlevsky, don't kill him. Keep him alive. I have something to ask you. Damonlevsky punched the troll shaman in the face with more than 10 punches, smashing the magic shield in front of the troll shaman that was flashing yellow light. Then he gave Li Ziyu a thumbs up, indicating that he understood. The troll shaman felt frightened when he saw this scene. How careless the battle is. When you fight with me, do you have a thumbs up? Underestimate me. The huge fist hit the troll shaman in the face. His face collapsed visibly, his cheeks sunken, and he was knocked away like a rag bag. The giant shaman flew out of the air for more than 10 meters, fell to the ground and bounced and rolled, and finally made a few meters to stop. Forehead, with blood foam mixed with groans. The troll shaman propped himself up and tried to stand up. A crystal-like spear shot down from the sky and pierced into the ground beside him. The man-shaman's body shocked, and the magic that had just condensed in his hand was dispersed. It was the warning of the Void Lord. He is lost. If you have to attack, he will take his life next time. The troll shaman was very happy, and chose not to resist anymore. The two sides are not enemies of the same level. The hero clan is too powerful. He can't defeat them, so he might as well surrender. Bepta! Damonlevsky raised his head and shouted in dissatisfaction. He died again. Betaba landed beside Damonlevsky and said calmly. Damonlevsky hummed helplessly and walked towards the troll shaman. Your mage is too unable to help, Damonlevsky said uncomfortably. Compared to fighting with magic professions, he still prefers fighting with warrior professions. The feeling of punching each other and killing each other is very cool. Unlike these magic professionals, they are unable to continue after being hit twice, and look weak and vulnerable. Boring. I'm not a mage. I'm a shaman. The troll shaman explained seriously. They are all the same and cannot be beaten. Damonlevsky didn't care whether it was a mage or a shaman. He reached out and grabbed the troll shaman, lifted him up in his hand, and walked towards the Rat Death border city. When he arrived at the gate, the city gate had already been opened. Li Ziyu and a group of people were waiting for him with smiles on their faces. Our hero has returned triumphantly. Chapter 328, War on the Rat People. Damonlevsky nodded to Li Ziyu and threw the troll shaman in front of him. Li Ziyu took a step back, and the poor troll shaman fell at his feet with a thud. Looking down at the troll shaman, Li Ziyu said helplessly to Damonlevsky, It's not a good idea to throw him over here. What if he attacks me? Bepta, hold him up. We need to ask some questions. Bepta was much more obedient than Damonlevsky. He stepped forward and mentioned the troll shaman, then followed Li Ziyu into the Rat Dead border city. In the dark secret room, the troll shaman was tied to a chair, and all the bits and pieces on his body were taken away. Sitting on the chair opposite was Li Ziyu, who had his legs crossed. It's no good for you to catch me. Let me go! The troll shaman glanced at Damonlevsky and Bepta, who were guarding on both sides of him, coughed, and said to Li Ziyu, You still haven't forgotten to threaten me at this time? I don't understand. Are you guys in the habit of threatening others? Have you ever considered that your life is in my hands now? Li Ziyu asked curiously. He just couldn't understand why these people always felt that threats would work. Even though he was tied up and turned into a prisoner, he still felt that he was capable. I'm not threatening you. If you catch me, the temple will not let you go, said the troll shaman with foam in his mouth. Shuntang. Tell me the temple. Li Ziyu raised his brows, and he finally heard something interesting. Mortals are not worthy of knowing the existence of the temple. The troll shaman sneered. Li Ziyu raised his hand and hit the troll shaman with a big punch, making him see stars. This kind of stuff is cheap. You can't talk to him properly. You tell him that you have been captured, and he tells you that I have someone behind me and will wait for my brother to come and kill you. You ask him who your elder brother is. He's so awesome and he wants to kill me. He told you that you don't deserve to know my elder brother. Isn't this crazy? Come, tell me, a mortal, about the holy temple. Li Ziyu said with a smile on his face, but cold eyes. You can't humiliate me like this. I am from the temple. I am a shaman. You have to give me the most basic respect. The troll shaman said angrily. Oh. Okay. It's the holy temple. Right. It's the shaman. Right. We have to respect it. Right. Come on. Hand me the knife. Li Ziyu shouted. Immediately, a skeleton undead stepped forward and placed a bone knife in Li Ziyu's open hand. Li Ziyu held the bone knife and directly rested on the troll shaman's neck, making him feel the cold of the blade. Mr. Shaman, you should know my identity. I am the Lord of the Undead. The highest respect and mercy for us undead is to grant you eternal rest. Well, to put it simply, it means killing you. Since you want this kind of respect, I can give it to you. As he spoke, Li Ziyu slowly pushed the bone knife inwards. The tip of the knife cut through the skin of the troll shaman, and a drop of blood oozed out. The troll shaman's expression suddenly changed. He forgot about this matter. The human in front of him was not a normal human, but the Lord of the Undead. How could the leader of that group of skeletons be a good person? The undead represent death. So what they say is really correct. Wait! The troll shaman shouted. What's wrong again? Li Ziyu asked with a sarcastic smile on his face. I don't need your respect anymore. Put the knife away. The troll shaman said quickly. He didn't want to throw his life here just because of a few words. That was totally unnecessary. Moreover, the other party is a ghost. Who knows if he will become a ghost after death? If I become a ghost and am still under the other party's jurisdiction, I will have to say whatever the other party asks. Right? Li Ziyu raised it and returned the bone knife to the bone-dead spirit. And another big force pocket fan was on the face of the troll. That's enough. Now, I ask and you answer. What exactly happened in the Holy Hall? Li Ziyu's patience was almost exhausted, and he didn't want to argue with the other party anymore. The troll shaman finally calmed down and started telling Li Ziyu what he knew about the temple. The temple is an ancient organization that has existed in the Central Zone for a very long time. It was established by the first races living in the Central Zone with the purpose of maintaining peace among the various races in the Central Zone. It is said that before the appearance of the temple, the central area experienced a long period of darkness. In that era, all races were fighting all the time and couldn't stop. They killed each other for land and resources. The powerful race became weak in the Long War and eventually disappeared in the Long River of history. Resources were not used to develop the race, but were used in wars, which resulted in the race being unable to develop at all and resources being consumed for no reason. Until a group of young people showed up. They came from different races, and there was even hatred between each other's races. But they eventually came together and became friends. They were faced with a very difficult choice. On the one hand, there were friends they knew well, and on the other hand, there were relatives in their own tribe. The young people don't want to separate, and they don't want to see their own race fighting all the time, and the tribal people living in poverty. So the temple appeared. They used every possible means to mediate the war, and got involved in various conflicts. This is how it is passed down from generation to generation. The young people at the beginning were not necessarily very strong. They mostly used the power in their hands. But later on, they took in many orphans and trained them as their successors. Until now, the people in the temple came from various races. They no longer had the power they had in the beginning, but instead possessed extremely powerful individual strength. After countless years of accumulation, the Holy Temple has no shortage of resources, and can easily cultivate strong people. Li Ziyu nodded as he listened. Wow! The waters in the central area are quite deep. There is such a hidden organization. It's like being in a movie. Keeping peace in the Central Zone? If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the enemy. After all, what Li Ziyu wants is to conquer the entire central area, and all races will be under the rule of the undead. Everyone is peaceful. Li Ziyu does not feel that he has the ability to conquer these strong clan by virtue of the undead. There was no chaos. If these guys made trouble, then their own goals would not be achieved. After the troll shaman finished speaking, Li Ziyu asked, From what I know, the various tribes are fighting each other now. The ratmen are attacking the trolls, and they are also being attacked by the harpies. It's a two-front war. Why don't you go find them, but come to trouble me instead? This made him very confused. I can be considered to have joined the war relatively late. Even if I want to maintain peace, I can't find the Lord of the Undead. If you want peace, you should at least deal with races like trolls and ratmen. In response to Li Ziyu's question, the troll shaman did not hide it, and said directly, "The ratmen paid for it." Li Ziyu's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say, "Aren't you a killer organization? We'll help whoever pays the most." The troll shaman's expression froze slightly, and he explained, "That's not the case. We are responsible for mediation. If you don't follow our advice, we won't take action against you. Listen. What do people say? I am the Lord of the Undead after all. You said I would listen to you, so I have to listen to you. Do I still have any face? This face is too big." Thinking of a possibility, Li Ziyu asked again, "If you go to the rat people like this, will they agree to stop?" This time the troll shaman didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Yes." Li Ziyu looked surprised and asked, "Really? Don't the ratmen have any experts? Won't they beat you to death?" The troll shaman shook his head. "I will not appear before the Skaven king. I will leave him a letter. If he does not stop, I will kill him." Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the troll shaman speechlessly. "Isn't this still a killer? So, why do you dare to come to me so brazenly?" The troll shaman said somewhat embarrassedly, "Because I am not familiar with the undead." "Good job. I am quite satisfied with your answer. How long have the undead been in the central area? If the Holy Temple can find out the details within this period of time, then Li Ziyu will feel terrified." After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu asked the troll, "How many people are there in your temple now?" The troll kept silent and stared at Li Ziyu. He could tell Li Ziyu what was going on in the temple, but he could not tell Li Ziyu the specific situation inside the temple. "What I just said was all allowed by the church. That's all the other races know. But when asked how many people were in the temple, I definitely couldn't tell you. This is a confidential matter, and I can't tell anyone else." Seeing this, Li Ziyu was amused and raised his hand to threaten. "Do you want mercy, or do you want a big fuss? Choose for yourself. Why are they so similar to the villains in European and American movies? Anyway, if you ask, I won't tell you. Just show your loyalty. But as long as you hit me or scold me, I will be like pouring beans and answer whatever you ask." Li Ziyu never figured out why. Was she being a masochist? She had to be beaten before she would behave herself. The troll shaman looked at him calmly and said softly, "I choose mercy." Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment. His hand in the air froze there, as if he didn't hear clearly. He asked again, "What did you say just now?" The troll shaman spoke again in that calm voice. "I say, I choose mercy." Putting down his hand, Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes and said with a click of the tongue, "Change people. Damanlevsky. Bepta. I leave this guy to you. Tell him everything he knows." Li Ziyu has no problem threatening with a big pussy bag. But when it comes to forcing a confession, Li Ziyu feels that he is not up to it. After all, his previous life was a peaceful society, and he was not a vicious criminal. He really couldn't bring himself to torture and extract a confession. After handing the troll shaman to the two people, Li Ziyu stood up and left. Walking out of the secret room, Li Ziyu looked at Zhang Peng, who was waiting outside. "Get ready for war. Have you finished your research? What is going on in the Holy Temple? I'm still asking Damanlevsky and Bepta. Start a war right away. Well, don't worry too much about the temple. This time you can add a pretext to send assassins to kill them. If the ratmen send anyone again, you don't have to care." That's good. The evidence is now in the hands of outsiders." Zhang Peng smiled after hearing this. Damanlevsky and Bepta didn't let Li Ziyu wait too long, as they still knew the methods of interrogation. The troll shaman lost half his life and finally couldn't bear it anymore and died. There are about 200 core members in the temple and about 10,000 peripheral members. The peripheral members are just auxiliary members, who usually take care of the lives of the core members, get some supplies, and deal with some minor problems. Although they are peripheral members, their fighting power is not weaker than the elite races in the central area. Compared to the core members, the peripheral members are nothing. People like Troll Shaman can only be considered the last among the core members. When talking about this with Li Ziyu, Damanlevsky seemed very excited. He had found something fun. Apparently, the sanctuary would be his new toy. The undead declared all-out war on the Skaven. The reason is that the ratmen attacked the undead wantonly and sent assassins to kill the Lord of the Undead. This news spread in all directions from the Undead territory, causing all the races in the melee to pause for a moment. Ha ha! May our ancestors bless us. The Ratmen are digging their own graves. They are seeking death. Great. The trolls are celebrating. They have a new ally. And a very powerful ally at that. Internal and external troubles, and the constant loss of territory, caused the trolls great headaches. At the same time, facing the strong invasion of races such as Ratmen and apes, the trolls have been unable to resist. This is the result of the support of allies such as the Harpy. The joining of the Undead is great news for them. What is the Rat King doing? Are you looking for trouble with the Undead at this time? You think your life is too long? Not knowing the exact situation, the Ratman allies who received the news were confused. They couldn't understand why the Ratmen would go looking for trouble with the Undead at this time. They knew that the Undead were able to survive in the central area by biting off a piece of flesh from the Ratmen. Judging from this, the relationship between the Ratmen and the Undead should not be very good. But even if it's not that good, you can't go to war with the Undead at this time. At least we have to wait until the troll is dealt with. Right? Too irrational. The Undead have joined the battle? It's going to be a good show. These are the ignorant onlookers. There are always some cunning races. They have relations with trolls, Ratmen, and apes. But the relationship is not that deep, and they cannot be called allies. So they are just slacking off in this war that has swept the entire central area. Work without putting in any effort. They were thinking about how to benefit after the war. The more races involved, the better. The more chaotic it is, the better. How can you fish if the water is not muddy? Regardless of what other races think, the Undead are moving. After the declaration of all-out war against the Ratmen, the Undead army on the border immediately attacked the Ratmen. The first of these is the city-state of Ilmaha. Just as the two city lords had expected, the Ilmaha city-state was unable to withstand the attack of the Undead. The Undead Legion didn't even have too many concerns and took over the city-state of Ilmaha in just 3 days. Although they could not stop the Undead, Ilmaha's army still put up a heroic resistance, using all their might to fight against the Undead that were attacking the city. However, as Liziu was determined to attack the Rat people, he launched a massive bombardment, and almost all of the Ilmaha defenders were killed. When the Undead entered the city-state of Ilmaha, everyone was trembling. The wealthy nobles and merchants had already fled with their families before the Undead attacked, and only civilians and slaves remained in the city-state. Even though they have done business with the Undead, they are still afraid of these incarnations of death. Soul-born insect people, armored beetle people, and skeleton Undead poured into the city like a tide, occupied the streets, and opened the gate of the Ilmaha city-state. Then came the Black Warrior and the Skeleton Knight to enter the city-state. Both the above-ground city and the underground city were occupied. As the residents of the Ilmaha city-state were waiting to die, they discovered that the Undead had no intention of slaughtering them. As long as they don't resist, the Undead will ignore them. Soon, the first order of the Undead came from the dungeon. Those who resist will be killed without mercy, and those who accept the management of the dead and do not resist can continue to live in the city-state of Ilmaha and become new residents of Ilmaha. The Great Lord of the Dead will pardon civilians and slaves. Chapter 329, Deployment of Troops. Damn Undead. These treacherous guys deserve to die. Damn it! And the Holy Temple. Didn't they vow that they would be able to defeat the Undead? Why did the Undead attack anyway? It's all garbage. Garbage. Angry roars rang out from the Ratman Palace. The Ratman Emperor seemed to be crazy, spitting everywhere and emitting a green plague mist from his body. The waiters stayed far away. Even though they were resistant to the plague, they did not dare to touch the poisonous mist emitted from the Emperor. The Rat King was in a very bad mood. The Undead launched an all-out war, catching him off guard. When he went to the temple 2 days ago, he was still full of confidence and thought that he should focus all his energy on dealing with the trolls. Only a few days later, the Undead had already taken over the city-state of Ilmaha. Taking over the Ilmaha city-state was just the beginning. The Undead's pace did not stop. They were advancing on all fronts. According to the battle reports sent from the front line, the Undead troops are so numerous that it is impossible to tell how many there are. The quality of the Undead warriors is not that of rented Undead, but rather a powerful and highly combat-capable Undead force. The Rat people are having a hard time. In order to destroy the old rival, the trolls, in one fell swoop, the Ratmen mobilized nearly 1/3 of their troops and deployed them to the troll battlefield. Another one-third of the troops were deployed on the battlefield against the Harpy. It looks like only one-third of the troops are left. But this one-third of the troops were dispersed throughout the vast territory of the Ratmen. After being distributed to various city-states, there were actually not many troops left in each city-state. The Alimaha city-state is close to the Undead clan, so it really didn't withdraw many troops. In a sense, the current defense of the Alimaha city-state is much better than that of other city-states. But how many days did the Alimaha city-state last? 3 days? It took only 3 days for the Undead to break through. It cannot be said that there was no resistance at all. It's just that the resistance was ineffective. How could this not make the Emperor upset? The Ratmen do have a large population and many advanced technologies in warfare. But they cannot withstand a war on 3 fronts. Through trading with the Undead and renting Undead mercenaries, the Ratman King gained a deeper understanding of the Undead. This is definitely not an ordinary weak race. On the contrary, the Undead are very powerful. They have many advantages that other races do not have. For example, Undead warriors are almost sleepless and are more powerful at night. For example, the Undead warriors have almost endless loyalty to the Lord of the Undead, and they cannot be divided or won over. For example, due to its special appearance, it is impossible to plant spies among the Undead. For example, they don't need logistical supplies. These numerous advantages let the Ratman King know that the Undead are not weaker than the Trolls and Harpies at all. Dealing with Trolls and Harpies has already put the Ratmen in a tough battle. And now with the addition of the Undead, it is simply adding insult to injury. What made the Rat King even more disappointed was that there were a large number of Undead mercenaries in the Rat territory. These mercenaries could explode inside the territory at any time. And he couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like. In particular, there is a very special team among the mercenaries. They are a special kind of Undead. They hunt the infected faster than other Undead legions, have stronger combat power, and are extremely expansive. The infected people they hunt will quickly transform into Undead and join their team. At first, this behavior was a good thing. But now, this is a death warrant. According to the Rat King, the number of people in this team has reached over 1 million. It is a mine buried in the Rat territory. A mine that is more terrifying and dangerous than other mercenaries. Why the H? I was so blind as to want to hire this team in the first place? The Rat King regretted it deeply. There is no medicine for regret in the world. It is no longer possible to drive the tattooed skeleton out of the Rat people's territory. After the Undead launched a full-scale war, the royal think tank analyzed the current situation of the Ratmen and discovered with horror that the Ratmen were on the brink of collapse. If there is no way to deal with the Undead, the Ratmen will most likely fall apart in this war. There is even a danger of genocide. This is the biggest crisis the Rat people have ever experienced since they became powerful. The royal think tank calculated the current situation and found that the Skaven's army was the strongest in the Troll battlefield, with the best fighters, the most powerful weapons, and great results. However, the troops in the Troll battlefield cannot return to provide support. Once the Troll battlefield is evacuated, the Troll army will likely take advantage of the situation to counterattack and invade the Ratman territory, greatly compressing the Ratman front line and having the ability to threaten the Ratman capital, the city-state of Berlada. The same situation happened on the Harpy side. They were unable to withdraw their troops from the battlefield. The situation was even more serious than on the Troll battlefield. After the Undead's full-scale attack, the Ratmen will face the possibility of the mercenary group turning against them. This means that the infected and demons will be left unchecked. In other words, after the war with the Undead, the Ratmen will also have to face attacks from the infected and demons. It was not just the 3 tribes attack that the Rat King had expected, but also an attack from 1 or even 2 more forces. The Ratmen are about to face an unprecedented shock. After venting his impotent and furious roar, the Rat King finally regained his composure, controlled the plague fog, absorbed it back into his body, and regained his usual majesty. He hurriedly left the hall where he was and headed for the operations meeting room. In the combat meeting room, the Ratman royal think tank and high-ranking Ratman military officers had been waiting for a long time. The Emperor has arrived. The guard at the door opened the door and shouted inside. When the Rat King came in, everyone was intensely studying the battlefield situation and analyzing strategic deployment. The conference room was in chaos, mixed with the sounds of quarrels and insults. Seeing the Emperor's arrival, the conference room suddenly became quiet, and all the Rat people looked at the Emperor and saluted him. No need to salute. Let's talk about the current situation. How do we solve the current trouble? The Rat King waved his hand, motioning everyone to stand up. No need to salute. He hurriedly walked to the center seat and sat down. Then asked the rats present, Your Majesty, I think we should contact the Holy Temple and let it solve this trouble and force the undead to retreat. An old ratman stepped forward and said tremblingly, Don't worry about the Holy Temple. They are useless. This emperor has already contacted them. They failed to stop the undead. Let's talk about something else. The Rat King waved his hand and said bluntly, We can consider withdrawing a part of the troops from the Troll battlefield and the Harpy battlefield respectively, and deploy them to the battlefield against the undead. As long as we can stop the enemy for a while, and hold out until the outcome of the Troll battlefield is decided, we will have enough ability to deal with the undead. A middle-aged ratman officer vowed. You know nothing. We must not withdraw the troops from those two battlefields. They are our graveyard. Once we withdraw the troops, it means that we will not be able to quickly solve the troubles on the Troll battlefield. Moreover, the Harpies may use their flying advantage to break through our defenses and directly kill their way to the capital. What should we do then? Before the Rat King could speak, the people in the think tank started shouting and cursing. Oh, this won't work. And that won't work either. Your think tank is so powerful. Why don't you give us a solution? The middle-aged rat officer didn't tolerate the people in the rat think tank, and asked with a sneer. Okay, I asked you to discuss how to deal with the undead legion, not to quarrel with each other. The Rat King stopped the meaningless quarrel between the two sides with a dark face. It's already this late. The undead are attacking. And yet, you still have the mind to make a quarrel? It's really inappropriate for the occasion. Faced with the anger of the Rat King, both sides tacitly stopped fighting and all looked at the king, waiting for him to make a decision. The Rat King pinched his whiskers, thought for a moment and said, The troops in the Troll battlefield and the Harpy battlefield cannot move. Our men have already achieved rich results in the Troll battlefield. We cannot give up those achievements at this time. It would be disrespectful to the dead men and would chill the hearts of the warriors. It might also allow the Trolls to recover. As for the Harpies, the think tank is right. We can't relax. Those Harpies have advantages that we don't have. They move too fast. If we draw troops from the battlefield, they may succeed in breaking through. Give the order to mobilize the legions of each city-state to reinforce the battlefield of the undead. Prioritize the city-states attacked by the undead to slow down the undead's progress. The Emperor gave the order while thinking. The Emperor is wise. The Ratman think tank shouted. In their opinion, this is the best solution at present. The Ratman think tank thought so. But the Ratman officers did not think so. They have always been at odds with think tanks, believing them to be a bunch of trash who are only good at talking big but have no battlefield experience. The real battlefield is far more difficult than the think tank imagined. Your Majesty, even if we withdraw troops, we cannot stop the undead legion. We can't withdraw all the legions from every city-state. The city-state will not allow us to do so. Immediately, a legion stood up and raised questions. As an officer who had worked his way up from the bottom, he had a deep understanding of the legions in various city-states. The city-state legions have become corrupt. In order to deal with the Troll battlefield and the Harpy battlefield, almost all the elite legions from each city-state have been drawn out. The remaining legions, apart from those with empty salaries, the old and weak, have low combat effectiveness. And there is also a group of second-generation officials and businessmen who come here to gild their own reputations. These legions are unable to go to the battlefield and have almost no combat effectiveness. To be honest, for the officers who are familiar with the Skaven Legion below, after the opening of the Troll battlefield and the Harpy battlefield, there are almost no corps available in the various city-states in the Skaven territory. Even if a group of legions were forcibly transferred there, they would just be sending themselves to death and would be unable to stop the undead attack. In addition, the Emperor must ultimately obtain the opinions of all city-states. The Ratmen are a city-state society. To put it bluntly, the capital, Balada, is the strongest and largest of all the Ratman city-states, so all other city-states obey it. But if the city-state really wants to completely sacrifice its own interests to fulfill the city-state of Balada, it is impossible. The Ratman city-state is a relatively independent existence. During the Troll battlefield, it was promised that after conquering the Trolls, huge benefits would be given to each city-state, which is why the elite legions and high-end weapons in each city-state were mobilized. When it came to the Harpy battlefield, It was to protect the territory of the Ratmen. The lips and teeth are interdependent, and the Ratmen's territory is relatively safe. The Emperor also talked for a long time before letting the various city-states send troops. Now that the undead are attacking, how can we expect the city-states to send out troops? Even if it is an order from the Emperor, the city-state will refuse. The remaining soldiers were all unreliable, and if they were to be withdrawn, it would mean that each city-state would be in a dilemma of having no soldiers available. If they were to encounter a sneak attack by the undead, they would really have no way to resist. It would be strange if they agreed. The Ratman officers felt that the Emperor was too optimistic. No. We must draw troops from various city-states. We have no other choice. Pass on my imperial order to forcibly mobilize the troops. The Rat King interrupted the Rat officer's subsequent explanation and spoke domineeringly. Every Rat King has the right to issue compulsory orders 3 times. Once used, all city-states must unconditionally obey the compulsory orders. This is one of the reasons why the Ratmen have remained strong. And it also prevents Ratman city-states from rebelling. If any city-state does not comply with the right of compulsory command, other city-states can besiege and attack it. Your Majesty, even if we forcibly mobilize our troops, it is impossible to stop the undead. The strength of our remaining corps is too weak, said the Ratman officer anxiously. He felt that the Emperor didn't understand what he meant at all. This is no longer a question of forced mobilization of troops, but rather a question of mobilizing troops, but making them useless. Do we really have to count on the old, weak, sick and disabled people, and the old soldiers? If this is the case, it would be better to just open the city gate and welcome the undead into the city. Do you think this Emperor hasn't thought of this? Do you think this Emperor doesn't know about your little troubles? Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. First mobilize the troops, and let them stop the undead. The Rat King became angrier as he spoke. As the actual controller of the Ratmen, how could he know nothing? The emperors of the Ratmen have never been fools. They deeply understand the importance of the army, and have always been paying attention to the movements of the army. The emperor knew very well what the Ratman army was like. He knew that his elite troops were gone, and the remaining 1/3 of the Ratman army were all unreliable. But now, no matter how unreliable it is, we have to push forward. Otherwise it will be really over. He needed this garbage to buy a little time. What other options does the emperor have? A Ratman officer asked in confusion. Pass on my second imperial order, forcibly mobilizing the noble Ratman's private soldiers and rushing to the battlefield of the undead. When the Rat King said this, a sneer appeared on his face. It's not that the Ratmen don't have an army, but at least half of the elite Ratmen are in the hands of the nobles. Those are private soldiers raised by the nobles with their own financial resources. The combat effectiveness of these private soldiers is even stronger than that of the elite troops of the Ratmen. The nobles usually act with impunity because they have the protection of these private soldiers. Sometimes the elders and nobles would even threaten the emperor because they had their own private soldiers. This time I'll make you spit it all out. Right and proper. The Ratmen have reached their most critical moment. This is when the nobles make offerings. Either he would die at the hands of the Rat King for resisting forced orders, or he would die on the battlefield fighting the undead. The former will be nailed to the Ratman's rack of shame, while the latter will be treated as a hero. One stone, two birds. Not only did we deal with the undead, but we also killed those ignorant nobles and elders. How great! Hearing the emperor's words, the officers were stunned. They are nobles too. The emperor is asking them to die. Careless. When the rat officers were at a loss, the rat think tanks were happy and kept shouting that the emperor was wise. Okay. That's settled. The emperor ignored the officers whose faces turned extremely ugly, stood up, and left the combat meeting room. Chapter 330. Cannon carriages go to battle. Hurry. Hurry. Climb up the city wall. Don't hesitate. Anyone who retreats will die. Don't tell me who you are or who you are. Here, there are only brave warriors of the rat people. The undead will not care about your identities. Pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. In the Ratman city-state of Tekal, on the city wall, the Ratman commanders and Ratman warlords roared at the top of their lungs, pushing those Ratman soldiers who were too timid to climb up the city wall to form a defense. Half a month has passed since the undead declared war on the Ratmen, broke through the border between the Ratmen and the undead, and started an all-out war. The undead are advancing triumphantly, sweeping across city-states and heading deep into the Ratman territory. They have already completely conquered 3 city-states. 3 city-states are not just 3 cities. City-states are different from cities. City-states are also called city-states, which refer to independent, autonomous, separate towns or cities as the center of the country. In other words, each Ratman city-state is equivalent to a small country of the Ratman tribe. This is why the city-state would not obey the orders of the Rat King, because they are independent. In a sense, the various city-states of the Ratmen are an alliance, and together they form the large group of Ratmen. The Ratman Emperor is equivalent to the most powerful one among the city-states, and is the leader elected by all the city-states. In the Ratman city-state, there are not only cities, but also villages, farmlands, and unique customs and habits. City-states often use city walls to enclose land, and the area enclosed by the walls is the territory owned by the city-state. The Undead conquered 3 city-states, which was equivalent to conquering 3 countries, except that the countries were relatively small, and did not have such a large territory. The Undead advanced rapidly all the way, and encountered almost no strong resistance. After taking over 3 city-states, they finally reached Tekal, a city-state known as the Ratman Fortress. Tekal is an ancient Ratman city-state, one of the earliest city-states established after the Ratmen came to the central area. The original Tekar city-state was only a small area, with a city and 4 villages of vassal races. Other arable land was transformed into fields for planting and grazing to provide food for the people living in this city-state. During the period when the Ratmen had not yet gained a foothold in the central area, the city-state had to consider not how to develop the army and war technology, but defense. They had to resist invasions from other races and ensure that the city-state would not fall easily. The ruler of the city-state of Tekal at that time was a down-to-earth man. He did not have any big ambitions. For him, survival might be more important than anything else. So the policy of the ruler at that time was build high walls and store up grain. All research and development, all available resources, were piled on the city walls. Combined with the arable land in the city-state, Tekal successfully became one of the surviving ancient city-states. The later rulers of Tekal continued the style of the original rulers and worked hard on defense. Even when it came to war technology, they focused their efforts on defense. The philosophy of rulers of all dynasties is basically the same. That is, before launching an attack, at least make sure you won't die easily. After many years of development, the initial area of Tekar city-state is not enough. They have begun to expand outward, constantly build new walls, and apply their most advanced technology and magic to the city wall to defend possible enemies. Even among the Ratmen, Tekal is a well-known turtle city-state, and is known as the Ratman Fortress. This was clearly a mockery from the Ratmen. But when the Undead invaded, Tekar became the hope to stop the Undead. The mighty Undead army was approaching slowly from a distance, and the Ratman soldiers, who had climbed onto the wall facing the Undead army, were shaking in their legs. They moved their fingers, constantly relaxing and tightening their weapons, looking with horror at the densely packed Undead army that was approaching like a swarm of ants. Even though they had weapons in their hands, and even though they were standing on city walls that had been reinforced countless times, they still couldn't hide the uneasiness in their hearts. They are not elite, and are not even as good as ordinary Ratman warriors. They were just a group of old and weak people. A group of old soldiers. A group of people who had never thought about going to the battlefield. They could show off their might in front of the Ratman civilians and slaves. But when facing the terrifying Undead, they perform even worse than ordinary people. The Rat soldiers standing in the front could already see the Undead army clearly, and could see those strange-looking soul-born insects and armored beetle people. There were several inconspicuous floating objects in the sky, suspended high in the sky, overlooking the city-state of Tekal. Those are the eyes of the dead. The reason why the Undead were able to win victory after victory and easily conquer 3 Ratman city-states, including Ilmaha, was largely due to the eye of the Undead. Through the eyes of the Undead, Liziu and the Undead can know each other's deployment in real time, taking advantage of the information gap. It's like cheating. The importance of information in war is self-evident. I know. But you don't. Even if you have better weapons, you will still suffer a great loss. It's not easy to deal with the city-state this time. Through the eyes of the dead, Liziu looked down at the city-state of Tekal and muttered to himself. Seen from the sky, the city-state of Tekal located in the wasteland looks like 5 circular rings that are stacked together from small to large. In the empty spaces, there are regular longitudinal walls connecting the circular walls, dividing the space into independent spaces of different sizes. Just like isolation chambers, there are many independent spaces, and many independent spaces gathered together make the Tekle city-state like a maze. The walls of Tekle become shorter from the inside to the outside. The innermost layer of the city wall is more than 50 meters high, while the outermost layer is less than 20 meters high. Compared with the 3 city-states we dealt with before, the defense capabilities of the Tekle city-state are almost maxed out. It was as if he had anticipated an attack from a powerful enemy, and therefore designed his city-state in this way. At the same time, Zhang Peng and his team also used the eyes of the undead to observe. This was because Li Ziyu authorized them to use it. After looking carefully for a while, Li Ziyu turned around and returned to the tent, which was the temporary combat meeting room of the undead. He did not drive his own undead fortress over. It is reasonable for the undead to attack the ratmen, and other races are also happy to see it happen. At least for now. No race has announced that it will take action against the undead. But if he brings his own undead fortress over, the nature of the situation will change. It will become a fight between time travelers and indigenous people. It is not certain whether other races will just stand by and watch. In order to maintain stability, Li Ziyu threw the undead fortress into the undead territory. The undead fortress cannot be used, but Zhang Peng's rat fortress can be used. After all, it is advancing by digging holes underground, and the probability of being discovered is very small. Li Ziyu came here in the rat fortress, and so did Lu Xingxing. Entering the combat meeting room, there is a huge sand table in the center. As the sand surged, the shape of the city-state of Tekle was formed. Every detail was clear. This is a sand table made by Lu Xingxing. Its original purpose was to hunt for treasures, such as underground tombs and lost cities. However, Zhang Peng chose it and used it as a sand table for use during wartime. Several people walked around the sand table, studying it and trying to guess where would be the best place to attack. They did the same thing in the previous attacks on the Ratman city-states. They used the eyes of the undead to observe, built a city-state model through a sand table, and then looked for a breakthrough to attack the city-state in one fell swoop. As long as the city wall outside the city-state is broken through, it will be impossible for the other side to resist the vast number of undead. The undead will pour into the city-state through the gap like a tide, and occupy the city-state with numbers. I have used it 3 times in a row, and the results are very good. But it didn't work so well on Tekle's side. They did not find any obvious shortcomings from the sand table model, and the opponent's defense facilities were very complete. The outermost city wall is more than 20 meters high and very thick. If it were just a brick and stone structure, there wouldn't be a big problem. I'm just worried about other defensive capabilities. Li Ziyu touched his chin and spoke while walking around the sand table. They have made partitions. Even if we find a breakthrough like before, it will be useless. The partitions inside the city wall will block the undead's way, Zhang Peng said, pointing to the partition walls in the 2 circles on the model. Yeah, that's what worries me too. Li Ziyu frowned and nodded. How about trying it underground? Lu Xingxing suggested. Zhang Peng looked at Lu Xingxing speechlessly, as if he was looking at a fool. What's the matter? Brother Peng? Your fortress has been upgraded to a fortress. The speed of drilling holes is so fast. Can't we just rush it underground? Lu Xingxing said in confusion. Let's not talk about whether the Tekle city-state has deployed defenses underground. Let's just say that we are dealing with the Radmen. Their base camp is underground. If I drill through, it would be like delivering myself to their mouths, Zhang Peng retorted, rolling his eyes. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that the Ratmen can demolish your fortress in such a short time. As long as you hold on, the undead will rush in. You don't have to worry about the trouble of building city walls, Lu Xingxing said, as a matter of course. Xingxing, please explain to me why the boss didn't drive the undead fortress over here. Nor did he let you drive the treasure-hunting cat fortress over here, but instead drove my rat fortress over here. Zhang Peng looked at Lu Xingxing calmly and said, Of course, it's to avoid exposing myself, Lu Xingxing said after a moment of surprise. He knew why, and he could think this through clearly. So if I put the rat fortress in front of them, I won't expose myself. Right? Are you planning to let the boss massacre the whole city and silence them after the war? Zhang Peng felt that every time Lu Xingxing came in front of him and Li Ziyu, he turned into a brainless guy and threw his IQ to waste. Lu Xingxing finally reacted and smiled embarrassedly. He likes adventure and doesn't like war. Moreover, when Li Ziyu is around, he doesn't have to worry about anything and just has to follow orders. It was just as Zhang Peng guessed. Whenever Zhang Peng and Li Ziyu were around, Lu Xingxing would throw his brain to the wind and always act stupidly. I didn't find any obvious defensive flaws. So it's a bit difficult to find a weakness to break through. Let's try a strong attack first to see what Tickle's defense is like. And then we'll decide. Li Ziyu said after Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing finished arguing. That's the only way. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. Let's launch a test attack first. The undead are moving. They're about to attack. Prepare for defense. The Ratman commander on the wall of Tekel, who had been keeping an eye on the movements of the undead, saw the movement of the undead army and quickly gave orders. All the Ratman soldiers perked up at this moment, looking in the direction of the undead without even daring to breathe. The dense swarm of undead souls continued to surge and disperse. From the rear, more than a dozen huge metal objects spewing steam slowly moved to the front. Gun! That's a cannon. Activate the defensive formation. The Ratmen are no strangers to cannons. They also have cannons. And although they look different, they can still recognize what they are. Bone tower type gun carriage. Weapons. 2-stage telescopic howitzer 200mm caliber. Cheap bone bombardment. Introduction. The undead use psychic energy and steam to successfully develop a mobile artillery vehicle with certain combat capabilities. The cheap bone tower artillery vehicle is epic making. And it was the first artillery vehicle that allowed the undead to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The advantage is that they can bombard far away and cause explosions at the same time. The disadvantage is that they are too large, slow to move, have a long interval between shots, and the SH/LS can curse. Requirements: 1,000 pieces of heavy steel plates, 200 steam pipes, 1 psychic steam engine, 3 psychic cores. The dozen or so cannons that moved out from the Undead Legion were the gadgets developed by Li Ziyu through mechanical technology. He finally unlocked the technology related to cannons, and the cheap bone tower-shaped artillery vehicle was one of them. The first 3 city-states could be conquered thanks to the help of the tower-shaped artillery vehicle. The cheap bone bombardment bomb can not only effectively kill the rat soldiers, but also destroy the city walls. The cheap bone tower-type gun carriage has a body made of thick metal plates, which effectively protects the steam structure inside. It is trapezoidal in shape, with a tray with wheels underneath, on which the body can be dragged and moved slowly. There is a 3.5-meter long 2-section barrel on top. The range can reach about 7 to 10 kilometers. Because it was developed by the undead, the bone tower-shaped artillery vehicle can move and load on its own, and can aim and shoot at targets according to Li Ziyu's requirements. It's considered fully automatic, and after setting a target, he can attack on his own, one after another. The artillery vehicles move slowly from the back to the front. The bottom of the tower unfolded and 4 sturdy mechanical legs extended out, supporting the ground and fixing the body of the vehicle to prevent it from being pushed forward by the recoil when firing. The ammunition had already been stored inside the vehicle body. Let me go! I asked you to let me go! Don't touch me. I'll say it again. I don't want to be shot out. Get lost. Soon. Soul fluctuations were heard from inside the car body, and even an ordinary person could understand the meaning of the soul fluctuations. These soul fluctuations come from the cheap bone bombardment bombs. They are oversized skulls in the shape of perfect spheres, with a faint soul fire burning in the center and strange magic patterns, like circuit boards carved on the outside. The artillery carriage turned a deaf ear to the curses of the cheap bone bombardment SH/LS. They were rolled into a circular groove and then loaded into the gun barrel with a bias. No matter how they cursed, they could not change what happened next. Li Ziyu walked out of the combat meeting room and looked at the Tacker city-state through the eyes of the undead. The Soul Network transmitted the information that the Bone Tower-type artillery vehicle had been loaded and was ready for attack. Attack! Li Ziyu gave the order in the Soul Network. Boom boom boom. The 2 sections were the telescopic muzzle, and thick white mist gushed out from the trapezoidal body. Large skulls that were cursing were shot out and flew towards the outermost wall of the Tekel city-state. The cheap bone bombardment bombs in the air are still constantly stirring up the fire of the soul and emitting soul fluctuations. Just wait. I won't give in just like that. I will be back. Shit. It's making me dizzy and I'm going to vomit. Chapter 331 Finding Weaknesses. The soul fluctuations of the cheap bone bombardment bombs spread far away, and even the rat soldiers on the city wall heard it. They were stunned. What are those things? Why can you curse while flying in the sky? Before they could figure it out, the bone bomb hit the transparent magic protective shield in midair and exploded with a loud bang. Blue flames spread along with the shock wave. and ripples appeared on the magic shield. A mere dozen or so cheap bone bombardments were like child's play to the magic shield of the Tekl city-state and failed to cause any damage. Even the bone fragments that fell after the explosion of the cheap bone bomb were blocked by the protective shield. Watching this scene from a distance, Li Ziyu smacked his lips. It is true. Just say that the city wall is not that simple. Without breaking the magic shield, there is no way to deal with the ratmen inside. Judging from the reactions of more than a dozen SHLs, the magic shield of the Tekl city-state is very strong. I don't know how many cannon shots are needed to break this magic shield. Li Ziyu didn't have any particularly good means to deal with the magic shield. He could only use the most stupid method of saturation attack. Use attacks to consume the power of the magic shield, or forcibly destroy the magic shield to make it ineffective. This is not difficult for him, but it is quite energy consuming. He built 200 of the cheap bone tower type artillery vehicles, and there would definitely be no problem in bombarding the city walls. The main problem was that the consumption of cheap bone bombardment SHLs would be very high. This is how you use resources to pile up. The most brainless way. The rat soldiers on the city wall were frightened by the explosion. They all shrank their heads and looked at the locations of the explosions with nervous expressions. The rat soldiers felt relieved when they saw that the flames and shock waves were blocked by the magic shield and quickly dissipated, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared before their eyes. It's useless. Ha ha ha. The undead's attack is useless. They can't break through our attack. Come on. Damned undead. Come on. The rat soldiers stood up, their previous fear gone, and they vented their previous nervous emotions. If you can't get in, what should I be afraid of? They jumped up and down, swore, and shouted loudly. Even the rat commander had a smile on his face. The undead's battle record is really terrifying. In just half a month, they destroyed 3 city-states. The officers were under a lot of pressure. Who knows if the undead have any special weapons? What if the protective shield of the Tekl city-state is useless? That would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, the undead's attack failed to break through the protective shield. The smile flashed across his face, and the commander quickly retracted his expression, becoming stern again. Tell them not to be too complacent. That was just a tentative attack by the undead legion. Their real attack has not come yet, said the Ratman commander. Those were just a few SHLs just now. The commander saw it clearly. He didn't think the undead's attacks would be just a few strikes. If it were that simple, other city-states would not have been conquered by the undead. Just as the Ratman commander expected. After the exploratory attack, the undead immediately took new actions. One after another, the bone tower-shaped artillery vehicles moved forward from the rear and lined up in a row in front of the undead formation. This scene made the rat soldiers feel cold in their hearts. They are now extremely grateful that they are defending the city-state of Tekl. Otherwise, who could withstand the bombing of the undead? Boom boom boom. One artillery vehicle after another opened fire, and one damn bombardment SHL after another rushed towards the city wall, cursing and exploding after hitting the protective shield. The diffusion wave caused by the explosion spread out continuously like raindrops falling in a pond and became one piece. It takes about 10 minutes to reload the ammunition of the bone tower-type gun carriage. The bombardment lasted for 3 full hours. But the protective shield of the Tekl city-state remained standing. And no matter how hard Li Ziyu blew it, there was no sign of it breaking. Hundreds of cheap bone bombardment bombs were fired, but there was no effect at all. Li Ziyu knew that it would not be possible to destroy the protective shield by just bombing like this. Not a single change. Stop it. Li Ziyu gave orders to the artillery vehicle in the Soul Network. He had to think of another way. If you want to destroy the magic shield, you must understand the magic shield. Li Ziyu, who had no way to deal with the magic shield of the Tekl city-state, had to go to the forum for help. There is already a large amount of information in the system forum, which is added bit by time travelers. It is very comprehensive and has everything. There are many posts about magic shields. As the simplest, most convenient, and most useful means of defense in the magic system, the magic shield has attracted a lot of attention. Among the time travelers, many have subordinates from magical races, and they can study magic shields more clearly. After some research, Li Ziyu discovered that there are many ways to break the magic shield. The simplest and dumbest method is the one he used, which is saturation attack. This method is very useful for single energy providing shields, as long as the attack frequency is high enough and the attack power is sufficient. The magic shield will quickly run out of energy. But it is useless against the circulating energy shield. The single energy providing magic shield is the simplest and most widely used. It is an energy point that provides energy for the entire shield. As long as the energy of the energy point is exhausted, the shield will collapse no matter how strong it is. The circulating energy shield is different. Multiple energy points provide energy for the shield. The energy is very sufficient, and it is difficult to consume the energy stored in all points by relying on saturation attacks. Moreover, this kind of multi-point protective shield can often be recharged at each point, which makes saturation attacks more difficult to succeed. There is also a type of multi-point protective shield that is more troublesome. It is of the absorption type and can absorb external magic, kinetic energy and other forces, continuously replenishing the energy of the energy points, and is extremely durable. In addition to using saturation attacks to destroy magic shields, there are many other types of methods. For example, a piercing attack. Aim at a point. Use an extremely powerful penetrating attack to destroy the magic shield at one time, or use continuous piercing to damage the shield. There are also types of destruction, such as magic banning, which directly eliminate the magic elements and make the magic shield disappear on its own. There are various ways to deal with magic shields, but these are not methods that Liziu can use. The only method that works is node attack. No matter what type of magic shield it is a kind of magic. Although it looks like it is made up of energy, it actually hides many energy transmission nodes. As long as the key nodes are controlled, the transmission of magic energy can be blocked, thus destroying the magic shield. This is a very skillful and easiest way to break through the magic shield. Finding the nodes of the magic shield is a very difficult task. It requires knowledge of magic power, magic, arrays, runes, seals, etc. Anyone who can do this is an extremely powerful magician. Does Liziu have such a magician in his hands? Oh, of course, no. His subordinates are a bunch of reckless men. Whether they have meat or not, they are all reckless. Letting them engage in close combat is fine, but asking them to find the nodes of the magic shield would be worse than letting them commit suicide. Do you think there is no way out? How can it be? If you can't do it yourself, find help. There are so many time travelers, and so many of them are doing business. They will always find a way. Liziu, who had studied the forum for a while, called Zhang Peng. Boss, are you looking for me? Zhang Peng came to Liziu sleepily and asked while rubbing his eyes. Well, I have something to talk to you about. Can you find a time traveler from a magical race? Liziu asked. Yes, I have transactions with many time travelers. Why are you looking for them? Zhang Peng asked puzzledly. Ask them if they have anything that can help find the magic shield node. Liziu told Zhang Peng about the post he saw on the forum, and Zhang Peng immediately understood. He nodded with a dazed look in his eyes, and Liziu knew that he must have opened the system and started contacting people. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Peng's eyes became alert again. He looked at Liziu and said, I found it. It is a magic scroll. When the shield is activated, you can use the magic scroll to observe the shield and find the node. One of the scrolls has a positioning mark function, which is more suitable for people like us who don't know magic. Zhang Peng told Liziu the introduction about the scroll sent by the other party. It is a scroll specially used for observing nodes. It can not only observe, but also mark the positions of nodes. Some nodes of magic shields are movable. If there are no marks, they may not be aligned accurately. Liziu was very satisfied and asked Zhang Peng to buy it. Such magic scrolls are not cheap, and the time travelers are not stupid. They know that anyone who buys such scrolls will be in trouble, so they will naturally raise the price. Zhang Peng talked for a long time, but the other party was determined not to bargain. It's like being manipulated, but there's nothing you can do about it. You have to buy it anyway. Fortunately, after such a long period of accumulation, Zhang Peng has sufficient resources in his hands, so buying some magic scrolls is not a big deal. What made him angry was that he felt he didn't get a good price. This is a great humiliation for Zhang Peng, who makes a living in business. But now everything depends on Liziu. As long as he can take over the Rat City state, the resources spent can be earned back sooner or later. Zhang Peng didn't buy them one roll at a time. He bought them directly in bulk and bought more than 100 rolls at one time. On the one hand, the items will definitely be needed in the battle between Liziu and the rat people later. So instead of going to others to buy them when the time comes, it is better to prepare them directly. On the other hand, if he can't use it, he can sell it for money. As a businessman, you can only make as much money as possible, and you will never lose money. With the system as the intermediate transmission channel, the transaction was very convenient, and the magic scroll soon arrived in Li Ziyu's hands. Li Ziyu took the magic scroll and looked at it over and over again. He felt it was very fresh. He always talks about magic. Magic. He has always been curious about magic. The magic scroll is 30 centimeters long and has an axis. Runes are written with special dyes, and the runes are used to spell out a magic circle on animal skin paper, which is then rolled up on the axis to create a magic scroll. It's easier said than done. If the magic circle is deformed while rolling, the magic scroll will be useless. If you want to make a magic scroll, you need to have a certain level of magical talent. Otherwise you can't do it. How do I use this thing? Li Ziyu asked curiously. According to the other party, just pull it open. The magic circle inside will activate itself, and then aim the animal skin paper at the protective shield. The magic circle will start to read and analyze the nodes of the protective array, and mark the important nodes at the same time. Zhang Peng said, as he looked at the message sent by the other party. So simple? Li Ziyu was a little bit unbelievable. He felt that even if there was a magic circle, he would have to use Wu Wu to chant a spell. Like Avada eating a big melon. It's too simple. It always feels unreal and uncool. Yes, that's right. It's that simple. Zhang Peng seemed to know what Li Ziyu was thinking and gave him a displeased look. Is it childish? Li Ziyu sighed. Well, my ambition to show off has been shattered. Go and break the opponent's protective shield first. Li Ziyu became energetic again when he thought about breaking the opponent's protective shield. Before using the scroll to read the nodes of the protective array, you must first make the protective shield emerge. Otherwise it cannot be read. This was easy to handle. Li Ziyu ran outside with the scroll and ordered the Jiangyu Tower artillery carriage to fire and bombard the Takrel city-state. Sure enough, a magic shield emerged. The sudden attack startled the bored Ratman soldiers on the city wall, who were staggering and resting. Hey! Again! What's the point of these undead? If you can't break the shield, you'll be pissed off. The startled rat soldiers cursed as they watched the fireworks exploding above their heads. At the beginning, they were very afraid that the protective shield would not hold up. But after the undead bombarded for 3 hours without any damage, the rat soldiers were no longer afraid. Anyway, I have a protective shield, so I won't die. Why should I be afraid? After resting for a short while, the undead started exploding again, which made them very unhappy. Save your energy. It's useless. This is the common thought of all the Ratman soldiers. They don't think that the undead have a way to break through the protective shield. If there was a way, they would have used it long ago. Why would they wait until now? Li Ziyu could not hear the curses from the rat soldiers on the city wall. After the protective shield appeared, Li Ziyu tore open the scroll in his hand and aimed it at the protective shield. The runes lit up one by one, and the magic circle began to work. Through the magic circle on the magic scroll, Li Ziyu saw the true appearance of the entire protective shield, which was a transparent cover like a pot lid covering the sky above the city-state. This is what the magic shield normally looks like. As the magic circle was activated, many densely moving sparks appeared on the protective shield. Li Ziyu didn't know what the spark was, but guessed it was related to the node. If there is someone who understands magic, he will tell him that it is the magical energy that is being transmitted. Soon, obvious lines appeared, and the entire protective shield turned into a grid. Those lines were the paths for the flow of magical energy. After a while, the connection points of the figures gradually lit up. These were the nodes, densely packed. Some nodes gradually become brighter and larger, and they are the key nodes with more magic. Finally, several special nodes are marked in red. These are the nodes that Li Ziyu needs to attack. The magic scroll was now ineffective. Its mission had been completed. Li Ziyu looked at the extremely dim runes, threw the parchment aside, and looked up at the protective shield. Sure enough, even without the assistance of the magic circle, he could see several red nodes on the magic protective shield that were constantly jumping. That's what tags are for. It's quite useful. Li Ziyu nodded with satisfaction. Hey, you little rats. Your hard times are coming. Stop firing. Reload. And listen to my command. Li Ziyu gave the order through the Soul Network. The SH. Ling suddenly stopped, and the gun carriage began to load ammunition silently. Li Ziyu stared at the nodes that kept changing positions, calculating silently in his mind. Take into account the time it takes them to change positions to avoid missing them. After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu finally gave the order. The artillery vehicle began to attack according to his instructions. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions. One sound is the firing. And one sound is the hit. Again! Damn undead. Won't you let me have a good rest? Yes. They are all dead. Don't come out. The rat soldiers began to shout and curse again. But the Ratman commander felt something was wrong. He looked up at the place where the SH. Ling was happening in surprise. And his face suddenly changed. The magic shield seems to have become weaker. Chapter 332 Breakthrough Defense. Pretty. Li Ziyu waved his fist. The artillery vehicle fired just now and accurately hit the node pointed out by Li Ziyu. The SH.L exploded at the node, and sparks flew above the red dot. The reaction this time was quite significant. Just like throwing a stone into a pool of water, causing ripples across the entire protective shield. Li Ziyu could see that the brightness of the red node had dimmed a lot after being bombarded. If you fire a few more shots like this, the node will go out. This is much more reliable than the previous indiscriminate bombing, saving time and effort. Just for this reason, the resources spent on buying magic scrolls were not wasted. After the attack was effective, Li Zijian no longer hesitated and commanded the artillery vehicle to continuously fire at the marked nodes. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of artillery fire rang out again. The rat soldier shouted and cursed without noticing. The Ratman commander's face became increasingly unsightly. He felt that something big was about to happen. Unlike before, this bombardment seemed very targeted. And after the bombardment, he could feel that the protective shield was getting weaker and weaker. The undead have found a way to destroy the shield. As soon as this thought came to mind, the Ratman commander was immediately frightened. No way. No way. If the undead find the weakness of the shield, then they will be in real trouble. The commander became anxious. We can't delay this any longer. If we delay any further, something big will happen. Fight back. They have to fight back. When those old and weak soldiers, as well as veteran soldiers, came, they brought a lot of weapons, including many catapults, cannons, and other weapons. However, the number of that kind of weapons is relatively small. Previously, such weapons were supplied first to the Troll battlefield and the Harpy battlefield, and there are not many left. I originally wanted to save my energy and wait until the undead attacked the city in large numbers before catching them off guard. Now it seems that the funds have been mobilized in advance. If you don't destroy the opponent's cannon, your protective shield may really be broken by the opponent. Destroy those cannons. Quick! Mobilize the weapons and destroy the cannons. The Ratman commander shouted his orders. The Ratman soldiers on the city wall, who were still shouting and cursing, were bewildered when they heard the order. Why did they suddenly fight back? It took them a while to realize that this was a military order. At the urging of the governor, the soldiers finally started to move, pushing catapults and cannons onto the city walls. Just as they were dealing with the catapults and cannons, the cheap bone artillery carts were bombarding the protective shield with shot after shot, constantly weakening the nodes. The rats prepared to counterattack before the protective shield was broken. Aim at the enemy's cannon. Fire! Looking up at the increasingly weaker protective shield, the Ratman commander couldn't wait any longer. He had to take action. Following the order, catapults and cannons launched an attack on the undead positions. In fact, the catapults and cannons of the Ratmen are much better than the artillery cart in Li Ziyu's hand. High accuracy and long range. After all, the rat people are specialized in long-range attacks, such as catapults and cannons, and they put much more effort into them than Li Ziyu. When you add the accumulation of time, the effect will definitely not be bad. The only thing is that the Ratman's catapults and cannons are not automatic, and the people who operate them are a group of old, weak and veteran soldiers. They had not even received formal training. They had to figure out where the switch was and how to fire, not to mention aiming. It would be good enough if we could load the SH.LS and fire them. In this case, the effect can be imagined. Some of the SH.LS exploded not far outside the city wall before they had even traveled a mile, creating a crater in the ground and killing many innocent flowers, plants and insects. Some of them were shot too far and hit directly into the pile of undead behind. One of the SH.LS happened to fall into the team of elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors and exploded, knocking down dozens of elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Fortunately, most of them were blown to pieces. But the flexible fire was still there. Not many people can hit the bone tower-shaped artillery position. And that's all just luck. Like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Even so, Li Ziyu was shocked. Oh shit. It turns out the enemy also has long-range weapons. And the range is much longer than that of the artillery vehicle. But the aim seems to be too poor. Where exactly is it supposed to hit? Do you want to blow up my artillery vehicle or the undead army? Li Ziyu scratched his head, not understanding what the other party meant. But he knew he had to speed up. The other party fought back, which meant that they had found a way to deal with them. Aim. Aim and fire. I told you to shoot the undead's cannons, not to blow holes in the ground. Don't shoot too far. The Ratman commander was so angry that he jumped up and down. There were not many catapults and cannons, and not much ammunition either. So they could not be wasted like that. These guys are really bad at nothing. After a scolding, the rat soldiers became more serious. But it's no use even if you take it seriously. Catapults? Cannons? Can a group of untrained rat soldiers just use them? They don't know how to calculate the angles at all. So they fire based on their feelings. And where the shots hit depends entirely on the blessings of their ancestors. After 3 rounds of firing, not many of the undead's cannons were destroyed. But a lot of their own ammunition was consumed. And the Ratman commander was almost fainted from anger. Just as the rat soldiers were preparing for the 4th round of attack. A sound like breaking glass suddenly came from above their heads. They looked up blankly, and what they saw were shattered fragments in the sky as crystal clear as snowflakes. Which was like a dream. What's this? Some ratmen subconsciously reached out to catch the fragments. But the fragments gradually dissipated in the air, and disappeared without a trace. Boom! Sparks suddenly exploded on the city wall. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, along with the howling of the rat soldiers. The sudden explosion woke the rat soldiers up. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the explosion. But what they saw was flames rising into the sky, and a mess on the ground. What happened? Why did the explosion happen on the city wall? The rat soldiers were stunned, and had not yet reacted. Boom! There was another explosion. And hundreds of rat soldiers standing densely together were blown away. Now the rat soldiers realized that they were being attacked. The ones attacking them were none other than the undead. The undead's cannons can already hit the city walls. Where is the protective shield? Why didn't we stop the enemy's artillery fire? The rat soldiers suddenly realized that the dreamlike fragments just now were the broken protective shield. Without the protective shield, the artillery fire mercilessly vented onto the city walls, blasting them everywhere and making the rat soldiers cry for their parents. They stopped shouting and cursing now. They just hated that the city wall was too hard and they couldn't dig more holes underground. Cool. Compared to the Ratman, Li Ziyu was extremely happy. Finally broke the defense shield. Boom. Boom. I wonder how you can stop me. Oh. Right. There's also the city wall. Hit the city wall and knock it down. Under Li Ziyu's command, some artillery vehicles turned their guns and aimed at the walls of Taker, bombarding them indiscriminately. Unfortunately, the defense of the city wall was stronger than the magic shield. And after bombarding it for a long time, not even a corner fell off. Seeing this, Li Ziyu stopped firing the artillery at the city walls and continued to bombard the rat soldiers. At the same time, he ordered the undead legion to attack. Climb the city. The soulborn insects and armored beetle men have replaced the skeleton undead and become the main force of the charge. Consumables on the battlefield. And the most valuable cannon fodder. Under the cover of artillery fire, the soulborn insect people and the armored beetle people moved. They rushed towards the city wall, and the friction between their joints made a crackling sound. Defense. The undead are attacking. Take up arms. On the city wall, the Ratman commander looked at the insect people who were coming like a tide. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, his orders were in vain. Even the governor was unable to organize the manpower. The rat soldiers had been suppressed by the artillery fire, and could not even raise their heads. They were running away in panic, not to mention organizing an attack on the undead. They wished they could jump off the city wall to avoid the bombardment. The Ratman commander felt his heart sank when he saw the rats on the city wall. The soulborn insect people and the armored beetle people had already reached the foot of the city wall at this time, and they began to climb up along the wall. The city wall's defense system was activated. The insect men that had just climbed up fell down one after another. The wall became very slippery. as if it were coated with oil. And then a raging fire ignited. There was a howling wind, and vines were waving in the sky. Various magic spells were displayed, causing the insects to fall off the city walls continuously. Some insect people were broken up, but they quickly regrouped and tried to climb the city wall again. Some of them had their soul shattered and turned into a pile of bones. The companions continued to climb up by stepping on the bones. They feel no pain, no fear, and will not be afraid of the death of their companions. Their morale is high, and as long as their master does not order a retreat, they will carry out orders unswervingly. Corpses began to pile up under the city wall, and the speed at which the undead climbed the city walls was actually increasing, getting closer and closer to the top of the wall. Although I have watched this scene several times, I still feel shocked every time I watch it. Li Ziyu, who was far away, looked at the undead rushing towards the city wall, and said with emotion to Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng beside him. Every time he sees this way of climbing the city wall, he thinks of the movie World War Z. The undead will use the corpses of their companions as steps and move forward courageously. They fully express the meaning of the saying. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of hundreds of soldiers. Under the cover of artillery fire, the rats on the city walls were unable to form any effective resistance, and the occasional attacks could not cause much damage to the insect swarm. The Ratman commander looked at the Ratman soldiers, who had retreated to a safe area on the city wall, then looked at the undead, who were relying on corpses to keep rushing upwards, and gritted his teeth. These guys are really useless. Since you are so useless, just keep company with the dead. Maybe after you die, you will have the chance to become a ghost. At that time, you will become much braver. The commander, who was determined to do so, did not intend to wait for death with these worthless rat soldiers. He left with his personal guards, and also called away the warlords, who were constantly attacking the undead. These warlords are elite soldiers who have the courage to fight the undead, but they cannot die here. To die with a group of cowards is the greatest insult to a warrior. The Ratman soldiers were somewhat frightened and had been paying attention to the movements of their commander. They didn't dare to fight the undead for fear of death, but they guessed that their commander would not want to die here. Sure enough, the commander retreated without telling them. Damn it! The Ratmen discovered that their commander had retreated without telling them and cursed in their hearts. But their bodies were very obedient, and they quietly looked for opportunities to slip away. The warlords had all left, and no one cared about them. So it didn't matter if they were deserters. The departure of these Ratmen attracted the attention of other Ratmen. So there were fewer and fewer Ratmen on the city wall, and they all began to retreat. The undead finally climbed up the city wall, and started fighting with the remaining Ratmen, who had not been able to escape. Okay. The first step is done. With the help of the eyes of the undead, Li Ziyu had already seen some undead climbing up to the top of the city wall. He breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the SH Ling to stop. You must be kidding. If we continue to bombard them, we will only hurt our own people. I don't want my soul to be buried with those Ratmen. Soon, the city walls were occupied by the undead. But this is just the beginning. The undead that occupied the top of the city rushed down to the city below. He really pounced down. These insect people were too lazy to walk along the corridor. They simply jumped down from the city wall with their arms outstretched, like dumplings being dropped into the air. Insect people fell from the sky one by one. Pa pa pa. The insects fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. But they quickly reassembled themselves and charged forward, searching for living creatures everywhere. Knowing that the undead were coming, Taker had already cleared the area, and those who stayed behind were either diehards or people who had high hopes for Taker. Believing that the undead could not breach the city walls, these people suffered. Li Ziyu did not order who could not be attacked. So all living creatures in the city were targets of attack by the insect people. This is a state of war. If Li Ziyu could take over the entire city-state intact, he could give the same order as he did to the Alimaha city-state, telling the undead not to attack at will. But in a state of war, he couldn't tell which were the planes and which were the rebels. In order to win, he cannot be a saint. So everyone is his target of attack. The Ratman commander retreated with the governor, and as he left, he did not forget to give orders to seal off the area and isolate it. When the city-state of Takir was building the city wall, they considered what would happen if the wall was breached by the enemy. So they divided the city into lines. Walls were built between each area, and devices similar to dragon-breaking stones were set up. Once they fell, the entire area would be sealed off. If you want to reach other areas, you can only climb up the wall and then jumped down. The undead quickly occupied the breached area. Li Ziyu looked at the battlefield with the eyes of the undead, and found that the occupied area was a very small one. The division of areas is very useful for races like trolls and ratmen. It will take them a long time to break through the dragon-breaking stone, which can buy more time for the warriors of the Takkar city-state. These stolen items can help Takkur's warriors prepare for the next battle or an ambush. Partitions are useful for other races, but not so useful for the undead. Li Ziyu ordered the undead to disperse their forces, climb the partition walls, and invade the surrounding areas. Obviously, the Ratman commander had anticipated this. He did not flee to other partitions, but entered the next area through the city wall. He ordered the release of the undead to break through all the dragon-breaking stones on that layer, creating difficulties for the undead, and then sealed the next layer of the city wall. When it's time to give up, you need to give up. After the undead broke through the city wall, this area became difficult to defend. Instead of fighting a war of attrition with the undead in this area, it is better to give up and retreat to the next level. The Ratman commander knew what he had to do. What he had to do now was not to fight desperately with the undead, but to delay the undead's steps as much as possible and buy time. The Emperor has issued a mandatory order for the nobles to send out their private armies. But it takes time to assemble. As long as we can hold out until the private army reinforcements arrive, there will be a chance to resolve the danger of the undead. As the Ratman commander entered the next level of the city wall, the protective shield rose again, blocking the undead outside the city wall. Li Ziyu was not greedy, and asked the undead to organize the conquered territory first before attacking the next one. Chapter 333 Rat Reinforcements. They're able to struggle. Through the eyes of the dead, Li Ziyu observed the city-state of Takal, and expressed his feelings to Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and others around him. With the help of the magic scroll, the magic shield of the Takkar city-state basically became a decoration. Every time the shield was raised, Li Ziyu could find the node, and then destroy the shield by attacking the node. The further you go in, the higher the level of the magic shield. The more nodes there are, the higher the frequency of node position change, the more energy there is. And there are special effects. The living space is gradually shrinking, causing the rat people living in Takrel to feel increasingly panicked. When people are in extreme panic, they become hysterical and develop an inexplicable courage. The Takal civilians began to climb to the top of the city walls. They no longer relied on those useless soldiers, but took up weapons themselves to resist the attack of the undead. This adds a lot of trouble to the undead. 10 days have passed since attacking Takal, and the dead core has been promoted to the last layer of defense of Takal. As long as this place is captured, Takrel will fall and become the fourth city-state conquered by Li Ziyu. In order to defeat Takkar, Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng to sell a lot of props, which were all affected by the magic scroll. He found it easier to gain an advantage through those props. Before, Li Ziyu's thinking was a bit rigid, and he only wanted to use the undead legion to advance. In fact, this is not necessarily the case. Many time travelers have developed very well. They can sell a variety of resources and props. This is an advantage unique to time travelers. As time goes by, it will become increasingly difficult for the indigenous people to resist the crossers. Boss, the enemy's reinforcements are here. Zhang Peng, who was in a daze behind Li Ziyu, suddenly said. Huh? Where is it? Li Ziyu turned around suddenly. Zhang Peng's eyes became agile, and said to Li Ziyu in the distance, there are a lot of people there. There are hundreds of thousands of people, and the equipment is very good. Li Ziyu immediately mobilized the eyes of the undead and flew towards the direction Zhang Peng pointed. After the eye of the undead flew for a while in the sky, it saw a black shadow. When I got closer, I finally saw clearly that it was indeed the Ratman army. Hundreds of thousands of Ratmen gathered together, forming a huge sea of people. There are many flags erected in the Legion, and the patterns on each flag are different, giving a sense of déjà vu of ancient lords leading their private soldiers to war. What really caught Li Ziyu's attention was the equipment of this group of Ratmen. He saw many types of Ratman troops and equipment that he had never seen before. They are all elite. Li Ziyu realized at the first moment that the elite Ratmen had finally set out. At that time, the Rat people relied on the power of their clan to go to war with Batubu and the Alliance of Traversers, and won a great victory. Although the time traveler had been in this world for a relatively short time, he had not yet developed. But there were a lot of people in the league at that time. Even so, they could not be able to play rats. This is very telling. As a strong family in the central area, the Mouseman is not simple. After such a period of development, the undead of Liziu had formed a climate, and asked himself that he was not as afraid of the rats as before. But it does not mean that Liziu will look at the rats. Liziu could easily take over several city-states ahead. He knew very well that the reason they were able to quickly capture those city-states was not because the undead really had the ability to crush the ratmen, but because of a number of reasons coming together. The current Mouseman is facing two-way operations, fighting with the giants and the Hawk Banshee at the same time, which has made the rat's army concentrated on both sides, and the interior is relatively empty. The undead launched the attack suddenly, not giving the ratmen much time to prepare. Those three city-states were mostly based on commerce, and their own defenses were relatively weak. All these reasons combined allowed the undead legion under Liziu to capture the city-states so smoothly. Now that the mouse people have reacted and began to organize troops to start war, which means that the real war has just begun. For example, this ratman army that is heading towards the city-state of Takkar can be seen to be very powerful from their momentum and equipment. They have cavalry, artillery carts, catapults, engineering vehicles, heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, many types of troops. The effect of coordinated operations of various arms far exceeds the combat capability of a single arm. The ratman army was still a long way from reaching the city-state of Takkar, which was enough time for Liziu to prepare. Leave 2 million beetle people to continue the last layer of Taxel. Don't let them out. The rest of the undead gathered. The soul-raising people stood at the forefront. And then the Beetlam. Orders were issued one by one in an orderly manner. The undead besieging the city-state of Takrel immediately took action. The last line of defense of the city-state of Takrel. On top of the city wall. There are very few rat soldiers wearing regular army armor here. And most of them are civilians wearing cloth clothes. Most of them are covered in blood. Their faces are covered in mud. And their hair is stuck together because of sweat. Just like a group of beggars. They had been fighting for their lives with the undead for 2 days. And even with the support of the city walls, they had suffered heavy losses. This is because the city-state of Takel is known for its outstanding defense, and has always been considering what to do in case of an enemy attack, giving civilians a chance to resist the undead. Otherwise, they would have been breached long ago. The battle for 2 days made them exhausted, and almost both physical and mental limit reached the limit. The undead's attack never stopped. From day to night, and from night to day, the attacks continued and never stopped. The soldiers who defended the city had no time to rest at all. And even eating was extravagant. They never thought that one day, there would be such a high-intensity battle. The protective shield has been broken 3 times, and raised again 3 times. Every time the protective shield is broken, there is a bloody battle. The undead have special methods to deal with the protective shield. The shield will be broken in as short as 1 hour, or as long as 3 hours. This is also the only time for the soldiers defending the city, and the civilians to rest. The undead do not need to rest. They don't sleep or eat. They just keep attacking. The corpses of the undead under the city have piled up into a high mountain. The undead will rush up the city wall by stepping on the corpses of their companions. If this continues, those defending the city will be exhausted to death even without the undead attacking. They had witnessed the madness of the undead. Huh? The SH. Ling seems to have stopped. The rumbling sound gradually disappeared. A ratman poked his head out of the bunker, looked up at the sky, and said with some confusion. The other ratmen noticed this as well and looked up. Sure enough, those terrifying fireworks disappeared, and the protective shield disappeared again. Look! The undead are moving. They're moving outside. The undead has retreated. We won. Oh! Victory! Victory! The sharp-eyed ratman pointed at the undead that were starting to move outside and shouted. The rats looked and saw the undead slowly retreating. Although I do not know why. The LS have stopped and the undead is retreating, which is the best news for them. Victory! This is a great victory. All the ratmen guarding the city cheered, cried with joy, and shouted at the top of their lungs. More and more undead left. According to Li Zi's request, they went to the assembly point to prepare for the next war. After cheering for a long time, the rats discovered something was wrong. Indeed, most of the undead have left, but many still remain, and they still surround the city of Takkar. Why are there still undead souls? What are they going to do? We rushed out and killed them. There were not many people anymore. You are crazy. They just look small. But the actual number is a large number. The ratmen on the city wall looked at the undead, who stayed and surrounded them and talked. However, no matter what, the undead are not attacking for the time being, which is a good sign. At least they can take a break and don't have to fight desperately all the time. They are too tired. After the cheers, the emotions gradually stabilized and fatigue set in. The rats, who had been relying on their perseverance to hold on, could no longer hold on, and they lay on the city wall, staggering. Many people start snoring when they lie down. No matter what happens, we have to wait until they wake up. Commander, Commander, good news, the commander yelled. His tone was full of joy, and he rushed into the combat conference room. The Ratman commander, who was discussing with his subordinates how to resist the undead, raised his head angrily and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know where this is? Guards, drag him away." After days of fighting, not only did they fail to gain any advantage, but their living space was constantly squeezed by the undead. Seeing that Tacker was about to fall, the Ratman commander could no longer conceal his anger. He will take action against anyone who provokes him. Those subordinates, who did not dare to get out of the atmosphere, looked at the soldiers with compassion. Everyone knows that the commander is in a bad mood now. But you still come to provoke him. Isn't this just seeking death? Two guards stepped forward, grabbed the messenger's arms, and dragged him out. The messenger struggled hard and shouted loudly, "Commander, I'm here to tell you good news. Don't kill me. I'm here to tell you good news." The commander's face flashed with anger, and he was about to yell at him, but suddenly realized that the messenger was shouting good news. So he turned around in confusion and shouted to the guard, who was about to drag the messenger out, "Wait, bring him back." The guard stopped and dragged the messenger back. Walking up to the messenger, the commander stared at him with bloodshot eyes and said word by word, "Tell me what happened. If you can't explain it clearly, I will kill you." The messenger shuddered and said quickly, "Commander, the undead siege has stopped. Most of the undead have retreated, leaving only a small number of undead to besiege the city." He spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that if he spoke slowly, he would not have the chance to continue. "What? Impossible. Can you say that again?" The officers gathered around the conference table stood up one after another, with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were unbelievable, but they all stared at the messenger. The Ratman commander seemed to have been hit on the head with a club. He was a little dazed. He looked at the messenger and muttered, "Are you telling the truth?" The messenger nodded vigorously. "Really? I saw it with my own eyes." The SH. Ling outside has stopped. "Commander, you can go and see for yourself." Whoosh. All the Redmen present, including the Ratman commander, rushed out of the meeting room. Sky. Clear sky. There was silence in my ears. No more rumbling sound. The undead's bombardment really stopped. The commander stared at the sky for 2 seconds, pushed away the people around him, and ran towards the city wall like crazy. The other officers reacted and followed their commander towards the city wall. When we reached the city wall, the first thing we saw was a pile of fallen Ratmen. The commander's expression was startled, and he hurried forward to check. When I got closer, I heard thunderous snoring, and my heart was immediately relieved. It turned out that he was not dead, but fell asleep. With a sigh of relief, the commander walked around the sleeping soldiers and civilians, came to the top of the city wall and looked out. Originally, outside the city wall, there were densely packed undead souls covering the entire ground. Although there are still some now, the number is no longer comparable to before. I've retired. I'm really retired. The undead have left. Very good. The commander relaxed and the strength in his body receded like the tide, making his legs go weak. When he was about to fall, he reached out and grabbed the bricks to keep his balance. He let out a long sigh. Survived. Crisis resolved. Wait. Something's wrong. Where did the dead go? Why do you want to leave? They were clearly about to take over the city-state of Takrel. So why would they leave at this time? It doesn't make sense to withdraw troops suddenly. There's no reason not to eat the food that's right in front of your mouth. What on earth happened that caused the undead to stop attacking and leave so urgently? The commander's mind was spinning rapidly. It is a good thing that the undead are retreating, but it is not normal for them to retreat so quickly and so hastily. Something must have happened, which caused the undead to evacuate in such a panic. Enemy! Yes, only the enemy could make them so panicked that they gave up attacking Taker. They need to face the enemy. And in the Ratman territory, The enemies of the undead race. Reinforcements. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? The commander's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted to the officers around him. Reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? The officers were bewildered, looking at each other, and no one said a word. They were still immersed in joy, but when asked by the commander, they were immediately confused and didn't know how to answer. Seeing no one answer, the commander immediately became angry and yelled, "What are you all doing? You don't even know where our reinforcements are? Why are you standing here looking at me? Check it out for me now." The officers now reacted and immediately scattered like birds and beasts to inquire about the news of reinforcements. Not long after, an officer came running over breathlessly and told the commander that the reinforcements were not far from the city-state of Takrel. At this time, the officer also realized why the undead retreated. Because reinforcements are coming. No, that's not right. The undead are not retreating. They are going to fight the reinforcements. The officers were not fools. After they figured it out, they checked the direction of the undead's retreat, which happened to be the direction from which the reinforcements were coming. When the commander received the news, he was surprised at first, then frowned. The reinforcements are good news. Not only will they ease the crisis in the city-state of Taker, but they may also defeat the undead legion here. At this time, he should cooperate with the reinforcements to attack the undead from the front and back. However, looking at the ratmen lying on the ground on the city wall, the commander sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. The rubbish soldiers he led before were really useless, and those who later defended the city were all civilians. You can let civilians defend their own city-state. This is a choice made out of fear, the last hurrah of blood and courage. But it is ridiculous to expect civilians to rush out of the city walls and fight to the death with the undead. After all, these are civilians who have not received any military training. Their combat effectiveness is inherently worse than that of regular troops, and their morale is even more incomparable. The most important thing is that even if he wants to lead others to rush out, the civilians must dare to rush forward. The commander was powerless. All he could hope for was that the reinforcements could defeat the undead, and preferably completely crush the undead army. He took a deep breath. After several days of fierce fighting, the residents of Taker suffered heavy casualties. What he breathed into his nostrils was not fresh air, but a strong smell of blood and a disgusting stench. Chapter 334. The knight suffers a disadvantage. Information. Commander. The guard approached an exquisite animal cart with gorgeous patterns and looked very expensive, knocked on the wooden door, and spoke in a low voice. A gap opened under the wooden door. The guard was not surprised and passed the parchment with information written on it in his hand through the gap, then turned and left. Inside the animal cart, the assistant picked up the parchment and checked it, then walked to the rat commander and handed it over. I guess the undead should have discovered us and have already arranged themselves in formation. An old rat man with white hair, bright eyes, and a very kind look said jokingly, while taking the animal skin paper handed to him by his assistant and opening it. The information was sent by spies. Huh. I guessed right. Not a bit wrong. The Ratman commander just glanced at it and laughed out loud, looking very proud. You have always been very foresight, the assistant said flatteringly. No. I'm not that magical. Being able to predict everything is what the emperors do. I just have more experience. If you live to be my age, you can do the same. When you live long enough, many things are no longer secrets. The Ratman commander smiled and waved his hand. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do next? Should we go directly to war with the undead? On the other side, a Ratman assistant asked with a serious expression. If we start the war now, wouldn't that satisfy the undead? The Ratman commander shook his head and said, We have been walking for so long. The warriors are tired. And the undead, I'm afraid the skeletons won't feel tired. The serious-looking Ratman assistant nodded seriously. He understood what the Ratman commander meant. They had been traveling for a long time, and were exhausted, and their strength was running low. The soldiers were in bad shape, and starting a war at this time would be tantamount to giving the undead a chance. If you want to win, you must at least ensure that the soldiers are in a good mental state. Send the order, and ask the team to stop. The soldiers need to rest. There will be a tough battle coming up, the Ratman commander said to the assistant beside him. The assistant nodded, opened the car door, and went to pass on the message. The only people left in the carriage were the Ratman commander and his serious-looking assistant. Commander, If we stop to rest now, won't the undead take the initiative to attack us and start a war with us? Asked the assistant. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? The Ratman commander raised his eyebrows and said with a smile on his face. The assistant's face froze. He is a formal and old-fashioned man. He has been working with the commander for several years, but he still cannot adapt to the commander's mischievous way of speaking. He says half of the sentence and hides the other half. Anyway, he just doesn't like to tell the whole story. The assistant was very worried, because this time they had a Ratman force of more than 600,000. Basically private soldiers of various elders, nobles, and families. In terms of combat capability and weaponry, there is no problem at all. The biggest problem is coordination. Private soldiers are different from regular troops. The weapons and equipment of regular troops may not be better than those of private soldiers, and their physical fitness may not be better than that of private soldiers. But there is one thing: the military discipline of the regular army is much stricter than that of private soldiers, and long-term training together will allow the regular army to develop the habit of cooperation, so that they can exert stronger combat effectiveness on the battlefield. The momentum is also different. The regular army has stronger momentum and is not easily defeated. The private soldiers had never experienced this, and they made their livings under various nobles. There were many conflicts among them, and everyone looked down on everyone. This is not a good thing. The war with the undead is about to begin. The assistant has already sorted out the intelligence about the undead and knows many things that other people don't know. This time, they had a tough battle. They only had an army of more than 600,000. While the number of undead exceeded theirs by more than 20 times, conservatively estimated to be over 12 million. Although the majority of the undead legion are a mob and cannon fodder, a large number of ants can kill an elephant, even when they are weak. When their numbers reach a terrifying level, they can still pose a great threat. What's worse is that the undead are completely different from other races that their Ratmen have fought. In the history of the Ratmen, every race has the problem of morale. If the morale is strong, the army's combat effectiveness will be strong. If the morale is weak, the army's combat effectiveness will be weak. When casualties are heavy and morale collapses, the army will fall apart and suffer a rout. For ordinary races, morale will collapse if 10 to 20% of the army is damaged. For a powerful race, morale will also collapse when 40% of its troops are damaged. But this doesn't work on the undead. There is no such thing as morale among the undead. They will attack desperately. No matter how many casualties there are, they will not care. Even if there is only one undead left, they will pounce. This is very scary. Without morale restrictions, they would have to consider killing all the undead. This is simply an impossible task. There are more than 12 million undead souls there. Even if you just stand there and let the Ratmen kill them at will, it will still take a lot of time and energy. Not to mention a head-on battle. Ha ha ha, don't think too much. War cannot be decided solely by number of people. It also requires wisdom. The Ratman commander looked at his assistant's expression, which said, "I'm speechless. I don't know what to say," and burst into laughter. He laughed for a while, but when his assistant's face became worse and worse, he stopped laughing and said softly to him, "The war has actually begun. Boss, the rats have stopped. It looks like they want to rest. Why don't we rush over?" Through the eyes of the undead, Lu Xingxing couldn't help but say, as he looked at the rats, who stopped moving forward, "Set up tents? And cooked? I'm afraid they did it on purpose. They might have set a trap and are waiting for us to fall into it. They must have discovered that we are waiting for them." Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Do they also have the eyes of the undead?" Lu Xingxing cried out in horror. "Did you drop your brain on the bed again? We have tens of millions of undead here, and the other party is not blind. How can they not see so many undead? Do they need to use the eyes of the undead? Do you think the rat people have no spies?" Zhang Peng slapped Lu Xingxing on the head and said unhappily, "Oh, but we have so many undead. We can drown them with numbers. Why not charge?" Lu Xingxing muttered to himself. "Uh-huh. There's nothing wrong with what you said." Li Ziyu laughed. "We have to charge. We can't just watch the other side set up camp and happily replenish their energy. Right? This is a life and death battlefield, and you have to fight to the death if you get the chance. As for rules and etiquette, that's all bullshit and useless. The art of war says, war is the art of deception. Taking advantage of my large number of troops and strong momentum. I bully you who have small numbers of troops and weak physical strength. This is the real war. But it's not okay to just rush over like this. Since the other party has already discovered me, the rat people must have made some arrangements. If I kill them directly, I will most likely suffer a loss. Send out 10,000 skeleton knights, and see what the other party's plans are. Li Ziyu gave the order, upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. The undead are no longer the weak race they once were. The core troops such as skeleton knights are the main troops that Li Ziyu currently relies on. As the order was given, 10,000 skeleton knights broke away from the undead team and galloped away into the distance. The skeleton knight is blessed by the soul warhorse. He is fast and has strong attack power. He is a good soldier for launching surprise attacks. He also has quite good defense, which is just right for testing the situation of the rat men. If the other party is really stupid enough not to make any arrangements, then Li Ziyu will really have to issue an order for the entire army to attack. Across the wasteland, the soul warhorse carried the skeleton knight galloping. There is still a considerable distance between the rat men and the undead, so this is a running raid. From time to time, the skeleton knights would split off to deal with the ratman scouts to avoid exposing their whereabouts. In addition to the scouts they discovered themselves, the eyes of the undead in the sky were also observing the ratman scouts, leaving them nowhere to hide. At the speed of the soul warhorse, it took nearly 10 hours, and it was dark before they finally approached the ratman camp. But darkness is a good thing. In the darkness, the combat effectiveness of the undead will be significantly improved. The night belongs to the undead. There was no need for Li Ziyu to issue orders. The skeleton knight knew what he had to do. After a short rest and reforming, the soul horses moved forward slowly, gradually increasing in speed, and launched an attack on the ratman camp. The soul warhorse galloped, leaving behind trails of fire, its speed increasing continuously, and soul energy surged through the skeleton knight. Thousands of horses are galloping on the peaceful wasteland. It's still 2 kilometers away from the ratman camp. No abnormalities. Charge. Charge. A skeleton knight suddenly felt something was wrong, turned his head, and saw his soul fire beating violently. A breath of life was found on the side. There is an enemy hiding on the side. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Alarm information is passed on the soul network. The eyes of the undead in the sky transmitted real-time images to Li Ziyu and others. On the side of the galloping skeleton knight was an endless wasteland with nothing in it. Just as the skeleton undead was galloping past, the figure of a rat man suddenly appeared about 100 meters away from them. They were a group of rat men wearing black clothes and black cloaks. They rushed towards the skeleton knights from the side at a very fast speed, throwing out balls in their hands. Boom, boom, boom. When the sphere approached the skeleton knight, it exploded with a loud bang, causing a series of flames. The sudden appearance of the enemy caught the skeleton knights off guard, and several skeleton knights who were hit by the ball fell off their horses. Fortunately, they were wearing heavy armor and were not killed directly by the explosion. The skeleton knights' formation was disrupted by the sudden attack, and they could only slow down and prepare to fight the enemy. Wow! There are grenades? Li Ziyu said in surprise. Lu Xingxing opened his mouth wide. His eyes sparkled, and he watched with great interest. For him, watching the battlefield from afar was no different from watching a war movie. The rat men in black kept throwing balls, trying to achieve greater results. Unfortunately, the sphere's destructive power was limited, and as the skeleton knight was prepared, this simple explosion and impact were all blocked. Peng, go to the forum to check to see if there are any information about the rat. Li Ziyu told Zhang Peng while paying attention to the battlefield. He felt strange. It's not normal that the undead failed to detect each other in the first time within a range of 100 meters. The undead are extremely sensitive to the breath of life. Even if they have the skill of invisibility, they cannot hide their own breath of life. Why did the skeleton knight only notice those guys when he was passing by? In other words, the other party exposed himself voluntarily. If the other party had no intention of attacking, the skeleton knight would probably just pass by them. It's just 100 meters. Too strange. Is it a special kind of special rats? Zhang Peng responded, withdrew his gaze from the eyes of the undead, and quickly searched the forum. Ratmen are not a race that only exists in the wasteland. They can also be found in other parts of the world. After searching for a while, Zhang Peng finally found it. According to what was said in the forum, it should be the Deathwind Ratman, a type of Ratman, an assassin-type troop. The Death Gale rats we encountered might be an elite force. Their attack methods are different from those of normal Death Gale rats. After hearing what Zhang Peng said, Li Ziyu frowned and asked thoughtfully, "Can this death gale rat hide its own life breath?" Zhang Peng looked at the forum again and said helplessly, "Boss, it's not written in the forum, but I don't think it's possible. It says that you can become invisible, but being invisible doesn't mean you can hide your life force. There are many ways to be invisible. The simplest is camouflage invisibility. A little more powerful is optical invisibility, and then magic invisibility. But even the most powerful invisibility method, which is to hide the body shape, at most stops the heartbeat, stops breathing, and eliminates the smell on the body, so as to disguise as a dead person. By disguising as a dead person, one can avoid detection by many races, including vampires and wolves. But for the undead, it has no effect. Disguise is disguise. And in a sense, the undead can see through any disguise. After all, fake death is fake death. As long as you are not dead, the soul is still in the body, and there is still breath of life. It is impossible to hide from the undead by relying on invisibility. Li Ziyu frowned. He had a bad feeling. He wanted to know what the Ratman had hidden, and why the death-swift rat could evade the detection of the undead. This is so crucial. If you can avoid the life detection of the undead, it means that the opponent can launch a sneak attack. Ahead, the skeleton knight is already fighting with the Deathwind rat. As private soldiers of the nobility, the Death Gale rats have outstanding combat effectiveness. They are not only equipped with grenades, but also with all kinds of strange little bits and pieces. The skeleton knight's true combat power is demonstrated through charging. After being ambushed by the Deathwind rats, the skeleton knight lost the ability to charge, and could only ride his warhorse to fight the Deathwind rats. What surprised Li Ziyu was that these assassin-type ratmen actually had the fighting power to kill skeleton knights. They are very familiar with the undead, and know that only by smashing their heads and dissipating their soul fire can they be completely killed. Therefore, when they attack, they specifically target the head, or at worst the neck. Their attacks are very steady, and they have many methods. A skeleton knight had just forced back a Deathwind rat when he felt as if there was something extra inside his skull. Boom! Flames gushed out. During the battle just now, the Death Gale rat took the opportunity to leap back to dodge, and threw a ball into the skeleton knight's eye socket. The grenade exploded directly in his skull. No matter how hard the helmet is, it can't stop it from exploding from the inside. The skeleton knight's skull shattered instantly. But before it shattered, his soul fire was extinguished in the explosion. The soul fire of the undead is actually very fragile. After some killing, the Bone Knights received the retreat, leaving behind the bodies of about 1,000 of their companions. The skeleton knights returned. Through the eyes of the undead in the sky, Li Ziyu checked and found that it was the skeleton knight who suffered the loss. The Deathwind rats only lost 600 or 700 people in this battle. This kind of fruit was unexpected by Li Ziyu. From their birth to the present, skeleton knights have always been a powerful existence as the core force of the undead. They have never suffered any loss, and have won many battles with fewer troops. Unexpectedly, this time he fell into the hands of the Deathwind rat. Chapter 335 Frontal Battlefield. Ratman Legion Camp. The old nobles of the rats should pay attention to the aristocracy at any time, even if it is on the battlefield. The commander is an old-fashioned aristocrat. He likes complex and exquisite patterns, sparkling gems, expensive wood, and he likes to enjoy himself. Even when he was away at war, he did not change his character. Others lived in tents, but he lived in a palace. The main material of the palace is expensive wood, on which the best sculptors of the Ratmen were invited to carve reliefs, and magicians and shamans were invited to draw specially beautified defensive runes. The biggest feature of the palace is that it can be split. Borrowing special technologies of rats can be split into several independent accessories, and only one animal car can be pulled away. After unfolding, the palace has an area of several hundred square meters, with 5 separate bedrooms, 3 halls, as well as bathrooms, toilets, dining rooms, etc. It has everything it should have, and exudes its expensiveness everywhere. At the long table in the restaurant, the old commander and several senior officers and assistants were having a sumptuous dinner. A guard hurried in and whispered something in the old commander's ear. The old commander put down his knife and fork and listened carefully. Well, okay. After listening to this, the old commander smiled and nodded to the guard, indicating that he could go out. The guard saluted and left in a hurry. Senior officers and assistants put down their knives and forks and looked towards the old commander. Good news. The undead sent out cavalry, and they seem to want to attack us at night. The old commander shrugged his shoulders and said with a naughty smile, but they underestimated our brave warriors. Our warriors ambushed them, killed more than 1,000 knights, and drove them away. Everyone present laughed quietly. This was indeed good news. The old commander seemed to simply want to tell them the news. After he finished speaking, he picked up the knife and fork on the table and continued eating, without any intention of commenting. His serious assistant flashed in his eyes. I knew the old commander wouldn't be so simple-minded and defenseless. He defeated the undead's temptation without making any noise. He is worthy of being the old commander. The failure of the skeleton knight served as a wake-up call to Li Ziyu. He cannot underestimate the rat people. They have been developing in this world for who knows how long, and have become a powerful race. The consequence of ignoring any enemy may be to lose your life. The rat men are not that simple. They must be hiding something that can affect the battlefield. Just like today. Li Ziyu didn't understand why the skeleton knight failed to discover the ambush of the rat men. He had never seen anything like this. The soul power of the skeleton knight is much stronger than that of ordinary undead. If even they cannot detect it, then other undead will be even less likely to detect it. If the enemy uses this method to lurk around the legion and launch an attack, it will be a devastating blow. Li Ziyu must find out what is going on. If you don't understand, ask and check the forum. There are quite a few posts about ratmen in the forum, of all types, mostly battle reports. Li Ziyu read the post quickly as if he was reading a novel. He also asked Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng to help him search together. He kept reading until late at night, when a battle report caught Li Ziyu's attention. It was about a conflict between a time traveler lord and a ratman tribe. It was a pretty normal battle report. In terms of the military strength of both sides, the time traveler lord's military strength is far greater than that of the ratman tribe, and the time traveler's warriors are more powerful. Logically speaking, this is a battle without suspense. The time traveler does not need to worry about anything and can easily deal with the ratman tribe by advancing smoothly. But the fact is that the time traveler lost. When he sent his troops to charge at the ratman tribe, he found that there were very few resistance. When the traverser thought that the mouse was let the young rats escape, his side, behind, suddenly killed the rat warrior. Faced with the sudden appearance of the ratmen, the time traveler panicked and issued several wrong orders in a row, which led to the failure of the battle. The person who wrote this battle report obviously noticed the sudden appearance of the ratmen. He added a paragraph at the end of the battle report, which he supplemented after specifically looking up the information. After careful searching, reading materials, and even sneaking into the Skaven tribe and stealing their books, I finally found a clue. Among the Skaven's natural abilities, in addition to being highly immune to plagues, viruses, poisons, etc., and being good at digging holes underground to build cities, they also have many special talents, such as ambushes. Ambush is a very special racial talent that allows the Skaven to hide around the enemy without being discovered, so as to give the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment. It is worth mentioning that the Skaven seem to rarely use this talent. They consciously make people forget this talent. These treacherous Skaven have a very bad conscience. Ambush. Li Ziyu began to look for clues about the ambush, and indeed found some posts that introduced the ambush, but they were all similar to the previous battle report posts. I didn't say how to crack the ambush, but just introduced ambush. This is a headache. The ratman's ambush talent is quite difficult to deal with, and even the undead cannot find them through their breath of life. It's just outrageous. Unscientific. But thinking that this is a different world, I don't have to worry about whether it is scientific or not. Ambush is a magical skill if used well, but it seems that the ratmen don't use ambushes very often. Otherwise, just like what is said in the post, the ratman is hiding this innate skill. Otherwise, there may be some limitation to this skill, making it inconvenient to use casually. Li Ziyu prefers the latter. Hiding talent and skills is somewhat unreasonable. After all, the ambush skill is too powerful. If this skill can be used casually, then what would the rat people be afraid of? Just make everyone an assassin and that's it. But the fact is, not all ratmen are assassins. They mainly rely on long-range firepower. After Li Ziyu came to the central area, he did have conflicts with the ratmen, but he had never seen the ratmen use ambush skills. Therefore, Li Ziyu feels that because the ambush skill has great limitations and is not easy to use, the ratmen rarely use this skill and can only develop in other directions. such as long-range firepower. It didn't work before. What about now? When dealing with others? It doesn't matter whether Li Ziyu is used or not. But when dealing with himself, if the other party uses an ambush, then he will definitely suffer a great loss. What Li Ziyu wants to understand most now is what kind of skill ambush is. Is it a magic skill? Illusion? Or what? What conditions are needed to trigger the ambush effect? Li Ziyu didn't know any of this. This battle doesn't seem to be easy to fight. Li Ziyu felt emotional. Boss, have you seen that post? Zhang Peng asked, yawning. Which post? Li Ziyu came back to his senses from his thoughts and asked Zhang Peng. Oh, I found a post. It's a battle report, which says that the Ratmen have a natural skill called ambush, which can avoid detection. Zhang Peng said briefly. You are talking about that post. I saw it, and I was also looking for information about ambush. However, there is not much information about this skill in the forum. Li Ziyu rubbed his temple and said with a headache, Boss, this is what I think. It is enough for us to know that the rat people have such a skill. Their skill should not have much impact on us. We should not spend too much energy on this skill. Zhang Peng said. Peng, I can't agree with what you said. Ambush is an extremely powerful skill. A skill that can change the situation of a battle. If the opponent hides a team, it's not a big problem for us. But what if the opponent hides weapons like cannons and catapults, and suddenly appear on the battlefield? We will suffer a great loss. Li Ziyu shook his head. He felt that Zhang Peng had too few experiences on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. No, I don't think so. Even if they hide the cannons, what can they do? How many of us can they kill? Zhang Peng asked back. This question made Li Ziyu stunned. He looked at Zhang Peng puzzledly and said, Go on. If our numbers were 2, 3, or even 5 times that of the Ratmen, their method of hiding their weapons and troops would be very effective and could turn the tide of the battle. But right now, the Ratmen on the opposite side only number about 500,000 or 600,000, while we have tens of millions of insect men alone. Our numbers are not 3 or 5 times the enemy's, but dozens of times theirs, faced with an absolute numerical advantage. What kind of weapons do they need to have in order to change the battlefield? If the Nezumi really had such a weapon, why did they hide in an ambush? Wouldn't it be better to just fight us head-on? Zhang Peng analyzed and shrugged his shoulders. I think we are thinking the wrong way. There is no need to think so much. Just go ahead and see how the rat people deal with it. Hack. Peng. You are right. These words awakened Li Ziyu from his dream, and he suddenly understood. Yes. If the gap is not too big, using ambush skills will indeed be effective. But faced with a number difference of dozens of times, what can be changed by relying on ambush skills? Even if they hide area kill weapons such as cannons, as long as they are exposed, we can still send out highly mobile troops to destroy them. He could fully afford the damage from those cannon fire. For other races, due to morale, once a range of killing weapons such as a cannon occur, killing a group of soldiers in a short period of time will cause other people in the army to cause fear and reduce morale and cause defeat. But this trick is useless against the undead. There is no such thing as morale for the undead. The only effect of cannons against the undead is to kill casualties on a large scale. It is impossible to make the undead retreat on their own initiative and cause a rout. Zhang Peng reminded Li Ziyu and helped him get out of his own thinking trap. As long as he sacrificed a group of cannon fodder and let the insects rush forward, the battle would basically be over. I'm thinking about all sorts of things here. What the hell is going on? Of course, if the entire army were to move forward, it would inevitably lead to massive losses of Zerd people. But Li Ziyu felt that instead of worrying about an ambush skill that he didn't know how to solve, it would be better to lose a group of Zerd people. At worst, he could go to the grassland to restock the supplies himself. After figuring this out, Li Ziyu instantly felt relaxed. The undead, the dignitaries, the foundation of the solid number of people, crushed you without fancy. The war between the undead and the Skaven finally broke out, and the two sides fought on the flat wasteland southwest of the city-state of Takrel. The Ratmen will use a force of 600,000 to fight against tens of millions of undead. This is bound to be an unfair battle. The Ratmen mobilized their elite troops, equipped with advanced weapons and various special arms. At the front are the rare meat shield-type troops of the Ratmen, including the mutated giant rat corps, the mechanical giant rat corps, and so on. Behind these meat shields are many ranged troops, such as elite gun-carrying rat men, elite plague melters, plague rat tooth grenade vehicles, etc. More than 400,000 ratmen lined up, ready for battle. What they were facing was an endless number of undead as far as the eye could see. The deployment of the ratmen's troops was all seen by the eyes of the undead in the sky. As expected, they didn't put all the ratmen on the battlefield. They still used ambush skills. Now, let's see if their ambush is useful. Li Ziyu looked at the number of ratmen, and keenly felt that the number of ratmen waiting to fight the undead on the front battlefield was not right. But it doesn't matter anymore. Forward. Attack! The so-called vanguard is the cannon fodder. Tens of millions of soul-born insects and armored beetle people slowly advanced. As they felt the atmosphere of life, these guys seemed to be stimulated, rushed to the position of the rats. Through the eyes of the undead, Li Ziyu clearly saw that the undead army was like a stream, gradually expanding and covering the earth. The rats were not idle either. After the undead began to charge, various long-range attacks were launched simultaneously, pouring firepower into the pile of undead. Do not have to target. Do not need to consider other. And go when you close your eyes. Do not fight crooked. The undead gathered together, and any SHL would blow at least 4 or 5 of them apart, and the flames would burn the entire area. If the armies of other races were to encounter such a saturation attack from the Skaven ranged forces, they would be defeated in one wave without any protection. Unfortunately, the undead are different from other races. They don't care at all. They don't care whether they have defense or not, whether their companions are killed or not, or even whether they themselves will be blown to pieces. In their eyes, there is only the breath of life in front of them. The old coach calmed down and commanded the rats to continue to attack. The rats and melted people formed a dense crossfire net. The undead rushing at the forefront was constantly knocked down, crushed, and could not enter. The undead continued to pile up in front, more and more, and the dead undead formed a wall. The undead at the back jumped over the wall of corpses and continued to charge. Anyone who has never witnessed the charge of the undead will never be able to experience that kind of fear firsthand. The same is true for the rat people. They have experienced many battles, have seen many battlefields, but have never seen such a horrible scene. With the long-range firepower of the ratmen, they are turned into meat grinders. This is also the reason why the ratmen can dominate the central area. With such firepower coverage, they are not afraid of other races. But when they saw that the undead did not retreat at all and used their bodies to resist the attacks, they could not help but feel fear. Can we defeat such an enemy? Can 600,000 troops really kill the undead? This is still a beginner troop. The highlight of the undead is yet to come. Fortunately, they were all elite troops trained by the nobles, so they would not turn around and run away. Hold on. Don't panic. Don't let your emotions dominate you. Shoot. Keep shooting. There is no bunch of corpses in front of you. They have long been dead. The old commander also had a serious look on his face at this time, constantly encouraging the army. Although the attack momentum is fierce, there are inevitably some minor problems with the supply of ammunition. When these minor problems arise, the undead will break through the blockade. Just a slight pause. The undead army passed the blockade and continued to advance. Chapter 336 Decisive Retreat. Attack! 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 There are only these two words in the insect people's soul network. They are determined to win this battle for their king, and no one can stop their determination, regardless of losses or costs. And despite the firepower of the ratmen, the insects use numbers to push the front line forward. The undead are indeed a terrifying race. Gazing at the slowly overwhelming undead army from afar, the ratman commander muttered to himself. When he took over as commander-in-chief, he knew that this battle would be difficult, and there was a high probability that he would die on the battlefield. The commander is already very old. He is not only good at fighting, but he also remembers many things that other ratmen don't know. As he gets older, he will always know more. For example, the undead. Unlike other ratmen, the old commander had been paying attention to this race since the undead appeared. He felt that the undead would eventually become a strong enemy of the ratmen. When the old commander was still young, he heard some strange stories, including the story of the undead. He firmly believed that the races in those strange stories were real. Sometimes, he would tell these stories to the young rat people. But no one cares. The ratmen are getting stronger and stronger, and all kinds of powerful weapons are constantly being developed. All of this is enhancing racial self-confidence. There is nothing wrong with self-confidence, but blindly increasing self-confidence is a big problem. No one in the younger generation of the rat people believes in the ancient stories anymore. They feel that those are made up by the old people to deceive them, and only children would believe them. Some believers are equally dismissive. They think that with current technology, even if the races in those stories appear, they have enough ability to resist them, and even completely eliminate those races. When the undead landed on this continent, the Skaven did not pay much attention to them, and treated them as an ordinary race. The old commander had reminded them several times to pay more attention to the undead, and it would be best to launch an attack in advance and eliminate the undead. Unfortunately, his status was not high enough, and the Ratman elders and nobles did not take his words seriously. The goods of the undead have continued to flow into the rats, and it has become a good thing for everyone in various urban states. The old commander watched helplessly as a large amount of resources flowed into the territory of the undead. I see it and feel anxious, but I can do nothing. Then, the infected and demons appeared. Cholera the Skaven territory, and the Skaven had no good solution. While all the rat men were worried about the infected and demons, the old commander was still observing the undead. The old commander had not expected that the undead would become businessmen. This was different from the legendary undead, and he once doubted those ancient stories. However, the appearance of the infected person and the devil made the old commander alert. If the undead move, it must be at this time. He guessed right. The undead are indeed moving, but they appeared as friendly forces. Teams of undead entered the Ratman's territory, helping them to eliminate the infected and destroy the demons. They seemed to be the most loyal allies. Am I really wrong? The old commander began to doubt himself. Can the undead really live in peace with us? He didn't believe it. He didn't like the undead, and he didn't want to let the undead enter the Ratman territory. That would be extremely dangerous. Even facing the threat of infected people and demons is much more comfortable than facing a group of undead. The old commander-in-chief tried every possible means to drive away the undead by rallying all the forces. The reality is that many people did respond, but the undead seemed to be indispensable in the fight against the infected and demons. The undead are not afraid of the infected. This alone makes the rat people unable to give up the undead easily, and they must rely on them. From that time on, the old commander knew that there would be a war sooner or later. Not to mention the undead. Any other race, as long as they want to develop and become strong enough, will have a final battle with the Ratmen. Hunting the infected and helping the Ratmen are all excuses. The undead plundered a large amount of resources from the Ratmen through the Rental Legion, replenished them in their territory, and sent a large number of troops into the Ratman's territory. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks, and the undead will become more and more powerful. Will a strong race be so honest that there is a powerful and dangerous race around him? Will not. Things turned out just as the old commander had expected. The undead had always appeared as allies of the Skaven until Butler and the rebellion. The undead have declared war on the Skaven. The Ratmen are now facing internal and external troubles. This is the best opportunity for the undead. They did not give up. The start of the war is very decisive. The Mouse Man organized his hand and wanted to resist. But the army ultimately needs a leader and a commander. The most capable rat men are on the troll battlefield, and the best defenders are on the harpy side. The old commander knew at that time that the rat people had reached the most dangerous time. And if things went wrong, the rat people would be doomed this time. He was lying on his bed at home, waiting for the rat men to be destroyed, waiting for the undead to come and stab him, so that he would die in humiliation on his bed, or go to the battlefield again, experience blood and fire again. Even if you die, you will be like a hero. The old commander didn't hesitate and chose to go to the battlefield. Choose at least one way of dying that you like. He is old and won't live much longer. But before he died, he wanted to see how powerful the undead army was, and wanted to see the legendary existence in the stories told by the old people. So he came with his private army of nobles. Facing the undead, he did not panic because he had already prepared for death. What kind of general can defeat an army of tens of millions with only 600,000 troops? The old commander couldn't figure it out. Nor did he feel he could do it. This is not a fair fight in itself. Nor is it a fight that can be won in one go. The only thing he could do was to delay the undead's pace as much as possible, and buy more time for the Skaven. I'm sorry for the ratmen we brought here. They're probably going to die here. Faced with the undead that were surging in and constantly pushing the front line forward, The old commander remained calm and composed. He just stood there, very conspicuous, and everyone could see him. Undead can do it, and so can Ratman. He is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, giving the Ratman army confidence. See, the commander is still here. The commander has not left. We can win. If the old commander wasn't there, the Ratmen in the front row would have collapsed long ago. The meat shield in front has already fought with the Zerg. The Ratmen mainly focus on long-range attacks, and their meat shield profession is much inferior to other races. At this moment, they can only bite the bullet and hold on. If we don't hold on and let the undead rush into the rear troops, we will be doomed. Giant mutant rats several meters long, modified ogres controlled by Ratmen riding on their heads, all kinds of strange-looking meat shield troops, facing the undead, launched a blatant attack. There are too many Zergmen, and the meat shields are like rocks in the sea in front of the undead. They could hold off the enemy for a while, but their numbers were too small, and a large number of undead still crossed their defense line and rushed to the rear. The meat shields tried frantically to block the undead, but soon they were overwhelmed by the undead. They let out a few screams and then fell silent. It's time to let the lurkers come out. The commander looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him and gave orders to the Ratman officer beside him. The Ratman officer responded and left in a hurry. What a shabby battle. The undead fought without any order. The old commander shook his head in disappointment. In his mind, this should be a fierce battle. The undead will probably deploy all kinds of strange troops that no one has ever seen before. And the Ratman soldiers will fight back. And the two sides will fight in full swing. Even if they ultimately failed to stop the undead, future generations will still remember it as a great battle. Instead of being like now, the undead sent out a large number of small foe, rushing over without any rules or fighting skills, and rushing to the front of the formation in a crushing state. This makes the battle seem very boring. Suddenly, large groups of rat soldiers appeared on both sides of the battlefield. These were the Ratman soldiers, who had hidden themselves early on and were ambushed using their innate skills. Not just soldiers, but also a ton of war weapons. After those soldiers appeared, they immediately launched an attack, pouring firepower on the undead army. Liziu and his team, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, discovered the rat warriors as soon as they appeared. Ha! I knew it, Liziu said with a snort of laughter. It's just that the rat people will not give up using such powerful innate skills. There's something wrong with the number of Ratman troops today. There are obviously fewer of them. They are indeed hiding, looking at the battlefield through the eyes of the undead. One can see that the Ratmen are divided into three sides, trapping the undead in between, attacking madly, and clearing out the number of insect men. Various catapults, cannons, guns, machine guns, the insect people were constantly knocked down, like peeling off a cocoon and drawing out silk, layer by layer. More insect people came from the rear, one after another, and rushed towards the Ratman camp. There are too many insect people, and it will take a while to completely eliminate them. When the old commander ordered the lurking rat warriors to start attacking, Liziu was no longer afraid. This is basically the fighting power of the Ratmen. Their failure to quickly eliminate the Zerg army means they will definitely fail. Mobilize the skeleton knights to eliminate the ambushing Ratmen on both sides. Skeleton undead. Enter the battlefield. Rely on the insects. And output from a distance. Commands were transmitted one by one from the Soul Network. A full 200,000 skeleton knights separated from the undead army. The sound of their horses' hooves shook the earth. They split into two groups and swept towards the Ratman troops on both sides. The skeleton undead, holding crossbows, lined up and stepped onto the battlefield. Behind them, there are various undead, including skeleton shortbowmen, skeleton longbowmen, etc., watching the movements of the undead behind. The old commander's eyes fell on the two steel torrents that split out and headed towards the lurking Ratman soldiers. Oh! I see. They knew my plan from the beginning. The dead are familiar with us. The old commander understood instantly. No wonder the undead used the simplest fighting method before, and allowed the low-level undead like cannon fodder to attack. It turns out that it was to force those lurking Ratmen to show up. The other side obviously knew that the Ratmen had a group of warriors lurking, waiting to appear suddenly and catch them off guard. The lurking Ratman warriors, relying on a large number of war weapons, can kill high-level troops on the chaotic battlefield. The problem is the information gap. If the undead don't know, there is still a chance of victory. Few other races know about the Ratman's talent for ambush. They often achieve excellent results by relying on ambush tactics. I didn't expect the Undead to know the Ratman's ambush tactics. It was a bad idea. There is no need to fight this battle. Lost. Retreat. The old commander gave the order to retreat without hesitation. He had to delay the Undead's advance as much as possible, and not let the army be lost here. If all the nobles and private soldiers under his command died here, the Undead would be able to enter the Ratman territory unimpeded, and no army would be able to cause them any harm. The strategy of relying on ambush tactics to kill a large number of casualties in the head-on decisive battle, and relying on advanced troops, has been declared a failure. The old commander gave the order very promptly. The Ratmen had a special retreat plan, with a special rear-guard troop, and the other Ratman warriors retreated to the rear in an orderly manner. The skeleton knights and the Undead chased for a while, and then returned to the camp at Li Ziyu's call. The Ratmen on the opposite side are very decisive. Looking at the Ratman army retreating far away, Zhang Peng said to Li Ziyu, "Well, I don't know what they are going to do next. I don't like cunning opponents," Li Ziyu said with a sigh. In the situation just now, if the other party had issued the retreat order later, he would have had the opportunity to inflict heavy damage to the Rat army. The opponent was too decisive. The skeleton knights under his command had just arrived at the opponent's camp when the opponent had already begun to retreat without any lingering feelings. They even had a rear-guard team specifically designed to block the insect men and skeleton knights, slowing down the pursuit. In this battle, the Zerg suffered a lot of losses, but the results were very small. Although he wiped out some Ratmen, the enemy's army remained intact and could cause him trouble. This is not good news. They are retreating. Should we send knights to chase them? Zhang Peng suggested to Li Ziyu, while watching the retreating Ratmen through the eyes of the Undead. No. That Ratman commander is not a fool. Even if I send out the knights, the other side will definitely be prepared. There is no need to sacrifice the knights. Li Ziyu thought about it for a while, and gave up the idea. The Rat people retreated in such an orderly manner. If we send people to chase them, who knows if they have any strange ambushes? This time he was lucky, as he knew in advance that the Ratmen had the ability to ambush. If he hadn't known, he might have suffered a great loss. What we need to do now is to capture the city-state of Tekal as soon as possible, and then advance towards the Ratman territory step by step, gradually eroding the Ratman city-state. An army of hundreds of thousands of Ratmen is really nothing compared to an army of tens of millions of Undead. The Undead army returned and attacked the city-state of Takrel again. Thokar fell. The so-called fortress, one of the oldest city-states, could not stop the Undead. Their walls could not be defended, and were conquered by the Undead. The news spread among the Ratmen, causing panic. Even an aristocrat who lives a life of luxury and decadence, and only knows how to enjoy himself every day, will wake up from his dream. They finally realized that the Rat people were in trouble. The Ratmen finally lost their former peace and tranquility, and began to become restless. Every city-state was talking about the Undead, and they couldn't believe their ears. We should leave Ratman territory. No. 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 We must trust our soldiers. I don't believe it. Haven't you heard that Takar has fallen? I heard that the Undead are very cruel. All the people in Tekal were slaughtered. Now there are Undead everywhere. Damn it. I said, we shouldn't let the Undead enter our territory. The Undead should have been exterminated long ago. Street corners, bars and restaurants. Everywhere one could hear people discussing the fall of Takrel. This had a huge impact on them. Ir Maha city-state was captured. They did not feel much. Several other city-states were captured, and they did not feel much. They felt that the war was far away from them, and they did not believe that the Undead could keep advancing. The Ratman has faced many dangers, but he always wins. But Thokar is different. That is a city-state famous for its defense. If even Takar can't stop the Undead, how can other city-states resist? Chapter 337, Leave a Way Out. After conquering the city-state of Takar, Li Ziyu was not in a hurry to lead the Undead army to continue advancing. He wanted to replan and make some repairs. The city-state of Takal is not only called a fortress, it is also a gateway. Behind the city-state is the real territory of the Ratmen. The area is vast, and the number of city-states is large. If we move forward further, we won't be able to charge in recklessly and capture cities like we do now. According to the information provided by Sale, the construction sites of the Ratman city-states after the Tekal city-state were all carefully planned. The connections between them are very close. Often, Attacking one city-state is equivalent to attacking several city-states at the same time, and they will help each other. Therefore, if we attack again later, we will probably have to divide our forces and attack several city-states at the same time. The division of troops is not good news for the Undead. The Undead tribe under Li Ziyu is mainly based on numbers, and the number of high-end units is still not enough. Attacking a city-state alone is naturally no problem, and it can be crushed. But attacking several city-states at the same time will be a problem. There are no senior generals among the Undead, and they all obey Li Ziyu's dispatch and arrangements. All power is concentrated in Li Ziyu, allowing him to command the army at will. This also brings up a problem. Once Li Ziyu makes a mistake in command, it will mean a chain reaction. What's more, the Ratman army that withdrew earlier must be waiting for them in the Ratman territory. That's also something to consider. To sum up, Li Ziyu wants to make some repairs in the Taker city-state and change the Taker city-state at the same time to leave a way out for himself. The losses of the Takrel city-state were much greater than those of the previous city-states. After all, they resisted the Undead very firmly. The rat soldiers defending the city were all killed or wounded, and there were only civilians in the city, and their number was not as large as that in other city-states. When the Undead entered the city, many civilians resisted and attacked frantically. Li Ziyu could forgive the surrendered Ratmen and civilians of other races, but there was no need to keep those who dared to attack the Undead. So the city-state of Takrel went through a wave of purges. The Undead will loyally carry out Li Ziyu's orders. Li Ziyu ordered them to only kill those who attacked them, and they did so. It's much better than those life races. The Undead will not rob resources wantonly, will not kidnap and rape women, and will not do anything cruel. After all, these things are not as meaningful to the Undead as sleeping. They did not understand the value of money and treasures, had no concept of reproduction, and would not even compete for military merit. As long as you don't fight back, don't attack, and surrender honestly, you won't die. After the Undead entered the city, they searched every house and drove the people inside out onto the streets. There is no use hiding. The Undead are extremely sensitive to the breath of life. They don't see with their eyes, but find people through the breath of life. As long as they are alive, they can't hide. When the civilians of Takar were driven out into the streets, they thought the end had come. But the Undead just asked them to kneel down, throw away their weapons, raise their hands, surrender and submit. Some terrified civilians couldn't help but launch an attack. But it was useless. It just resulted in a few more corpses, which would be transformed into new Undead. And when someone else took the lead in throwing away their weapons and kneeling on the ground obediently, they were surprised to find that the Undead did not attack them at all and just walked past them silently. Then they understood. After the cleanup, the Undead gathered the surrendered people and set up several places to guard them. Only after the city-state of Takrel was stabilized did Li Ziyu and his party enter the city-state. This place is really nice. Li Ziyu patted the solid stone wall beside him and said seriously, their city wall is not simple. Zhang Peng also sighed. If it weren't for Li Ziyu's Undead army, such a city-state would have been difficult to capture. They could see that all the walls were not simple. Each wall was engraved with magic circles and had been blessed, so it had strong defensive capabilities. The walls of the Taker city-state are all made of huge stones, which is very rare in the wilderness. Boulders are not a particularly scarce material in the wasteland, but they are definitely not easy to obtain. So many huge stones almost consumed all the resources of the Taker city-state. Gradually, over the years, this solid city-state was formed. As a result, Li Ziyu now gets the advantage. The city-state of Takrel is interesting. They relied on the city walls to divide the city into many independent small areas. Every small area has a farmer as manager, who is equivalent to a small nobility. They owned independent estates and large amounts of land. The core part of each independent area is the manor of the small nobles. Other villages and markets are all developed around the manors of the small nobles. Li Ziyu walked around several areas and found them more and more interesting. Wow! There are all kinds of cultures and customs in a city-state, and each area is a small village. This is really interesting. Walking further in, you will see areas with different customs. The further in you go, the richer the area becomes. Wealth is becoming increasingly concentrated. Even when he reached the innermost part, Li Ziyu still felt a little unsatisfied. The innermost layer is a large piece of land. It is not divided into different areas. Those who can live here are nobles, standing on the city wall, looking down at the innermost layer. This city-state is valuable and can be developed. The innermost layer can be used as our base camp. Li Ziyu decided the future of the Takrel city-state with just one sentence. He's going to put down some buildings on the innermost layer. For example, soul base stations, prayer cemeteries, temples of the dead, etc., as well as monuments of the dead used for defense. Also need to be prepared. If the Ratmen fail to conquer the enemy, this place will become a fortress. At least it will help Li Ziyu gain a lot of land in the rear and allow him to obtain a lot of resources. It will be a good deal in any case. Li Ziyu didn't just care about herself. Thanks to the Ratmen's talent for digging holes, there are also underground cities under the city-state of Taka. The area of the underground city is not as large as that on the ground, but it also has the range of 2 city walls, so it is not small. Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng to control the underground part, use the mole fortress to dig, and link up the underground cities of several other conquered city-states. The Ratmen are better at building and maintaining underground cities than above-ground cities. When conquering the city-state of Taka, the dungeon caused Li Ziyu a lot of trouble. It was only with the help of the Dreadnoughts and the Dark Warriors that they were able to lead the charge into the dungeon. The city-state of Takrel excels in defense. Its underground city also has layers of walls, which serve as partitions just like the above-ground city, except that the partitions in the underground city are larger. The Ratmen in the city-state of Takrel dug deeper than those in other city-states, making the underground city appear more extensive. The underground cities of other city-states are more like a normal city, but here, it is uneven, with even bottomless pits and towering stone peaks. Like mountains, there are many buildings. Even fortresses are not uncommon. What is even more surprising is that there are large tracts of arable land in the underground city, where the Ratmen's favorite crops are grown. And there are even fruit trees. The crops and fruit trees grown there are somewhat similar to those on the ground, but also different. They should have been cultivated by the Rat people themselves. For the Rat people who like to develop various technologies, cultivating crops and fruit trees does not seem to be a particularly difficult thing. They drain the groundwater, forming winding waterways in the underground city. The waterways are interconnected and converge into various parts of the underground city. On the one hand, they supply water to the Ratmen living in the underground city, and on the other hand, they can be used to irrigate crops. There are several waterways that are particularly wide, feeling like rivers, with stone bridges built over them, allowing you to pass through and enjoy the beautiful scenery. The Dungeon of Takel is a world unto itself. If it hadn't been broken into by force, the people inside would have been able to survive. It can be seen that they have worked hard. Li Ziyu stood on the top of a castle, looking at the dungeon and sighing. The castle where he was located was the highest place in the dungeon, and it was also where the dungeon master once lived. The former owner of the castle was now thrown into a pile of corpses. After all, he brought his private soldiers to try to resist the undead. In order to capture the castle, Li Ziyu also lost hundreds of black warriors. After taking a look, Li Ziyu began to clean up the Takrel city-state. In the innermost layer, useless buildings will be demolished and then replaced by undead buildings. With the support of the system, undead buildings rise from the ground, majestic and solemn. In the center is the Temple of the Dead, and around it are several prayer cemeteries in a circle, with the rest of the buildings spread out in sequence. In the sky, square tombstones of the dead floated, solemn and quiet. They will protect this place from being violated. The undead stood silently in the building. They made no sound and did not move. The soul fire in their eyes was burning but not blazingly. Li Ziyu could feel that they were sending out a reassuring signal, as if the familiar building made them calm. In the dungeon, Li Ziyu also arranged buildings and placed soul base stations to connect the ground and underground, greatly enhancing control. In just a few days, the city-state of Takrel underwent a radical change, with a large number of buildings being arranged in the additional layers of the city walls, especially the soul base stations. There are several of them on each floor. The purpose is to better transmit signals and make the soul network more smooth. Li Ziyu was busy on the ground, while Zhang Peng was busy underground, digging holes frantically. The undead were advancing too fast before, leaving him no time to set up an underground passage. He would naturally make up for it now that he had time. Without the maze-like underground passage, Zhang Peng always felt uneasy. He treated each underground city as an important underground node, and tried his best to connect the underground cities on the left and right to facilitate his movement underground. As for whether these underground passages will be discovered by rat people in the future, Zhang Peng said that he is not worried at all. In addition to the underground passages that are like a maze, as the Moleman fortress is upgraded to a fortress, he has more defensive means, such as planting special plants, setting various traps, and even raising monsters that can live underground, making the underground passages he created very safe. Even if the Ratmen can find those dungeon nodes through the heavily ambushed underground passages, what can they do? There are also a large number of undead in the underground city, and as soon as someone breaks in, the undead in the ground city will rush down and kill all invaders. There's nothing to worry about. After a few days, the residents of the city-state of Takrel have recovered from their panic. The undead do not have such strict control over them. As long as they prove to be non-aggressive, they will be allowed to go home. When they were just released, they were all hiding in the house and dared not come out, for fear of being poisonous. But eventually, the residents discovered that even if they left the house, as long as they did not attack the undead would ignore them. The undead just patrol the streets mechanically. The extra buildings made the residents curious, and they always watched from afar. The architecture of the undead seems a little scary, and is always related to death and bones. But if you look closely, you can see a sense of solemnity and a strange beauty. Some residents are concerned about buildings, while some poor residents are worried about food. They didn't know what to do. The city was captured by the undead. Obviously, the undead didn't need food, but they did. The lack of food has caused residents to panic and feel sad about the future. Until a young girl, her mother fell ill, sick from hunger. The ignorant little girl suppressed her fear of death, came out of the house where she was hiding, and stood on the street. She was rotten. Her bones were as thin as firewood. Her body was not 2 or 2. Her cheeks were sunken. Her hair was dry and her hair was yellow. And her body was dirty, like a beggar. The residents saw the little girl standing in the middle of the street, and were puzzled until they saw the patrolling undead. Even though they knew the undead would not attack them at will, the residents were still afraid and hid back in their houses, closing their doors. The little girl didn't leave. Through the cracks in the doors and windows, residents saw the little girl still standing in the middle of the street. They had no idea what the little girl was going to do, but they were nervous. It was a patrolling team of undead, pale skeletons, 9 in a team. The 3 in the front holding shields and bone knives, the 6 at the back holding crossbows, moving forward step by step along a fixed route. Right in front of me was the little girl, pinching the corner of her clothes, her face full of fear, tears trembling in her eyes. The road ahead was blocked. The undead stopped and looked at the little girl with the flickering fire of their souls, wondering why she was blocking the road. Blocked? No offensive intent detected. Bypass? Simple information was transmitted in the soul network. The undead did not find anything special on her. After pausing for a moment, they moved again, trying to bypass the little girl. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little girl suddenly opened her arms and stopped them. Enemy. Intercept. No offensive intent detected. Wait. The stopped undead did not attack, but stopped again and stared at the little girl. The little girl closed her eyes, and the residents who were secretly watching her around her were so nervous. But after waiting for a while, they found that the ghost was still standing there. The little girl opened her eyes a little, and didn't see any knife or arrow shooting towards her. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she breathed a long sigh of relief. She had made the right bet, and the undead didn't kill her. My mother is sick. She is very hungry. She needs to eat. Otherwise she will die. Please, give me some food. Please. The little girl spoke stutteringly and choking with sobs. At the end of her speech, she knelt down powerlessly in front of the dead spirit. The leader of the patrol was a junior skeleton warrior. His intelligence was not much higher than that of ordinary skeleton undead. He could not understand most of the words the little girl said, but he got a word food from many sentences. Food. Send it. A message is transmitted across the soul network. The little girl didn't know what the dead spirits had done. She just looked on with pleading eyes. She didn't know who she could ask for help at this time. Maybe these skeletons in front of her could save them? She is too young and does not know anyone. Even if she knows, at this time, everyone will take care of herself and not take out the food. Chapter 338. Keep moving forward. She is actually asking food with the undead. Doesn't she know that the dead don't eat? They are just a bunch of skeletons. The residents who witnessed this scene spoke to each other in the lowest voices. They were also looking forward to what the undead would do to the little girl. The undead is a new race, and it is completely different from other races. It is the existence they do not understand. They were conquered by the undead. This place belongs to the undead, and it is very necessary to understand the undead. But the skeleton is too scary. They dare not go forward to say anything to the undead. These days they just explore some simple rules. For example, if you don't attack, you won't die. This is the rule. They didn't dare to find out more, for fear of losing their lives. Now that a little girl has come forward to do the experiment, this is a very good opportunity for them to better understand the dead. Will the undead kill the little girl? What will the undead do? They really want to know. As for the life of the little girl, they don't care too much. Anyway, they didn't know the little girl. Moreover, they could tell from the little girl's clothes that before the city-state of Takrel was conquered, the little girl was probably not a rich person, and might have been a poor person before that. They would not pay attention to a poor person. If he died, he was dead. If they could get more information about the dead, it could be considered a worthy death. I don't know the other people's thoughts. The little girl was kneeling so, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed in the silence of the undead. Is it not possible? The little girl's voice was very low, as weak as a mosquito's. She muttered and wanted to stand up, but she was too weak. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and she had no strength in her body. She wanted to stand up, but her legs were powerless. After struggling for a few times, she still fell to the ground. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. She is not a ratman, but a vassal race of the ratmen, living in the city-state of Taka, under the governance of the mouse. Her family is a poor family. She can't eat enough. Not warm. Even if it is a house where she lives. She leaks everywhere. When the undead attacked the city, they were afraid and terrified. But they were the first to calm down. They want to understand. What can the city-state be broken? Kill them? Just kill him. Maybe it's better if he dies. You won't have to suffer if you die. It is said that the dead do not need to eat. After they die, will they become dead? The irony is that those rat nobles who once wore gorgeous clothes, made all kinds of expensive gestures, and ate food that they would never be able to eat in their entire lives are all dead. But they are still alive. The rat-human race is no longer the ruler of the Tackle City-State, and the undead is. Although the rulers have changed, their situation has not changed. No. It should be said that it is worse than before. They had no stored food. Starvation is more painful than killing them directly. Is it so difficult to eat enough? Is death scary? Being killed by the undead or starving to death? Isn't it all death? The little girl finally stood in front of the dead. She asked a little bit, and it was enough. The little girl sitting on the ground thought sadly. With a clatter, an undead carrying a cloth bag walked out of the alley, walked to the front of the patrol team, handed the cloth bag in his hand to the low-level skeleton warrior, then turned around and staggered away. The low-level skeleton warrior opened the cloth bag, took out something that looked like bread, and handed it to the little girl. The smell of the food instantly caught the little girl's attention. She turned her head in surprise, and the moment she saw the bread, her eyes lit up. Food. It's food. She couldn't help looking at the skull, reached out and grabbed the food, put it on her mouth, and bit her mouth. Very hard, but edible. The little girl chewed vigorously for a few times, swallowed with her neck stiff, turned her head to look at the dilapidated building not far away, tried to stand up, and wanted to run over. But she fell again as soon as she moved. She held the bread in her arms and moved towards the building bit by bit. The low-level skeleton warrior tilted his head and looked at the little girl who was squirming on the ground. The soul fire in his eye sockets kept jumping. He was wondering what the little girl was doing. After thinking for about half a minute, he looked up in the direction where the little girl was crawling. Oh! Yes. She's going to that building. A low-level skeleton warrior walked forward, called over a few skeleton undead, lifted up the little girl, and with a look of fear and terror on her face, carried her to the front of the building and put her down. The little girl who was put down looked up at the undead in a daze, then looked at the door in front of her, and struggled again, trying to push the door open. Yeah. After trying for a long time, the door was only half opened. The low-level skeleton warrior tilted his head, thinking again. She wants to go in? So the skeleton undead stepped forward, opened the door, lifted up the little girl and carried her in. The room was very simple. There was a person lying on the only bed. She was the little girl's mother. The mother's condition was even worse than the little girl's. But when she heard the door open, she struggled to turn her head and saw several undead carrying her child in. My child. Don't hurt her. She is still young. The mother was panicked. She struggled to get up and beg, but she couldn't move. Her voice was hoarse, and it was impossible to understand what she was saying. The dead carried the little girl to the bed and put her down. The little girl raised the bread in her hand and handed it to her mother. Mom, eat, eat. The little girl's lips were cracked. Her voice was hoarse, and she had difficulty speaking. The mother smelled the fragrance of the bread and looked at the bread handed to her with an incredible look in her eyes. She really wanted to ask where the food came from. I don't have the energy to speak anymore. The mother and daughter were both exhausted. Although the food was right next to them, it was difficult for them to eat it. If they continue like this, the two will just watch the food in front of them and then die. At this moment, a figure appeared at the door and walked in. It was a black warrior patrolling the streets. He was nearby and sensed the difference here from the Soul Network. So he came over to take a look. As a highly intelligent undead, the Dark Knight didn't need any explanation from the other undead. He only took a quick look and understood what was happening. Stupid. In their condition, is it possible for them to eat something so hard? I'm so hungry. Why should I eat anything? They need medical treatment. The Dark Warrior cursed loudly in the Soul Network. Seeing those skeleton undeads in confusion, the Dark Warrior realized that these guys were really idiots. In the truest sense of the word, the wisdom is too low. The Dark Knight is good at killing people, but saving people is too much to ask. The Black Warrior asked the skeleton undead to guard here and ran out to look for someone. Among the undead, no one can save people. At least he feels that no one can. So he has to look for people around him. Fortunately, the Darth Vader is able to communicate. They would kick down the doors of buildings one by one, grab a person, and ask him if he could save someone. The method was simple and crude, but it was indeed effective. He really found a guy who was like a witch doctor. It was a rat man, who was carried back to the mother and daughter by the Black Warrior like a chicken. Save them. The Black Warrior pointed at the mother and daughter and said to the Ratman Witch Doctor, Yes, yes, yes. The Ratman Witch Doctor didn't dare to look up at the Black Warrior. He nodded and bowed and ran to the mother and daughter. After a quick examination, the Ratman Witch Doctor breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a serious illness. I'm just too weak due to hunger. He took out a tube of nutritional medicine from the box he carried with him and fed it to the mother and daughter. Sir, that's enough. The Ratman Witch Doctor turned his head and stared at the ground. Well, let me see, the Black Warrior said as he walked forward and stared at the mother and daughter. The breath of life did begin to grow stronger. After the mother and daughter drank the nutritional potion, their faces became visibly rosy and their breathing became smooth and long. The Black Warrior confirmed that the two would not die for a while. Then he turned around and looked at the Rat Witch Doctor, who lowered his head and said, You did a good job. I am very satisfied. From now on, you will follow us. If there is any need, I will give you instructions. Ah? The Rat Man suddenly looked up with surprise on his face. He was in trouble. Huh? You don't want to? The Black Warrior's voice suddenly turned cold. No. 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 It's my honor to serve you, sir. The Ratman Witch Doctor quickly lowered his head and said obediently, That's right. Don't worry. You won't be treated unfairly. The Black Warrior nodded with satisfaction and signaled the Ratman Witch Doctor to follow him. Before leaving, he asked the skeleton undead to guard the place and wait until the mother and daughter recovered before leaving. The reason he saved people was not because the Dark Knight was kind. They have a strong desire to kill, so they won't take the initiative to consider saving people. That was because of Li Ziyu's order. In order to achieve sustainable development, Li Ziyu prohibited the undead from arbitrarily harming the surrendered residents of the city-state, and even required them to ensure their lives. Of course, the residents didn't know this. They are afraid of the undead, and they cannot communicate with low-level undead. The little girl saved herself and her mother by accident. The actions of the undead surprised the residents of Takul, and they didn't understand why the undead wanted to save people. Aren't they the embodiment of death? Saving people is contrary to death. In the following days, More and more people bravely conducted experiments. They went to ask the dead for help and food. The undead responded to them and gave them food. But it was all the simplest food. Don't expect it to be very delicious. But it was edible and would not kill you. This is enough. Enough to prove that the undead are not the extremely terrifying, wantonly murderous race they think they are. As the fear disappeared, the undead issued a decree. A decree from the Lord of the Undead. All theft, fighting, murder are illegal. And different degrees of punishment will be given according to the crime committed, with the highest being the death penalty. And those who handle these incidents are all the undead. The residents suddenly realized that the undead wanted to maintain the city-state and allow it to develop. With these decrees, it is clear that they will usher in a more peaceful and comfortable environment. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lee Ziyu has illuminated a lot of mechanical technologies. Iron bucket guard. Equipment, barrel-type psychic steam power armor. Weapons, soul shaker grenade, flash grenade, single-shot hand cannon, defender assault rifle, flame burst bomb, conventional assault rifle bullet. Introduction, Ha. Another unreliable creation of the undead. Although they are unlikely to use it, they still developed such a type of soldier. Through the research on the dreadnoughts, they developed a special armored undead specifically for defending the territory. The combat power is not strong, but the defense is okay. At least their armor is not easy to be destroyed. Requirements, 300 steel plates, 100 steam pipes, 1 psychic steam engine, 2 psychic cores. After the undead successfully developed the dreadnought, it was as if they had opened the door to a new world and developed all kinds of strange mechanical undead based on the dreadnought. The iron bucket guard is one of the early developed mechanical undead. It has a barrel-shaped body, and its core power is a psychic steam movement. It uses a large number of gears and metal pipes to transmit energy, and the steel plate on the outside gives it good defense. The armor is in human shape, with a semicircular metal cover on the head. Overall, it is a bit like a funny version of Space Marine. After all, Space Marines do not have a barrel-shaped body. There are only skulls in the armor, which means that the semicircular metal mask helmet is their real weakness. Unless the mask is knocked off and their skulls are shattered, the iron bucket guards will not die. Even if the body is shattered and disassembled, it will only lose power. Lee Ziyu wants to use iron barrel guards to act as defenders of each city-state. These guys are not very good at attacking, but they are still good in defense, mainly because they can resist. In addition to the iron bucket guards, he also created some other types of soldiers, all of which he felt would be useful on future battlefields. After resting for some time, Lee Ziyu felt that it was almost time to leave, and he continued to march towards the Ratmen. One night, the residents of the city-state of Takrel were awakened by a chaotic noise. Through cracks in doors and windows, they saw the dead leaving. The direction in which the undead left was the territory of the Ratmen. Needless to say, they knew what the undead were going to do. The war is about to begin again. After leaving Taker, Lee Ziyu divided his troops into 3 groups and headed towards the Ratman city-state. During the time when Lee Ziyu was resting and advancing again, the Ratmen were unable to rest and recuperate, and they were still fighting. The undead who once fought against the infected and demons have given up the fight and no longer help the Ratmen fight, threatening the surrounding villages. Before receiving Lee Ziyu's order, they did not attack, but only threatened and hid. Without the restraint of the undead, the infected and demons were freed from their shackles and became more and more unscrupulous, constantly attacking villages and even city-states. The fighting power of the Ratmen was divided among 3 battlefields and was seriously insufficient. In the process of resisting the infected and demons, they continued to suffer defeats, and their villages were breached one after another. The infected are different from the undead. The undead are restrained by Lee Ziyu and will not carry out massacres, let alone exterminate them. The infected are the exact opposite. Any village they attack will be left with no one alive, and everyone will die unless they become infected. This made everyone in the Ratman city-states and villages feel insecure, and they began to realize that things were becoming increasingly serious. The infected and demons are not enough. They also have to face a special undead army. This army will not attack villages or city-states at will. They will follow the infected. Whenever the number of infected people reaches a certain level, this team will rush out to fight the infected people and then transform them into undead. The Ratmen both fear and love this team. The reason why I say they are afraid is that this team is made of undead, and the undead are now at war with the Ratmen. This team may attack the Ratmen at any time. What's interesting is that this team has not launched any attacks on the Ratmen villages or city-states so far. They only attack the infected. The size of this undead army is constantly expanding. And there are already tens of millions of them, scattered behind various infected teams. The Ratmen didn't know the name of this team, but they were willing to call it sheepdogs. They heard the infected. Sadly, the Ratmen are the food of the infected. The so-called sheepdog team is actually a team of patterned skeletons, such as the dark skeletons. While Li Ziyu was triumphantly advancing, the dark skeletons were also striving to develop and expand, forming a powerful force. Chapter 339, Switching Tactics. The old commander is an old commander after all, and he has rich combat experience. He is a Ratman who survived the war years, and has experienced many more battles than the young Ratmen of today. For the younger generation of Ratmen who like to fight completely relying on technological superiority, the Ratman commander prefers to use various strategic tactics. Guerrilla warfare and ambush, combined with the advanced weapons of the Ratmen, really caused Li Ziyu a lot of trouble. The old commander was very familiar with the territory of the Ratmen. Before launching an attack, he would send people to monitor the movements of the undead, then hold combat meetings, deduce predictions, make plans, and then send out various types of Ratmen to make advance arrangements and ambush and raid the undead army. That is to say, there are too many undead. Otherwise it would be easy for the old commander to defeat them using guerrilla tactics. The main feature is to appear and disappear mysteriously, then run away after hitting. There are not many places to hide in the wilderness, unlike jungles, mountains, and other environments. In many places, there are only some low dead grass and scattered stones. But even in such an environment, the Ratmen can still play guerrilla warfare very well, thanks entirely to their innate skill of ambush. Even though there seemed to be nothing there, a group of Ratmen would suddenly appear and attack while the undead just passed by, screaming. By the time the undead recovered, the rats had already fled and could not be caught up with. The Ratmen's battle results were very good. They killed many undead without any injuries, which was much more comfortable than fighting the undead head-on on the battlefield. Such results surprised and anxious the younger generation of Ratmen. They had never thought that a battle could be fought in this way. After the Ratmen gained a foothold in the central zone and entered an era of great technological development, they abandoned their previous fighting methods, believing that the previous methods were outdated and worthless. The Ratmen's technological strength was enough to support them in a head-on war with other races. The small-scale battles that occurred from time to time did confirm this. With the support of powerful weapons, they can always gain the upper hand in small-scale battles. And their idea of "we will definitely win if we fight head-on" is constantly deepened. The idea that "we will definitely win if we fight head-on" is boosting the racial self-confidence of the Ratmen. This is also the reason why the Ratmen did not fear at all when facing the undead in the early stage, but just fought hard. The younger generation of Rat people think so, but the old commander does not think so. During the era when he was active, the Ratmen were far from strong enough. In terms of physical fitness, they had no advantage at all, and needed to build walls to resist attacks from other enemies. But the city wall cannot be built overnight. A city-state is not easy to build, and people will not just sit there and watch you build a city-state. The Rat people were faced with the dilemma of having to build a city on the one hand and defend against the outside world on the other. On the front battlefield, the fighting was a complete mess. In almost every head-on battle, the Ratmen would inflict a loss of 800 on the enemy and 1,200 on me. If the Ratmen weren't so numerous, they would have been wiped out long ago. Unable to gain an advantage on the frontal battlefield, the Ratmen learned from their mistakes and changed their tactics. It can be said that the fighting methods of the Ratmen were all developed through experiments on the lives of their ancestors. Every fighting method that has been passed down, no matter how simple it is, means the death of countless Ratmen. This is how the old commander stepped forward step by step. He had walked on the edge of a knife and rolled among the dead. He had seen too many deaths and injuries. As the Ratmen developed, they forgot the fighting methods of their ancestors, which was considered extremely stupid by the old commander. The guerrilla tactics of the Ratmen are a very classic and one of the fundamental tactics of the Ratmen. Unfortunately, the Ratmen now have abandoned such tactics and only prefer head-on confrontation. An army of 600,000 soldiers going to war against tens of millions of undead is unlikely to win no matter how you look at it. In order to make his troops more obedient, the old commander took them to tackle, where he made them suffer a defeat and face the reality. If you insist on fighting, You will really die. The effect is outstanding. Now the noble's private soldiers are very obedient. We just follow the old commander's orders. Fight wherever he says, and fight however he says. This made the old commander very pleased. The purpose of his holding the combat meeting was not to listen to the opinions of other young officers, but to tell them the fighting methods he knew so that they would not forget the classic tactics of the Ratmen. Under the old commander's plan, a lot of undead were indeed killed. This is a fact. An indelible fact, which proves that the previous tactics are still effective. After winning victory after victory under the command of the old commander, the young officer regained his confidence. Compared to the young officers, the old commander was not so optimistic. As the person standing highest, he saw clearly that this was a battle that could not be won. All they could do was try to slow down the pace of the undead. The difference is too great. Even if the Ratman's equipment is more advanced, it cannot make up for the difference in numbers. Especially the undead have many characteristics that make him feel scared. For example, the undead can move continuously without feeling tired. They do not need to rest or eat. They become stronger at night. They can easily find hiding creatures. They do not have many weaknesses of their own. And unless their heads are smashed, they will not be greatly affected, etc. After all the comparisons, the only conclusion the old commander could draw was that they would lose. Guerrilla and ambush tactics can only bring trouble to the undead, but cannot truly resolve the crisis. The old commander was thinking about creating trouble for the undead army. And Li Ziyu was also having a headache. He rubbed his temple, and his brows were twisted into a shape. Ah! Guerrilla warfare. This tactic is so classic and well known. Who doesn't know this famous tactic? Li Ziyu never thought that this tactic would be applied to him one day. It's not easy to solve. In recent days, the Ratmen have been attacking the undead army continuously. But it is still not easy to find anyone, which gives him a headache. Attacking the troops rushing to the battlefield is not a big problem. The biggest problem is when attacking the city. The battle was going on fiercely here, when suddenly a group of Ratmen ran out from the back, armed with all kinds of long-range weapons, and started firing wildly, directly disrupting the rhythm of the undead's attack. This was not something Li Ziyu had guessed, but had happened several times recently, resulting in him not being able to take over a single city-state after leaving Takrel. Look for the Rat Army. But we can't find them yet. He had already used the eyes of the undead, but all he could find were scattered troops. The undead went over and killed a few, but it was of no avail. The Ratmen were determined to use guerrilla warfare and ambushes, and they didn't care about the loss of a few teams. 800 people. The main force was not there at all. It was completely dispersed, and the Ratman's combat center could not be found. The opponent's commander this time is not simple. Li Ziyu felt very uncomfortable. In all the previous encounters, they were head-on battles with the winner decided at the end of the fight. This time I met a master. They don't fight you head-on. They just attack you by surprise. Regardless, the weapons and equipment of the Ratmen are still very powerful, and their long-range weapons can kill low-level undead in large numbers. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, the loss will be in vain, and I'll feel a little uncomfortable. The Ratman's ambush skills were used to perfection. The offensive was slowed down. Tens of millions of undead armies were held back by the attacks of the Ratmen. The time has come to activate the backup plan. Seeing Li Ziyu's distressed look, Zhang Peng stepped forward to remind him. I really don't want to use that plan. It will bring our mercenary plan into question. Li Ziyu sighed and said helplessly, the normal plan is to use a massive army of undead to push forward. But when that plan is thwarted, there is a backup plan. The Ratmen have rented a large number of undead legions from Li Ziyu. These undead legions are now scattered in the Ratman territory. Once they receive Li Ziyu's call, these undead legions will quickly assemble and attack the Ratmen from within, causing them to disintegrate from within. There is a disadvantage in this, that it will make other races feel uncomfortable to hire the undead army. After all, the undead can do so in the mouse-human race. Li Ziyu is not ready to go to war with all the races in the central zone. He can deal with rats, but if he has too strong tribe, his troops may not be enough. Then do you have any other plans? Zhang Peng also knew that Li Ziyu was helpless now. Since he couldn't take down those other city-states, he could only activate the backup plan. Let me try it again. Li Ziyu shook his head. Still did not intend to use a spare plan. He felt that it was not. I don't believe that just a few 100,000 Ratmen can really stop tens of millions of undead. The undead have a lot of technology. And there might be some that can be used to break the Skaven's ambush. The plan to attack the city-state continued. Skeleton Knights and Ghost Rangers were sent out to search for traces of the Ratman army, eliminate those found, and reduce their ambush capabilities. Li Ziyu began to look for ways to break the current predicament in the vast undead technology. The undead in history is a very scary race. With the power of the family, it can sweep the existence of the world and is known as a natural disaster. How could a natural disaster be stopped by the rat people? While searching for technology, Li Ziyu also lights up more technology. Mechanical Evil Dog. Category: Mechanical Undead. Equipment: Dog Armor. Spiritual Reconnaissance. Life Scanner. Weapon: Steam Power Machine Gun. Introduction. The mechanical undead race learned from other races to develop loyal vicious dogs. Their role is to detect and track. The evil dogs are modified from animal-type undead. Mechanical technology is used to enhance their detection ability. P.S. In fact, they are not necessarily in animal form. This is purely the evil taste of the undead. Demand: Metal Board * 20 pieces. Hose * 10 roots. Spiritual Energy Core * 1. This is a new type of soldier unlocked by Li Ziyu. A kind of auxiliary undead. The evil hound is actually an animal spirit such as a wolf or a dog that is transformed from an alien tomb. There is nothing special about it. But obviously, the undead have always had crooked minds. When they discovered that humans and other races were accustomed to taming animals such as wolves and wild boars, and making these domesticated animals their helpers, the undead felt that they also needed them. Thus, the mechanical ghost hound was born. This thing is completely targeted at human hounds. But as we all know, the undead have no ears, no noses, and no tongues. In order to make them perform better, psychic detectors and life scanners are specially installed to allow them to detect farther than ordinary undead. It has to be said that these additional features are still useful. The mechanical ghost hound can discover some things that other undead cannot. Li Ziyu didn't know whether the mechanical evil hound could deal with the ambush tactics of the Ratmen. Let's give it a try to see if it works. Soon, 10,000 mechanical ghost dogs were manufactured and distributed to the Ghost Rangers and Skeleton Knights, who were asked to search for the traces of the Ratman army. The mechanical evil spirits are indeed useful, although they still can't know the ambush. They can detect the trajectory and direction of the mouse people's movement. The Ratman army was in trouble. The successive guerrilla and ambush victories have lowered their vigilance a lot. They felt that the undead were easy to deal with, and as long as they followed the commander's plan, they could do whatever they wanted. Then, these guys were visited by the mechanical evil hounds. Along with them came the Skeleton Knights and the Ghost Rangers. In an instant, many Ratman teams suffered. After losing tens of thousands of people, the Ratmen gave up guerrilla warfare. They were frightened by the mechanical evil hounds and thought their ambush tactics had lost their effect. The scattered guerrilla troops returned, regrouped, hid, and waited for the commander to make new plans. The old commander had his own methods and could collect intelligence. He keenly discovered that the newly emerged dog-like undead were the key to breaking his tactics. The ambush still worked, and those dog-like undead were finding them through their tracks. Smart guy. The old commander remained calm and commented cheerfully. He was not in a hurry, as he had seen such enemies on the battlefield before. Since simple guerrilla warfare and raids don't work, let's try another method. The Ratmen don't just have the talent of ambush. They also have to use other talents, such as digging holes. If you are being tracked on the ground, then just create a battlefield underground. Underground? The Skaven have an even greater advantage. They can dig tunnels quickly, which is the specialty of the Ratmen. Thus, a new round of guerrilla warfare and ambushes began. This time from underground. The Ratmen are very smart. They dig tunnels and deliberately make the entrances small so that only one Ratman can pass through. Rat people are generally not tall and relatively thin. Wherever they could get in, the mechanical ghost hound could barely get in with some effort. But the Skeleton Knight definitely couldn't get in, not even if he dismounted and bit over. The mechanical evil dogs that enter the tunnel will be warmly welcomed by the Ratmen who have been waiting there, and will be beaten to pieces. What the H.L.? What the H.L. is this? The rat people? After the guerrilla warfare, they are going to fight underground. Right? Is this ever going to end? Li Ziyu shouted angrily. He created the mechanical evil hound and destroyed the enemy's guerrilla tactics. Now they have switched to underground warfare, and he is out of ideas. The entrance to the tunnel is too small. and it is difficult for the undead to enter. Even if they got in, the space inside was not big and could only accommodate 3 ratmen walking side by side. This is still acceptable for the undead. The main problem is that they can't stretch out or stand straight. The rat people are like fish in water in such an environment. But the undead are destined to be bound in the tunnel. Li Ziyu looked at Zhang Peng silently. Don't look at me. Although the race of my men is rat people, I feel that my rat people cannot beat those rats. Their fighting power is much stronger than that of my men. Seeing Li Ziyu's eyes, Zhang Peng knew what he was thinking and directly blocked what he was about to say. The real strength of the mole people lies not in head-on combat. Instead, they set up various traps and ambushes through the excavated passages underground. This is the normal way of fighting. If we fight head-on, we really can't defeat the rat people. Peng, things have come to this. I don't have any good solutions. You just hold it off first, and let your people hold it up first. At least we are all underground. Right? Li Ziyu said helplessly. Chapter 340, Gopher's Merit. After witnessing the Ratman leader's guerrilla warfare, ambush, and tunnel warfare, Li Ziyu began to wonder if the other party was a time traveler. Did you play too well? The opponent obviously has a deep understanding of tunnel warfare and must have used this type of tactics before. The tunnels dug by the Ratmen are not only deep but also short, which is only suitable for the Ratmen to move around. The size of the undead is simply not suitable for fighting in the tunnels. Once entering the tunnel, even the Black Warrior will be at the mercy of the Ratmen. The mechanical evil hounds can get in, but the combat power of this kind of undead is insufficient. So it is of little use once it gets in. The only thing in Li Ziyu's hands that could pose a threat to the Ratmen who burrowed into the tunnel was Zhang Peng's Ratmen. They are both short, good at digging holes, and like to live underground. He also knew that Zhang Peng didn't like letting the mole people go to the battlefield. But there was no other way now. If the mole people are not allowed to go, they will just be beaten passively. After some persuasion, Zhang Peng sighed and reluctantly agreed. The underground battlefield has begun. The mole men took over the undead's place and went to war with the Ratmen. Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng originally estimated that being undefeated would be good, and if they could draw with the rat people underground, it would be an outcome beyond their expectations. The fact is that the fighting power of the mole people underground exceeded the two men's imagination, giving them a great surprise. If the combat effectiveness displayed by the Ratmen underground is at the expert level, then the combat effectiveness displayed by the mole men underground is at the king level. The mole people taught the rat people a solid lesson. Any tunnel that the Ratmen can pass through can also be passed through by the mole people. Although their bodies seem fat, they should not move too fast through the tunnel. Li Ziyu's impression of the rat people still remains in the past. The rat people at that time had backward equipment, were timid, and were complete losers in combat. Ever since Zhang Peng joined Li Ziyu's camp, the rat people were rarely sent to the battlefield. Even if they were sent to the battlefield, they relied on the combat effectiveness of the rat people's fortress. Neither Li Ziyu nor Zhang Peng actually made a correct judgment about the mole people. After obtaining resources, Zhang Peng's fortress was upgraded to fortress level. After unlocking many technologies, the mole people also upgraded their weapons to better ones. Zhang Peng knew that the mole people were naturally timid and showed cowardice in every battle, which made him mistakenly believe that the mole people would not fight. This time, I realized I was completely wrong. It's just like a fish. No matter how ferocious a fish is, if it leaves the water and lands on land, it will become a piece of trash. But if they were released into the sea, they would become a group of extremely ferocious beasts. The same is true for the mole people. If they were on the ground, their fighting ability would be very poor, and they would be very timid. They would shrink back when facing most races. But when they got underground, they seemed to be back home. And the fighting power they displayed was amazing. They have a natural talent for digging holes. But the speed at which the Ratmen dig holes cannot be compared to that of the equipped mole men. The difference is several orders of magnitude. After Zhang Peng's upgrade, the mole people not only have an advantage in digging speed, they can also rely on various means to transform the tunnels. For example, first expand the tunnel into a maze in a short period of time. Then use magic to build walls to increase the difficulty of the maze. And then design traps. Oh, by the way, the authentic trap battle is the real fighting method of the mouse people. The mouse people just dug a tunnel, and the mouse people went in and destroyed. After digging for a while, the rat man turned around and was stunned. I remember that we only dug a few tunnels, So how come they became interconnected? Why are there so many forks in the road? Where is the exit? Even the rat people who like to live underground cannot escape from the rat people's tunnels. Not to mention, while walking, I was attacked for no apparent reason. The mole people almost never have to fight the rat people head-on. As long as they expand the tunnels and set up traps, their mission is accomplished. When they first fought underground with the rats, the mice would also appear and fight with the mouse. Later, they discovered that the rat people were a bunch of idiots. A bunch of idiots who had given up their underground tactics. Their performance underground was far below the rat people's expectations. There is no need to engage in direct conflict with them, as the ratmen cannot avoid their traps. The ratman was tricked. I was tricked by the mole people. It was a terrible pit. Often a group of ratmen would hide underground, waiting to attack the undead. And then, they would disappear without a trace. Either they got lost underground and couldn't get out, or they were killed by the mole people's traps. Li Ziyu, who was still thinking about developing undead that could fight underground, gave up immediately. There is no need for research and development. The mole people are enough. The rat people were defeated underground. They felt like they were bullying children, forcing the old commander to give up the idea of underground warfare. Peng, you said you rat people can't fight? You don't have strong fighting ability? How little do you know about the race of your own men? My goodness. This record is stronger than my undead army. Li Ziyu looked at the battle reports one by one, and couldn't help but sigh and make some jokes. A rare complex expression appeared on Zhang Peng's half-dead face. He really didn't expect that the mole people would perform so well and bravely in the underground passage. It's my fault. I failed to notice that my men were so powerful. Isn't that a good thing? Now the ratman's underground warfare has been cracked. Zhang Peng scratched his head and said with a wry smile. Li Ziyu glanced at him and suddenly laughed. It's not that the tunnel warfare has been cracked, but that they are going to be in trouble. Seeing Li Ziyu's smile, Zhang Peng knew that he was going to cause trouble again, and asked quickly, what do you want to do? I have to remind you that the rats under my command are not as numerous as your undead army, so they cannot be the main force. Li Ziyu raised his index finger, shook it, and said with a smile, since your rats are so brave underground, then we don't have to worry about anything. If the rats don't fight underground, we can fight. We can open up an underground battlefield. After this reminder, Zhang Peng suddenly fell silent, lowered his head, chewed his fingers, and thought seriously. Underground battlefield. Underground battlefield? Underground battlefield. Yes. The rat people are no match for the rat people underground. Since the rat people have given up the underground warfare, he can force the rat people to fight him in the tunnel. Isn't this the time to take advantage? Zhang Peng's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that the boss was indeed a good idea. Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and others have all been with Li Ziyu all the way. But along the way, the role they played had nothing to do with the battlefield most of the time. Lu Xingxing is responsible for finding treasures, mineral veins, resources, and drawing maps. Zhang Peng is responsible for transactions, business, and intelligence. When it comes to fighting, Li Ziyu will not let them intervene most of the time. On the one hand, they knew that the races under their command were not suitable for fighting. And on the other hand, they were afraid that they would get hurt. Li Ziyu and the undead under his command were like a big umbrella, shielding them from the wind and rain, allowing them to survive and grow again and again. Zhang Peng knew very well that if he had not met Li Ziyu and the undead under his command, he would not have been alive until now and would have died long ago. The fact that he was able to survive and develop to his current level was entirely due to the existence of Li Ziyu. Sometimes, Zhang Peng really felt like a loser, and there wasn't much he could do to help Li Ziyu. Although Li Ziyu never cared about it, he even often said that he was able to obtain resources thanks to Zhang Peng. But Zhang Peng knew clearly in his heart that if he wanted to survive after traveling to another world, he didn't rely on business or resources, but on combat effectiveness. They are a tyrannical race, and only a strong army can allow them to act with impunity and lead a better life. What Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing do not have is a powerful army. If it can't help on the battlefield, then its value is very small. It's not that Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing don't want to help. It's that they are powerless. This underground battle made Zhang Peng realize that the rat people were not that simple. It was just that he had been wrong before, and did not put the rat people in the right position. When fighting underground, he does not rely solely on his mole fortress. but on the mole men under his command. They are underground. But they are not the cowardly people above ground. The mole people in the tunnel are full of confidence, and their fighting power is terrifyingly strong. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Peng raised his head and said to Li Ziyu seriously, "Boss, just watch me. Leave the underground battlefield to me. I will take care of it, and make sure those rat people learn a lesson." Li Ziyu looked at the determination in Zhang Peng's eyes, laughed, gave him a thumbs up, and encouraged him to work harder. The mole people, well, that's a problem. They are more adapted to life underground than we are. It's normal for you to fail. I won't blame you. We can consider other methods. Those mole people are not simple. We have to be more careful next time. Also, I don't quite understand why there are rat people among the undead. I remember there are no mole people among our race. Where did these mole people come from? Were they brought by the undead? In the temporary combat meeting room, many ratman officers were sitting around the long table, and the old commander was sitting on the main seat. He picked up the water cup, took a sip of the warm juice, frowned slightly, and analyzed it gently. Neither too slow nor too slow, with a tone neither too high nor too low. The recent battle reports are not good news. The ratman team that was sent out to start a tunnel war with the undead was attacked by the ratmen and suffered heavy losses. The old commander who found the situation was wrong, and he quickly withdrew all the teams and reinstated. He was surprised by the appearance of the mole men. The ratmen are a very large race, a general term, and there are various branches within the ratmen. The mole people are actually a branch of the rat people. However, the ratmen in the central area do not include the ground ratmen, and this branch is not in the central area. The old commander has read a lot of information, especially about the various branches of the ratmen. Each branch of the ratmen has some strange talents and abilities. The talent of the mouse people is concentrated on digging. They are natural underground strategists. In underground battles, even among the ratmen, you can compete with them. Just look at their name and you will know. They are called gophers. They just play underground. According to the records, the mole people even once established a huge and powerful underground kingdom. Living in that underground kingdom, you can stay underground all your life and never go up to the surface. The mole people were once glorious. For some unknown reason, they did not come when the ratmen entered the central area. The ratmen in the central area lacked the ground ratman branch. There is no doubt that the branches of the mouseman race, when they meet underground and the mouse people, will definitely not be the right mouse people. The mole people are extremely good at digging caves. They can make the caves like a maze. It is difficult for others to find the correct route in the maze except themselves. In addition to digging holes, gophers are also good at transforming plants. The original mole people lived on the roots and rhizomes of plants, and later they developed to transform plants. The means of transforming the underground edible plants of the mousemen are said to have learned from the pseudo-rats. However, the ratmen did learn it after all. But they were far inferior to the mole people in terms of their methods of transforming plants. The mole people not only transformed edible plants, they also developed many special plants, such as luminous mosses, vines that can grow into houses on their own, and can resist carnivorous plants from other places. In a sense, the mole people have three innate skills: digging holes, plant transformation, and trap making. Plant transformation, concentrated in three aspects: bacteria, vines, and flowers. Fungi refer to mushrooms. The mole people have transformed various types of usable mushrooms. This is a simple one, and there are also many strange and weird mushrooms. For example, there are parasitic spore mushrooms that can spray spores, parasitize the body, and quickly absorb nutrients from the host. There are explosive poisonous mushrooms that can explode and spray out poisonous mist. There are corrosive mushrooms that stick to the ground and spray out acidic venom. There are magic flame mushrooms with red stripes on them that will form a sea of fire when touched. And so on. A vine-like plant used by the gophers for construction and defense. For example, there are house vines that can entwine themselves to form space. There are python vines that can find enemies on their own like snakes. There are thorny blood-sucking vines with sharp thorns that can suck blood. There are giant tree creature vines that entwine with each other to form tree men. And so on. Among flowers, in addition to being ornamental and edible, there are many carnivorous flowers. For example, there is the carnivorous plant that has a big mouth and will eat anyone who passes by. There is the death honeypot plant that secretes sweet honey water but is very dangerous. like an enlarged version of the pitcher plant, etc. Finally, speaking of traps, they are the gopher's favorite means of warfare. In the information, the mouse people are not good at fighting positive. They like eating people, and are very good at arranging various traps. They kill each other without knowing where they are. All in all, this is a group of guys who can do whatever they want underground. Because the rat people have no mole branch. Many rat people don't even know about the existence of mole people. Only people like the old commander, who like to read books, know about them. The other officers had no way of giving an answer to the old commander's words, because they didn't know either. "Commander, do you say? What should we do now?" a officer asked. After what they had gone through, they had come to trust the old man, put away their own rebelliousness, and listen carefully to the commander's orders. The other officers present all looked at the old commander, waiting for his decision. "Let me think about it. We have to rescue the city-state first," the old commander said slowly. The officers were silent. They did not dare to disturb the commander. In fact, the old commander is also a little worried now. It's not easy. The mouse man once proud of the guerrilla plus ambush strategy, which was restrained by the other party's dog-type undead. If you open up a battlefield underground, you will have to face the rat people. After fighting for a long time, it seemed that the front had the advantage. But in fact the advantage was not that great. The undead were not seriously injured, and there were too many of them. On the other hand, we have no advantages either on the ground or underground, and we have to face a huge number of undead, which is very tricky. The only thing we can rely on now is that the ratmen are stronger than the undead in terms of long-range weapons. This is something the undead cannot make up for the time being. However, the use of long-range firepower and undead to fight, which means that it is necessary to be detained accurately, and death and injury will be very serious. Chapter 341 Commander's Last Words. We failed. In the temporary combat conference room, a mouse soldier was covered with blood, and his eyes were blind. He rushed in with a wounded body, shouting to the still tense and busy mouse officer. Click. The water glass fell to the ground. The officer stopped moving, bewildered, surprised, puzzled, and shocked. They all looked at the rat soldier with different eyes. "What did you say? What failed?" Some officer stood up and ran in front of the mouse soldiers in 3 steps, grabbed his shoulders, trembled and asked. His questions were also what other officers wanted to know. The frontline battlefield was defeated, and the troops we went to attack the undead were discovered, and the damage was extremely heavy, the mouse soldier said with a low expression. "Impossible. With our commander here? How could we be defeated by the undead so easily?" The officer shouted in disbelief. This result was unacceptable to them. When supporting the city-state of Takrel, the various nobles put together an elite army of 600,000. In a battle with the undead outside the city-state of Takrel, tens of thousands of people were lost. Later, tens of thousands of people were lost in guerrilla warfare, ambushes, and tunnel warfare. After the authentic war was cracked by Zhang Peng's Mouse Man Legion, the old commander decided to abandon other warfare and switch to a long-range firepower to forcibly bombard the opponent's attack on the city-state. By borrowing the ambush talent of the ratmen, they indeed achieved quite good results, and achieved good results at a relatively small cost. The undead seemed to be driven crazy by them. Instead of restraining themselves, they gathered their troops and launched a frantic attack on the city-state. Faced with wave after wave of attacks from the undead, the city-state is in danger of falling at any time. The old commander suspected at the time that the undead launched an attack of such a scale just to lure them into the trap. This is not a conspiracy. It is an open plot to force the rat people to go to war. If they don't go to the rescue, the city-state will fall. Faced with the powerful undead clan, the old commander had no choice but to fight back. But before leaving, he had made preparations and took with him an army of more than 300,000. If nothing else, it could relieve the pressure of the siege. Of course, since you are preparing to face the undead, you must be prepared for losses. The old commander estimated that there would be considerable damage. These are all known to everyone. But I didn't expect the news I received was failure. Failure and damage are not the same concept. There is a budget for the damage. For example, the old commander feels that the number of lost ratman troops should be less than 100,000. Failure is different. The damage is totally uncontrollable and morale is completely destroyed. With the results of the previous guerrilla warfare, ambush warfare, and authentic warfare. The officers believed that the old commander could still take advantage of the undead this time. In response to the officer's incredulous roar, the Ratman soldier just shook his head and explained. Our actions were discovered when we just launched the attack. The Ratmen rushed out. Some of us were forced to go underground to fight the Ratmen. The ground troops were ambushed by the undead cavalry, and our plan was disrupted. The officer gasped and let go of the rat soldier's hand. He staggered back a few steps and muttered to himself. Impossible. I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. The commander can't be defeated so easily. The other officers had already reacted by this time. And someone immediately asked, how is our army now? How many have been lost? Has it been disbanded? How many have returned? A series of questions made the rat soldiers fall silent. Although he was anxious, no one rushed him, giving him time to think. After more than a minute, the rat soldier spoke. We were scattered. Everyone was running away at the time. At least half of our men were lost. Maybe more. I don't know how many of them can come back. Hundreds of thousands. At least hundreds of thousands of people were lost. The officers looked at each other, feeling sad. Their army was originally insufficient in number, and faced with tens of millions of undead, their hundreds of thousands of people were just a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for the old commander, their confidence would have been shattered long ago. Now we have lost more than 100,000 people, which is like adding insult to injury. Suddenly, an officer thought of a serious problem. He stared at the rat soldier and asked, where is the commander? Where is he? Everyone present was startled and looked at the rat soldiers again. The Ratman soldier seemed to be thinking of something extremely sad. He stood there stupidly and said in a hoarse and low voice, the commander was killed. The place where he was the focus of the undead cavalry and was directly attacked. None of the personal guards led by the commander were spared. The commander also died at that time. What? The officers' throats were choked, and several officers, who were unsteady on their feet, fell into their chairs. This is the worst news. The old commander is dead. That is their backbone. The death of the commander-in-chief is much more serious than the loss of hundreds of thousands of Ratman warriors. Looking at the distraught Ratman officer, the Ratman soldier choked back his sorrow and said to the officer present, the commander left his final order. The officer suddenly looked up and stared at the rat soldiers. Convey the commander's final order. The rat soldier stood up straight and adjusted his breathing. My friends, I am sorry. I failed. I could not complete my mission. The undead are more powerful than I thought. For the future of the Skaven, and for the Skaven to continue to survive on this land, we must continue to fight even if we are facing a difficult situation. We are warriors, and our destiny is the battlefield. Don't try to leave. When we stop holding back the undead, they will move forward without any chance of survival. Stand tall. Be like a hero. Don't be afraid, and die bravely. Your lives and your names will be remembered by our future generations. This is my final order. Use your lives to hold back the undead. The rat soldiers imitated the old commander's tone and told the officers present the old commander's final orders and last words. The officers were stunned. They looked at the rat soldiers stupidly. The commander is asking us to die? An officer suddenly spoke up and asked his companions in confusion. Well, it seems so. The companion beside him has not yet recovered from the last words. I don't want to die here. I want to leave. I can fight for the Ratmen, but I can't simply die like this. A Ratman officer shouted. Yeah. How could the commander do this? When he dies, does he want us to be buried with him? Another officer also expressed dissatisfaction. Shut up. A loud shout made everyone else shut up and look. Then a Ratman officer stood up and looked around. At this point, I will no longer hold back. I will tell you what I know. The Ratman officer sighed and said. The other Ratman officers looked even more puzzled. From the moment we were assembled, we were already dead. Just this one sentence caused an uproar among the officers. They couldn't believe what they heard. What do you mean by dead? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Faced with their yelling, the mouse officer smashed on the table fiercely and roared again. Quiet. Everyone fell silent again. Listen to me. Listen to me till I finish, and you will understand everything. You all know who we are. We are just a group of noble private soldiers. When have you ever seen an army formed entirely by noble private soldiers? Before the undead attacked us, we had two battlefields. One was the troll battlefield, and the other was the disgusting harpy women. Listening to his paintings, Some people seemed to be thinking about something, while others nodded silently. They all knew that what he said was correct. The elite armies of each city-state have already been deployed to these two battlefields. In other words, we have no army left. The troops stationed in the two battlefields cannot be withdrawn for the time being. At this moment, those greedy, disgusting, and shameful undead launched an attack on us. I just said that we have no army left. You have seen the number of undead. There are so many of them. We have no way to resist them. That's why we have this legion composed entirely of nobles' private soldiers. He stopped here and looked around at everyone. Go on. We all know what you are saying now. Why do you say that we have been dead since the time we assembled? An officer asked. And the others nodded. The officer who explained smiled helplessly. Don't you understand? From the beginning, we were destined to be defeated by the undead. If we want to repel the undead, we need a massive army. But we don't have one. We can't just ignore the undead, or they will march straight in and continue to take over our city-states until they occupy the entire Ratman territory. And this result is unacceptable to everyone. Then there is only one way. Delay the pace of the undead and slow down their attack. So, the officer said slowly, pointing at the people present, we are here. We are not here to defeat the undead, but to delay them. The commander-in-chief said we are heroes, but that's overestimating us. In the eyes of those masters, we are just cannon fodder. Cannon fodder. Understand? Here to die. Do you really think you can return alive? He roared, his eyes red as he snarled at everyone present. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that the truth would be like this. Maybe some people have thought about it, but can't believe this fact. They are private soldiers, and even among the elite, they are the best. They have undergone rigorous training and have more advanced weapons than the city-state's elite legions. The elders, nobles, and high-ranking ratmen have invested a lot of effort, resources, and wealth in them. They never thought that they would be abandoned. No, I don't believe it. You lied to me. An officer collapsed and shouted. Okay, you say I lied to you. So go away. Go back and see if your master will kill you. And see if your whole family still has a chance to survive. The explaining officer said with a sneer. Then, he continued, the commander-in-chief has known this for a long time. He has always known it. Even himself did not intend to go back alive. The only thing we can do now is to fulfill the commander's will, and use our lives to delay the footsteps of the undead for as long as possible. If, and I mean if, we have a chance to win, then our loved ones can be taken care of, and we will truly be heroes. If we go back now, what awaits us is the revenge of the nobles, and the butcher knives of the inspectorate. You choose whether to die bravely here and give your family a better future, or to flee back and die with your whole family. It's your choice. After saying that, Legion sat down and said no more. In the temporary conference room, the deadly silence. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. I'll stay, although I don't want to die. I want my child to live a better life. At least he has a chance to survive. Ha! By comparison, it seems more cost-effective for me to die. I am afraid of death. But wouldn't I also die if I go back? In that case, I choose to be a hero. Officers spoke up one after another. The undead camp. We caught a big fish. Zhang Peng looked at the corpses on the ground and said to Li Ziyu. There were several ratman corpses on the ground. Judging from their attire, they were all important figures. The armor, clothing, and decorations they wore were all very expensive. Some rats captives have identified that these rats are either officers or senior officials. What surprised Li Ziyu the most was that among the corpses in front of him was the commander of the Ratman army. It was the mouse man who was most beautifully dressed. He originally wanted to force the Ratmen to fight a decisive battle with him. Even if it was not a decisive battle, he could still kill a group of Ratman troops and prevent the other side from causing trouble every day. Unexpectedly, by accident, the enemy commander was killed. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? The results are rich. He collected more than 100,000 corpses and tens of thousands of Ratman captives. All in all, in this battle, he killed 200,000 of the Ratman's fresh forces. The remaining Ratman troops were also scattered, and it would take time to reunite. According to calculations, from the Takal battlefield to now, the remaining Ratman forces are only about 100,000, and the threat to the undead is very small. The mole people made great contributions in this battle. When the ratmen suddenly appeared and used long-range firepower to attack the siege undead, they dug up the ground beneath their feet and pulled them underground, opening up an underground battlefield. Not only did it cause chaos to the enemy, creating conditions for the skeleton knights to attack, but it also killed tens of thousands of ratmen underground. These annoying guys are finally done with. Li Ziyu looked at the old commander's body and couldn't help but smile. The old commander caused him a lot of trouble. From the battlefield of Takal to now, he has lost millions of insect men and skeleton undead. And even the skeleton knights and black warriors have suffered many casualties. With a 600,000 army of 600,000, the other party tossed him until now, which can be regarded as a person. This is only the undead. If it were any other race, they would have collapsed long ago. Morale has dropped to such a low point. Now this guy is dead. Then the next step will be easy. Just follow the steps to attack the city. The remaining hundreds of thousands of ratmen troops will have limited capabilities no matter how hard they try. How are the trolls and harpies doing? The ratman army hasn't come back. Right? Li Ziyu turned around and confirmed with Zhang Peng. The reason why he could attack the Skaven without restraint was because the troll battlefield and the harpy battlefield tied up a large number of Skaven troops, creating opportunities for him. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to attack. Look at the rat people's resistance now. It's quite fierce. He suffered so much damage with only 600,000 troops. If the rat army came back, he would really have to stop the attack, defend the city-states he had captured before, and then take his time. No. The fighting was fierce. They knew we were attacking the ratmen, and they were trying their best to hold back the rat army and prevent them from coming back. Zhang Peng, who had dark circles under his eyes and turned into a panda, raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Okay. In that case, let's speed up and take over the city-state in front of us first, and try to take over the rat people's capital as soon as possible," Li Ziyu said with a gleam in his eyes. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it's hard to say when the next one will come. Once and for all, the ratmen will be finished." Li Ziyu made up her mind. Chapter 342 Rat People Struggle. Without the old commander, the ratmen were even less able to stop the undead's advance. The remaining nobles' private soldiers also wanted to resist, but their tactics were not as smooth as those of the old commander. If the same tactics were used again, they would be seen through by the undead. The only thing that makes Li Ziyu a little tricky is his talent skill of ambush. But now the number of noble soldiers is limited, and it will be useless even if ambush skills are used. The undead attacked with unstoppable force, conquering one ratman city-state after another. What made the rat people even more terrified was that when the undead attacked the city, almost all the casualties were low-level undead. But after repeatedly breaking through the city-states, more high-level undead were born. It is true that the total number of undead troops is decreasing, but their quality is improving rapidly. Moreover, the number of undead troops is also increasing, and various strange troops are emerging one after another, causing great trouble to the ratmen. The news that the ratmen were unable to resist the undead spread quickly in the central area, causing the various tribes involved in the battle to turn their attention here. Even trolls are no exception. At first they only thought that the undead could restrain the ratmen, but they didn't expect that the ratmen would be so vulnerable in front of the undead. The attitudes of various races towards the undead have also changed. Everyone knows who the powerful tribes in the central area are, and how strong they are. If the undead can act so rampantly in the ratmen's territory, it seems that they can do the same in their territory. What's even more annoying is that there are many undead armies in the territories of many powerful tribes. Because of the infected and demons, they hired a lot of undead. No matter what outsiders think, the ratmen are now in a great crisis. The fur on the Rat King's body turned white. He didn't understand why a race that had just entered the central area could burst out with such terrifying fighting power. This is unreasonable. He could totally accept that the undead had developed over decades, or even hundreds of years, and could burst out with such power. But in fact, the undead had only been in the central area for a short time. Just as suddenly as they appeared, they broke out. If he had known that the undead had such terrifying combat power, he would never have considered joining the troll battlefield. None of the recent battle reports are good news. The battle reports we received every day showed that the undead were attacking cities, and their firepower was becoming even more fierce. The undead were like a group of freaks with abnormal evolutionary speed, giving him surprises almost every day. In a short period of time, the ratmen had lost 1/3 of their territory, and dozens of city-states fell. The situation was so serious that it was completely out of his control. Bualata, the palace of the ratmen. Great Emperor. The elders are ready, and can hold the meeting. The waiter came to the Ratman Emperor, and said softly. The Rat King, who had once been full of energy, now looked exhausted. He sat on the throne, wearing the crown that symbolized power, with the scepter casually leaning on the side. He rested his head on one hand, with his eyes closed, and dozed off. In recent days, the Rat King has been severely exhausted and unable to fall asleep at night. Only at this moment, when he was extremely sleepy, could he barely fall asleep. After hearing the waiter's words, the Rat King opened his eyes and looked at the waiter with a slightly confused look. The elders are waiting for you, the waiter reminded again softly. Ah! The Rat King finally woke up. Just like an old man who suddenly woke up from a dream in his twilight years. He grabbed the scepter and struggled to get up from the throne. Seeing that he was having difficulty, the waiter hurried forward to support him. With the help of the messenger, the Rat King finally stood firm, took a deep breath, forced himself to cheer up, and walk out. He wanted to meet the elders and nobles to discuss what to do next. As you step into the house of the Ratman city-state, you will hear noisy shouting like that of a vegetable market. Everyone was arguing and expressing their own ideas. The elders were arguing with the nobles. The nobles were arguing with each other. The new nobles were arguing with the old nobles. Everyone was arguing in a mess. The Rat King ignored the people below and walked straight to the highest point, which was the main seat and a place where only he could sit. He sat down slowly and looked coldly at the rats quarreling below. The ratmen below seemed to have not seen the Rat King. They were arguing with each other, their faces red and their sleeves rolled up, ready to start a full-scale martial arts battle. The Rat King raised his scepter and knocked it on the ground. Silence! The Ratman waiter standing beside the Emperor shouted loudly. The confused Ratmen then stopped and looked at the Emperor above. At this time, there were far fewer Ratmen below than usual. The Undead have captured so many city-states. Not all elders and nobles have had the chance to escape. What are you arguing about? You keep quarreling. Quarreling all the time. Don't you feel ashamed? Our race is on the brink of extinction, and you are still arguing here. The most urgent thing now is to think about how to resist the Undead. There was endless anger in the Rat King's voice. There had never been a moment when he was so annoyed by the Ratman's parliamentary system. Look at the elders and nobles of the Ratmen below. They are the top of the Ratman's power. They possess a large amount of resources, wealth, and even their own private army. They enjoy a life that other Rat people will never be able to enjoy in their entire lives. They have emphasized in front of him countless times that they are the cornerstone and fortress of the Ratmen. However, facing the threat of the Ratmen now, what can these guys do? Nothing can be done but wrangling in the House of Representatives. Facing the fury of the Rat King, an elder stood up and said loudly, I have said it long ago that we should not leave those undead armies in our territory. We should not even allow the undead to exist. We should destroy them as soon as possible. There are always some people who are unwilling to listen to our advice. They are the sinners of the Rat people, the elder said, pointing to the new nobles. Seeing this, the new noble retorted without showing any weakness. Don't talk nonsense in front of the great emperor. If you had dealt with the army of the undead, would you have resisted those infected and demons? Just 2 sentences and things got messy again. They blamed each other for their mistakes, trying to appear to be righteous partners. Boom, boom, boom. The scepter fell heavily to the ground, but failed to interrupt the quarrel below. Boom. Shut up. The Ratman King stood up. His scepter pierced deeply into the floor, and he stared at the Ratman below with red eyes. A terrifying pressure rose, and a faint green smoke escaped from his body. That was not illusory smoke, but real. That is the magical ability of the Ratman King. The plague mist. The hair on the Rat King's body stood up, and his face was full of brutality. The sudden outburst of the Rat King once again shocked the rats below. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. At this moment, we have to find a way to deal with the undead. While you are blaming each other, the undead are advancing, taking over our cities, and our people are dying. I have been too tolerant and too kind to you, which has led to your current situation. This is not a small incident. It is a matter of life and death for us. Do you really think that the undead will let you go after they have conquered everything? They are a bunch of skeletons without flesh and blood. They don't care whether you live or die. They will kill you in the name of mercy, and turn you into the same appearance as them. Stop blaming each other. Unite. We need to work together. The voice of the Rat King resounded in the ears of every rat present. The elders and nobles looked at each other. And now they understood that the Rat King had finally returned to his original appearance. That kind of domineering. That kind of strength. That kind of arrogance. The older noble recalled how the Ratman King looked when he had just ascended the throne. Domineering, ruthless, and high-spirited. It was he who pushed the Nezumi into a more powerful position. No one knew when the emperor started to delegate power, allowing the nobles to have greater rights and a bigger voice. If it weren't for this crisis, they wouldn't even remember what the emperor looked like. The noble, who was so old that his beard was gray and his eyelids were about to cover his eyes, stood up tremblingly, bowed and saluted, and said to the Rat King, "Great King, have you made a decision?" The Rat King nodded and said in a deep voice, "I plan to transfer warriors from the Troll battlefield, and also transfer a group of warriors from the Harpy battlefield." As soon as he said this, an elder immediately said, "This won't work, Emperor. The two battlefields are very stalemate right now. Once we withdraw soldiers from there, we may lose the right to control the two battlefields." It sounds good to say that it's in a stalemate. The Ratmen were attacked by the Undead and lost many city-states. This means a lack of resources. The Ratman's army comes from various city-states, and their resources are also born and mobilized by each city-state. With the loss of a dozen city-states, the resources on the front line were dwarfed. Now it is not the Ratmen who are suppressing the Trolls and Harpies, but the opponents who are suppressing them. If the Ratmen's technology was not more advanced than the other two tribes, I'm afraid they would have been driven back into their territory. On both battlefields, the Ratmen's armies were struggling to hold on. There are enough daily necessities, but the ammunition supply is much worse. If troops are withdrawn from two battlefields, the remaining soldiers will most likely not be able to withstand the Trolls and Harpies, and the Ratmen will then face a three-way defeat. There is nothing wrong with what the elder said, and he is indeed thinking about the Ratmen. But the Rat King was not satisfied. The Ratmen have lost too much territory, and too many city-states have fallen. If the situation continues like this, we will be completely devoured by the Undead sooner or later. No, there is no need to swallow it up completely. If we lose some more city-states, the Troll and Harpy battlefields will not be able to hold on, and the supplies will not be able to keep up. By that time, there really was nothing that could be done to save the situation. We don't have a choice now. If we don't get rid of the Undead, they will get rid of us. We don't have enough soldiers to stop their advance. The Undead refuse to negotiate. They will keep moving forward. The Rat King had been thinking about this problem for a long time, and he could not think of any other solution. The Ratmen do have many allies, but the problem is that the war has now swept across the entire central region, with all ethnic groups fighting in the chaos. If he asked for help at this time, no one would pay attention to him. The Ratmen are a large tribe in terms of population, and they are already dwarfed by them. The armies of other races will not be too large either. What made the Rat King most uncomfortable was that the Undead were a completely new race and had never existed in the central area before. In other words, the Undead have no hatred towards other races in the central zone. Even if he wanted his allies to take action, he had no reason to do so. Why should anyone help him fight against an irrelevant race? Isn't this a thankless task? In the question of race, as in the question of nation, there are no real friends, only real interests. If you want others to take action against the Undead, you must not only pay a terrible price, but also have a legitimate reason and not let other races take advantage of you. These are what the Ratmen do not have now. In order to rent the Undead army to eliminate the infected and demons in the territory, the Skaven have given the Undead a lot of resources. Coupled with the subsequent battles, the resources of the Ratmen have been drained. There is no other good way at this time. We can only find a way to save ourselves. If they want to stop the Undead, they need a large army. Millions of troops. That's right. The Ratman King didn't even dare to say that he could defeat the Undead. The Undead are so scary. Their low-level Undead did suffer a lot of damage during the siege, but the number of high-level Undead was increasing like a snowball. Analyzing through battle reports, the Undead do have the ability to transform corpses into Undead. There is no solution to this. People will die in war. For every Ratman who dies, there is one less. For every Ratman who dies, there is one more on the Undead side. As one side gains strength, the other loses strength. The longer it drags on, the harder this battle will be. If we continue to consume the undead, it will be useless to attack the ratmen, let alone the two more races. The mighty army of the undead will destroy everything. After listening to the Emperor's words, the rats fell silent. They never wanted to believe the defeat of the ratmen. In their minds, the ratmen are invincible, and no other race can destroy them. Even if there are occasional failures, it is no big deal. The ratmen will still become stronger. But now, a bloody fact is placed before them. The undead will really destroy the ratmen. Oh! No. From the information we got, the ratmen may not be destroyed, but their nobles will definitely be destroyed. The undead did not massacre all the ratmen in the cities they conquered. They left behind the surrendered residents. What kind of residents will surrender? Commoners, slaves, and inferior people who are not qualified to enjoy life. No matter what kind of people. Not including the rat people in the House of Representatives. They are the privileged class of the rat race. As long as they don't want to lose their rights and give up their current good life, they will fight to the end. Having tasted power, no one will give it up easily, and it is impossible to give it up. This is the fundamental conflict. They never thought of surrendering. After a long silence, a new noble said, "I support the Emperor. Mobilize the soldiers from the other two battlefields. We cannot let the undead run rampant." Yes, we can't let the undead run rampant. Fight. We Nezumi cannot admit defeat. The rat people will always be glorious. Compared with the old nobles, the new nobles are more motivated. And once they figure things out, they will hardly have too much hesitation. Where someone takes the lead, others will follow. More and more new nobles are beginning to speak out. Not only do they have to mobilize soldiers from the two battlefields, they also have to join the battle themselves. This is a last resort. Go to the battlefield and fight for a future for your descendants. Otherwise, just wait for the undead to push over and kill them all. The old nobles looked at the new nobles, and their heads, which had long been filled with interests, seemed to be filled with blood, no matter how the two sides have slandered each other in the past. At this time, they have to work together. I'd like to go. I want to go too. I'm willing to go. I also have my own private army. An old nobleman also stood out and shouted loudly, looking at the nobles who were becoming more and more excited. A smile finally broke out on the face of the Rat King. It seems that all is not lost yet. It seems that we can still struggle a little bit. Chapter 343, Evil Spirit Arc. The Ratman's counterattack has begun. I thought they were going to keep dragging it out. When Zhang Peng walked into the temporary meeting room, he saw Li Ziyu holding a glass of fruit wine and standing in front of a huge map. He was observing the map while speaking with his back to him. This way, he looks like a king of war overlooking his own territory. But unfortunately, Zhang Peng was familiar with Li Ziyu, and he knew very well that his boss didn't like looking at maps. The lines on the map are very annoying to Li Ziyu. Therefore, what Li Ziyu is doing now is simply to show off. The huge map was made by Lu Xingxing. The overall map is full of retro feeling. The paper has the appearance of alien animal skin paper, and the pattern on it has minimized the lines and used more substitutes. For example, the city-state is directly drawn into the appearance of the city-state. Lu Xingxing created this map through the system. Although it looks retro in appearance, it is actually very functional. The simplest and most practical functions can be enlarged. Lu Xingxing made some improvements to his map and linked the map with the Eye of the Dead. Using the Eyes of the Dead, Li Ziyu can zoom in on the place he wants to see, and even observe the place he wants to see 360 degrees. Through this map, you can have a good grasp of the battlefield. Ahem. Boss, can you turn around and talk to me? Zhang Peng asked helplessly, looking at Li Ziyu's back. This is a great back view, Li Ziyu said proudly. Zhang Peng stared at Li Ziyu's back, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Boss, what kind of moth do you want to do? Zhang Peng could clearly feel that Li Ziyu was too excited. He wasn't usually this excited. Something is not right today. You know the news about Sale. The Ratmen are ready to counterattack us with all their strength. There are signs of movement from the troll battlefield, the Harpy, and the Skaven troops. They are about to come back to attack us. In Zhang Peng's eyes, the Ratmen have gone crazy. Or maybe it's time to go crazy. The speed of the undead was unable to think about the speed. The resistance was too small, and it was smooth sailing. If things continue like this, the Ratmen will be extinct in a few months. Faced with a choice between failure and destruction, everyone would choose failure. Right? The troll battlefield is outside the Skaven territory, and they are there to invade. Although the situation on the Eagle God and Banshee side is a bit uncomfortable, it is not as uncomfortable as the Undead side. Because of their advancing speed, the Undead inexplicably became the #1 enemy of the Ratmen. Zhang Peng didn't know how much of an advantage the Undead would still have now that the elite troops of the Ratmen had returned. He is a businessman and doesn't know much about war, but he is worried that the current good situation will disappear. Li Ziyu turned around with a smile on her face. Peng, don't worry. I'm ready. This will be a wonderful performance. The boss's eyes were filled with excitement. Zhang Peng frowned. The feeling of something being wrong just now came back to my mind. He couldn't figure out where Li Ziyu's excitement came from. After entering the Ratman territory, Li Ziyu's methods really surprised him. After conquering one city-state after another, the Undead are rising at a terrifying speed. All kinds of strange and bizarre soldiers are researched by Li Ziyu and sent into the battlefield. Some types of troops were of little value and were quickly consumed. But it was undeniable that many powerful types of troops gave them more advantages. Whenever there is a powerful arms, Li Ziyu is very excited. Zhang Peng thought of a possibility and asked quickly, Boss, have you come up with something new? Li Ziyu burst into laughter and said to Zhang Peng mysteriously, That's right. But it's not just one new thing, but many new things. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, What is it? Li Ziyu shook his head and lowered his voice and said to him, It can't be said now. It's not the time. What did you do? God's secrets. It seems that the movement of this time is not small. Zhang Peng felt relieved after knowing that Li Ziyu had a solution. He no longer paid attention to this, and said to Li Ziyu and left. Zhang Peng had a lot of things to do. Li Ziyu was too lazy to take care of the captured city-states, so he threw them all to him and asked him to take care of them. This is a big project. The city-states' facilities had to be rebuilt. The surrendered residents had to be appeased. Order had to be restored, and the city-state had to be put back into operation. Although Zhang Peng does not have to do everything himself, there are still many decisions that he needs to make. After Zhang Peng left, Li Ziyu couldn't help but grin again. Turned on the system and checked it. Skeleton Grade Evil Small Arc. Category: Mechanical Undead Technology. Equipment: Rune Skeleton Bone Armor. Spirit can protect the shield. Protect the evil spirits. Weapon: Make emptiness to intercept evil spirits. Vying Spirit Fire Main Artillery *1 door. Roar Bone Auxiliary Artillery *4 division. Dead Empty Strikes *20. Phantom Sickle *6. Fish Bone Bombing Boat *4. Introduction. This is the pride of the mechanical undead. It is precisely because of the appearance of the Ark of Evil Spirits that the psychic undead have changed their views on the mechanical undead. Even the proud psychic undead have to admit that the Ark of Evil Spirits has the ability to change and dominate the battlefield, and is a manifestation of the high-end military power of the undead. The Ark of the Evil Spirit, which can be called an aerial mothership, is an advanced vehicle developed by combining many mechanical technologies. The Skeleton-class Evil Spirit Ark is over 320 meters long, over 90 meters wide, has a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, and can carry up to 3,000 soldiers. It not only has excellent defensive capabilities, but also has several cannons and highly maneuverable air vessels, combining defense and attack in one. Although this is an extremely powerful vehicle, it is too expensive, even for the undead. It is difficult to mass-produce such a powerful vehicle. Most of the time, it is only used as a weapon to deter the enemy. P.S. When the Ark of the Evil Spirit appears in the sky, all enemies will tremble in fear. Requirements: Skeleton *1 million units. Soul Energy *10 million units. Power Core *1000. Psychic Core *500. Psychic Steam Core *500. Aircraft Carrier. Aircraft Carrier. Anyone who is a time traveler knows what an aircraft carrier means. Judging from the length and width alone, the Skeleton-class Evil Ark can be compared with the Ford-class aircraft carrier of the previous life. That's the deterrent effect. From other aspects, I am afraid that the Skeleton-class Evil Ark is much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. The Ark of the Evil Spirit does not sail on the sea, but flies in the sky. The mixed energy of psychic energy and steam allows it to fly at high altitudes. The speed of 40 kilometers per hour is indeed not fast. A bit slow. But this thing is in the sky. There are no mountains or water in the sky. So we can fly in a straight line, making it difficult for the enemy to attack us, based on the point of flying in the air alone. It is not comparable to Ford-class aircraft carriers. Being able to fly is one of its many advantages. It also has various cannons that can attack from a distance. When it gets close, its defense is equally amazing. Not to mention all these, it also has the characteristics of an aircraft carrier and carrier-based aircraft. 20 desperate air raid boats, 6 Phantom Death Sides. For fishbone bombers, these are all flying units of the Undead. Also, it can carry 3,000 Undead warriors. It is worth noting that these Undead warriors can be airdropped. That's right. Since the Ark of the Evil Spirit is a product of the Undead, it also has the characteristics of the Undead. It does not need other Undead to control it. It is enough to control it by itself. In summary, what the system said was correct. The Ark of the Evil Spirit is a powerful weapon created by the mechanical Undead. How did Li Ziyu unlock this powerful weapon? To be honest, he himself didn't know it. It was a complete accident. The Undead race advanced all the way and captured many city-states. What Li Ziyu did not expect was that the Ratman city-states were quite rich. Although the Ratman nobles always ran away before they learned that the Undead were coming, they still left behind a large amount of wealth and resources. Li Ziyu was quite shocked by the wealth accumulated in the city-state. There are so many good things, but we don't use them. What a waste! On the other hand, Li Ziyu is not a person who wastes resources. He feels that he is a pragmatist. With so many resources, how could they go unused? Li Ziyu, who had never had so many resources before, simply started to randomly click on technologies. He clicked whatever he could, regardless of what the technology was used for. Anyway, he had money, so he just clicked it. It is precisely because of the huge amount of resource support that he can create so many strange types of troops on the battlefield, until the Ark of the Evil Spirit was inexplicably lit up. This is a real heavyweight thing. When it was first lit up, Li Ziyu was a little indifferent. But when he finished reading the introduction of the Ark of the Evil Spirit, he was immediately shocked. With this stuff, who is afraid of rats? The Ratmen are not strong in the air. Just look at the Harpy. If the Skaven were strong against the air, then the Harpies would no longer be a threat. After all, the biggest advantage of this race is that they can fly. Now that they have the Ark of the Evil Spirit, don't the Ratmen have a clear shot at defeating them? No. It's not just the Ratmen. I'm afraid that among the powerful tribes in the entire central area, there are few who can be his match. Li Ziyu didn't think twice and chose manufacturing. The skeleton-class Evil Spirit Ark is the smallest type of Evil Spirit Ark. The most basic version. Just like the Dreadnought. But the resources it consumes are extremely terrifying. As mentioned in the system introduction, the real meaning of the Ark of the Evil Spirit lies in its threat. The cost is so high that every time a Wraith Ark is lost, even the Undead, who don't care so much about resources, will feel a dull pain in their soul fire. Li Ziyu had only built one Evil Spirit Arkansas. Even with the resources from a dozen city-states to supplement it, he was reluctant to build a second one for the time being. It doesn't feel good to see resources suddenly shrink. What made Li Ziyu even more uncomfortable was that, perhaps because the Evil Spirit Ark belonged to the advanced combat sequence, it took a very long time to build and was only completed recently. The manufacture of the Ark of the Evil Spirit is divided into two parts. The manufacture of the Ark of the Evil Spirit is equivalent to building an aircraft carrier, and does not include the airship inside. The airship and soldiers are all manufactured and loaded later. There are regulations on the number and types of airships, and they must be planned according to the plan. However, there are not so many requirements for soldiers, and any kind of soldier can enter the Ark. It can carry 3,000 skeleton undead or 3,000 black warriors. It can be configured at will. Of course, Li Ziyu would not be stupid enough to put 3,000 skeleton undead in the Ark of the Evil Spirit, which cost so many resources. He equipped the Ark of the Evil Spirit with Elite Destroyer Warriors. Elite Destroyer Warrior. Category: Mechanical Undead Technology. Equipment: Psionic Power Armor. Undead Marking Shield. Destroyer Mechanical Technology Suit. Weapons: Psychic Magic Machine Gun. Hidden Shoulder-Mounted 3-round Bone Rocket. Black Bullet Psychic Hand Cannon. Steam-Powered Retractable Iron Fist. Introduction: one of the classic arms of the Undead Tech Department. They have extremely strong performance on the battlefield, and their powerful firepower allows them to be competent on various battlefields. Requirements: 3 psionic cores, 100 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots, 1 steam power core. The destroyer is a type of soldier that extends from the dreadnought. It has a humanoid appearance, is 2.8 meters tall, and has a psychic-powered body made with mechanical technology. And this time, it is not as rough as before. Whether it is defense, mobility, or firepower, it has been greatly improved compared to the dreadnought. The destroyer is still the lowest version of this series, and Li Ziyu upgraded the destroyer twice. For the first time, the destroyer was upgraded to become a destroyer soldier. In the slightly downward position of the scapula, 2 arms were added, and at the same time optimized their suits and added more weapons. The second time, he was upgraded to an elite destroyer warrior, adding 4 spider-like mechanical limbs, as well as melee weapons and improved defense. Elite destroyer warriors have been deployed on the battlefield by Li Ziyu, and they have proved with their actual combat effectiveness that they are well-deserved classic troops. Faced with the resistance of the red men, these guys were still able to charge forward, with terrifyingly high execution capabilities. Elite destroyer warriors may not be able to defeat the Dark Knight. After all, the Dark Knight is an orthodox psychic core soldier, and his combat power is absolutely terrifying. But when it comes to executing tasks, it is not all about strength, but also about adapting to various environments. The various mechanical and technological gadgets attached to the destroyers allow them to adapt to various battlefield environments and complete their tasks excellently. Their cost is as expensive as what they show, even more expensive than the Darth Vader. In order to make the Ark of the Evil Spirit play a greater role, Li Ziyu did not let the Ark of the Evil Spirit carry the Dark Warrior, but instead spent a lot of money to create elite destroyer warriors. If 3,000 elite destroyer warriors are deployed, with their capabilities, there is a real chance to change the direction of the war. It can be said that Li Ziyu spent a lot of money on the new skeleton-class Evil Spirit Ark, and it is almost armed to the teeth. His current mood was as if he had a super expensive, super good, out-of-print toy that no one else could get, and he was going to show it off in front of his good friends. Li Ziyu was looking forward to it. Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and others saw the expressions on their faces after seeing the skeleton-class Evil Ark display its might on the battlefield. It must be wonderful. It's exciting just thinking about it. Before this, he was still thinking about how to achieve the greatest shocking effect. The result was that the sleepy rat people gave themselves a pillow, and they actually gathered their troops to fight against themselves. This is such a coincidence. I want to have a fight with you guys to see how powerful my ghost ark is. The sense of anticipation made Li Ziyu restless. So Zhang Peng noticed it. Although he could see it, Zhang Peng didn't know the existence of the Ark of the Evil Spirit. The evil spirits have set off from the undead in the rear. After a period of time, you can reach the front line. I hope the Ratmen can complete their assembly before the Ark of the Evil Spirit arrives at the front line, so as not to make themselves wait too long. Oh, by the way, in addition to the Ark of the Evil Spirit, Li Ziyu also prepared some other things. That's not a simple thing either. It's on the same level as the Ark of the Evil Spirit. The only difference is that the Ark of the Evil Spirit is a mechanical undead creation, while the other one is a psionic undead creation. Although the two have different technologies, their status and value are the same. Li Ziyu closed the details page of the Ark of the Evil Spirit and opened another one. Chapter 344 The War Begins. Dead Spire. Category: Psionic Undead Technology. Attribute: Special Building Monument. Introduction: If you can unlock the Undead Spire, then you must have unlocked the Undead Monument, which is a very useful combination. In the period when psychic technology was active, the undead relied on the combination of the Undead Spire and the Undead Monument to continuously win on the front battlefield. The Spire has the ability to attack, teleport, and can carry a large number of skeletons. P.S. When the Spire appears on the battlefield, it means that the terrifying undead army is about to arrive. Construction requirements: Skeletons * 5 million units. Soul energy * 5 million units. Stone * 1 million units. Occupied area: none. This is the second surprise Li Ziyu prepared. The upper level of the monument to the dead. The Spire of the Dead. The Undead Spire is a special building that complements the Undead Monument and is a weapon used by the undead on the battlefield. The introduction seems much simpler than the Ark of the Ghost, but in fact its usefulness is no less than that of the Ark of the Ghost. The key point is to highlight the role of the skeleton undead. The image of the Tower of the Dead is somewhat similar to that of a pyramid, except that it is not built with long stones, but with bones and can float in the air. The biggest function of this thing is to release the undead. And then the undead will burst out with stronger combat power under the protection of the square monument. The powerful tribes in the central area turned their attention to the Ratman's territory, waiting to see what would happen next. They all knew that if the Ratmen continued like this and did not take any action, then the Ratmen would be in big trouble and might even be wiped out by the undead. The Ratmen are organized into city-states, and if they lose a city-state, their strength will be greatly reduced. Now the Ratmen have lost 1/3 of their territory and more than a dozen city-states, which has greatly affected their economy, resources, and military strength, and they are on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, the mouse couldn't help but began to find a way. As other races expected, they drew troops from the troll battlefield and the harpy battlefield to fill the shortage of troops in their territories. At this point, what they have to do is to fight the undead to the death. They must try their best to defeat the undead in one wave. The longer they drag on, the more dangerous the Ratmen will be. The Skaven army is returning quickly, gathering in Skaven territory, heading to the front lines, and preparing to fight the undead. The huge army is constantly gathering, attracting the attention of other races, who are waiting to see the show. This battle between the Ratmen and the undead will determine their attitude towards the undead in the future. If the Ratmen win, they don't mind taking advantage of the situation and helping the Ratmen attack the undead. After all, they don't want to see a powerful race rise. There are only so many resources, and if they are shared among too many people, they will get less. If the Ratmen lose, they will have to prepare for a possible attack from the undead. Living next to a powerful tribe, one naturally has to be prepared. And judging from the development path of the undead, this is a race that becomes stronger with each battle. They are very aggressive and require special attention. In view of the fact that the Ratmen had already gathered, Liziu also began to take action. He ordered his undead to gather, and gathered the skeleton undead in the Ratmen's territory, preparing for a decisive battle with the Ratmen. The battlefield they found was a flat area in the wilderness. The Ratmen put in a lot of effort this time, using all his resources to gather more than 2 million soldiers. More than 2 million is now the limit of what the Ratmen can come up with. Among these large numbers of troops, in addition to the troops transferred from the two battlefields, there are also private rat soldiers who came with various nobles. On the vast wasteland, the sound of the rats came from the army of the rats. On the other hand, on the undead side, no one was neighing or shouting. All they did was move in silence, forming formations. At the front are the skeleton undead holding crossbows and shields. Behind them are the skeleton shortbowmen and skeleton longbowmen. And further back are the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. These are the most basic combat units under Liziu, and they are also the largest in number, with a total of nearly 4 million. The basic troops alone are twice as many as those of the Ratmen. But this time it was a decisive battle, and the Ratmen had brought out all their strength. The 2 million of them were elite, and they were all armed to the teeth. The basic forces of the undead were not worth mentioning in their eyes. Behind the basic troops are spirit fire artillery, bone sprayers, throwers, hunters, and a series of various undead troops. Even fearless and cheap bone tower gun vehicles are not uncommon. At the rear was a group of 200,000 black warriors, with 200,000 skeleton knights roaming around. The previous soulborn insect people and armored beetle people had been completely destroyed in the repeated sieges, and they simply did not appear on the battlefield this time. Even without the soulborn insects and armored beetles, the total strength of the undead has reached 6 million, which is 3 times the total number of the Ratmen. Knowing that the Ratmen were going to have a decisive battle with the undead, the various tribes tacitly stopped fighting today and turned their attention over. They watched the battle through various means. For the first time, the undead clan showed a domineering sharpness in front of them. Such a huge military force and such a majestic momentum made all ethnic groups feel awe-inspiring. The basic troops in front were nothing special. Everyone could feel the weakness of the undead basic troops, who were vulnerable to a single blow. But the various troops in the rear, especially the black warriors and skeleton knights, with their murderous aura rising into the sky, are definitely the elite among the elite, and are meat grinders on the battlefield. Just these 400,000 troops are enough to attract the attention of all ethnic groups. The temporary command post of the undead. Wow! This effect is so powerful and shocking, Lu Xingxing shouted with shining eyes. He had participated in many battles. And this was not the first time he had watched the undead fighting against others. But every time he watched it, he still felt his blood boiling. Although he doesn't like fighting. It's a man's romance. Blood and fire can always awaken the beast in a man's heart. Boss, are you sure you don't need to help me in the stars? The rats are elite, Zhang Peng said worriedly. He was excited and anxious. Make Li Ziyu alone. Always disturbing him. According to his idea, Lu Xingxing and himself should also participate in the battle. Since fighting with the mouse-human race and the development of the underground battlefield, Zhang Peng has been in this tactic at night. He felt that he was qualified to accompany Li Ziyu. There is also Lu Xingxing. This guy has been hiding. But Zhang Peng knows that the combat effectiveness of the treasure-hunting cats under his command is constantly improving. After upgrading to a fortress, the treasure-hunting cats' combat effectiveness seemed to have leaped forward, and they developed a completely new method of combat. The treasure-hunting cats are mobile fortresses that are good at manufacturing various mechanical equipment, and then arming the treasure-hunting cats with these equipment, which greatly improves their combat capabilities. Lu Xingxing has been transformed and is no longer the rookie he used to be. In combat, the tactical team composed of treasure-hunting cats displayed combat effectiveness that was no worse than that of the underground battlefield. Fighting against the current treasure-hunting catmen is almost like fighting a modern war. Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting catmen have all kinds of things, such as rapid-fire crossbows, landmines, hand grenades, flame bombs, magic turrets, mechanical armor, and large mechas. Flashy. I don't know what's wrong with Li Ziyu. He actually didn't let them help, and insisted that he could deal with the rat man by himself. Does this have anything to do with the surprise he mentioned earlier? What kind of surprise could make Li Ziyu so confident? Zhang Peng looked and looked at it, but found no abnormalities. He has seen all types of soldiers that appeared on the battlefield. If it were just this, there would be no surprises at all. It would be a tough battle, and the undead were bound to suffer heavy losses. Hee hee. This won't be a long battle. You'll see me defeat the rat people with ease. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at Zhang Peng with a mysterious smile on his face. Oh. Zhang Peng sighed helplessly. The boss is so mighty and domineering. Lu Xingxing didn't care about that. He believed in Li Ziyu unconditionally. After crossing into another world, he started hanging out with Li Ziyu. A little earlier than Zhang Peng. I was able to advance to the fortress entirely because of Li Ziyu. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. Since the boss said there is no problem, then there is no problem. If the boss says to crush with ease, then it will be crushed with ease. Just watch and it's over. Lu Xingxing is too lazy to think. He has become accustomed to shouting 666 when Li Ziyu fights. The war begins. The skeleton undead were the first to launch the attack. They were well-deserved cannon fodder. After receiving orders from the Soul Network, they immediately picked up their crossbows and charged towards the ratmen. As we all know, Skeleton Undead is the lowest level undead unit, and is the undead unit that has always accompanied Li Ziyu. Even though he already has many new undead troops, he has never given up on them. It has to be said that at the current stage of the battlefield, the role of the Skeleton Undead is getting smaller and smaller. Although they have changed from scratching with claws to crossbows for long-range attacks, their effectiveness is still not great. After all, they are too fragile. The crossbow has a relatively short range, so they have to get close to launch an attack. More than 2 million skeletons and undead swarm towards the ratman's position in a very dense crowd. The skeleton shortbowmen and longbowmen in the back moved accordingly. After entering the shooting range, the longbowmen immediately drew their bows and shot out the first wave of arrows. The ratmen were not to be outdone. When it came to long-range attacks, they were not afraid of anyone. The range of various long-range weapons is longer than that of longbowmen. When the undead launched a charge, they entered attack mode. Countless ammunition poured towards the undead, and dense lightning burst out in the air, almost blocking the vision. There was a constant roar, with the spirit fire artillery and other cannons roaring. In Li Ziyu's eyes, this battlefield had a weird and absurd feeling, as if it was an interweaving of cold weapons and technological battlefields. He watched the cannonballs and arrows fall into the rat group. A large number of rats were hit by arrows and fell to the ground screaming and wailing. He watched the bombs, bullets, and flames fall into the group of undead. And in an instant a large area of skeletal undead was cleared out. Not long after the war started, it entered a white-hot stage. Both sides started killing each other madly from the very beginning. This is a life and death battle. On one side is the old and powerful clan in the central area, and on the other side is the new and powerful clan that appeared out of nowhere. The fierce battlefield silenced all the races that were paying attention to the battlefield. They had to admit that the threat posed by the undead was very strong, and that they possessed a combat capability that was no less powerful than that of the Skaven. If it weren't for this melee, the undead would probably continue to develop silently and become stronger. If they are given a few more years. No. Just another year or two. I'm afraid the undead will have the strength to crush the ratmen. Underestimate the undead. The speed of development of this race is beyond their understanding. At the same time, all tribes also remembered the legendary undead tribe. They are a disaster. A natural disaster. A white tide disaster. And the embodiment of death. When they arrive, they will eventually cover the earth, and all living things will become extinct. When the undead first landed in the central area and fought against the ratmen, they had no idea how powerful the undead were. After all, under the attack of the ratmen at that time, the undead could only barely defend themselves. Can't even fight back. How strong can such a race be? The races in the central zone have spent hundreds, or even thousands of years developing to achieve their current glory. Later races will not have such a good opportunity. They must develop and advance according to the planned rules. Even if they can survive in the central area, the undead will most likely face long-term development or become a vassal of other powerful tribes. This is what the powerful tribes in the central area think. The sense of superiority brought about by a long period of time makes them look down on the undead. A legendary race? Oh, isn't it because our ancestors weren't strong enough? The world is developing. Although they have faith in their ancestors, they also recognize that ancient things are not necessarily powerful. They are developing and becoming stronger. At least in ancient times, their race was not particularly powerful, and did not have as large a population as it does now. After so many years of development, each ethnic group feels that their strength is far greater than in ancient times. Even if it really is the horrific undead race in the legend, there is no need to be afraid. They are confident that they can defeat the undead. When the undead first arrived, they were indeed not qualified to go to war with other races because they were too weak. Li Ziyu simply took another path and started a business. Through trading, we gather resources and become stronger step by step. The real opportunity came from the infected, demons, and the trip to the grassland, which directly caused the undead to rise at a terrifying speed. By now, the powerful tribes in the central area have to admit that the undead tribe has the ability to challenge them. Races like the trolls are wondering how they will get along with the undead after the battle with the ratmen. And it would be best if they could form an alliance. The ape men were thinking about how to destroy the undead. This race was too dangerous, and they could not allow them to continue to survive in the central area. Each race has different interests, and thus different ideas. The killing on the battlefield continues. The fighting power displayed by the rat people this time surprised Li Ziyu and others greatly. Long-range firepower has been developed to this extent. The basic troops of more than 2 million are being rapidly reduced, and their numbers are declining. On the other hand, the fighting capacity of the ratmen has not decreased at all, and even the casualties have been noticed. The comparison of casualties between the ratmen and the undead was a terrifying 120. And this is still a conservative estimate. Boss, why don't Xingxing and I go? There's no point in going this way, and we'll die too quickly. Zhang Peng looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but persuade. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. The real show hasn't started yet. Li Ziyu was not panicked at all. Not in a hurry yet. What happened to the promised overwhelming force? Let the ratmen destroy them easily. Zhang Peng didn't know what Li Ziyu was doing, but he was really anxious. If they fail in this battle, they will definitely not face a good ending, and everything they have done before will be in vain. Li Ziyu felt it, suddenly laughed, and walked quickly outside. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng didn't understand what was going on, so they hurriedly followed him out. After leaving the temporary command post, they saw Li Ziyu raising his head and looking towards the sky above the ratman position in the distance. The two looked around for a long time, but saw nothing. Boss, what are you looking at? Lu Xingxing tried to open his eyes wide, but still found nothing, so he couldn't help but ask. Get ready to watch the show. Surprises are coming. Li Ziyu showed a smile on his face. A crazy smile. Chapter 345. Evil Spirit Air Raid. The smoke drifted from the ground to the sky and gradually dispersed, like ink falling into water. The empty sky suddenly flickered, and an invisible and intangible film disappeared. The 320-meter-long evil arc suddenly appeared above the rat army. Above the arc of the evil spirit is a pyramid-like undead spire, surrounded by 8 undead tablets, casting a faint psychic halo that enveloped the aircraft carrier. Sizzle! The huge main gun began to charge the moment the aircraft carrier appeared, and an energy SHL that was burning with a dark green color and surrounded by electric arc shot out with a roar. The energy bomb fell into the densely packed crowd of rat men without them noticing and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The violent explosion formed a semicircular explosion circle. The terrifying shock waves spread out, and lightning chains, like long snakes, swung wildly. Then came the psychic flame that moved like magma, covering the earth. The rat men were in dense formation, and when the evil arc's green sun spirit fire main cannon fired its first bombardment, thousands of rat men warriors were reduced to ashes in this attack. Their bodies directly vaporized, and they died without any pain. What happened? What happened? What? What is that? The deafening explosion woke up the rat men who were still fighting the undead. They looked around in confusion and discovered the evil arc that suddenly appeared above their heads. Boom, boom, boom. The rat men didn't stand a chance. The 4 roaring skull secondary guns exploded continuously. The round SHLs that looked like skulls smashed into the rat man army with a roaring sound and exploded. 4 herringbone bombers rose above the arc. The fishbone bomber boat is 50 meters long and resembles a fishbone, carrying 120 plasma blasting beats. The fishbone bomber moves very slowly and looks a bit like the airships in the previous life, very leisurely. But as plasma blasts fell from the fishbone bomber, all the rat people dared not underestimate this thing anymore. Desperate air raid boats, Phantom Death Scythes, also took off and attacked the rat men. The rat men didn't even have an air force, and with the sudden appearance of the evil arc, they were completely unprepared and instantly became a mess. They could only take the beating without any chance to fight back. This scene was seen by Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, Zhang Peng, and the major powerful clans who were watching the battle. Everyone fell silent instantly, staring blankly at the battlefield. The battlefield has been dominated by the arc of evil. The powerful firepower output, coupled with the flying units in the air, has instantly suffocated the Skaven's forces fighting against the undead. The suppressed ground undead troops immediately took advantage of this opportunity to charge forward and rush to the front of the Ratman formation. The situation reversed instantly. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Are you unexpected? Li Ziyu laughed proudly. How long has it been? How long has it been? I haven't felt so good in such a long time. This is the joy of bullying people. Don't you have a gun? Don't you have a cannon? Don't you have great long-range firepower? Come on. I'm not going to follow the moral code of war. I'm going to launch an air strike on you. Or a sneak attack. The ability to hide the arc of the evil spirit comes from the Spire of the Dead. When this building moves, it will form a special camouflage film and blend into the surrounding environment in real time. Boss, this is too fierce. Isn't it? What is that? Helicarrier? Have we entered the era of StarCraft? Lu Xingxing looked at the evil spirit arc in the sky, muttering to himself, unable to believe his eyes. At the same time, his 3 views were greatly impacted. Yu said that the boss could create a bunch of mechanical undead, and his style already felt a bit off. But the mechanical style undead are at least acceptable, even if they are punk. The undead are not ordinary. But now this thing in the sky obviously can't be explained by mechanical undead. Right? I have never heard of any country having such an aerial aircraft carrier in my previous life. I have seen similar things in many movies, TV shows and games, most of which are set in interstellar space. Wow. It's getting further and further away from the magical style. It's outrageous. Boss, it's a real surprise. But even with an aerial carrier like this, there's no way we can defeat the enemy with overwhelming force. This battle cannot be turned around with just one air carrier. Even with aircraft support, it still won't work. Zhang Peng recovered from his initial shock and reminded with a frown. He admitted that the Wraith Arc was very powerful. But with only one Wraith Arc, it was impossible to defeat so many Ratmen. At most, it could launch a sneak attack, throwing the Ratmen into chaos and creating more opportunities for the undead. He still remembered that Li Ziyu said that he would defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Now the Ratmen have turned around and started to fight back against the Ark. The cannons of the evil Ark were still roaring, but the effect was not as good as before. Various airships and airplanes are very useful, but there are too few of them. A few dozen planes are just a drop in the bucket for the millions of Ratmen. Pung, you underestimate me. If it's that simple, then what's the point? Li Ziyu waved her hands, as if to say, you are short-sighted. I'm sure to win this time. Following Li Ziyu's words, something unexpected happened again on the battlefield. The undead spire flickered, and dense runes lit up on it, and a teleportation array formed at the base. A small object fell from above, hit the ground and broke into pieces. The skull rolled far away and landed at the feet of a rat soldier. The rat soldier looked down blankly, and when he saw the soul fire in the skull, he was stunned for a moment, then slowly looked up. Then, one undead soul after another emerged from the teleportation array and then fell down. The number was increasing and the density was growing. It was unknown how many there were. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of undead were pouring down from the teleportation array under the undead spire and directly into the Ratman's position. From a distance, it looks like a white waterfall. Undead? Are they skeleton undead? Zhang Peng looked carefully for a long time before he realized that the white waterfall was made up of skeleton undead. Li Ziyu pretended to be cool and nodded. Yes. Yes. It's the skeleton of the undead. Boss, where did you get so many skeletons of the undead? How many are they? Zhang Peng was shocked. By now, he thought he already knew how many troops Li Ziyu had. But he didn't expect that Li Ziyu had a backup plan. I don't know, Li Ziyu said firmly. Zhang Peng was speechless. What are you doing? How many undead souls are there that you don't know about? In fact, Li Ziyu really didn't know how many skeleton undead there were. The only thing he knew was that the number would definitely not be small. Strictly speaking, these undead spirits are not his. He couldn't even restrain these skeletal undead. These skeleton undeads teleported by the undead spire through the teleportation array came from another main city-level building. The cemetery. In the undead fortress. This building, which had always been used for supporting purposes, finally came in handy. According to the introduction of the cemetery, it has the ability to create corpses, collect soul energy, and produce skeleton undead. However, Li Ziyu cannot control the skeletons and undead produced by the cemetery. Normally, the skeletons of the undead produced in the cemetery stay in the cemetery and will not appear in the fortress. The value of these undead lies in the fact that if someone attacks the fortress, the cemetery will enter defense mode and release the undead it has produced to defend against the enemy. But the problem is that Li Ziyu has almost never encountered a situation where the enemy could reach the fortress. So the cemetery has always been an idle building and is not worthy of being called a main city-level building. The most used place in the cemetery is the top gem that is used as a bonus, which is often used by Li Ziyu as a telescope. From the time the cemetery was built to now, Li Ziyu has never used the undead souls in it. Li Ziyu really didn't know how many there were exactly, because this thing was not counted into the system. It was the undead generated autonomously by the building. When fighting against the Ratman this time, Li Ziyu thought of the cemetery. Although I don't know how many undead souls the cemetery has produced, the number is definitely not small. It is just right to use them to deal with the Ratman, and I won't feel bad about the loss at all. He really didn't feel sorry for the loss. Not to mention that he had no control over these undead. The cemetery could continuously produce undead. He didn't feel sorry for the loss at all. Being unable to command does not mean it cannot be used. The undead in the cemetery are more like normal undead from another world. In the consciousness of these undead, they are connected with the spiritual consciousness of the cemetery, and they have a gradual malice towards living beings. Normally, due to the constraints of the cemetery, Li Ziyu can still enter and exit normally, and the undead will not attack him. But if they are deployed on the battlefield and the restrictions in the cemetery are lifted, the surrounding Ratmen will be their targets. The kind that never ends. Everything has value. There were so many skeletons and undead souls that no one knew how many were transferred by Li Ziyu from the cemetery to the battlefield. These skeleton undead were much more brutal than those under Li Ziyu. Almost as soon as they landed on the battlefield, they discovered the breath of life from the surrounding Ratman soldiers. It was as if the zombies had come across raw meat, and they swarmed madly towards the surrounding rat soldiers. The Ratman Legion really didn't expect that someone could throw endless numbers of them directly into their own team. Who could have prepared for such a move? The commander of the Ratmen was not a prophet, and he never dreamed that the undead could play this way. And then you suffer a great loss. The skeleton undead's combat effectiveness is low, but their numbers make them crazy. The spread was extremely fast. By the time the Ratmen reacted, the undead had already spread out, and many Legion battle formations had been deformed by the impact of the undead. They first have to face the undead falling from the sky, and then they can face the undead charging towards them normally. What's even more annoying is that the undead monument with the undead spire also has a new function, which is to add a defensive shield to the undead. Although the protective shield is also very fragile, it is an extra layer of defense after all. The undead were already difficult to kill, and now it was even more difficult. The deployment of the undead spires caused chaos among the Skaven Legion. The faces of the powerful tribes watching the battle changed. This is a tactic that has not been seen in the Central Zone. There are very few air forces in the central area. Some of their air forces are made up of people who can fly naturally like the Harpies, or flying knights like the giant eagle knights. They had never seen this kind of use of the air force to deploy troops. At the same time, they were thinking in their minds, what should they do if they encounter the undead's fighting style, and whether they can resist it. Then I sadly discovered that I couldn't stop it. The only way to deal with such tactics is to prevent him from deploying troops from the beginning. Otherwise, so many undead would fall directly into the army, and no race would be able to hold on. Coupled with a huge ship in the sky, the pressure on people is too great. Without preparation, you can only passively take the beating. Look at the Ratmen. How badly they are bullied. Among all the powerful tribes in the central area, the Ratmen are the best at long-range attacks, and almost all of their technological points are focused on long-range firepower. Not only that, they are at odds with the Harpies. The Harpies are one of the few aerial races in the Central Zone. They are born with the ability to fly and have an air advantage. After fighting the Harpies for so many years, the Ratmen had already developed a set of anti-air combat methods. But now, it's not that we don't want to shoot down the ship in the sky. The main reason is that the ship is flying too high, and many weapons can't reach it. Even if they hit it, they will only trigger the opponent's shield and have little effect. The undead's move was so scary. Fortunately, they have a grudge against the Ratmen, and the Ratmen are helping all the races to pave the way. If this happened to their race, they would probably collapse immediately. Now that we know it, we can find ways to defend ourselves. All races were glad that they came to watch this battle. Otherwise, they would have regretted it. The races in the central area do not live in harmony. They basically fight and make peace, and the conflict has lasted for countless years. Anyone could go to war with the undead. It is not a bad thing to know more about the tactics of the undead, as it may save their race at a critical moment. Turn around and look at Li Ziyu. Airstrikes and the release of undead made Li Ziyu very proud. He looked at Zhang Peng and asked, "How is it? Is it considered a crushing victory now?" Zhang Peng stared blankly at the battlefield in the distance. After a while, he suddenly said, "Not yet, boss. Look, the Ratmen are holding on. The undead you sent are surrounded and can't get out." After thinking for a while, he added, "The combat power and defense of the skeleton undead are still too low. Even though they have a large number, the firepower of the Skaven is also strong. If you can deploy some high-level troops, such as the Black Warrior, to lead the skeleton undead to fight, then you might be able to crush them in one fell swoop." Li Ziyu looked at the battlefield, then looked at Zhang Peng and curled his lips. "You little bastard. You still dare to argue with me. You have a point. Indeed, deploying some high-level undead can lead the skeleton undead to fight their way out. But, Peng, why should I let the high-level undead lead the skeleton undead?" Li Ziyu asked with a strange smile. His question startled Zhang Peng, who looked at him in confusion. "Didn't I explain it to you? You let the high-level undead take the lead, so that you can achieve a crushing effect." Li Ziyu nodded, and then asked, "Letting the skeletons rush out can crush the enemy with ease. So, if the enemy commander dies, can these skeletons crush the enemy with ease?" Zhang Peng had not expected this. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before he understood what Li Ziyu meant. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Decapitation plan?" Li Ziyu grinned, stretched out his hand and held him, with a look of "you understand me" in his eyes. Zhang Peng thought of something, opened his mouth slightly, and asked in disbelief, "No way. It can't be what I think. Are you really preparing a high-level undead?" he thought. If high-level undead were prepared, it would be better to release them directly. Why release low-level undead first? Look by yourself. Li Ziyu pointed in the direction of the battlefield, and Zhang Peng quickly turned around to look. Of course, high-level undead did not come out of the teleportation array. The undead spire can only teleport skeleton undead now. But just because the Tower of the Dead cannot be teleported to, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We still have the Ark of the Evil Spirit. 3,000 places are indeed too few compared to the tens of thousands of skeleton undead thrown into the battlefield. But these 3,000 undead are high-level undead. Elite Destroyer Warriors. It would be meaningless to let Elite Destroyer Warriors lead the skeleton undead, as they have other tasks. The evil Ark had actually been hovering above the Rat Men for a long time, and had determined the location of the other party's command post. Chapter 346. Rat People's Defeat. Determining the landing point location. Landing point location confirmed. In the Soul Network, messages came from the Evil Spirit Ark. The Evil Ark, which was suspended high above the Ratman army, adjusted its position and used its psychic power to lock onto an area where the Ratman commander was located. Landing capsule is being prepared. Send troops to assemble. Sitting quietly in the cabin were Elite Destroyer Warriors, with soul fire lighting up in their eyes. They stood up in unison and walked towards the landing capsule. The landing capsule in the Ark of the Evil has a very steampunk technological feel, and the capsule is made of brass-colored mixed metals. Like a giant capsule, the capsule opens, revealing a soft lining to reduce the recoil force caused by landing. There are circuit-like rune pads painted on the cabin wall. When falling from the air, spiritual energy will form 2 layers of protection inside and outside to offset possible attacks. The Elite Destroyer Warriors walked into the landing capsule with their backs against the cabin wall. Metal claws popped out from behind and connected to their mechanical technology suits. After the docking at the waist, shoulders, legs, and wrists, their bodies would be firmly fixed. 3,000 Elite Destroyer Warriors entered the landing capsule one by one, and the hatch closed. The closed landing capsule fine-tuned its angle under the control of the Ark of the Evil Spirit to ensure that they would be dropped to the designated location. Prepare to dispatch troops. The landing module has been adjusted. The landing module is ready. It is possible to launch. It is possible to launch. The reminder of the Evil Spirit Ark came through the Soul Network. Emission. Just as Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing were looking towards the Evil Spirit Ark in the direction Li Ziyu pointed, Li Ziyu issued an order in the Soul Network. The catapult in the Ark of the Evil Spirit was activated, ejecting landing capsules in the shape of metal capsules from the bottom of the ship. Steam rises. The landing capsule separated from the Ark and fell downward. The runes in the cabin activated themselves, and spiritual energy flowed along the path, forming a layer of blue protective film outside the landing cabin. And the speed suddenly increased. 3,000 landing capsules, like blue meteors, dragged long tails, drew a diagonal line across the sky, and rushed rapidly towards the direction of the Rat Army's command post. What is that? A Ratman who had been keeping an eye on the Ark of the Evil Spirit noticed the abnormality at the first moment and pointed at the landing capsule and screamed. His voice attracted the attention of other Ratmen around him, and they all looked up at the sky. Meteor? That's not an ordinary meteor. It's an attack from the undead. We're heading for the commander. Damn it. Intercept them. The rats identified the direction of the landing capsule and immediately became panicked, with screams one after another. Some Ratmen rushed to where the commander was, wanting to protect the commander with their lives. Some Ratmen picked up weapons and fired wildly at the landing capsule falling from the sky. Scattered bomb? Zhang Peng looked at the sky and asked Li Ziyu in confusion. It's a decapitation plan. Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and said to Zhang Peng. The landing capsule was moving at an extremely fast speed. Just as the rat people were in a panic and Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng were talking, the landing capsule had already passed through the sky and crashed into where the rat people commanders were. One after another, the landing bombs fell to the ground, splashing dirt, and the impact force formed a big hole in the ground. The rats were in a panic, thinking that they were facing another terrible blow. They ran around looking for cover, but after waiting for a few seconds, they found that the expected explosion and attack did not occur. The rats then nervously poked their heads out and looked at the landing capsule on the ground. What is that? An officer leaned his head out and looked at the metal product in confusion. Squeak! A large amount of steam spewed out of the landing capsule, and thick fog covered the cabin. Covered by thick fog, the hatch of the landing module popped up. The unlinked elite destroyer warrior walked out of the landing capsule holding a psychic magic machine gun. The Undead. Duh. Looking at the elite destroyer warriors walking out of this team, wearing armor and holding machine guns, a Ratman immediately gave a warning. But unfortunately, he was a step too slow. A total of 3,000 elite destroyer warriors have successfully landed and launched an attack on the rats. While using the psychic magic machine gun to clear out the surrounding Ratmen, they gathered together. Are you happy? A decapitation team composed of 3,000 iron men. Li Ziyu laughed and looked at Zhang Peng with a proud face. Zhang Peng was stunned at this time. Surprise. This isn't a surprise. It's a shock. When did the boss prepare something like this? A real aircraft carrier. The kind with carrier-based aircraft. As well as a pyramid that can teleport undead. And high-level undead that can be directly dropped into the opponent's command post. Any one of them would be enough to change the situation on the battlefield. But now, Li Ziyu took them all out at once. It feels extremely unreal. Zhang Peng really felt that this was a war that could not be lost. If Li Ziyu can still lose the fight despite having so many advanced gadgets, then he is probably dumber than a pig. The command center of any legion is the place with the strictest defenses and the most elite soldiers. The Ratmen quickly recovered from their panic, and they picked up their weapons and fought back at the elite destroyers. This is the core area of the Ratman Legion. Not only are there more Ratman warriors here, but their weapons are also more sophisticated. If the Skeleton Knight wants to break in from the outside, he may be powerless and will be killed instantly by the enemy's concentrated fire. This is also why Li Ziyu chose to airdrop instead of gathering 200,000 Skeleton Knights to directly kill the enemy. If an elite destroyer warrior fights one-on-one, there is a high probability that he will be unable to defeat the Skeleton Knight. And it would not be surprising if he is crushed. But when they form a team and are thrown directly into the battlefield, the combat power they can exert is much more terrifying than that of the Skeleton Knights. The psychic magic machine gun fired wildly, turning all the Ratmen who wanted to get close into bottlenecks. Their suits are also equipped with a large number of weapons and equipment, such as pointed bone rockets, 3 on each shoulder, a total of 6 rockets. The effect is much smaller than the micro-missiles of the previous life, but it should not be underestimated in a battlefield where cold weapons are used. After the elite destroyer warriors gathered, they immediately entered the assault mode and continued to attack the enemy's command post. The rats were going crazy. They couldn't let the undead get close to the command post. Once a large number of officers were lost, it would mean that the rat army would become a headless fly, faced with the endless undead. Even a commander finds it difficult to resist. If they become headless flies, then everything will be over. However, no matter how hard they tried, the firepower of the elite destroyer warriors kept them approaching the command post. The outcome is decided. Li Ziyu looked at Zhang Peng. Destroy with ease. Zhang Peng had nothing to say at this time and gave Li Ziyu a thumbs up. You are strong. I admit it. Awesome. Alright. Just when Li Ziyu felt that things would not change anymore, an accident happened. The officers in the command post rushed out. Instead of defending, they chose to fight head-on. What is even more unexpected is that the combat effectiveness of these officers far exceeded expectations. They are not weak-bodied noobs who only know how to use their brains. On the contrary, every officer is a powerful warrior, even without equipment. They are all top masters among the Ratmen. Not to mention, they are also blessed with equipment. Li Ziyu overlooked one thing. This was not the world of his previous life. This is a world with magic and supernatural powers. If you want to become a high-ranking figure in a powerful clan, you must not only have brains, but also have extremely powerful strength. Between brains and fists, any race will choose fists. Only if you have a big fist can you make people obey you. This is the most obvious truth. People in previous lives were unable to practice cultivation and had weak bodies, so guns had an unparalleled deterrent power. It's not the other world. A strong person can use his body as a shield to block damage. There are no weak officers among the Ratmen. They even know the origin of their identities. They have reached their current positions through battlefield experience. Whether they are smart or not is another matter, but their fighting power is definitely the highest. A Ratman officer jumped up with a two-handed sword that was taller than him, and with a plague virus all over his body, he slammed into the elite destroyer warriors and swept the sword across. The specially treated great sword was totally beyond the defense of the destroyer's mechanical technology suit, and several elite destroyer warriors were cut in half immediately. When other elite destroyers reacted, They immediately raised their guns to shoot. The mouse officer raised his hands in front of him, making a bonding sound. But the officer was unharmed. The Ratman officer, whose whole body had been transformed, walked out with heavy steps, raised his hands, and sprayed out fierce molten flames, the temperature of which was no less than normal magma. Several elite destroyer warriors, who were about to attack from the front, were enveloped by molten flames, and their bodies melted instantly. Disperse. The old Ratman wizard raised the magic wand in his hand high and pounded it hard on the ground. And a circle of diffusion waves visible to the naked eye spread out. Any elite destroyer warrior hit by the diffusion wave was instantly disassembled, and various parts fell to the ground. A Ratman officer stepped forward and fought with the elite destroyer warriors. Wang Defa, Li Ziyu, who was looking at the battlefield with his undead eyes, suddenly burst out with a confused look on his face. It seems like this surprise has leaked a bit. Zhang Peng also saw the counterattack of the Ratman officer and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Inertial thinking is fatal. We are still not completely familiar with the other world. But it doesn't matter. I believe they can do it." Li Ziyu patted the back of his head and said helplessly, he really didn't expect that the Ratman officers were so powerful in combat. Any officer can face the attack of more than 10 or 20 elite destroyer warriors at the same time without being at a disadvantage, and can even kill a few of them with ease. The elite destroyer warriors attacked frantically, and the surrounding Ratmen died one after another. Under the intensive firepower, the officers suffered casualties, but they still managed to hold on. It really surprised me. I didn't play well, and I kind of lost my grip, Li Ziyu said. The existence of the undead spires forced the Skaven to mobilize a large number of manpower to deal with the skeleton undead teleported from the cemetery. The evil spirit arc in the sky is the sword of Damocles floating above the Ratmen's heads, bombarding them constantly and causing chaos in the Ratman army. The chaos in the rear led to the loss of the front line, and the undead had already rushed into the Ratman army. Everything seemed to be leaning towards victory. But Li Ziyu felt that if he continued like this, although he would win, he would also suffer great losses, which was not what he wanted. 3,000 elite destroyer warriors were deployed in an attempt to kill all the rat officers by decapitation. But the operation failed due to the individual combat power of the rat officers. In this case, we have to use a less friendly approach. New commands are transmitted through the soul network. The evil spirits and the undead split towards the head of the tower and walked towards the position where the commander was. The bombardment hit the elite ratmen who were attacking the elite destroyers, and the teleported skeletal undead were scattered along the undead spires. The undead on the front line launched a general offensive, bombarding with various weapons in turn, and madly attacking the ratmen's positions. Even the black warriors and skeleton knights began to move. With a slight change in tactics, the ratmen could no longer hold on, and were on the verge of collapse in an instant. As long as it is a living species, as long as there is still fear in the heart, it will face one thing: morale. When the casualties reach a certain number, morale will collapse. No matter how powerful the legion is, it will suffer an irreversible defeat due to the collapse of morale. A normal army can maintain a casualty rate of 20% before collapsing. This time it is a decisive battle. The ratmen bring their old troops, which are the most elite troops. Their morale is very strong, and they also have the bonus of being pitiful soldiers. This bonus is terrifying. A warrior in despair will burst out with even more terrifying combat power like a wild beast. In order to make this army collapse, Li Ziyu felt that at least 40% of the casualties would be required. This is indeed the case. Even when the undead launched such a swift attack and casualties were increasing rapidly, the rats were still resisting. They all knew what this battle meant. If they fail, even if they escape, it will be useless because the ratmen's territory will be occupied by the undead. And no matter where they escape, they will be found by the undead. The best case scenario is that they leave the ratmen's territory and survive under the protection of other races. But what good can come from giving up one's home and living under someone else's roof? This time, they did not fight simply because the emperor ordered them to do so, but because they had to fight. Behind me is my home, my own land, my family, my friends, and everything. For all this, they can't afford to lose. The casualties of the ratmen continued to rise, and the gap became larger and larger, and more undead rushed into their battle formation. There was chaos in the rear. The undead spires acted like seed drills, scattering the skeletons of the undead into the crowd. The defeat was irreversible. Some ratmen soldiers finally couldn't stand the pressure and turned around and ran away. Fear lingered in their hearts. They feel they cannot defeat the undead. The undead is too scary. It doesn't matter if there are many. They are not afraid of death or pain. And they will not retreat no matter how many of their companions die. I'm not afraid of the undead. But I am afraid of the ratmen. Both the morale and the underdog effect are time sensitive. Within the time limit, adrenaline will be secreted in large quantities to support the ratmen in fighting. But as time passes, the fear will return and the Skaven will no longer be able to fight. The officers were also in a bad mood because the skeleton undead had arrived. The dense and large team attracted the attention of the ratmen, resulting in the weakening of the firepower suppressing the elite destroyers. And more pressure was placed on the officers. No matter how good an officer is at fighting, he is still a human being, and his physical strength and magic power are limited. There is no problem with a short outbreak, but they can't withstand it for a long time. More and more officers died under the attacks of elite destroyer warriors. Every time one person dies, the pressure on others increases by several points. The rat people have realized that something is wrong, and they can't wait any longer. The guards rushed into the battlefield, pulled the officers, and led them away from the battlefield amid their unwilling roars. The officers all retreated, and the morale of the other ratmen plummeted to the bottom, and they were chased and killed by the undead. The ratmen were defeated. Chapter 347 Ape-Man Sneak Attack. The ratmen lost a decisive battle with the undead in the wilderness. The two sides faced each other, and the undead attacked in 3 directions, defeating the ratman army. After the rat army was defeated, the undead chased them all the way until the defeated rat army ran under the city-state's protective wall. With the help of the soldiers defending the city, the undead gave up the pursuit. Countless corpses were left along the way. After this battle, the last 2 million elite troops of the ratmen were reduced to less than 500,000, no longer able to wage war against the undead. All the powerful tribes who were watching the battle witnessed it all. After this battle, everyone understood one thing: the ratmen were finished. The time has come. 1/3 of the territory was lost, and the elite army was almost completely destroyed. The economy, military, and population have all hit rock bottom. This is something that has never happened since the ratmen became a powerful tribe. Even if the undead stopped attacking the ratmen now, it would take many years for them to recover. But will the undead stop? Of course not. No one feels that the undead will stop. Now that we've gotten this far, it's time to collect the spoils. The Lord of the Undead is no fool. He launched the attack and put in so much effort. How could he not accept the fruits of victory? So this time the rat people are not facing weakness, but the risk of genocide. After this war, they will be eliminated from the list of powerful tribes in the central area. The decisive battle will not only affect the ratmen, but will also trigger a chain reaction. The undead won the decisive battle, which would undoubtedly cause a major earthquake in the entire central area. There are so many problems here. The ratmen have been fighting against the trolls and harpies for a long time. Now that they have lost the decisive battle, it is very likely that the other 2 battlefields will be affected. Trolls and harpies are the old enemies of the ratmen, and they will definitely take this opportunity to counterattack the ratmen. The rat people will have to give up all the gains they gained in these 2 battlefields, and there is a great possibility that they will be driven into their territories by the 2 races. There is a high probability that the 3 races of undead, trolls, and harpies will divide up the Skaven. After dividing up the ratmen, the 3 tribes will obtain a large amount of resources, thereby experiencing a period of rapid development and becoming 3 more powerful races, completely replacing the former ratmen. After witnessing the decisive battle, the leaders of other races naturally realized that they had underestimated the undead. This is a terrifying race, and it is developing at an extremely fast rate, far beyond their expectations. If left unchecked, they will face a behemoth even more terrifying than the ratman. There will also be changes in the economy. Who will take over the ratman's former trade? After the undead won the final battle, the war in the central area suddenly came to a standstill. The destruction of a powerful race caused too much of a shock. Ha ha ha. I won. Boss. We won. Lu Xingxing smiled, jumped up, and kept his fist, excitedly yelling. Unbelievable. This is great. This is great. Zhang Peng's eyes widened, and there was a gleam in his eyes that he had never seen before. They all knew what this meant. The undead is incompetent. They will occupy a large area of land in the central area and will no longer have to hide. The Skaven have not been completely wiped out, but it is only a matter of time. as long as the undead advanced steadily. Li Ziyu, who was standing in the front and watching the battlefield silently, turned around and looked at the two excited brothers behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile, and slowly opened his arms. Our time has come. For a month, the central area has changed. The events of the Ratmen stimulated all other tribes, and the central area became even more chaotic. While various races are fighting for their lives, the power of the infected and demons is constantly expanding, forming a new force. They have hatred for all races, and will attack any race they see without restraint. This powerful tribe had to fight against its old rivals, while also guarding against attacks from the infected and demons. As the guessing of various races, the undead attacked the mouse people crazy and trapped one after another. When the Ratmen on the troll battlefield learned the news from their homeland, their fighting spirit faded. They were counterattacked by the trolls, and were defeated step by step. They had lost all hope of victory. In the Eagle Banshee battlefield, some mouse people's legions saw the future of the mouse people. They chose to surrender and let the Eagle Banshee get several city-states. The Ratmen's territory was shrinking rapidly, and they were on the verge of extinction. Just when Li Ziyu was planning to make a concerted effort to attack Balata, capture the Ratman capital, and completely end the war, bad news came from the undead territory in the rear. The 8 men attacked the undead leading ground. War without declaration. When Li Ziyu heard the news, he was stunned for a while. I am going to win the capital of the Ratnaddies. You tell me that the crystal is stolen? Peng, come here. I have something to ask you. Li Ziyu waved at Zhang Peng, called him over, put his arm around his shoulders, and took him aside. Do we have a grudge against the ape men? Li Ziyu asked, tilting his head slightly. No, we have never fought with ape men, Zhang Peng said with certainty. I remember that the ape men are some distance away from our territory, with the trolls in between. Although Li Ziyu is not good at geography, he has read many maps, and knows how far away such a powerful race as the ape men is from him. Yes, not just the trolls. Zhang Peng nodded again. The ape men are also our customers. They have rented the undead. Right? Li Ziyu continued to ask. Yes. Not much. But it's still rented. Zhang Peng answered without hesitation. The trolls have rented a lot of undead, and the apes have also rented a lot of undead. These undead have neither been destroyed nor reported to me about the movements of the ape army. There is no movement in your intelligence network either? Li Ziyu frowned and asked in confusion. No. Zhang Peng shook his head. Li Ziyu took a breath. This matter is big. The reason why he rented the undead to other races was not out of kindness, but to help them deal with the infected and demons. In addition to collecting resources, the undead can also help understand the intelligence of various races. This is a very important intelligence network. He was just afraid that the various races would make unusual moves towards the undead, but he wouldn't be able to detect it. It was useless. The ape men still stole the house. The undead had no warning. Everything was normal in the ape man territory, and there were no signs of large-scale military movements. Then, Li Ziyu couldn't understand how the ape man army passed through the territories of other races, and then entered his undead territory. This is a bit hard to explain. Li Ziyu couldn't touch it. The ape men are also one of the powerful tribes in the central area. The tribe is composed of 2 major parts: ape men and monkey men. There are many branch races divided into these 2 major groups. It is similar to the situation of rats. In terms of population, there is no comparison between ape men and rat men. The gap in numbers is huge. Rat people are very fertile, and can give birth to many babies at a time. They also grow very fast, so the population continues to grow like a snowball. The ape men are similar to humans. Normally they give birth to 1 child, and rarely have twins. They grow slightly faster than humans. Don't look at the population of the apes without rats. But the area they occupy is larger than the rat. There are 2 times the territorial area of rats. The ape men are quite xenophobic, and do not like to mix with other races. They have advanced technology and civilization, and they have established their own country and city. That's right. The ape men are not like the ratmen city-states. They are cities. When in the Void Zone, Li Ziyu encountered a tribe of apes. Do you remember the 3 black-backed ironback apes, Okamoto Blackback, Durex Blackback and Jesse Blackback? They are from the Ape Man clan. The Blackback tribe belongs to the Ape Man clan. Batuan warned Li Ziyu. With 2 races in the center, the central government was not easy to mess with. One is the rat people. who are numerous and good at using poison. Now, their clan is almost wiped out by Liziu. The other is the ape-man tribe, who are individually strong, technologically advanced, and very warlike. After Liziu entered the central area, the first people he encountered were the ratmen. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to come into contact with the ratmen. But he never forgot Batubi's warning and never offended the ape-man tribe. We can't say that they get along in harmony, but at least the relationship isn't too bad. The attitude of other races towards apes is similar. Everyone in the central zone has the same attitude towards the ape-men. After all, this race is too warlike, and they may turn against each other at any time. In this case, don't be too close. Don't be too far. Almost. Liziu did not understand why the ape-man suddenly launched an attack on himself. This doesn't make sense. The two races are far apart, separated by other races, and their interests do not overlap much. At best, they rented the undead, but they did not take much resources from them. Is it because of the goods of the Black Ridge Iron-back orangutan? Not really. Start a war because of a few people? Liziu doesn't believe it. No matter how good you are to your subordinates, you still have to consider the cost issue. The undead are at their peak, having just wiped out the Skaven. The army's combat effectiveness is at its peak, just after they displayed two heavyweight weapons, the Ark of the Undead and the Spire of the Undead. The enemy actually took action. There is a price to pay for going to war with the undead, and the ape people cannot be unaware of this. So, what was the other party thinking about? And how did they send their soldiers into their territory? It's really confusing. Liziu led his troops to attack the rat people, and almost took all his family assets with him, leaving the undead territory very empty. When he gave the undead to Liziu, he migrated walking, which made the creatures in his territory not much. Later, in order to keep the secret and prevent others from discovering their mobile fortress and the identity of the travelers, and also to do business with the rat people, they built the Rat Death Border City and transferred all the creatures in the territory there. Another part of creatures were transferred from the original place, such as the Tower of Tab, who were guarding the border of the wasteland and the dead land. So even if the apes invaded the territory, they couldn't do much. At most, they could just steal the resources. As for killing undead spirits, Liziu didn't care that much. Is there still few dead undead on the battlefield? Also because of their low defense, the ape-men almost walked sideways in the undead territory, pushing forward all the way with almost no obstacles, and soon occupied a large territory. By the time Liziu received the news, at least 1/10 of the territory had been lost. It's only been a short time. Boss, what should you do now? Zhang Peng, who was holding his shoulders. What else can we do? We have to fight back. We can't abandon our hometown just to kill rats, Liziu said unhappily. Just when we were finally about to wipe out the rat people, the ape people came and caused trouble. Starting with Ape Man is a tough battle. Before the war with the ratmen, Liziu had a considerable amount of time to plan and even instigated Sale to rebel, making him a high-ranking ratman to pass on intelligence about the ratmen. There is no such opportunity for the ape man. Once a war begins, there is no more time to prepare, but just to abandon the harvest of the rats. Liziu was unwilling. If everyone withdrew everyone, this time it would be in vain. Zhang Peng read something from Liziu's flickering eyes and said softly, I know. I intend to divide the troops. As he said, Liziu let go of Zhang Peng. The ape-men launched an attack brazenly, which made Liziu angry. He originally thought that after recruiting the rat people, he would rest for a while, raise the troops, and then make another decision. Now the opponent has shown no moral principles and launched an attack recklessly, disrupting his rhythm. This cannot be counted. The ape-men are very powerful, stronger than the ratmen, from the intelligence I have obtained. If the ratmen and the ape-men were to fight against each other, there is a high probability that the ratmen would be wiped out. Zhang Peng thought about the intelligence he had obtained, compared it and said, his meaning was very simple. If the troops were divided, it might not be useful. They might be entangled like the rat people, and it would be difficult to deal with then. As long as the strong people in the central area see that the undead are involved in the apes, they must turn into evil wolves and come to eat. Just like what the undead did to the Skaven. I will kill you while you are sick. The undead's foundation is not as deep as that of the ratmen. If they encounter a situation like the ratmen, it would be easy to be defeated in one wave and repeat the same mistakes. Well, you are right. But who told you that I was going to fight the ape-man alone? Li Ziyu turned his head and said with a vicious look on his face. He only calculated. It's not that he can't fight, but that will make him lose a lot, and he may not win. Considering the current chaos in the central area, this kind of surprise attack is the most annoying. According to his plan, now is not the time to fight against the ape-man. But since things happened, he couldn't turn a blind eye. In this case, the plan must be changed and another set of plans must be started. Book. Who doesn't have a helper these days? Do you think I, Li Ziyu, am easy to bully and have no brothers? You don't follow the rules. Right? Then don't blame me for calling people. Li Ziyu not only has brothers, but more than one. Batubu, and there are many time travel lords over there. They are no longer the group of noobs who were defeated by the Ratmen. After failing in the central area and being dispersed, the travelers from the wasteland have been hiding and developing slowly. Batubu and their men have been fighting on the grassland for some time. Considering the speed at which time travelers develop, this period of time is enough for them to grow at a terrifying rate. Li Ziyu never summoned them because he wanted to take over the central area himself. If he went according to his plan, it would only be a matter of time before he swallowed up the entire wasteland. And he would not need Batubu and their help at all. The ape-men's actions directly disrupted his plan, and he was forced to let Batubu and him return. Since you don't want to be well, then don't be well. All along, Zhang Peng just followed Li Ziyu without thinking too much. But when Li Ziyu reminded him, he finally remembered that they still had allies. Private chat. Don't want to get a driver's license, brother. How have you been recently? The free-flying eagle, thriving. Don't want to get a driver's license. So how is it going? The eagle soaring freely, has a bright future. Don't want to get a driver's license. Reminiscing about the past in the central area? Free-flying eagle, is it my turn? Don't want to take a driver's license test. The enemy has no moral principles and will destroy my back door. Free-flying eagle, haha, brother. If you need help, just ask. Don't want to take a driving test, come back. I'm short of manpower. The free-flying eagle, haha. Okay. Wait for me. I will take my brothers back. Chapter 348, The Return of the Army. The ape-men have declared war on the undead? After Li Ziyu learned that the ape-men were attacking him, the news spread quickly. The leaders of all ethnic groups were confused and couldn't believe their ears. The undead had just defeated the Ratmen and were at their peak when the ape-men launched a brazen attack. Not only did they launch an attack, but they actually allowed them to enter the undead territory. What do the ape-men want to do? Are they crazy? The leaders of all ethnic groups are paying close attention to the development of the situation. What they didn't expect was that the information said back was even more shocking. The ape-men encountered almost no resistance and roamed through the undead territory. No undead army could stop them. With their lightning-fast advancement speed, they repeated what the undead had done to the Skaven. And 1/3 of the undead territory was directly taken over by the apes. The undead are strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Finally, someone reacted. The undead tribe may have withdrawn all their troops this time, leaving the territory's defenses empty and allowing the ape tribe to take advantage of the opportunity. Thinking of this, other ethnic groups became restless. This is a good news. If it's true, they don't mind exterminating the undead. If they unite to destroy the undead, and add the Ratmen destroyed by the undead, their gains will be unimaginable. The ape-men also stepped forward to say that their conjecture was true. There is indeed a lack of undead in the undead's territory. Even if there are interceptors, they are all low-level undead with no offensive power, and are completely unable to resist the attack of the ape-men. It's just that the cities of the undead are very strange, different from the cities of other races. The undead don't seem to have the habit of storing resources in cities. After the ape-men conquered several undead cities, they did not find many resources. However, the undead will build many resource points, and there are many resources that can be collected in these resource points. The ape-men speculated that most of the resources of the undead should be stored in the Rat Death Border City. This was the only city they knew where the dead and the living lived together. If you really have resources, it must be in the border city of the mouse. The ape-men wanted to attack the Rat Dead Border City, but the Rat Dead Border City was too far away from them, and it was not an easy task to attack it. With the intelligence about the ape-men, other races became restless and began to gather troops in an attempt to get a piece of the pie. What the other races didn't know was that the ape-men had other plans. The ape-men are not fools. They are very smart. Attacking the undead territory is one thing, and occupying it is another. The undead territory and the ape-man territory are separated by the territories of other races. Even if they can be occupied, they will be enclaves and difficult to manage. Their purpose is not to occupy the territory of the undead, but for resources. Apes need resources to develop, and plundering the resources of the undead can slow down the development of the undead. Kill two birds with one stone. This is why the ape-man suddenly launched an attack. Unfortunately, they did not expect that the habits of the undead were different from those of other races. The city of the undead family is really clean. The most is the bones. Other resources? Very few. Every time they captured a gathering place of the undead, the ape-men would plunder it. But the gains were very small, or almost nothing. Liziu needs bones and soul energy, but these are things that the ape-men have discarded. The reason why the ape-men released the news is because the information is useless. The senior executives of the apes are now regretted. They did not expect this situation, did not get the benefits, and offended the undead. But things have already happened. They always find ways to solve it. We can't just withdraw our troops. It took them a lot of effort to send their ape army directly into the territory of the undead. If you leave without getting any benefits, you will lose a lot. The purpose of spreading the news is to reduce the hostility of the undead towards the ape-men. If other races also attack the undeads would not dare to retaliate against the apes. At the same time as releasing the news, the ape-men also sent a message to Liziu, asking him for resources. The ape-men promised that as long as they were given the resources they wanted, they would withdraw their troops immediately, and would never leave a single soldier in the undead's territory. Liziu was so angry that she laughed when she saw the news. What are these guys? Is it a robber? Is this going to run a wave? Liziu patted the beast leather paper in his hand on the table, and said with his face, "They attacked me, messed up my territory, and destroyed several resource points. Not only did the bones of the resources work kill all the bones, destroyed the resource points, and snatched the resources. Now you have the nerve to ask me for resources? Do you really think you are capable? I, Liziu, have never suffered such a big loss. If you want to snatch food in my mouth, you must be prepared to be retaliated by me. Batubu Husheng is leading the Time Travel Alliance back. As long as they come back, Liziu is confident that he can get rid of the ape tribe. Will you give it to us? It will take some time for Batubu and the others to come back." Zhang Peng asked. "Don't give it. Give a fart. He didn't say a sneak attack, and wanted me to give me resources? Well, the monkey of Mountain Liziu yelled angrily. "When you look at yourself, you will be hit by the Ratman's capital. But now you have to attract troops back to help. If these resources were given to the ape-men, Liziu felt like he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. You want resources, right? Okay. Destroy my undead race, and everything will be yours. Go back and kill them," Liziu said, gritting his teeth. "Balada doesn't want to fight anymore?" Zhang Peng asked. "Fight? Why not fight?" Liziu said deeply. "Are you planning to divide your troops?" Zhang Peng thought for a moment and asked. "No. There is no need to divide the troops. The main force of the Ratmen is finished. Even if I am not here, I can take down Balada." Liziu showed a sinister smile on his face. "Are you planning to use mercenaries? But their fighting power is not enough. They are all low-level undead. Even if the main force of the Ratmen is destroyed by us, they still have city walls. The number of mercenaries is not enough, and it will be difficult to take down the Ratman city-state." Zhang Peng instantly understood Liziu's thoughts and said hesitantly, "He is talking about truth. Those loaned out to fight the infected and demons are basically soul-born insects and armored beetles. These two types of undead make up the vast majority. But these two arms are low-level undead, pure cannon fodder. Relying on them to conquer cities and territories seems unreliable no matter how you think about it. Peng, you've overlooked one thing. The rat people have a powerful team on their side." Liziu stretched out his index finger and shook it with a grim smile on his face. "Huh? You hit a team?" Zhang Peng was stunned and asked with wide eyes. "I didn't hide it. The Ratman wanted to get there." Liziu grinned. "The Tattooed Skeleton Legion. Guys like Dark Skeleton are in the Ratman territory. These guys sneaked out of the undead's territory and entered the Ratman's territory, following the hired undead to fight against the infected and demons. The infected are actually demonized creatures, but they are not as deep as the demonized creatures in the dungeon. But it's enough. The dark skeletons are constantly expanding their team. They were sneaking around, and their team kept expanding. But they were eventually discovered by the ratmen. When the ratmen sent people to negotiate, they took the dark skeletons away. From that time on, the dark skeleton was let go. The team operated openly in the ratman territory, and the size of the team expanded like a snowball. After Li Ziyu went to war with the rat people, no one cared about these guys anymore. Back then in the ratman's territory, the only people they could deal with were the infected. But now, even the ratmen are their enemies. Being inside the ratman's territory, with enemies everywhere they looked, the dark skeleton and the other marked skeletons were not afraid, but became even more excited. On this side, Li Ziyu led the undead army to fight against the ratmen, while on the other side, the dark skeletons led his own army of tattooed skeletons to expand unscrupulously. It has already fully taken shape. Li Ziyu wanted to use the dark skeletons as a trump card. As a result, just as they hid, the ape men attacked the territory of the undead. Well, there's no need to hide it now. Just take it out and use it. Even if Li Ziyu withdraws his troops, Dark Skeleton and his men can still deal with Balada. These guys are quite powerful in combat. They are the kind of people who become stronger with each battle. As long as they are not dead, they will continue to become stronger. Even Li Ziyu didn't know how far the Dark Skeleton and the first few patterned skeletons had grown. The undead army will leave, but the Skaven will still have to face the combined forces of the infected and demons, as well as the undead's marked skeleton army. Speaking of which, the patterned skeleton legion is much more ferocious than the undead legion under Li Ziyu. With Li Ziyu's restraint, the undead seemed much kinder. As long as they were willing to surrender, they would basically not massacre ordinary people. But the dark skeletons are different. These guys don't care that the army is not big enough, and they don't mind slaughtering the entire city to expand their ranks. Li Ziyu had suspected before that the legendary undead race in the other world might not be the normal undead under his command, but tattooed skeletons. It is true that the tattooed skeletons are indeed undead, but their soul fire will is completely different from that of other undead. Normal undead are relatively peaceful. Although they have a strong desire to conquer and kill living beings, they can control it. Senior undead has wisdom that is not secondary to human beings. They have long understood that they need to develop over the long term rather than digging for the root cause right away. So when Li Ziyu said that they wanted to leave some people alive, the undead obeyed obediently and even helped manage the city. In the minds of high-level undead, there is not much difference between intelligent life and wild beasts and monsters. In fact, because of their intelligence, they are easier to manage. They would keep intelligent life in captivity, allow them to live and work in peace and contentment, and continue to reproduce and give birth to more children. After an old person dies, his or her corpse will be transformed into undead. This cycle will continue, and the number of undead will increase. This is a long-term development. The idea behind tattooed skeletons is different. They are the opposite. Dark skeletons only look at the present. What they want is the expansion of the undead legion now. As for what the future will be like, they won't think too much about it. If Li Ziyu brought the tattooed skeletons to conquer the ratmen, and left any of them alive, these guys would definitely act up and develop a rebellious mentality. The loyalty of the undead is infinite, so they won't mess with Li Ziyu openly, but they will inevitably resort to some tricks behind the scenes. Since the ape people want to do things, Li Ziyu is not used to it. Rat people, poor fellows, blame the apes. More of you could have survived. Li Ziyu explained the matter to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was stunned and couldn't help sighing. The ratmen have buried landmines in their own homes. This is not someone else's fault. I can only blame myself. After thinking it over, Li Ziyu did not stay any longer and directly returned with the undead army. The undead tribe officially declared war on the ape tribe. When the undead army returned, Li Ziyu sent a message to other races. The ape man tried to fight the undead. This is a battle of injustice. The undeads cannot stand this humble behavior. In order to maintain justice and peace, the undead decided to declare war on the apes. The various tribes that were about to take action suddenly stopped. Good guy. Declare war on the front. The ape men are crazy. And the undead are crazy too. Having just defeated the ratmen, now they are turning around to start a war with the ape men. Are the undead so fierce? The ratmen are the most populous and powerful tribe in the central area. After fighting with the ratmen, the undead should not have enough troops. How dare you declare war on the ape men? They don't understand. This kind of genocide war often results in huge consumption. Even the winner needs time to recuperate. Even if someone bullies them at this time, they will endure it most of the time, at least until they have digested the fruits of victory before retaliating. The undead are too tough. After they finish fighting with the ratmen, they turned around and faced another powerful tribe. They wanted to believe that the undead were bluffing, but the fact was that the undead had given up attacking the ratmen, and all their legions turned around and returned to the undead territory. I don't want the meat I've got anymore. The ape men were also a little panicked. Being able to put the legion into the undead territory is the result of consumption of a lot of resources. But it does not mean that they can continue to send troops as normal. The other races between the territories of the undead and the ape men will not allow him to do so. Once the undead army returns, it means that the troops sent by the ape tribe will most likely be left in the undead territory. After the undead return to their territory, other races that had gathered their armies immediately turned their spearheads and targeted the ratmen. Now that the undeads are not fighting, it is our turn. All the tribes in the central area are vicious wolves, and they are all looking for opportunities to eat meat. The ratmen are undoubtedly a big piece of fat meat. A large amount of territory was taken over by the undead, but the remaining territory was still enough to satisfy them, and they enjoyed every bite they could get. This is the cake left behind by the undead. The undead are returning, and the other races are sending in troops. However, things are not quite what they thought. The undead seem to have left a backup plan in the ratmen's territory. After the armies of various tribes entered the territory of the ratmen, they suddenly found that the place was so chaotic that it made their scalps numb. The ratmen and the undead started a war, and had no time to care about the infected and demons, resulting in the presence of several large joint legions of the infected and demons within the territory, the number of which was terrifying. The United Legion doesn't care what race you are. There is no logic. They will start a war when they meet. What is even more troubling for all races is that the undead seem to have left behind a team. The combat effectiveness of this team is certainly not comparable to that of the undead army, but it should not be underestimated. All ethnic groups feel that this strange undead team is more fierce than the normal legion of the undead. The rats are completely chaotic, and they are fighting. Liziu did not go to the same situation of the rats. He left a part of the undead and managed the city-state that he'd beaten. Other undeads followed him to return to the dead spirit. Ever since the ape men declared war, the rat-dead border city has been in a state of tension. The city gates were closed, and a large number of undead were wandering around, always on guard, fearing that the ape men would suddenly attack. They lived in fear like this until they saw the mighty white tide coming in the distance. Undead. It's the undead. They're back. A joy shouted in the border city of the mouse. Chapter 349, Reversal of Situation. Deploying troops remotely is not an easy task, even for aliens with magic. Although there are many magicians among the ape men, they prefer warriors, so sending legions to the undead tribe is quite costly. In total, they deployed nearly 300,000 ape man troops into the territory of the undead. The ape men have strong individual combat power, and they value teamwork. They are good at both large-scale legion battles and small-scale team battles. Compared with the ratmen, the ape man army of 300,000 people seems to be very small. In fact, the combat effectiveness is not weak at all. Rats and ape people are two different types. The ratmen are good at plagues, viruses, and technology, and almost all of their skill points are put into long-range attacks. When fighting, they are good at using large numbers to form legions, and then using long-range firepower to carry out covering strikes to gain an advantage. The ape people are based on strength and combat mode and method to form their elite to gain advantages. After the 300,000 people of the apes men entered the undead, the destructive power was not worse than the millions of mouse men. After the ape man army was deployed, it immediately broke up into small teams, using the trick of scattered like stars in the sky, gathered like a ball of fire, and spread everywhere in the territory of the undead. They are good at such combat methods. There are few undead, so they gather together and destroy them quickly. If the undead gather together, they will disperse and fight guerrilla warfare against them. Liziu packed up and took away the high-level and powerful undead. Most of the undead in the territory were skeleton undead. As we all know, the bone-dead spirit is a vegetable chicken. Their fighting power was not strong, nor their speed was fast, but they could barely put up a fight relying on their numerical advantage. But the ape men used guerrilla warfare, and the skeleton undead were helpless. They chased after the ape men but couldn't kill them. Not only that, They were often killed by the ape-men and died in anger. Before Li Ziyu returned with the undead army, the ape-man was proud of the spring breeze. After they discovered that the skeleton undead were nothing, they let go and ran rampant in the territory. Go directly to the plunder mode. Unfortunately, except for resource points, it is difficult for them to plunder resources from other places. This situation continued until Li Ziyu returned with his army. After the battle with the ratmen, the soulborn insects and armored beetle people were almost wiped out, with not many left. The undead army is no longer as large as it was when it declared war on the Skaven. In contrast, there are many more high-level undead in the Undead Legion. For example, the Black Warrior, the Skeleton Knight, the Elite Destroyer Warrior, the Fearless. Although their numbers have decreased, their combat effectiveness has increased significantly. Returning to the Rat Death border city, the undead army was warmly welcomed by the residents. The residents living in the Rat Death border city have now completely sided with the undead. They were once abandoned children, wanderers, inferiors, slaves, and vassal races. They did not have a good life when they lived under the control of the ratmen. When the dead received them, they felt uneasy. At that time, they felt that the undead were terrifying. After all, who wouldn't be scared when seeing those moving skeletons? The children were afraid to sleep at night. When the undead and the Skaven began to trade, they were still resistant, believing there was a conspiracy. But the reality is that the residents living in Rat Dead Border City are very wealthy. The former city lord Zhang Peng always came up with a variety of goods that were sought after by the rat nobles. The products of the undead have never had trouble selling. Although it would not be cheap to buy goods from the city lord, you could get commissions by selling them and use them to improve your life. The residents became wealthy in a short period of time. Their lives are getting better every day, and their days are becoming more and more hopeful. Those moving skeletons are not scary, and they may even take the initiative to help them. These are all secondary. The main thing is that the undead created order. There are laws in the Rat Death Border City, covering all aspects, and the undead are responsible for guarding and enforcing the laws. What the residents saw was a group of upright law enforcers. This is easy to understand. The needs of the undead are different from theirs. Things like corruption, bribery, sheltering, and personal connections do not exist. The dead will do things according to the law. The undead themselves never break the law. The residents were surprised to find that all the laws were made for them. And the undead they feared were precisely the most fair judges. No matter big or small matters, you can ask the undead to make the final judgment, and there will basically be no mistakes. The law and abundance completely conquered the hearts of the residents of Rat Dead Border City. Now even if we drive them away, the residents will not leave. In their hearts, this place is like a paradise. How can they leave when they have such good days? The undead and the Skaven went to war, and they all stood on the side of the undead. Every victory of the undead, every contribution to the Ratman city-state, will make the Rat Border City celebrate. They have already considered themselves as one of the undead. Even if they are a vassal race of the undead, it is still better than being under the control of the Skaven. All this came to an abrupt end after the arrival of the ape-men. The territory of the undead was invaded, and the undead were unable to resist the attack of the ape-men. As one of the most prosperous undead cities, bustling city full of wealth and resources, Rat Border City is undoubtedly a piece of cake. The residents lived in fear every day, fearing that one day when they opened their eyes, the ape-men would have surrounded the city. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. The apes did not come, but the undead army came back, safe. The residents of Rat Death Border City have never felt that the undead are so kind, so gentle, and so likable. Li Ziyu ignored the thoughts of the residents of Rat Dead Border City. He was very angry now, and only wanted to take revenge on the ape-men. On the day of returning to the Rat Dead Border City, Li Ziyu issued an order. Everyone mobilize. Undead, let's go! Take back our territory and our resources. Spread all over the earth. Show mercy to the enemies. Let them experience death, and let them return to peace. Go ahead. The undead, who had just returned to the Rat Dead Border City, were divided into teams without any time to rest, and left the Rat Dead Border City in a mighty force. Li Ziyu was not worried at all whether the undead could find the ape-man invaders. He managed his territory well. Not only did they build many soul-based stations, but they also released a large number of undead eyes, spreading across every corner of the territory. With the existence of soul-based stations, The undead can communicate unimpeded. The eyes of the undead are like the surveillance cameras in the previous life, constantly patrolling the situation in the territory. With these two things, it is very easy to find the ape men scattered in the territory of the undead. The ape men knew the existence of the eyes of the undead, but it was difficult to destroy them. The vision of these undead was flying in the sky, and their targets were very small and numerous. At the beginning, they still wanted to eliminate some of them, but later they found that the undead in the territory were not strong, so they gave up the goal of eliminating the undead. Just watch. Instead of spending time destroying the undead, you might as well look for a few more resource points and grab the resources. Many soul-based stations were destroyed. This is a building and is now quite conspicuous in the wasteland. Although the ape men did not know the function of the soul-based station, they had built so many of these things for the undead, which showed that they were very valuable to the undead. It is not difficult to attack the soul-based station, and it can be destroyed easily. Fortunately, Liziu had made a lot of arrangements, and the ape men destroyed a lot, but the impact was not significant. As the undead groups entered the territory, the eye of the undead immediately told them the location of the ape army. With the existence of the undead, it is quite convenient for the undead team to track down the ape team. The ape men in the undead territory have received notice from their own tribe that the undead have returned. It's just that their inherent thinking told them that the undead would not come back so soon, so they didn't take it too seriously. According to their thinking, it would take at least a month for the undead to return to the territory. In more than a month, I'm afraid the entire territory has been taken over by them. However, facts told them that they really underestimated the undead. This is an extremely terrifying race. They can march without stopping and have an unimaginable level of execution. Liziu only gave an order, and the undead army immediately withdrew from the Ratman territory. It took them only 5 days to return to the Ratman border city. Without any rest, they immediately rushed to the battlefield. The ape men were caught off guard. Being caught off guard was not a big problem. The real problem was that they discovered that the undead army withdrawn from the Ratmen were completely different from the skeleton undead in their territory. The combat effectiveness is very different. This time I suffered a real loss. The defenseless ape men were ambushed by the undead and suffered heavy losses. Many ape men teams were wiped out by the high-level undead without even having the chance to react. No matter how strong their fighting power is, they will still be defeated when facing high-level undead that are several times their number. The undead are rapidly recovering their lost territory, and are preparing to pack up and send away the ape men who have invaded their territory. The ape men blatantly launched a war against the undead without declaring war, sending troops into the undead's territory, and occupied a large area of territory in just a few days. The various ethnic groups had not yet fully digested this news, and within a few days, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The undead army has returned, and the legion sent by the ape men into the undead territory have suffered severe damage. The occupied territory is being recontrolled by the undead at a very fast speed. The efficiency of the undead directly shocked all races in the central area. My goodness, what are the apes and the undead doing? You finish your song, and then I come on stage. The recent hot headlines are all caused by you two tribes. When it comes to handling hot news, you two tribes have really figured it out. The boss, the undead, who returned from the Skaven tribe were too powerful. The ape men do not have the innate abilities of the ratmen, and under the surveillance of the undead, they cannot afford to engage in guerrilla warfare. As long as any team that splits off intends to fight the undead, they will immediately be surrounded and killed by the undead. Under the constant attacks of the undead, the ape man team had no choice but to stick together. Their living space was constantly compressed, and they retreated step by step towards the border of the undead territory. At this time, within the ape-man territory, the ape-man leaders were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The counterattack of the undead came too quickly. Yeah, their actions were beyond our expectations. What should we do now? I said at the beginning that you can't attack directly. Send troops to bring our people back. No, if we send troops now, it will have a counterproductive effect, and the various tribes will resent us. The ape-man emperor sat high up, while the ape-man leaders below were shouting at each other. They have been arguing for many days, but still have not reached a conclusion. It was the emperor's decision to send troops. He sensed the threat posed by the undead and wanted to weaken them as quickly as possible. So he mobilized troops and expended a large amount of resources into the undead territory. Based on his past experience, If the undead want to resolve this incident, they have to give up some of the interests of the ratmen, and at the same time hand over their own resources to appease the ape men. Once these two things are achieved and other powerful tribes see it, those evil wolves will definitely not let the undead tribe go, and will bite off a piece of meat from them. As a result, the development momentum of the undead will be hindered, and they will need a longer time to accumulate resources. At the same time, there is also a chance to save the ratmen. The ape men and ratmen are not allies, nor do they have a friendly relationship. The reason they want to save the ratmen is purely for the sake of self-interest. In this war, the ratmen declined, but as long as they survived, they could play a role in restraining the undead and bring stable development to other races. The undead have taken over so much territory and robbed so many resources from the ratmen. The ratmen must hate the undead to the core. This is irreconcilable. The ratmen can contain the undead, which is a good thing for the ape men. The ape king was calculating very well, but he overlooked one point. The undead were different from any other race he had encountered. This is a unique race. It's not just about rapid development. In other ways, it's even more terrifying. Take discipline. For example, the ape men have very strict discipline and act very quickly when it comes to dispatching troops. Even so, the ape men needed logistics and rest when their army was on the move. But the undead don't need it. They don't eat, don't sleep, and can move all the time. This already far exceeds other races. Let's talk about other things, such as reconnaissance. The reconnaissance methods of living beings are different from those of the undead. The undead reconnaissance is completely based on the breath of life. They are extremely sensitive to the breath of life, so pretending to be dead is useless. Pretending to be dead is, after all, a fake death. As long as it is a fake death, the soul will remain in the body, and the undead will be able to sense the breath of life. Therefore, it is also extremely difficult to escape the detection of the undead. Apart from these 2 points, there are many other differences. These differences have directly led to the current situation. The Ape King's plan has failed, and he is even going to destroy the army he deployed into the undead territory. The Ape Man army is very strong, but cannot compare with the Ratman army in terms of numbers. The loss of 300,000 fresh troops at once will hurt the Ape Man tribe for a long time. As a powerful tribe in the central area, their total military strength is only 2 to 3 million. In the battle that affected the entire central area, the Ape tribe also joined in. They sent out a lot of troops and suffered heavy losses. If they lost another 300,000 troops from the Undead tribe, it would be a serious blow. We must rescue them. But how to rescue them is a problem. The Ape-Man Emperor was also in a difficult situation. Send a large army through the territories of other races to the territory of the Undead to rescue your own legion? What a joke. Don't even think about it. There are many conflicts between races, and it is impossible for others to allow him to do this. No one can explain why he does this. Is he really trying to save people? Or is he planning to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money? Even if others agreed, the Ape King would still hesitate whether to do so. After all, there are many conflicts between races. What if you are attacked when passing through other people's territory? This is very likely to happen. Another point is that the ape men have a bad reputation in the central area. They have deep conflicts with other races, and people are too busy watching the fun to help him. Now the pressure is on the ape men. Chapter 350 Return. Time is running out, and ape warriors are being hunted by the undead every moment. The Ape King thought again and again, and said to the noisy apes below, "Stop it. Go find the dead, and tell them that we are willing to negotiate with them, and send an envoy." Among the ape people, the Emperor has the final say, and no ape dares to resist him. Since the Emperor has made a decision, they will obey. Soon a message was sent from the ape tribe to the territory of the dead, and the ape tribe also began to prepare a mission. Under the pursuit of the undead, the remaining ape-man troops were forced to gather together and huddle at the border. Faced with the undead's continuous attacks, they could only fight back desperately. There is no way to retreat anymore. If they retreat again, they will run to the border of other races, which will be considered an invasion. At that time, they will not only face the undead, but will be attacked from both sides. The only hope of the apes is to pray that their tribe will send more warriors to rescue them. Fighting against the undead is an extremely painful thing. Their attacks will never stop. The undead can go without food and sleep, but the apes cannot. They were too tired to rest or even have time to eat. They were tense all the time, Li Ziyu received a letter from the ape people. The ape man people talked for a long time, praising the ape man emperor for being powerful and great, and then talking about how wise the lord of the undead was. After reading it twice, Li Ziyu finally understood that the word negotiation was written between the lines. The ape men intend to negotiate with us? Zhang Peng put down the letter in his hand and looked at Li Ziyu. Oh, yes. They plan to negotiate with me. Li Ziyu slumped in the chair and said in a very ungraceful manner. So what are your plans? Zhang Peng asked. I don't plan to talk to them. What good things are they thinking? Li Ziyu rolled her eyes and took a sip of the juice. That's true. They are the ones who asked us to come back. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. TSK. Peng, you are a businessman. Think about it. If you think about it carefully, our losses are quite huge. Li Ziyu disagreed with his words and said slowly. If you calculate carefully, the loss is indeed huge. Zhang Peng nodded. The undead army returned to the leader and relaxed to the rats. Although the dark skeletons will still continue to capture cities according to Li Ziyu's plan, but the fighting power of the tattooed skeletons is still no match for the undead army. Especially there are evil wolves around. The eagle banshee and giants will not give up such a good opportunity. They must counterattack and want to eat a piece of fat. As a result, the undead suffered a lot of indirect losses. But Zhang Peng felt that Li Ziyu was not talking about this. He should be talking about Batubu and that side. Originally, Li Ziyu planned to take over the central area himself. When the rats are finished, the undead will receive the inheritance of the rats. As a time travel lord, Li Ziyu can quickly absorb these resources and transform them into technology and combat power to continue expanding himself. This time is not long. Once he absorbed these, all ethnic groups in the central area would obviously not be his opponent. At that time, Li Ziyu will descend on the central area with the force of thunder, defeat other races, and completely unify the entire wasteland. The resources provided by such a large area will push him to further improve, so that he can be prepared for future wars with time travelers. But now, because of the attack of the ape men, Li Ziyu's plan had flaws, and he had to summon Batubu and take action in the central area in advance. Zhang Peng didn't know how Batubu and the others had developed. Judging from Li Ziyu's perspective, Batubu and those time travelers who had gone to the grassland should have developed quite well. Li Ziyu should be confident that he can lead Batubu and them to clear the central area. There is a problem here. When people come to help you, it's not right for you to not share any resources with them. With so many branches here and there are fewer resources. Li Ziyu was naturally unhappy. It is impossible to talk to them, do things for me, and want to use negotiations to solve the problem? No existence. Li Ziyu bit the barbecue and said with suffocation in his eyebrows, the ape men must pay the price for their stupidity this time. You can be crazy. You can be fierce. But you can't try to take advantage of me. Now that I dare to hit my autumn wind, I will chop your hand. In the ape man territory, Emperor Caesar, the undead have rejected our request for peace talks. The ape official said to the ape emperor on the throne. Before the delegation even set out, news arrived that the undead had rejected them. This was something the ape men had not expected. In their impression, no other race had dared to reject them so brazenly. They are the ape people. When the race is not allowed to let 2 points politely, usually, other races came to find peace talks between the apes. This time they took the initiative to talk about the peace talks and had given the undead family face. I did not expect that the other party actually refused. As soon as the official's words came out, the situation suddenly became out of control. How dare they? The undead? Emperor Caesar, I request that the troops be assembled and sent to the undead. Yes. Yes. I won't talk to them anymore. Those skeletons are not worth our humiliation. I am willing to lead the troops. One by one, ape-men officers and officials jumped out, shouting loudly. Caesar sat firmly on the throne, staring silently at the ministers below. For a while, I said, enough. The apes below immediately shut up and looked at the emperor with burning eyes. The emperor is wise and iron-blooded. Since he has boarded the throne, the battle of the ape people has not stopped. Although it has always been fighting, the development of the ape people has never fallen, and it can always eat benefits in the war. The emperor would never tolerate anyone rejecting him. Since the undead are ungrateful, the emperor will definitely fight back. He must make the undead understand that if the apes give you face, you have to accept it. Otherwise he will beat you. We are going to go to war with the undead. Let's get ready. Caesar said to his ministers below with a serious look in his calmness. It is true. The emperor is domineering. The warlike apes did not think there was anything wrong with this, and instead cheered with joy. They are never afraid of fighting. When the apes left, Caesar looked like he had a headache. He is warlike, but it depends on who he fights with. Given the current situation, we really shouldn't start a full-scale war with the undead. Most of the ape-man army were involved in the war. The surrounding races did not stop fighting this time as they did in the past. Instead, the ape-man troops were delayed. It would be unwise to go to war with the undead at this time. Even if you don't want to fight, you still have to fight. His subordinates all said they should fight. But he said no, because that would affect his authority, and who would follow him in the future. But how to fight was enough to give him a headache. The undead clan gave him a problem. The ape-men began to prepare their troops for war with the undead. Just when the entire central area was in chaos, Li Ziyu received a message from Batubu. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. We are back. What's the situation now? I don't want to take a driver's license, brother. You are back. I will tell you the current situation. Freedom of the Eagle, okay. You say. Don't want to take a driver's license test. The rat people were basically wiped out by me. But I was ambushed by the ape people. These guys have no martial ethics, and wanted to extort my resources while I was fighting the rat people. The Free Flying Eagle, did you destroy the rat people? Were they completely annihilated? Don't want to get a driver's license. That's not important. Free Flying Eagle, no. 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 This is very important. Brother, how strong are you? Even the rat people lost? Don't want to take a driving test. They are not completely destroyed. They still have some city-states and are still fighting. If the ape-men hadn't attacked me, there should be no ratmen now. The Free Flying Eagle. Batubu was stunned when he saw the message sent from the system. He didn't understand. How could such a powerful race like the ratmen be defeated by Li Ziyu like this? Li Ziyu's growth rate is too fast. The ratmen left a deep psychological trauma on Batubu. How long is this? The undead that used to be weaker than him actually grew to the level of eliminating the mouse-human race. Batu was very clear about Li Ziyu's situation. He followed two unreliable traverses, and the combat effectiveness was not high at all. In other words, fighting with rats is basically the same as Li Ziyu's war. In this way, the mouse can also collapse. It's amazing. My little brother. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Let's get down to business. The apes are the focus now. And I need you to deal with the apes. Free Flying Eagle, how to fight. Don't want to take a driving test. Fight however you want. I'm a time traveler lord. I can just drive the fortress up there. It's that easy. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. You are not going to trick me. Are you? I was born in the central zone, and I know what the apes are like. Although you have the ability to kill the rats, it does not mean that we have the ability to kill the apes. Those guys are no worse than the rats. Don't want to take a driving test. I'm really not trying to trick you. Brother, let me put it this way. I just don't want to waste time. Otherwise, I can slowly kill them all by myself. Free Flying Eagle, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. Don't want to take a driving test. The central area is in chaos. And now it's a big melee. All the tribes are confused. And the ape tribe has also been drawn into the war. Most of their troops are not in the territory, and are fighting with humans on other battlefields. The Free Flying Eagle, damn. There is such a thing. Don't want to take a driving test, otherwise. Can I let you attack directly? You kill your way through the border of their wasteland and death zone, and directly land in charge. I don't want to take a driver's license. I guess they still have troops. But they will not be so horrible with you. The troops they gather should be to deal with me. With your strength, you should be able to get it. The Free Flying Eagle, tell me the truth. How many troops does the ape-man tribe have? Don't want to take a driver's license test. I don't know. The ape tribe came to negotiate with me, but I refused. I received news that they were gathering troops, but they were probably all new recruits, and their legion was being delayed. Freedom of the Eagle, understand. Then I started war directly against the apes. Don't want to get a driver's license. No problem. This way directly conquered the entire central area. The Free Flying Eagle, ha ha ha, brotherly is so domineering. With Li Ziyu's information, Batubu felt relieved. The troops and the ape people are all recruits, so it is easy to do. The warriors of the indigenous races, and the warriors summoned by the time travelers are two different things. The warriors that cross the crossing are almost summoned by the top. There is a comprehensive combat system, and the effect is not great. However, the indigenous people are different, and there is a huge gap between recruits and veterans. The recruit has experienced less training, not even on the battlefield, and has not been killed. This belongs to a rookie. The combat effectiveness of the Baishing veterans far exceeds the recruits, and the combat effectiveness that the elite legion can play is too strong. Li Ziyu wanted to conquer the entire central area, which made Batubu realize that he had the opportunity to obtain resources. He is a traveler from the central area, and can you not know what's going on in the central area? This is a rich place with abundant resources. If he joins this battle, Li Ziyu will not treat him unfairly, can make a good profit. The ape man is assembling the legion and is preparing to fight against the undead. There was a sudden news from the border of the deserted ground, and there was a strong enemy invading. Powerful enemy invasion? The news made the emperor and an ape-man official at the time. The term strong enemy is not just a casual remark. It must be an enemy that is difficult to resist. The question is, where did the strong enemy come from the deserted land? Soon Caesar and his men knew what a powerful enemy was. The huge mobile fortress appeared on the ape-human territory. If it was a good, but this time Bata came over with the members of the alliance. In order to quickly deal with the ape-men, they decided to disperse and fight separately. The mobile fortress has a strong defensive capability, and it can move. If you can't defeat it, you can just run away. Batubu is not worried about the safety of his own people. They came to the ape-man territory just to kill them, so they acted unscrupulously. There was no conquest, only destruction and plunder. Batubu's thoughts on this point are completely different from theirs and Li Ziyu's. They will attack the city, but after the city is captured, they will not stop at all. Plunder the ape-human city directly. Plunder the ape-human city, and then leave and change the seat. This method directly causes panic of the apes. In just 1 week, more than a dozen cities of the ape-man tribe had been looted. These mobile fortresses are not arranged in order. They are selected in a completely disorderly manner. They grab whatever they want wherever they go. There is no fixed pattern. It is difficult to send troops to attack. What's wrong with these guys? Why does something like this exist in this dead wasteland? Mobile fortress. Weren't they driven away by the rat men? Even the calm and serious Caesar couldn't help but roar at this moment. He knew about the war between the Skaven and the mobile fortress, and he had paid attention to it. He felt relieved that the mobile fortresses were unable to defeat the ratmen. The mobile fortress was driven away by the ratmen and driven into the wasteland of death, and everything returned to normal. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared at this time and caught him off guard. What's more terrible is that these mobile forts are much stronger than before fighting with rats. But why attack the apes? When the ratmen and the mobile fortress went to war, the ape-men did not join the battle and had no grudge against these guys. How come the attack suddenly hit him? Even if you want to return to the central area, you have to choose the ratmen. Oh, by the way, if the ratmen are defeated by the undead, we have to choose the undead. The emergence of the mobile fortress once again shocked the entire Central Zone race. The battlefield stopped abruptly, and they were all paying attention to the situation in the ape-man territory. Bata fought them so fiercely that all the tribes were shocked. Batubu cannot be blamed for this. He has been holding a grudge for a long time, and has always wanted to return to the central area. He was a time traveler, and he was beaten by the indigenous people. It is such a shame and humiliation to talk about it. He has been holding back this hatred for a long time, and now that he has the chance, he might as well go for it. Who cares what tribe he is from? I just want to vent my anger. Chapter 351, The Banshee. To the powerful tribes in the central area, the time-traveling lords driving the mobile fortresses are like a group of Chung Yaejins who have come out to kill people. They did not even give the ape-human response a chance, and they stunned others. Mobile fortresses were rampant in the ape-man territory, and groups of warriors from all tribes were shouting for war and killing. Am I being punished by God, or what? Why did so many people beat me? Even Caesar didn't know how to handle this sticky situation. The ape-men tried hard to organize a resistance force, but it was useless. Whenever they gathered some people, the time travelers would rush over roaring and disperse the apes that had just gathered. Don't give a chance. Want to organize an army to resist? Then don't even think about it. The grown-up time travelers are teaching the ape-men how to behave like human beings, even if the race under them is weak. When they reached the fortress stage, They can bully the indigenous people with the help of their huge mobile fortress. A fortress is rumbling towards you. And I want to ask you if you are afraid? There were no surprises. It was a pure crushing victory. Even Batubu and Li Ziyu, who had returned, did not expect such an outcome. He felt that the ape-men would have to resist no matter what, and they had to try their best. But the facts proved that the natives were completely defenseless against the mobile fortress of the time travelers. Ordinary army group combat is useless in the face of the rampaging mobile fortress. To deal with a mobile fortress, you need enough long-range siege equipment to suppress it with firepower. This is the best way to deal with mobile fortresses. But which race has nothing better to do than prepare a large number of long-range siege equipment? Are you crazy? The indigenous people's cities cannot move, so they can use various tactics. Who knew that time travelers have no martial ethics at all? In just a few days, the ape-man tribe was defeated by the time travelers. The crushing behavior of Batubu and other time travelers completely shocked the indigenous people in the central area. They finally remembered how the rat people dealt with the time travelers, and finally understood why the rat people wanted to deal with the time travelers. These terrifying guys should not be allowed to develop. If they develop, they will have no power to fight against them. The defense of the ape-man city is not as good as that of the rat-man city-state. The time travelers didn't even consider other methods of attack and simply drove the fortress into it. Mobile fortresses often have means of attack. Their main enemies are other traversal lords, and they are prepared to attack other mobile fortresses. The ape-man tribe's city walls are used to defend against normal attacks. Who would have thought that they would rush over with a city? It's simply unreasonable. The central area fell into a strange calm. All races stopped their attacks and turned their attention to the ape-men. The mobile fortress is too fierce. Put yourself in their shoes. If these guys appeared in the territory of their own race, could they resist? The leaders of all races came to a horrifying conclusion. They couldn't resist it. They will be stunned just like the apes. This is a strong enemy. A powerful enemy emerged from the wasteland. If they continue to quarrel among themselves and fight, it will only give these guys opportunities. Without any communication, all races tacitly stopped and silently watched the movements of the ape-man territory. The ape-men could no longer hold on, so they withdrew their soldiers from various battlefields and focused their attention on dealing with those strange moving cities. The other races stopped, but Li Ziyu did not stop. Not only did he not stop, but he accelerated his attack, determined to kill all the ape-men who invaded his territory. When all the tribes stopped their attacks, Li Ziyu's action seemed very abrupt. All ethnic groups in the central area cannot understand his behavior. Don't we have a common enemy? Those guys who run mobile cities are the ones we should be most wary of. At this time, the ape-men are our vanguard. You should release their people. Not only that, other races are even ready to rescue the apes. We can't just watch the ape-men being exterminated. Although the ape-men are unpopular and many races hate them, under the pressure of the mobile fortress, they will obviously persist. They still understand the principle of lips and teeth are interdependent. If the ape-men were wiped out by those guys, it would be their turn next. Letter after letter was sent to the undead. The trolls told us to stop, release the ape people, form an alliance, and fight against those mobile cities together. Zhang Ping took a piece of animal skin and read it to Li Ziyu. Heh. Li Ziyu sneered disdainfully. There have been a lot of letters like this recently, and all the tribes hope that I will let the ape-men go. Why? When the apes invaded my territory, you kept silent. Now that I've called for reinforcements, you want me to let them go? Put me against my allies? What a joke. Not to mention allies against allies. I don't intend to let you go even if it's you. Batubu and they came back. And through the ape-man tribe, Li Ziyu also saw what they had grown into. The ratmen have been destroyed by me. Now I will destroy the ape-men. Let's see which other race dares to compete with me. Should we go and help? Zhang Peng threw the letter sent by the trolls aside and said to Li Ziyu, No need. Didn't you say that other races have been taking action recently? Li Ziyu asked, touching his chin. Yes. They are gathering troops and apparently planning to support the ape-man tribe. Zhang Peng nodded. Let them go for support. Once they go to support the ape people, we will launch a surprise attack. This time, I will stand on the 5th floor. Li Ziyu chuckled. Let's all go support the ape people. See how many troops are left in your territory. The behavior of the undead refusing to cooperate has annoyed each race. They felt that the undead were too ignorant of good and evil. Even when facing a powerful enemy, they were still concerned about their own gains and losses. While condemning the undead, he sent troops to the ape tribe and went into war with Batubu and other time travel lords. Emperor Caesar is now unable to take care of himself. He is only happy that other ethnic groups can send help. How can he be xenophobic? He just hopes that more people from outside can come. Teams enter the ape-man territory from all directions, chasing the mobile fortress everywhere. Batubu was not afraid of them at all. He would fight if he could, and run away if he couldn't. It was really exciting to play guerrilla warfare in a mobile fortress. More and more warriors entered the ape-man territory, turning it into a huge battlefield meat grinder. A large number of warriors died every day, and cities fell every day. Caesar the Great turned white overnight. The ape-man tribe, which had worked hard for countless years and had gone through dozens of emperors, was ruined. It's all over. Even if they can defeat these guys who drive mobile cities, the apes will not have an easy time. It's like going back to the time before liberation. He still doesn't even know why these guys attacked him. 1 month left before Batubu and other traversal lords landed in the territory of the undead. How's the situation? Li Ziyu leaned leisurely in the chair, with juice in one hand and fruit in the other, eating happily. Now in the entire central area, perhaps only the undead territory is the most peaceful and leisurely. Zhang Peng sat down on the chair in front of him, took the cup handed to him by the undead, drank a sip of juice, and then said, "The ape-man territory has become a meat grinder, and the armies of almost all tribes are involved." Li Ziyu nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Brother Batu, they can still hold on. They have obtained a lot of resources in the ape-man territory. It's almost our turn to take the field. Zhang Peng's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. Since arriving in the central area, they have been hiding their identities, and now it is finally time to show their cards. The current situation in the central area is most suitable for Li Ziyu, the Lord of the Undead, to take action. The most populous tribe, the Ratmen, are almost on the brink of extinction. After the undead withdrew from the Skaven's territory, the trolls and the eagle goddesses stepped up their attacks, trying to take a piece of meat from the Skaven's territory. The infected and the demon army are becoming more and more powerful without anyone to control them. The Mark Skeleton Legion led by the Dark Skeleton, the backup left by Li Ziyu, finally broke out. While attacking the Ratman city-states, they fought against the infected and continued to expand their team. Under the baptism of war, the Mark Skeleton Legion has grown rapidly and has become a team with terrifying combat power that is not afraid of even the Demon Legion. The wars between different races were chaotic. In addition to nourishing a group of infected people, they also left behind a large number of corpses. These corpses are precious resources to Li Ziyu, and he is waiting to recycle them. The ape-man tribe was invaded by Batubu and his alliance members, causing all tribes to send troops to reinforce and treat the ape-man tribe as the main battlefield. Countless warriors died in battle every day. Everything is ready. It's Li Ziyu's turn. He wants to take this opportunity to completely unify the entire wasteland. Since the time has come, then, let's start the war. Li Ziyu stood up and said to Zhang Peng. The undead army finally joined the war again. But he is not in the same group with the various tribes in the central area, but is on the side of the mobile city. When the huge fortress made of skeletons entered the battlefield, scattering countless undead creatures, the entire central area instantly fell silent. The undead are actually a mobile city. The entire central region was shocked. This was something they really hadn't expected. It's hidden too deeply. It was already difficult to deal with the mobile cities in the ape-man territory, but they didn't expect that the undead would actually attack them. Li Ziyu took the lead and still chose the Ratmen. The Ratmen only have a few city-states left, and he plans to take this opportunity to completely conquer the Ratmen. When the undead fortress appeared in Bualata, the Ratmen surrendered without hesitation. They drove here from the city. So what is there to fight? We can't win. After the fall of Bualata, Li Ziyu signed a sole contract with the Ratmen. The Ratmen and their former vassal races were officially taken over by Li Ziyu and became his vassal races. After conquering the Ratmen, Li Ziyu directly changed his route and headed towards the Harpies' territory from the Ratmen's territory. This is a very dangerous race. Harpies, a humanoid race. Each Harpy is a gorgeous beauty with a human head and torso, but eagle claw-like feet and wings on their arms. They are born to fly. In addition to the ability to fly, they are also a magical race, and magical abilities are innate. They are good at wind magic and plant magic, and have a strong affinity with nature. Unlike elves, Harpies are a carnivorous race and are very aggressive. The number of harpies limits their expansion and development. Otherwise the ratmen would have no chance to rise. The weak ratmen are no match for the harpies. Even if all of them were soldiers. The total population of the harpies was only over 10 million. When fighting against the ratmen, Li Ziyu asked Zhang Peng to collect information about the harpies. Although the population is only over 10 million, the territory of the harpy is not small. They have an affinity for nature, and have made comprehensive changes to their territories, completely removing the wasteland from their environment. There are many high cliffs in the territory, and the forest almost covers the entire territory. These are all transformed by the harpies. Compared to other races, harpies are not very fond of building cities. In the whole territory, only 5 cities were built on the cliff. The core city Yingqiao City is surrounded by the remaining 4 satellite cities. The higher-ups of the harpies live in the area, while most of them prefer to live in the forest. The forest is not only a natural shelter, but they have also raised a lot of warcraft inside. These monsters are not only their source of food, but also their soldiers when they go to war with other races. The harpies' usual method of fighting is to attack with huge waves of beasts and from the sky. On the ape-man battlefield, the harpies caused a lot of trouble for Badab and them. After defeating the ratmen, Li Ziyu decided to attack the harpies without thinking. The location of Eagle's Nest has long been locked. There's nothing we can do about it. Eagle's Nest is so outstanding. As if to show off their status, the harpies built the area on the highest cliff. As long as you enter the territory of the harpy, you can see the towering cliffs, and it is hard not to lock onto them. Li Ziyu did not plan to attack the Skaven slowly like he did when he attacked them. Instead, he planned to take over the Eagle's Nest directly, and turn the harpies into his vassal race. Air Force. If you don't get it, you'll be sorry for yourself. After locking down the Eagle's Nest, everything was easily solved. The forest coverage rate in the harpies' territory is extremely high. So Li Ziyu simply drove the Undead Fortress forward. Faced with the attack of the Undead Fortress, the harpies launched a resistance. There are a lot of them, so it is impossible for them to gain an advantage in the Undead Fortress. At this point in time, the Undead's long-range firepower is not too bad. Coupled with the Arc of the Evil and the Undead Spire in the air, the harpies' several attacks were beaten back. Facing the Undead Fortress, the harpy felt powerless. Seeing the Undead Fortress getting closer and closer to the area, the harpies couldn't hold on any longer. They really couldn't stop the Undead Fortress, and could only ask for peace helplessly. Li Ziyu's reply was also very simple. He said he would agree to make peace, sign a soul contract, and become a citizen under his rule. The harpies wanted peace, not to be subordinates. The harpy queen was furious and directly rejected the undead's request, intending to fight Li Ziyu to the end. But she really overestimated herself. When dealing with the ratmen, Li Ziyu did not use the Undead Fortress. But when dealing with her, Li Ziyu actually used the Undead Fortress. As a Lord of the Cross, the importance of mobile fortress is self-evident. In response to the harpy queen who still wanted to struggle, Li Ziyu fired a Fist of Annihilation. During the time in the central area, with sufficient resources, Li Ziyu has evolved the Fist of Annihilation, making it more powerful than the previous main gun. Living in the area, the queen thought she had nothing to worry about. After all, the city is built on a high cliff, and there is no road to get up. Harpies can fly, so they don't need to climb. If the undead want to climb, they have plenty of ways to do it. Unexpectedly, the undead had no intention of climbing, but instead fired directly from below. With just one shot, the city wall collapsed, and the harpies within the range of the bombardment were instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 352 The Banshee Surrenders. Eagle's Nest. Located in the City of Despair above the cliff. Since the founding of Eagle's Nest, very few races have been able to attack here. To ensure the safety of the city, the harpies use magic to create high cliffs. This is a high cliff with no road. If you want to reach the top of the cliff, you can only climb, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty. Of course, if you are a magician, you can also use wind magic to fly upwards, or use space teleportation magic to teleport upwards. Regardless of the method used to reach the summit, the harpy will not sit still and wait for death. Yingqiao City is their holy city. Any non-Eagle Banshee race wants to enter the Yingqiao City, and it will be besieged by the Eagle Banshee. It is difficult for outsiders to know what is in the Eagle's Nest, as they protect it very well. Zhang Peng got a lot of information. After the summary, Li Ziyu gave a conclusion that it was just a guessing conclusion. The area is likely the place where the Harpies' heritage is passed down. Their history, knowledge, and beliefs are most likely concentrated in the Eagle Chow City. In other words, this is the Harpies' supreme institution of learning and center of faith. So it is under the special protection of the Harpy. If the area is breached, it would mean that the Harpies would lose their heritage and faith, and their knowledge and culture would perish. Regardless of whether this conclusion is correct, Li Ziyu intends to directly attack the Eagle Chow City. After bombarding the area, all the Harpies rushed towards the Undead fortress like crazy. Various wind magic spells were thrown at him, as if they were free. A riot broke out in the forest, and countless magical beasts ran around, forming a beast tide, trying to attack the Undead fortress. No matter what's inside the eagle's nest, there is no doubt that directly attacking the eagle's nest is the right choice. The battle outside had already begun, but Li Ziyu was drinking juice in the cemetery. As a main city-level building used mainly for defense, it must of course be used as a shelter during war. At this time, Zhang Peng was standing beside him, and was not in the rat fortress. In the formulation of the battle plan against the Harpy, Li Ziyu's Undead fortress still served as the main force. If the main artillery of the Undead fortress cannot hit the Eagle Nest City, Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting cats will be the main attacker. The treasure-hunting cat team can exert greater combat effectiveness in various strange terrains, such as high cliffs. Don't look at the treasure cats on the front battlefield, but in the high cliffs, dungeon, alley war, etc. Their various small fragmented can play a role. Lu Xingxing had demonstrated to Li Ziyu that the combat state was no less than that of the special forces in his previous life. Zhang Peng is the last resort. That's right. This time Zhang Peng was put in the finale. When Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing both failed, Zhang Peng's diver fortress came in handy. He would dig a circle of tunnels under the high cliffs of the Eagle's Nest. If the enemy resisted to the end, he would collapse the tunnels and destroy the high cliffs and the Eagle's Nest. The battle had just begun, and it was not Zhang Peng's turn to fight. So he also came to the fortress of the Undead, and hid in the cemetery, with Li Ziyu to watch the fun. Harpies are born with magical abilities, but their magical abilities are wind and plant-based, and their defense is not very strong. The walls of Eagle's Nest look quite impressive, but they are actually just for show. Their defensive capabilities are not even up to par with the walls of the Skaven city-states. One shot from the Undead fortress's main gun caused a large section of the Eagle's Nest city's wall to collapse. The attacks of the Harpies were blocked by the soul protection walls of the Undead spires and the Undead monuments, and did not fall on the Undead fortress at all. The long-range firepower in the Ark of the Evil and the Fortress of the Dead was also launched to counterattack the Harpies flying in the sky. The Eagle Banshee has been fighting for so many years with the mouse-human race, and has a deep understanding of the long-range weapons. It is difficult for the remote weapons of the Undead to hurt them. They dodge nimbly in the air, throwing out spells and various seeds with special powers, bombarding the Undead fortress in turns. Unfortunately, the Soul Shield's defense is very strong, and they cannot break through it. Li Ziyu had no intention of fighting with them. His target was Eagle's Nest. As long as he took Eagle's Nest, these Harpies would fall on their own. Reloading ammunition. Main cannon storage. Bombardment ready. The second shot of the Fist of Annihilation is fired. Boom! The little sun fell on Eagle's Nest again. The city walls collapsed, and soul flames splashed. The Harpy Queen in the area looked at the collapsed city walls with a pale face. From where she was, she could clearly see the massive fortress below her, as well as the cannons that were firing SHLs at the area. The true power of the Undead was far beyond her imagination. If the Undead had used this kind of fortress in their war against the Skaven would have been defeated long ago, as their cities would not have been able to withstand such bombardment. When the Harpies saw the holy city of their own race being attacked, they spontaneously gathered from all directions and launched an attack on the fortress of the Undead. The intensive attacks created ripples outside the Undead fortress, but no attack ever landed inside the fortress. The battle seemed fierce. The Harpies seemed to have an absolute advantage. The Undead could only passively take the beatings, and counterattacks were of no use. But in fact, people's attacks have fallen on the city of Eagle Nest. How many times can Eagle's Nest withstand such bombardment? The other side is only attacking their city walls. The Queen had no doubt that the SHLs could hit the city directly. An Eagle Banshee flew into the room from outside and landed behind the Queen. The Queen turned around and looked at the witch. She suppressed her panic, kept her expression calm, and asked calmly, "What happened?" The harpy knelt on one knee, folded her wings, lowered her head and said, "Queen, the undead sent someone to deliver a letter." The queen walked in front of the hawk banshee, and she immediately took out the letter. The letter was written in the dead language, which directly affected the soul. The queen did not need to understand the dead language to understand the meaning of the letter. The gist of it is that the Lord of the Dead does not want the harpies to continue to struggle in vain. Surrender is their best option to avoid greater casualties. The Lord of the Dead asks the harpies to surrender immediately. Otherwise he will launch a more powerful attack, which is something the harpies do not want to see. The previous two SHLs were threatened. The Lord of the Undead is warning the harpies. "It's not that I can't fight you. It's that I don't want to fight you." The walls of the area are nothing in front of the undead's cannons, and it is impossible to stop the undead's attack. They have the strength to attack, but they just give the harpy a chance. The queen was a smart person. She had already understood the meaning before Li Ziyu sent the letter. But as the leader of a clan, representing the entire race, she couldn't just surrender like that. Otherwise, how would her clan members view her? Persevere. Persist again. Maybe there will be a turnaround. The harpy queen gritted her teeth secretly. She wanted to see how powerful the undead were. In the cemetery, Zhang Peng watched the situation outside, waited with Li Ziyu for a while, sighed and said, "It looks like they don't intend to surrender." Li Ziyu said nonchalantly, "People are like this. They won't cry until they see the coffin. I just sent a letter to tell them. One more time. I think that's enough." Zhang Peng shook his head. "Even if you blow down all their walls, they won't feel anything. They still won't surrender." Li Ziyu laughed. "What a coincidence. I feel the same way. So I don't plan to blow up the city wall this time. It just so happens that after the upgrade of the Fist of Annihilation, there are still many methods that are useless. Let's try another SHL. Replacing ammunition. Ammunition replacement completed. Ready to fire. This time, Li Ziyu plans to launch a flower bud-shaped SHL named Spear of Higanbana. Spear of Higanbana, cluster SHLs, containing 32 special magic tools filled with unstable psychic energy. After being shot into the sky, the buds bloom and release the special magic tools inside. The special magic tools are shaped like spears and have the shock attribute. After collision, the psychic energy inside will explode, thus generating a sea of psychic energy fire that burns everything around. The Spear of Higanbana is one of the new types of SHLs developed by Li Ziyu after upgrading the Fist of Annihilation. The power of a single spear is weaker than that of a psychic explosive bomb. But this thing is of a cluster type, and can shoot 32 spears from high altitude in all directions for a range attack. Especially the shocking attribute, which is very convenient for destroying ordinary buildings. Emission. At Li Ziyu's command, the Fist of Annihilation opened fire, and the flower bud-shaped spear of Red Spider, Lily, was shot high into the sky. The surrounding harpies flapped their wings, trying to stop the SHLs. But there was a burning psychic fire around the Spear of Higanbana. If the harpies got close, they would be ignited by the flames. Their bodies would be on fire, and they would fall from the sky screaming. The spear of the flower on the other side flew to the high altitude and came to the predetermined location above the Eagle Nest City. The spirit consurges from the buds, and the 4 petals are opened, revealing a spear that flashes the blue light and sharpness inside. Ding! Ding ding! The long gun was released, and the buds were slowly separated from the buds and fell down below. Under the acceleration of gravity, the spear fell faster and faster. Spiritual energy surged, flames rose, and 32 lines of fire were drawn. What is that? A punishment from heaven? The queen looked up and muttered to herself as she looked at the 32 beautiful streams of light falling from the sky. Ding! The spear with thick arms pierced into the ground. The surrounding harpies immediately spread their wings and flew high, looking at the spear in horror as it fell to the ground and made a hole. Boom! Crack! The ground suddenly trembled, cracked around the pit. The vibration was getting stronger and stronger, and the surrounding buildings were shaking. Stones, wood, and wood fell. The flame rushed out of the ground, and lightning flame rushed towards the 4 sides. Boom boom boom. 32 spears, 32 landing points, exploded at the same time, forming a sea of fire in the eagle's nest. The building collapsed, and the hawk banshee was screaming and burned into ashes. The attack of the Spear of Higanbana caused the eagle's nest to become extremely chaotic, and harpies flew up one after another and flew around the city. They tried to put out the fire, but water poured on it was of no use. Those blue flames are not ordinary flames, and cannot be poured with water. There were screams of eagle banshee everywhere. Sorrow. The queen stood on a high place, overlooking the city, stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. A harpy flew down from the sky and landed beside the queen. Your Majesty, the undead have sent new letters. The queen looked away and took the letter. It is still written in the text of the undead, and the above meaning is still simple. Perhaps this attack is just the beginning. If the harpies are unwilling to obey the undead, such bombardment will continue, constantly attacking the area until it is completely destroyed. Looking at this letter, the face of the Eagle Lady Queen became extremely ugly. The bombardment that collapsed the city walls was already enough of a headache for her, but this kind of attack now made her even more frightened than the previous bombardment. She recalled the scene where Fonkai fell into the scene. Just a blow. So how many residents of Eagle Chow City were killed? Harpies are already few in number, and those living in the area are not the powerful harpies that people imagine, but rather people of high moral character and prestige. Old harpies are not good at attacking harpies, who only like to study magic. They all live in the area. In addition to these harpies, there are also libraries, statues of faith, etc. in the city. If the Eagle Chow City is destroyed, it is equivalent to the history of the Eagle Banshee, and the culture will be destroyed. At that time, even if the Eagle Banshee is still there, it will be difficult for them to return to this state. Their civilization will rapidly regress. In a few hundred years, no, in a few decades, the harpies will become a lowly race. No doubt about it. This is very easy to happen, compared with the scientific and technological flow of rats. Once the magic inheritance is interrupted, if you want to make up, you need to accumulate very long. Many things will disappear in history, and can no longer find it. The things in the eagle's nest were gathered bit by the harpies after thousands of years of success and failure. Once these are destroyed by the undead, the magical heritage of the harpy will be cut off. Thinking of this, the queen had already made a decision. Even if she surrendered the undead, even if she was leaning down, she had to keep the Eagle Chow City. This is more important than saving the harpy. He took a deep breath and said to the people who came to report the news, reply to the undead and tell them that we are willing to surrender. But they must guarantee the safety of the eagle's nest. The Eagle Banshee of the report was stunned and said anxiously, His Majesty, no, we can't surrender. We can also fight. The queen shook her head and said in a tired voice, No, we lost. The undead have the ability to destroy the eagle's nest. This is enough. We must surrender and cannot let our heritage disappear like this. The Eagle Banshee looked at the queen, and her face was full of struggle. She didn't want to surrender. The Eagle Banshee was free. They had wings and flew into the air. No one could imprison them. But now, the queen wants them to surrender. Can't accept it. What can I do if I can't accept it? The queen said, very reasonable. The undead has the ability to destroy the Eagle Chow City and cannot stop the attack of the undead. And they can only surrender after struggling for a long time. The harpy sighed, flapped its wings, and flew towards the undead. The attack seems to have stopped. Zhang Peng said puzzledly. Well, stop. It looks like they are going to surrender. Li Ziyu said happily. He was not worried at all. The harpies are very smart. After they have demonstrated their strength, if the enemy still resists to the end, that would be really stupid. The key is to assess the situation. An undead walked out of the wall, came to Li Ziyu, and reported to him that the harpy had sent a messenger to meet with him. Ha! Here we are. Let's get ready for the negotiation. Li Ziyu stood up, put down the juice in his hand, straightened his clothes, and walked out. The harpy created a clearing for the purpose of negotiation. Li Ziyu came out of the undead fortress and took the black warrior to the negotiation place. A group of harpies flew over from the direction of the area and landed on the open space for negotiations. Leading the group was a gorgeous lady who made all men feel impulsive when they saw her. She had big golden waves, a charming look between her eyebrows, bright lips, and wore a gorgeous and colorful long dress. But her arms were wings with a pair of eagle claws. This is the Queen of the Harpies. Chapter 353, The Banshees Surrender. 2 rows of exactly 100 black warriors marched towards them in neat steps. When they reached the boundary of the venue, the black warriors separated to both sides and formed a semicircular encirclement. The two-handed sword is inverted, with the tip of the sword 3 centimeters from the ground. Uniform and full of oppression. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing followed the passage made by the Black Warrior into the negotiation venue and came before the queen. When Li Ziyu saw the queen, her eyes suddenly lit up. What a sexy beauty. Judging from her face alone, the Harpy Queen is definitely a top-notch beauty. Her appearance is very three-dimensional, more like a Westerner in her previous life, with slightly sunken eye sockets, a high nose bridge, noble, gorgeous, and sexy in her arrogance. She is the kind of woman who makes men want to conquer her when they see her. The queen's figure is also outstanding, with an impressive and upright chest, skin as white as milk, a gourd-shaped body, and a sexy stunner. Unfortunately, she is not a human being after all, but a harpy. Her arms are colorful wings, and she looks like an avian from the knees down. Li Ziyu sighed inwardly. The queen looked at Li Ziyu and the other two with confusion and bewilderment in her eyes. Both parties were silent for a while, and the queen spoke first. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her tone was cold. I am the queen of the harpies, Saxton Theron. Li Ziyu was about to speak, but Queen Theron did not give him a chance and continued. How can the Lord of the Undead be so arrogant towards the king of his clan? Sending 3 humans to negotiate with me? Queen Theron was very dissatisfied. Although the harpy cannot break through the defense and has no way to deal with the undead, she is a king after all. Even if she surrenders and negotiates, the undead should show enough respect. What's the point of sending humans here? Are they trying to humiliate her? Wow. This voice, this momentum, this slightly hoarse voice with a neutral feel. The desire to conquer. A man's desire to conquer can no longer be suppressed. Li Ziyu suppressed his inner restlessness, while Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng behind him shivered violently. She looks like a queen. In addition to being able to fly, knowing how to use wind and plant magic, and having an affinity with nature, the harpy also has the ability to charm. This is easy to understand. The children born by harpies must be harpies. Their clan is all female. There are no males. If you want to have children, you need to find men of other races. Humans, trolls, and other races are all candidates of the harpy. But after all, they are different races and have different aesthetics. Even though harpies have beautiful faces, their body shapes are different from those of these races. In order to seduce the men of these races, they evolved another talent, the ability to seduce. For men, the harpy will unconsciously display her charm ability. The ability of charm is very useful. It can make men of other races like them. And then the next things will become much easier. Of course, the harpies are a cruel race. And after they are done, they often kill the men they have had a brief affair with, because it is a purely matriarchal society of women. Harpies look down on men. Li Ziyu suppressed the restlessness in his body and said in a calm voice, Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Ziyu, the supreme ruler of the Undead clan, the arrogant lord of the Undead you mentioned. With just this one sentence, all the harpies, including Queen Theron, were stunned. The Lord of the Undead is actually a human. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What a joke. You can't write it like this. Queen Theron didn't believe Li Ziyu's words at all, and said in a cold tone, Human, don't make such meaningless jokes. Although we are willing to surrender, we will surrender to the undead, but we will not let you humiliate us at will. Li Ziyu shrugged and said with a curled mouth, You may not believe it, but I can prove it. I can launch another Higanbana spear at any time. Oh, yes. The kind of artillery attack that hits multiple points. Damn it! Queen Theron's face darkened. She stared at Li Ziyu, gritted her teeth and said, I don't need proof. Since the Lord of the Undead doesn't want to see me, he sent you here, and you should be able to make the decision. In this case, what do you want? She didn't dare to gamble. The defense of Eagle's Nest is very ordinary, and the spear of Higanbana can attack with impunity. If it hits the library, they will suffer heavy losses. Although she was unwilling to negotiate with a human male, she was helpless with the threat of the undead. There is no pretense. It's very direct. I like it, Li Ziyu muttered to himself, and then said, Let's be direct. The harpy surrenders unconditionally, signs a contract with the undead, swears to become a vassal race of the undead, obeys our arrangements, and sends people to join our legion. Queen Theron's eyes revealed anger and humiliation. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I cannot accept your request. We can surrender, But we cannot become the dependent race of the undead. And we will not send our people to fight with you. Surrender is the only thing we can agree to. Li Ziyu chuckled and shook his head. I'm not bargaining with you. I'm in a hurry. Agree to the conditions. Become one of us. And preserve the strength of the race. If you refuse, I will launch a general attack. Destroy all the harpies. And make you a part of history. Your territory will become part of my undead clan's territory. If the harpy could not fly and had magic, Li Ziyu would not have come over, and would have simply sent the undead to defeat the harpy. Don't doubt it. The undead plus Zhang Peng's Ratman fortress are enough to destroy the harpy. Li Ziyu's words made Queen Charlize Theron even angrier. Her chest heaving, and seeming to have grown a lot bigger. The harpies had a hot temper. Before the queen could speak, the harpies behind her started screaming. Ignorant humans. We won't surrender. Come on. Let's fight. Yes. I want to see how you destroy us. Lowly. Ignorant. Timid. Cowardly human beings. Threats will not work on us. Get out of our territory. Li Ziyu tilted his head slightly, looking through Queen Theron to the harpies behind her, then retracted his gaze and smiled at Queen Theron. It seems that your subordinates don't want to live in peace with us. Otherwise, shall we continue? Queen Theron's face darkened. Continue? What do you mean by continue? Continue means you want to destroy the entire harpy? The undead were now extremely powerful, and she had no doubt that they were strong enough to destroy the harpy. In the early stages of the battle with the ratmen, the harpy felt that the undead were just SOSO, and didn't take them too seriously. Although there were a lot of undead at that time, they were just numerous and their combat effectiveness was just SOSO, relying entirely on numbers. For the rat people living on the ground, numbers matter. On the other hand, harpies can fly. The total population of the harpies has always been less than that of the ratmen. But after all these years, aren't they still fighting with the ratmen? And haven't the ratmen failed to defeat them? Compared to the ratmen with strong long-range firepower output, the undead tribe, which relies solely on ground troops and numbers, appears to be very weak. As the battle went on, the weak undead troops were wiped out and replaced by stronger combat troops. The harpies got nervous for a moment, but soon discovered that even the more powerful troops did not seem to pose much of a threat to them. It has become stronger, but it seems not to have become stronger. It was not until the Ark of the Evil Spirit appeared that the harpy was truly shocked. Such a big ship floating in the air can not only attack the ground, but also attack the air. It's very powerful. Unfortunately, there is only one Evil Spirit Ark, and the number of carrier-based aircraft on board is limited. All harpies are flying units, and their number is much greater than the carrier-based aircraft in the Ark of the Evil. It is entirely possible to shoot down all the carrier-based aircraft using human wave tactics. From the beginning to the end, the harpies never took the undead seriously, and never thought about what the undead could do to them. It was not until Li Ziyu drove out the undead fortress and blew down the city wall with a single shot that the harpies realized that the undead were completely different from what they had imagined. The undead can not only destroy the ratmen, but also the harpies. There may be no way to effectively kill all the harpies, but the undead can destroy the forest vegetation on which they depend for survival, destroy the high cliffs they create with magic, and cut off their heritage. This is worse than killing them. The queen absolutely did not want to continue fighting with the undead. That would be extremely unwise. But Queen Theron was unwilling to accept the conditions proposed by the undead. Shut up. At the queen's scolding, the chattering harpies instantly stopped talking and became obedient one by one. Queen Theron smiled at Li Ziyu, as if the ice and snow had melted and spring had returned to the earth. Full of alluring beauty, she took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Li Ziyu, and said softly, "You don't need to be so anxious. Right? Why don't you come with me to Eagle's Nest City, and we can have a good chat?" As she spoke, Queen Theron looked seductive and charming. Activating her seduction skill, Li Ziyu's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Facing the beauty, he seemed unable to say no. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a hand patted his shoulder, instantly waking him up. "I think it's better for us to talk here." Zhang Peng's low and cold voice came. Li Ziyu turned his head to look at Zhang Peng, raised his eyebrows, and nodded to him. "Shit. I almost got caught." As the queen of the harpies, Theron is more beautiful than other harpies, more likely to arouse men's desire to conquer her, and her charm is more powerful. However, as she was in charge of a clan and held great power, She almost never had to use charm. After finally using it once, it was cracked so easily, which made Queen Theron both surprised and annoyed. Are you? Queen Salon asked like Zhang Peng just after seeing Zhang Peng. I'm an insignificant pawn. You don't need to know my name now. If you don't want to talk to the Lord of the Undead, you can talk to me, but my price is probably higher than the Lord of the Undead. After all, I'm an insatiable businessman. Zhang Peng hunched over, lowered his head slightly, leaving only his eyes exposed, and stared at Theron and said, Beautiful women are dangerous animals. They only slow down the rate at which I make money. There are no men who do not love beauty. And Zhang Peng also likes beautiful women. But before the beauty, he prefers money. In his mind, beauties are natural rivals. After all, they start from a higher point and can make money more easily than him. When facing Queen Theron, Zhang Peng would unconsciously become alert. This strong vigilance will offer the charm of Queen Celine. Charm skills are very good, but some people are not afraid of this ability. For example, inherent defects or inadequate day after tomorrow. And Zhang Peng's heart is like iron. He does not understand the style. Charlize Theron's charm skills are useful to both Li Ziyu and Lu Xingxing. Li Ziyu is better. There are many beauties around him, and they are top-notch, such as Fox Girl, Leopard Girl, Snake Girl, Cat Girl. Lu Xingxing was not capable. He looked lustful and horny. Little boys are most afraid of this kind of arrogant and cold queen. They can't resist it. Although Queen Theron did not take the initiative to seduce Lu Xingxing, he still couldn't resist her. Zhang Peng's eyes were calm and composed, and he was not affected at all. Queen Theron knew that her idea would probably not work, so she put away her charm and became serious again. We don't want to conflict with the undead and are willing to surrender. We will not participate in the next battle. As the Queen of the Harpies, I guarantee that all the Harpies will stay in their own territory and will never attack any undead. Queen Theron said seriously. She wants to fight for the Hawk Banshee. She couldn't just watch her race fall into war. Queen Theron, I don't think we need to talk more. Either accept my opinion, or we will go to war. Li Ziyu, who had recovered from the charm, took a deep breath and said seriously, If it weren't for Zhang Peng, he might really have been bewitched. So dangerous. There is no time to hesitate. We cannot delay any longer. Who knows if the Banshee in front of us has any other tricks up her sleeve? We cannot relax at all. Queen Theron was silent. She looked at her people behind her, then at the area in the distance, and took a deep breath. Okay. I am willing to agree to the Undead's request. But the Undead must promise us that they will protect the area at any time and under any circumstances, and will not let it fall. At the same time, they must ensure that my people will survive, and the Harpies will not become extinct. Li Ziyu nodded. If you had said so earlier, there would be no need to waste time. These conditions are very reasonable. I agree. For the friendly army, Li Ziyu is still short, and he must protect himself. He exchanged the soul contract from the system, wrote down his and Queen Theron's requests in the Undead language, signed his name, and pushed the soul contract to Queen Theron. The soul contract drifted in front of Queen Celine, and the Queen read each of them cautiously, seeing very seriously. Li Ziyu didn't play any means. It is difficult for the dead text to play the text trap. After all, it is read directly with the soul. The soul contracts of the Undead are fair, and just most of the time. When she saw the last signature, the Queen's eyes widened in vain. She looked at the signature, then looked up at Li Ziyu, then looked at the signature again, and asked in disbelief, Are you really the Lord of the Dead? Li Ziyu laughed. Did you tell you a long time ago? Don't you believe me if you have any way? Queen Theron's thoughts were racing, and she thought of a lot of things. The master of the Undead is a human. This is a big secret. Prior to this, I am afraid that no one would believe that the Lord of the Dead would be humans. If she hadn't seen the contract herself, she would not believe this. Humans are stronger than undead. Queen Theron once had the Banshee conduct a secret experiment and found that charm had no effect on the undead. That naturally wouldn't work. Not to mention that the undead were all transformed from dead people. They were just a bunch of skeletons. How could they be enchanted? With fingers? But the master of the undead is a personal man, and the operation space is large. Queen Theron's mind raced as she reached out and signed her name on the contract. The contract was concluded, and the Harpies had a sense that they were no longer independent and free, but belonged to the undead, a race of undead followers. Chapter 354 Next Target. The annexation of Harpy went much more smoothly than Li Ziyu had imagined. The ape tribe has been gaining good news one after another. So Li Ziyu needs to race against time. Batubu and his gang's target is not just the ape men. They also want more resources. It can be predicted that once the ape men are divided up by the people of the Alliance, they will head towards other races and continue plundering. No crossing person will feel that he has enough resources. As if you feel that the money is not enough no matter how much money you make. With more resources, it will be easier to develop and safer. Living in a different world. Everyone feels insecure. Who doesn't want to develop better? Li Ziyu called Batu in them. But it was unsuccessful. But it did not mean that he was willing to make the resource arrest. And he did not want the sight he received was the broken wall. The focus of the members of the Time Travelers Alliance has been shifted to the grassland. The resources in the wasteland are obviously less than those in the grassland. So they came here with the mentality of grabbing and running away. Li Ziyu wanted to develop the wasteland into his own base, so that he could receive a steady supply of resources. What the two sides want is not the same. After Queen Theron signed the soul contract, Li Ziyu felt relieved and said with a smile, "You can prepare now. I need an army." At the same time, you have to recall the ape-man frontline troops and merge them into my army. As a follower of the Undead, Queen Theron had no right to refuse Li Ziyu. She nodded and said, "Okay. But I need time to prepare. It takes time to gather people." "There is time. But you have to hurry. I have to leave first." Since they are all on the same side, Li Ziyu did not hide it from her. He asked the Harpy for manpower in order to attack other races and subdue them. According to normal procedures, Li Ziyu needs to build a soul base station and an undead city on the territory of the Harpy. Unfortunately, there is not enough time now, and he doesn't want to stay here for too long. "Can you tell me what exactly you want?" Queen Theron stopped Li Ziyu when he turned around and asked hesitantly. She had already sensed something was wrong. Those people who were also driving around the city seemed to be companions of the Lord of the Undead. But their methods were completely different. Except for the Lord of the Dead. The others don't seem to be out for conquest. If the purpose was to conquer, the ape-men would not have been beaten so badly, and were on the verge of being exterminated. A wave of troops rushed up. A wave of waves died. And the ape-man battlefield had died too many people. The Harpy is lucky. You should be thankful that you met me. If it is someone else, I am afraid I won't give you a chance to surrender. They simply need resources. Anything else is useless to them. Only if you offer them all the resources will they bypass you. Oh, by the way, your Eagle Banshee is also very good in their eyes. Li Ziyu said something that made Charlize Theron's heart palpitate. This is a fact. That's right. In the eyes of time travelers, the Harpy is indeed a kind of resource. Harpies are born with the ability to fly and understand magic. If they are organized into a legion, they will have an air force. No one of the Traverser knows the importance of the air force. But in the other world, the air force is a real top-level arms. Most of those who are born with the ability to fly are magical beasts. There are not many wisdom races like Eagle Banshee. Of course, given the Harpy's personality, she most likely won't just serve as an Air Force soldier. She will refuse the Time Traveler's request and try to resist. The patience of the crossing is limited. They have been resisting. They will feel that they use the Eagle Banshee to form an Air Force. They are not obedient and are easy to betray. It is better to tame a group of Warcraft to be comfortable. After such an idea, the identity of the Hawk Banshee may change from the Air Force to a product. The other world is not the peaceful world of the previous life. Here, slaves do exist and are widespread. Elves and orcs are all sought-after slaves. All Harpies are female. And they have their own charm skills. Beautiful faces and curvy figures. Although they have wings and eagle claws, they are still popular among the natives and time travelers. And they will be very valuable. In order to obtain more resources, I believe many time travelers would be willing to sell the Harpies as commodities. Compared with Li Ziyu's signing of a contract to conquer the Eagle Banshee, there must be a crossing in the League to think of conquering the Eagle Banshee instead of living peacefully. In the eyes of Batubu and them, Li Ziyu is sometimes just a saint. Many time travelers still feel that they are the chosen ones of heaven and the protagonists chosen by God. Even if we can live in peace with the indigenous people for some reason, it will only be temporary. After the mobile fortress develops, the indigenous people will become subordinates and consumables. There are many time travelers who think this way. After all, they are different from the indigenous people. As long as the mobile fortress is not destroyed, they will not be destroyed. At the same time, they have an extremely high development speed. Why should they share the world with the indigenous people? In order to offset their guilt, many time travelers simply treat the indigenous people as NPCs without any sense of guilt. Charlize Theron had never come into contact with a time traveler. Li Ziyu was the first time traveler she had come into contact with, and she knew nothing about time travelers. But it did not prevent Queen Charlize Theron from understanding what Li Ziyu said. To some extent, there is no difference between time travelers and some evil indigenous people. There are not only slaves in the other world, but also a large number of human traffickers, many of whom are legal. Some slave states needed slaves for development, so they gave human traffickers and slave groups a legitimate identity, generally arguing that it was legal plunder. Every year, elves and orcs are kidnapped and sold by these guys, and many harpies are also kidnapped. In Queen Theron's mind, those who attacked the apes were probably no different from these human traffickers. Submit to me, and at least you will be a member of the undead. We will not sell you out. As long as you obey my orders, everything will be okay. Li Ziyu shrugged. He found that what he had just said seemed to scare Queen Theron. Is it worth starting a war just for resources? Queen Theron asked in confusion. It's worth it. Li Ziyu's expression became serious, and he said seriously, you don't know what resources mean to us. We are different from you. Resources can make us rise at a speed you can't imagine, and make us powerful. Thinking of the battle between the undead and the ratmen. It is true that the undead are getting stronger with each battle. For a normal race, technology will develop under the stimulation of war, but the population will inevitably decrease. But the news that Theron got was that those who attacked the ape people had been fighting for so long, and had been attacked by the coalition forces of so many races. Not only had their strength become stronger and stronger, but the number of their troops was also increasing. They didn't even know where these troops came from. It's as if it had appeared out of thin air. Since we're talking about this, let me tell you a little secret. After taming the harpy, Li Ziyu was in a good mood and didn't mind talking more to Theron. What secret? Theron's eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly. To you, this may be everything. The world in your perception. But in our eyes, this place is called Wasteland. A part of the world. Just a part. And it may be an insignificant, very small part. Li Ziyu stretched out his index finger, pointed around, and said to Theron. Theron was slightly stunned. As the leader of a clan, the Harpies are not a weak race and have a broad vision. So she knows that there are other worlds outside the Wasteland. However, the Wasteland areas are isolated by Wasteland death zones, making it very difficult to leave, including for outsiders to come in. Nodded and motioned Li Ziyu to say, So do you know what it's like outside? Li Ziyu asked, raising his head slightly. Not to mention the Wasteland. Queen Theron has never left the central area. Her understanding of the outside world comes from the ancient books in the Eagle's Nest Library. She shook her head, with a hint of longing in her eyes. It's very chaotic, because people like me and my companions have come to this world, and many places are in the midst of war. Li Ziyu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and said sinisterly, He is telling the truth. According to the forum and the information Zhang Peng gave him, the situation outside was really chaotic and confusing. Especially now, many alliances have emerged, and while fighting each other, they are also plundering the living space of the indigenous people. The indigenous people may also sit there and wait for death, so they rise up in resistance. This side of the wasteland is really a quiet place. It may be because there are few supplies here, so there is no way for powerful time travelers to appear. It may also be that there are few time travelers here, and the wasteland has not been disturbed. It may also be because the wasteland is a dead land, isolating the area and ensuring stability. In any case, it is much more peaceful here than other places. Queen Sung's face showed a stunning color. In ancient books, the outside world is more beautiful than the wilderness. It has flowers, trees, lush vegetation, flowing rivers, surging seas, and various races. But in the mouth of the Lord of the Undead, there was a raging war outside. The ancient books are too old, and the outside world will also change. So she chose to believe Li Ziyu. So you came from outside? Queen Theron asked, remembering that the undead had passed through the wasteland and appeared in the central area. It counts, and it doesn't count. It depends on what you think. It doesn't matter where I came from. What's important is that you have to know that people from outside will come in eventually. To you, we are invaders. But to ourselves, We are just accumulating strength to face the war that may break out at any time. That's a war that can destroy us. Li Ziyu lowered his eyelids and spoke in a low voice. From the moment the time traveler comes to this world, it means that the war has broken out, and it is impossible to stop it. The final winner must be determined and win everything. If you want to survive, you must work hard to accumulate resources, develop a fortress, and prepare to resist foreigners at any time. If there were no constant threats from the outside world, how could a lazy person like Li Ziyu risk his life? He would rather lie in the main building and tease girls every day. Isn't that nice? But the situation in the forum told him that there was a group of ambitious people among the time travelers who wanted to conquer the world. If you don't want to be a conquered, you can only become a conqueror. Okay, let's stop here. Queen Theron, you made the right choice. You chose me. At least you have a chance to resist. After Li Ziyu finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the undead fortress, leaving Queen Theron lost in thought. Fortress of the Dead. Main building. Where are we going next? Zhang Peng spread out the map and asked Li Ziyu. Trolls. Li Ziyu pointed at the map, circled it with his finger, and said to Zhang Peng, the rats, the giants, the apes, these three are strong people, have a large population, have a large scope of territory, and have many resources. The ratmen have been defeated by Li Ziyu, and their territory has been completely incorporated into the territory of the undead. The same is true for the harpies. The ape-man territory has become a battlefield. Batubu and a group of time travelers are running rampant there, and the coalition forces of various tribes are rushing there. There is only one troll left. As long as we take down the three powerful and populous tribes in the central area, we will basically be able to deal with them all. In addition to the three most populous tribes, there are other powerful tribes, but they no longer pose a threat. Most of those powerful tribes have strong combat capabilities, but sparse populations. For example, elements. There is a territory of an elemental race in the wasteland, which is the territory of the earth element. The elemental race is a pure magical race. Their structure is different from other organisms. The core of the elemental race is a spiritual body, also known as the spiritual core. The spiritual core will continuously absorb similar elements around it, and use these magical elements to form a body. Therefore, attacking elemental creatures is useless even if their bodies are shattered. As long as their spiritual core exists, they will not die. In this respect, it is very similar to the undead. The undead are the soul fire, and the elemental creatures are the spiritual core. Elemental creatures are extremely powerful, and can mobilize large numbers of magical elements to attack at any time. They do not need to study magic like humans, and can use magic of various levels at will. The essence of magic is the use of magical elements. Each race has a different understanding of magic, but they all have one thing in common: magic elements are not enough, and they need to use them more effectively. Hence magic. On the other hand, the elemental creatures do not have insufficient magic elements, but too many magic elements. This makes them very dangerous. Several powerful element creatures and combat effectiveness are very scarce. The elemental creatures in the central zone have existed since ancient times. They are the oldest indigenous people. Even after so many years of development, their number still cannot be increased. The rats are calculated by millions of million. Even the eagle banshee is based on 10,000. In the entire vast territory, there are less than 1,000 elemental creatures, and there are creatures of all levels. With this kind of quantity, Li Ziyu is naturally not worried. On the contrary, Li Ziyu is more concerned about races like trolls, which have a larger population. Well, the giant is very good. Zhang Peng laughed. They first played with the mouse, and now they are supporting the ape-man. Yeah, the soldiers are empty. Do it casually, or do you go straight to Wancheng? Li Ziyu said a little bit on the map of the giant devil on the map. He could cooperate with the trolls from inside and outside, as there were many undead among the trolls, all of whom had gone there as mercenaries. The infected people and demons were rolled up in the giant demons. Faced with internal and external troubles, Li Ziyu felt that the trolls might be easier to defeat than the harpies. He had a good impression of the trolls. At least these guys contributed a lot of resources to him, and didn't cause him trouble like the ratmen did. If it can be solved peacefully, it is best. After deciding on the location, the undead fortress was activated, and under the watchful eyes of the harpies, it left their territory and headed towards the trolls. Chapter 355, Taking Over a City. The troll territory. Druma City. The troll city built its walls with enchanted stones, covered with animal skins, and installed huge animal tusks on the walls to repel the enemy. Outside the city, there are totem poles that are more than 10 meters long and as thick as 3 people can hug together. Totems are painted on them with dyes, and red ribbons are floating on the top. These totem poles are not decorations, but totem poles arranged by shamans. They have the ability to amplify or attack, and are the defensive weapons of the troll cities. The peaceful city of Druma has turned into a battlefield. The totems on the totem pole emit light, shoot out lightning, or shoot out green lightsabers. From a distance, it looks like a tower defense game. Attacking the city of Druma were a group of infected people with ragged clothes, gray skin, bulging blood vessels, and demons that were either jumping on the ground or flying up, casting all kinds of magic. The ground around the totem pole was littered with corpses, all of which were the bodies of the infected who were killed after rushing over. The infected have launched 3 waves of attacks. The trolls in Druma City defended the city to the death and killed the infected. At this time, the infected had launched the 4th wave of attacks. What the trolls in Druma City fear is not the infected people, but the gray smoke emitted by the infected people. The infected's attack power is not very strong, but the gray smoke can infect the trolls. When weak trolls encounter the gray fog, they will become sick in a very short period of time and become new infected people. Warriors, shamans, magicians and other professionals have a certain resistance to the gray fog and can hold out longer, but they still cannot completely prevent the invasion of gray fog. Whenever a troll is about to mutate, the people around him will kill him with tears in their eyes. This is a respect for the trolls, and also the trolls' last request. If the current situation continues to develop, Druma City will become like other troll cities, and all the trolls in the city will become infected. Reserve spears. Throw. One by one, the trolls carrying spears came forward, took the javelins from their backs, stirred the strength in their bodies, attached a layer of lightning to the javelins, and then threw them out with force. With a crackling sound, the spears flashing with electric light accurately hit the infected one by one. The infected people who were hit by the lightning spears were trembling all over. White smoke was coming out of their bodies, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Lightning fell from their bodies to the ground, like tentacles, extending around them, causing the infected people around them to tremble. The brainless infected like to attack in dense formations, and often a single lightning spear can prevent a dozen infected from getting up again. After fighting the infected for a long time, the trolls discovered that lightning had a very good inhibitory effect on the infected. The infected are afraid of lightning, which can not only kill them, but also delay the birth and spread of gray fog. Rushing across the ground where the totem pole is located will give the spear thrower 3 times enough time for them to kill a group of infected. But the number of infected people is huge. Even with the obstruction of totem poles and spear throwers, a large number of infected people still rush towards the city of Druma. At this time, it is the turn of other professionals to take the stage. A group of trolls rushed out of the city. The expressions on their faces were so determined, and they were ready to die. They are like a suicide squad, and the chances of them returning to the city are very low. Many professionals like them have died. Most of the time, they were not killed by the infected, but died of exhaustion. Even if they managed to survive, a large amount of gray fog might have already invaded their bodies and entered the transformation stage. Generally, professionals with milder symptoms will choose to use their lives to buy time during the next battle. For those who are seriously infected, the only option is suicide, or to let someone close to them kill them. This is a battle full of despair. The undead? We need the undead. If this continues, we will all die. Where are they? Where are the undead? Where are the reinforcements? The soldiers are not enough. There is no good news. Every piece of news makes people despair. The professionals are constantly being consumed, and no matter how much they have, it is not enough. The residents of Druma City are on the verge of mental collapse. Those who have just come out of the city and are facing the infected, including those in high-level professions. Normally, they are the showstoppers. But now it is their turn. Faced with the surging infected, the 3 druids chanted spells at the same time and began to transform. The druid profession is not unique to the elves, but is a natural magic profession that other races also have. But the number of them is not as large as that of the elves. They have the power to heal and shape-shift, and possess plant magic. 2 of the 3 druids transformed into giant bears, and one transformed into a giant eagle. The first to charge was a giant bear wearing heavy armor, covered in electric light, and with blue and white hair. It was a lightning-type bear-like monster named the Angry Thunder Bear. It has a very high affinity with lightning, and is known as the Darling of Lightning. A normal thunder bear naturally cannot have armor, but he is a druid, so he can naturally wear heavy armor. With a roar, the druid incarnated as a giant thunder bear leaped up and fell heavily. And at the same time, a lightning column as thick as a bucket fell down. Amid the rumbling sound, lightning spread, clearing out the infected people around. Then the giant thunder bear ran forward, releasing lightning with each of its claws, knocking the infected people away one by one. The other giant bear is a fierce brown bear, also a magical beast, an earth-type magical beast. The main features of the brown bear are strength and defense. Magical beasts that master earth magic power often have high defense. And as a bear-type magical beast, its strength naturally exceeds that of other magical beasts. Waves of earth rolled and smoke and dust rose, covering the attacking infected people. The huge body of the fierce brown bear was hidden in the smoke and dust. It waved its palm and slapped the infected person to death. It then used earth magic to turn the ground into a quagmire and swallowed the infected person directly into the ground and buried him. The giant eagle is soaring. It is extremely large, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters, covering the sky and the sun. Wind-type monster. Storm eagle. This is a very rare magical beast that lives in hurricanes. Living in hurricanes for a long time makes them have a larger body than other eagle-like magical beasts. And they also master wind magic. A tornado formed under the flashing wings of the storm eagle and moved slowly on the ground. One by one the infected people were sucked into it and cut into countless pieces by the wind blades in it. Led by 3 druids, the troll warriors howled and charged towards the infected. The infected naturally couldn't stop the troll warriors. Their fighting power was not very strong and they couldn't even break the defenses of the 3 druids. But this time, they are not the only ones attacking. There are also demons watching from the back. When the demons saw the 3 druids appear, they immediately became excited. As the trolls learned about the infected, the demons were also learning about the trolls. They knew that the appearance of such a powerful professional meant that the war had reached its later stages, and the other side was beginning to show its cards. As long as these professionals are captured, the troll city ahead will most likely fall. The demons had no moral principles. They locked onto the druid, ignoring the other professionals, and launched a sneak attack. Druid's level is very high. Not the weak, but he can't hold a group of demon attack crazy. He won't die immediately, but he's injured and his combat effectiveness has declined. It's over. I can't stop it. The 3 druids felt a sense of sadness. If they withdraw from the battlefield and leave Druma City now, they still have a chance to survive. The gray fog has not invaded their bodies. The magical energy has blocked the gray fog. But if we leave now, it means giving up the city of Druma, and all the trolls inside will die. They couldn't do that, and could only hold on. A sickle demon was about to launch a sneak attack on the tough brown bear with his weapon raised. The tough brown bear was a little slow to react, and watched the sickle coming towards him. The soil condensed at the attack position, forming a layer of armor to resist the sickle. The sickle stopped the moment it touched the armor. The brown bear looked at the sickle demon in astonishment, only to find that the opponent's head was gone, and foul-smelling black blood was spurting high into the air. What? What happened? Then he saw that he was too far away. It was a skeleton. Its bones were white and smooth like jade, but in its hand it was holding a demon's head. The head of the sickle demon. Undead? Undead. The fierce brown bear suddenly excited. The undead appeared, which meant reinforcements were coming. They all knew that the undead never appeared alone. Once they appeared, they came in large groups. But since when did the undead have the power to kill demons instantly? And the undead in front of him is different from the undead he has seen. The undead hired by the trolls are all soulborn insects and armored beetles, and are naturally different from the undead in front of them. Speed Bones raised the devil's head and looked at it, and then threw it aside boringly, turning his head to look at the other infections and devils on the battlefield. He raised his hand and pointed at the battlefield. Figures flashed and appeared one after another, killing the infected and demons like ghosts. The brown bear's ears moved, and it suddenly turned its head to look into the distance. He heard footsteps, so many and so dense that the ground was shaking. This number? 100,000? 200,000? No. 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 This has to be recorded in millions or tens of millions. At the end of his sight, a group of undead rushed to the battlefield. The war in Druma City is over. Very abrupt. The 3 druids and the troll soldiers on the battlefield witnessed the whole process. There were millions of undead souls, swarming towards the infected and demons like locusts. The other side didn't even have the strength to resist. Hundreds of thousands of troops were overwhelmed by the undead. Even the demons couldn't escape and were all killed by the undead. A crushing victory like harvesting wheat. Kill the infected person. The devil defended the undead of Druma City, which is different from the undead they have seen. These undead are very brutal and powerful. The 3 druids weighed the situation and decided that it should not be difficult to kill the 3 undead leaders. Tattooed Skeleton Legion. The infected people had no power to resist them. This is what they call one thing conquers another. Like brine and tofu. The fighting power of the infected is not worth mentioning. The gray fog is not only useless to the tattooed skeletons, but also becomes their tonic. More than 1 million tattooed skeletons. And eliminating hundreds of thousands of infected people. It's like a piece of cake. As for the demons, well, they can cause some trouble. But there are no high-level demons among them. Facing the siege of the patterned skeletons, they are also useless. Of course, the tattooed skeleton army has more than just 1 million soldiers. The current marked skeleton army has a size of tens of millions. A real large team. They have gained a lot of benefits in the Ratman's territory. Before Liziu did not start the war with the mouse. They hunting infected in the rat natties, letting the legion continue to expand. Later, Liziu returned to the court, and the dark skeleton led the marked skeletons to continue fighting. After Liziu swallowed the entire Ratman tribe, they quickly cleared out the infected and demons in the Ratman territory. Along the way, the patterned skeleton legion has fully established itself. Fortunately, the bosses of the patterned skeletons, the dark skeletons, the violent skeletons, and the strength skeletons were all suppressed by Liziu. Otherwise, they would have planned to embark on the road to becoming conquerors. When Liziu came to the troll tribe, he took away the tattooed skeletons and the others. No. If we don't take them away, these guys will definitely cause trouble. The problem is that now the ratmen and harpies are all his subordinates. And he can't let the tattooed skeletons mess around anymore. Liziu simply loaded the truck and asked all the tattooed skeletons to return to the fortress and bring them to the troll tribe. The city of Druma is a city on the way to the Troll King city. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected surprises when they came. Druma city was besieged by hundreds of thousands of infections and devils. And Liziu sent uncomfortable tattoo bones to let them clean up the tattoo bones of the infected people, and the devil did not leave as they thought of the demon. Instead, they surrounded Druma city. What does it mean? Why did the undead besiege the city? Don't they have anything to do? Go fight the infected. The residents of Druma, who had no time to cheer, were stunned and looked blankly at the tattooed skeletons outside. Although these undead are different from the ones they know, they are real undead. The others didn't know. But the 3 druids had already made a bad guess. These undead spirits probably did not come to rescue them, but came with other purposes. Looking at the appearance of the undead, all they could guess was that a war had broken out between the undead and the trolls. This is really like escaping from the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. It seemed to confirm their thoughts. After the tattooed skeleton surrounded the city of Druma, more undead appeared. So many that the 3 druids turned pale. Not only that, among the undead, there is a huge, slowly moving city. Compared to that undead city, Druma is like a village. Well, that's good now. We don't even have to fight. Just surrender. What the hell? There are tens of millions of undead and a city that can crush them directly. How can we fight them? The druids simply gave up and called on the trolls in the city to surrender. Faced with hundreds of thousands of infected people, they dare to fight and fight for the future. Faced with tens of millions of undead and a city, if anyone still wants to cause trouble, it is not fighting for the future. That is to bury the entire city. Without even a fight, the city of Druma surrendered. Liziu was made quite embarrassed by this. Liziu, how about you guys struggle a bit? The trolls said, no. No. Really no. TV. Liziu, then I will accept this city. The trolls said, you are welcome. T to the power of T. After receiving Druma, Liziu had no intention of attacking the trolls, and did not even stay for too long. After leaving behind a group of undead, he set off again, heading for the Troll King's city. After Li Ziyu led the large undead army away, the trolls all breathed a sigh of relief. The druid sighed. He didn't want to surrender, but the enemy was too powerful. Who would want to fight against such an enemy? If it was the heyday of the trolls, we could still try to fight them. The trolls are facing internal and external troubles because of the ratmen, ape men, and so on. The warriors have suffered heavy losses. What is the point of fighting? Besides, isn't it okay now? At least the undead are not killing at will. They are just replacing the managers. Just bear with it. Chapter 356, starting from the wasteland. Since Druma, the undead have been advancing smoothly with almost no resistance. The trolls are really miserable. Originally one of the powerful tribes in the central area, they first encountered the grey fog of the ratmen, which led to the emergence of infected people and demons. They themselves did not have as high poison resistance as the ratmen, so the infected took root everywhere and grew much faster than the ratmen. After much difficulty, they rented a legion from the undead to clear out the infected in the territory, but ended up running into a big melee and were dragged into the war again. Being surrounded from both sides, they were beaten badly. Li Ziyu declared war on the ratmen and led a group of undead into their territory, forcing them to return for help, giving the trolls a chance to catch their breath. Immediately afterwards, the ape men started fighting with the undead again. The ape man and the undead are not related to the trolls, but they can't hold Batuju, and they are here. The time travelers made the trolls feel the crisis and forced them to gather troops to rescue the apes. Faced with the pressure from the time travelers, even if the trolls and the apes have a grudge against each other, they have to help. The trolls still know the principle of the lips, and the teeth are interdependent. As a result, the troll tribe was in a very empty state, and it was difficult for them to even resist the infected. What they didn't know was that Batubu and other time travelers were summoned by the Lord of the Undead, Li Ziyu. Taking advantage of the arrival of the time traveler, Li Ziyu launched a fierce attack, conquered the entire territory of the ratmen and the harpies, merged the two into the ranks of the undead, and then rushed to the trolls without stopping. The city is in ruins, and people's livelihood is in decline. Most of the army is fighting a desperate battle with the time travelers in the ape-man territory. The infected are rampant inside, and the city has fallen. How can such trolls mess with Li Ziyu's undead tribe? Along the way, the undead had a very smooth journey. When they encountered any city, they did not resist at all, and just opened the gates. No need to fight. Seeing the mighty undead army, the giants were gone. They can also muster the will to fight against the infected. The infected person is too overbearing and will not leave live. Once surrendered, it is the ending of the entire city. To survive, they had to fight back. But the undeads are not. The undead will not easily kill the surrender. The giants know. If that's the case, why fight? What's the point of resisting the undead? We can't win the fight, and it will only cause more casualties. Haven't enough trolls died in recent times? The capital of the troll tribe, Letakamen, the largest city and capital of the troll tribe. A city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. The trolls like to use animal horns, tusks, and skins for decoration. The city's architectural style has the unique wild beauty of the orcs, being rough and practical. The buildings in the city are very tall, connected by chain bridges. Flags and ribbons are flying, and totems can be seen everywhere. Colorful. The atmosphere in the city of Letakamen is tense. The undead are coming. It wasn't that the undead were about to arrive, but that they had already arrived. The city ahead was unable to stop the undead at all, allowing them to successfully reach the royal city and surround this huge city, making it impossible for anyone to get out. Just when the trolls thought that the undead would attack the city immediately, the undead sent a messenger to tell the trolls that they intended to give them a chance to choose to surrender and become a subordinate race of the undead. Troll Palace. The old troll king sat on the throne, wearing a crown of thorns and holding a golden javelin in his hand. Father, we can't wait any longer. The undead may attack at any time. Yeah, we can't stop the undead. It's too late to call reinforcements. Even if we would draw the army on the ape man, we are still not the opponent of the undead. Several troll princes gave advice in unison. The troll king has many offspring, and he spends his days creating children. I have to say that the children of this generation of troll king are all very smart. Their fighting ability may not be high, but they are very sensible. It is precisely because of the presence of so many troll princes that the Troll King can manage the entire troll tribe in an orderly manner. During his reign, there was almost no civil unrest among the trolls, which was rare. The trolls are not honest creatures. If things don't go their way, they will start a war, and they often fight among themselves. The Troll King looks like a very serious old man, but he is actually a soft-hearted person, and not as fierce as he appears. We trolls are all brave men who stand tall and upright. Are we really going to surrender to the undead like this? The Troll King thought for a long time, looked at the troll princes, and spoke slowly. Father, now is not the time to discuss this. Do you want to go to war with the undead, and watch our good troll men die at the hands of the undead? The troll prince said anxiously. Yeah. There's no benefit in going to war with the undead. If we all die here, there will be no more trolls. For the continuation of the race. Father, surrender. Several other giant princes also attached. The high-ranking officials and elders of the troll tribe remained silent, and they were unwilling to say a word. They know what the entire tribe is like better than anyone else. And what the troll prince said is right. Can we think of other ways to preserve our foundation? Asked the Troll King unwillingly. The undead will not agree, and we can't offer anything more to negotiate with them. The Troll Prince said helplessly. What can they offer to negotiate with the undead? His father is really overthinking it. Resources? After the undead broke the Riddicoman, the entire giant territory would be accepted by the undead. How many resources would it cost? As for threatening the undead, it is not necessary. The other party can come to Wancheng unimpeded all the way, which means that they already know that the giants are unable to resist at all. The Troll King fell silent. He also realized that he had no cards to negotiate with the undead. Either surrender or go to war. There is no third option. Looking around at the trolls, the king sighed and said to his sons, Go. Tell them that I promised the undead that we are willing to surrender. The troll princes breathed a sigh of relief. They don't want to surrender. But if they don't surrender, they will be seeking death. Between death and life, they are willing to choose life. The giant demon quickly sent messengers to negotiate negotiations with the undead. Outside the city of Ritokuman, Li Ziyu met with the trolls, led by the Troll King Tako. Like Queen Sung, when Tako saw Li Ziyu, it was a while to accept the Lord of the Dead. The negotiations went smoothly. Tako accepted all of the undead's demands, and was willing to sign a contract with them to become a subordinate race of the undead. Li Ziyu didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. After conquering the giant demon, the 3 central zones have been conquered. The scope of the territory of the undead clan has also expanded sharply, which has occupied 1/3 of the central area. For 2/3 of the remaining, Li Ziyu was not worried at all, and it was only a matter of time. With the territories of 3 races as a guarantee, other races have no way to resist the undead army. The only ones who could possibly pose a hindrance to the undead army are the ape-men. Unfortunately, they are now too busy to take care of themselves. Batubu has won victory after victory against them, leaving the ape-men no chance at all. If Li Ziyu discussed with Batubu, Batubu would let the ape-men go. But Li Ziyu did not intend to do so. He doesn't like apes. These guys have a lot of heart, like violence, and can also do things. Conquering them is not a good option. Li Ziyu would rather leave the ape tribe to Batubu and them, and conquer other places himself. As Li Ziyu expected, under his army, one race was compiled by him after another. Of course, several races are not friendly and vowed to resist. As a result, the undead passed the border, and the grass was not born. Batubu and they also found something wrong. The resistance of the ape people is still very strong, and they discovered the coalition forces of other races, and the pressure increased. It's not that we can't win. It's just that it's very difficult. But as the battle went on, he found that many races had withdrawn one after another, and no longer fought with them. And the remaining ape-men were no longer a threat. Private chat. The free-flying eagle, brotherly. What's going on? Are you sneaking in from behind while we're fighting in the front? I do want to take a driver's license, yes. Now the central area has almost fell into my hands. You just need to deal with the apes. Freedom soaring eagle, we are killed. Do you get benefit in the back? I don't want to take a driver's license, brother said unwillingly. What do you want? Just tell me directly. Freedomly soaring eagle, refreshing. I believe that brotherly will not shorten our resources. Right. Don't want to take a driving test, we are all family. Don't you know what kind of person I am? The free-flying eagle, okay. Brother. I feel relieved when you say that. I will talk to you about the past after we have dealt with the ape-men. The free-flying eagle, brother. Do you want me to keep this ape tribe for you? Don't want to get a driver's license. No. Just destroy them. I don't need the ape people. Free-flying eagle, that's fine. In just a few words, the fate of the ape-men was sealed. Without the helpers of other races, the ape people could not stop the attack of the crossing. Each city continued to lose, and eventually broke the capital of the crosses, and the entire ape-man was completely destroyed. After the demise of the ape-man tribe, 3/4 of the land in the central zone belonged to Liziu, and the remaining quarter became the territory of some small races such as elemental creatures. There is no need to attack these races. Just negotiate. Liziu believes that they can distinguish between good and bad. Liziu took Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, in the former giant devil, the territory of the apes, and Batuju in them. The huge fortresses occupied a large area and were connected together to form a whole, becoming a real behemoth. Everyone is very excited. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. From the moment they were defeated by the Ratmen, they had been thinking about returning to the central area. Not only is it back, it has also conquered the entire central area, which means that the entire wasteland is armed by the Lord of the Undead in the mouth of Liziu. How could this not excite them? Although the wasteland is poor in resources, it is vast in area. There are not many traversers in the Alliance, and the resources in the wasteland are enough for them to take a step up. One by one, the travelers came out of the fortress and entered the fortress of the Undead. Under the guidance of the Black Warrior, they walked towards the main building of the fortress of the Undead. Along the way, they were also observing the Undead fortress. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. Among the Undead fortress, the tall buildings stand up, and there are various strange undead patrolling, all of which show the prosperity. Everything is telling them a thing. The bottom of the Undead is very thick, and the foundation is firm. In order to increase the level of the fortress as soon as possible, cross sectors often abandon many buildings and technologies, focusing on improving major buildings and technology to meet the needs of upgrades. But this is obviously not the case with Liziu. So many buildings and such a huge city mean that he has consumed a lot of resources on branch buildings and technology. Another strange phenomenon was that they found 2 main buildings. This is not common. Even though they are all masters of the fortress, there is only one main city building. But on the Undead side, in addition to the towering main building, there is also a pyramid-like black building in the back, which is also at the main city level. The crosses were surprised. I don't know where Liziu came from the second main city level building. From what they saw, they could also tell that the Undead had developed much better than them. No wonder Batubu often told them that he was not the leader, but the Lord of the Undead was. They are often disdained. They have never seen the Lord of the Undead, and they have never seen the army of the Undead fortress and the Undead. Who knows how strong the Undead is? I saw it today. It is just as Batubu said. The Undead are very strong, and he is the real leader. Entering the main building, everyone had smiles on their faces. The spacious first floor is decorated like a banquet hall. Various kinds of food can be seen everywhere, interspersed with beautiful maids such as Catwoman, Snake Woman, Harpy, etc. Wow! If I don't say, I thought I had returned to modern times. Wow! You are so arrogant. It must take a lot of resources to set up like this. Right? Cut! Don't be stingy. Let the Lord of the Undead look at it. Atmosphere. Ha ha ha, there's a pretty girl. I'm warning you. This is the place of the Lord of the Dead. Girls who can be here. Think for yourself. What are you trying to say? The Lord of the Dead is a stud? Hack. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say that. The time travelers looked around, laughing and cursing. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound attracted the attention of all the travelers, and they looked at the stairs on the second floor. There stood a beautiful Catwoman, holding a metal plate in her hand. The crisp knocking sounds came from the metal plate. Next to Catwoman stood 3 young men. The banquet hall fell silent, and the young man in the lead smiled and spoke slowly. Welcome, my friends. I am Liziu, the Lord of the Undead Fortress. Some of you know me, and some don't. But I want to thank all of you. It's because of you that I was able to conquer the entire wasteland. Oh, although it hasn't been completely conquered yet. It's only a matter of time. Isn't it? I know what you want. I will give it to you. Now, let's enjoy this wonderful banquet first. Following Liziu's words, The time travelers cheered, and the banquet officially began. Li Ziyu also walked down from the second floor and came to Batubu. Brother Batu. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go and have a drink. Good. Batubu agreed with a smile and followed Li Ziyu to the side. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng merged into the group of travelers. Li Ziyu brought Batubu to a corner, and the maid brought 2 glasses of wine. Li Ziyu nodded slightly, and the maid bowed and left. Brother, you've made quite a scene. Batubu turned his head to look at the banquet hall and said to Li Ziyu, have some fun. After traveling for so long, you should definitely relax. Li Ziyu said happily while looking at other travelers. Well, you're right. We were too nervous. Batubu took a sip of wine and said so with deep feeling. As for resources, I promise you won't suffer any loss. You can discuss the details with Zhang Peng. Li Ziyu turned to business. Zhang Peng? Okay. I get it. Batubu knew that Zhang Peng was in charge of the business side under Li Ziyu, so it was normal for him to be in charge. Since I have almost conquered the wasteland, my next step will be to go to the grassland. Why don't you tell me about the situation over there? Li Ziyu asked. Batubu nodded and told him the information he had obtained about the grassland. Chapter 357, Prepare to Upgrade. Speaking of the grassland, Li Ziyu thought of the Talmos tribe he had come into contact with before. He wondered how Chief Keen and the little cat girl Leah were doing. A long time has passed since leaving the grassland and returning to the wilderness. After successfully conquering the wilderness, it is time to march into the grassland. Batubu and talked about things on the grassland. After Li Ziyu left, a lot of things happened on the grassland, mainly focused on war. The grassland is also in a mess now. Not much better than the wasteland. The war was brought by the Life Empire Alliance. In order to obtain more resources, after discovering the grassland, the Life Empire Alliance began to extend its tentacles. Before Li Ziyu left, they were at war with the Grassland Orc Empire. By the time Batuba left, the scope of the war had become increasingly wider. Not only is the Grassland Orc Empire fighting a life and death battle with the Life Empire Alliance, even the nomadic centaur tribes have joined the war because the Life Empire Alliance has invaded the grasslands. The Life Empire Alliance is a very large organization. Batubu estimates that there are at least several hundred time travelers in this organization. Only a very small number of crossers invaded the grassland. The situation on the grassland changes every day and is a mess every day. Batubu sighed. The defeat by the Ratmen made them lose the best opportunity for development. Even if they discovered the grassland, they did not dare to be as unscrupulous as the Life Empire Alliance. Have you ever thought about joining the Life Empire Alliance? Li Ziyu asked casually while eating fruit. Oh, is it a big deal just because the organization is big? They are in great chaos internally. Batubu sneered and said with disdain. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Batubu and Huanjin had contact with people from the Life Empire Alliance. It seems that you know something about the Life Empire Alliance. Tell me, what exactly is this Life Empire Alliance? Li Ziyu asked. The name sounds impressive, but it's actually just like a guild in the game. The structure is very loose, even looser than ours. It mainly targets the traversal lords of the 3 races, humans, elves, and dwarves. We also accept lords of other races, but their status is not as high as those of the 3 races. From what I know now, the strongest traversal lords in the Life Empire Alliance have higher level mobile castles than us, especially a few human lords, who have strong combat power. Batubu said as he recalled. Li Ziyu showed a surprised look. The human lord's mobile castle is the highest level? This is quite rare. There is a special mobile castle race analysis post on the forum, which introduces common races, and humans are naturally one of them. There are moving castles of the same race. On the contrary, races like humans, elves, dwarves, werewolves, vampires, etc. are relatively common, and many time travel lords are of these races. Of course, they are not exactly the same. There are always differences. There are different branches such as farming humans, Homo sapiens, jungle tribes, etc. But no matter what they are called, they are all human beings. The forum posts have carefully analyzed that the human race is the race they are most familiar with. After all, they themselves are also human. Because of the understanding, the advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. The human race is very mediocre in the alien world. There is not much advantage in the early stage, or it is difficult to develop. If you want to develop quickly, you need resources. If you want resources, you really have to rely on grabbing them in the early stages. This is the easiest way. Unfortunately, the human race's combat effectiveness in the early stages was really low. Not only is their combat effectiveness not high, but humans also consumed a huge amount of resources in the early stages. Liziu has the Undead clan, which has never considered the issue of eating. However, all living races have to consider the issue of food, which is a big deal in the early stages. If the time travelers who have captured the human race want to develop, they must continuously expand the population. As the population increases, there will not be enough food. This is the first constraint. Without enough food, there is no way to feed enough humans. And our combat effectiveness cannot be increased. But if we forcibly recruit a large number of humans without enough food, they will rebel. At that time, it is the time traveler himself who will die. The top leaders in the Life Empire Alliance were able to develop the human race, which is quite amazing. If the race Liziu got was not the undead but humans, I'm afraid it would have been the end long ago. Races that have difficulty developing in the early stages can often burst out with powerful combat capabilities later on. And the human race is one of the examples. When we go to the grassland again, we need to be careful and try not to conflict with the Life Empire Alliance. Liziu nodded and said, "Oh, that's not necessary. Just beat him when necessary." Batubu said while drinking. "What do you mean? Aren't they stronger than us?" Liziu asked blankly. "They are strong. But as I said, they are very loose. Looseness actually means there are many internal conflicts," Batubu said with a smile. He didn't stay in the grassland for nothing. He also got to know the time travelers from the Life Empire Alliance. Relying on his cheerful personality and ability to drink, he was able to extract a lot of information from the traversers from the Life Empire Alliance. The time travelers from the Life Empire Alliance said that their alliance was loose. But in fact, they were just flattering themselves. In Batubu's eyes, that was not looseness, but full of contradictions, which was in danger of collapse at any time. That's right. The levels and combat power of the Alliance are very strong. The levels of the dwarves, elves, human traversal lords, and mobile castles are higher than theirs, and their combat power is stronger. But they are not harmonious. They often quarreled and even went to war. Humans fight against humans. Humans fight against dwarves. Humans fight against elves. The elves and dwarves are even less harmonious. If we ignore the case of the Lord traveling through time, these two races also dislike each other. The elves think the dwarves are vulgar, and the dwarves think the elves are pretentious. And when they meet, they often start quarreling after just a few words. What will happen after a quarrel? Just fight. As for the middle and lower classes, the same is not true. He really used all the things he learned from his previous life in the Alliance. If you have a little power, you have to use it. The middle-level managers are really focused on getting resources for themselves and don't care about the lives of the people below them. The big guys at the top, although they were fighting, also wanted to prevent any problems from happening in the Alliance, and often tried to find ways to correct the problems in the Alliance. But the middle-level people are hypocritical and overinterpret the idea, which emphasizes that it is better to deal with a king of hell than a little devil. If something happens to the upper layer, the lower layer has to peel off a layer of skin, and the middle layer has to eat its fill. In order to survive, the lower class has no choice but to swallow their anger. It is worth mentioning that in the Life Empire Alliance, most of the time travelers from the three races of non-humans, elves, and dwarves are hanging around at the bottom. The time traveler who has a better relationship with Batubu is a low-level time traveler, and his moving castle has been upgraded to a fortress. Logically speaking, the fortress's combat effectiveness is not low, but he is just a bottom-level person. Even if he has made contributions to the Alliance, he is still a bottom-level person because his race is not human, elf, or dwarf. This is also the reason why Batubu and did not even consider joining the Life Empire Alliance. Batubu doesn't like the style of those people in the Life Empire Alliance. According to his idea, I can accept management, but you have to be fair. If it is unfair, then forget it. We are all time travelers. Stop talking about useful and useless things. At worst, I won't play with you anymore. He felt very comfortable being with Liziu. We are all brothers. We work together. We tackle problems together. And we rush into things together. It's simple. Although I don't know if the future will still be like this. At least I am living comfortably now. Liziu curled her lips when she heard this. It seems that this Life Empire alliance is just like that. Even if it continues to develop, it will fall apart sooner or later. Then Batubu started talking about the sphere of influence of the Life Empire alliance. Although they have many internal conflicts, their sphere of influence is not small, or even very large. They chose to follow the same path as Li Ziyu. It is not to accumulate resources by plunder, but to conquer and rule to accumulate resources. Every time the Life Empire alliance discovered a place, it would send its subordinates to explore it, and then embark on the road of conquest, eliminating the most powerful force in that area and incorporating its territory into its territory. It seems that attacking the grassland is their normal practice. But don't worry. They are just slacking off and are not working hard. My brother from the Life Empire told me that even if they take over the grassland, the resources they can get will be pitifully few. Big heads will be divided by the upper and middle layers, and the remaining little residue leftovers will be them. As the main force attacking the grassland, we can only get a few resources, but we have to spend a lot of manpower. The people above just talk and take away most of the resources. No one is stupid, right? Batu and Hay sneered. He looked down on the people of the Life Empire alliance. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about letting the horse run instead of letting it eat grass. When he was drinking with his brother of the life of his life, the younger brother complained in his mouth, so he didn't say good words. The reason why they did not leave the Life Empire alliance was because of the contractual constraints. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago. From time to time, he felt that he had made a mistake by joining the Life Empire alliance. What is there to be afraid of with such an alliance? If Li Ziyu led them to attack, the opponents would probably run away without even having to fight. After listening to Batubu's words, Li Ziyu just nodded. That's all. But no one knows what the actual situation is. What you hear doesn't count. It's just like in the previous life. It's fine for you to complain about your motherland. But if someone outside dares to complain, then you'll turn the table and turn against them. Damn it. That's my country. How can I allow you to talk nonsense? Are you trying to kill yourself? In the same way, whether Batu and the brother I have contacted is this mentality. It is hard to say. It doesn't matter what they do. But if I really have a conflict with the Life Empire alliance, I don't know whether they will really run away or fight me to the death. No matter what others say about the Life Empire alliance, you have to prepare yourself and become stronger. This is the hard truth. It's time to raise the level to your fortress. It has been too long since the upgrade to the fortress. During this period of time, Li Ziyu has researched all the technologies and built all the buildings, and they are now able to upgrade their levels. It is just that I have been fighting and killing, and the resources are afraid to use it randomly, so they have not improved. The wasteland has been basically pacified and has fallen into his hands. Now that he has the basic foundation, it's time to upgrade. The next level up from a fortress is a castle. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After the banquet, Zhang Peng carried out a handover of the resources and gave all the resources belonging to Batubu and others to them. The matter in the wilderness was concluded, and Batubu and the others did not stay long, choosing to return to the grassland. Private chat. The free-flying eagle, brotherly. You really don't want to go with us? I don't want to take a driver's license. There are still some things. I will go to you when I finish it. And then we will have a banquet. Free-flying eagle, what else can happen in the wilderness? It's all over. The remaining indigenous races don't need you. I don't want to get a driver's license. I plan to build a few cities. And I can't just give up this place after I leave. The eagle of freely soaring. Oh, this way. Then you are right. But you have to hurry up. The situation in the grassland changes once a day, and you really have nothing. Don't want to take a driving test. I understand. I will try to get over there and meet up with you guys as soon as possible. Please help me keep an eye on the Life Empire alliance. Free-flying eagle, don't worry. Leave it to me. We can communicate at any time. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. One after another, the mobile fortresses set out and returned to the grassland. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, and Lu Xingxing stood on the top of the main building of the Undead fortress, looking at the farther and farther, and gradually disappearing. Boss, what are your plans? Zhang Peng retracted his gaze and looked at Li Ziyu. He didn't know about the private conversation between Batubu and Li Ziyu, but he knew that Li Ziyu must have his own plans. Otherwise he would definitely follow Batubu. Prairie is very attractive to Li Ziyu. Not to mention, let's say that those Ant-Man is difficult for Li Ziyu to refuse. That's a source of soldiers. although their fighting power is a bit weaker. But ants can kill elephants if they are numerous. If you get hundreds of millions of ants, they can overwhelm any fortress, no matter how big it is. Since Li Ziyu did not choose to leave, there must be something. I plan? Well, there is really. First put the wasteland into the pocket, and build the city, Li Ziyu said to Zhang Peng. What else? Zhang Peng was not like Batu, and he didn't feel that Li Ziyu would stay for this matter. If the purpose is just to clear out the remaining forces in the wasteland, then there is no need to stay and just leave the undead behind. He and Lu Xingxing are enough. They are also the level, with a lot of undead. Enough. Building the city is a bit troublesome, and Li Ziyu has to do it himself. In addition to these two things, there must be other purposes. Upgrade, Li Ziyu said lightly. Zhang Peng was stunned when he heard this, and then asked in surprise, Boss, are you going to upgrade to a castle? Li Ziyu smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. Everything is ready. Now we are just waiting for the upgrade. But the upgrade may go through a period of weakness. Zhang Peng now understood that this was the reason why Li Ziyu stayed. Safety. Li Ziyu was afraid that she would run into trouble when upgrading, which would cause problems with the upgrade. Upgrading from a fortress to a castle is a big deal. As a person in charge of intelligence, Zhang Peng learned from the forum that the top level crossing of the other world is now the castle level. This is top combat power, with Li Ziyu's combat effectiveness at the fortress level. When the castle level, the strength is so scary. The stronger Li Ziyu becomes, the safer he and Lu Xingxing will be. Boss, don't worry. Other things are given to me and the stars, Zhang Peng said seriously. Okay. Li Ziyu patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder. The people I trust the most are Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. They are the ones who have always followed me and are of the same mind as me. It is not that Batu is not good, but he manages the alliance, not always by his side. Li Ziyu is still wary of other people. Upgrading the castle level is such an important matter, so it naturally cannot be told to others casually. He is now looking forward to the upgrade to the castle level. And what will the undead will leap? Now that things are settled, the next thing will be easy. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing went to clean up the wasteland, and large numbers of undead set out, while Li Ziyu found a safe area close to the wasteland and began to upgrade. Chapter 358, Ascend to the Castle. The edge of the central zone. In the clear blue sky, there is a large black cloud. This dark cloud seemed to be fixed by something and stayed in the same place. Even a hurricane could not blow it away. The dark and deep clouds are isolated from the sun, and the darkness covers everything below. If someone walked into the darkness under the dark clouds at this time, they would feel the biting cold, as well as wailing, screaming, and strange laughter coming from nowhere, and a huge monster looming in the darkness. It was a ghost-like darkness. This situation has been going on for a whole week. Li Ziyu himself did not expect that from the fortress to the castle. There was such a big battle, which could cause different phases. Fortunately, the central area has been basically cleared, and he is in the undead territory close to the wasteland death zone. Otherwise, this situation of dark clouds not moving will definitely attract curious people. Since the choice of upgrading, Wuyun has been inexplicably formed in the sky, covering the entire fortress. Under the operation of the system, the undead fortress changed every day, and gradually even Li Ziyu could hardly recognize it. Upgrading the castle is completely different from the previous upgrade of the fortress. This is a big update. The walls, buildings, and landforms of the undead fortress have changed. The bones were fused into long bricks, and undead runes were engraved on them. Psychic energy surged on them, and the runes glowed one by one. Long bricks and barriers are built, forming a tall city wall than before. The thickened bone plates and thorn wall panels that were installed before all disappeared and merged into the wall. The new city wall is called Despair. Desperate barrier. Level, castle level. Category, building main city level. Introduction. The Despair Rampart is an advanced wall defense system created by the undead. The wall bricks are constructed from sleeping evil undead and evil ghosts. When encountering a battle, the Despair Rampart will spontaneously activate basic gains such as solidity, hardening, enemy-repelling thorns, armor-piercing spears, and psychic protection such as rebound, reflection, intermediate magic immunity, psychic shield, and magic flame ring. Skill, Despair Collapse. The entire wall of the Despair Fortress collapses, releasing the seals on the sleeping evil undead and evil ghosts, allowing the wall to transform into countless undead to attack any enemy who dares to invade. Li Ziyu's eyelids twitched as she watched the introduction. Damn. Who can break this thing? Physical defense and psychic defense are both added. This is for fear that the defense is not enough. The city walls have their own exclusive skills, which is scary. Not to mention the original abilities of the city wall. Just talking about the skills of the city wall, he could imagine what the enemy would look like when facing his own city wall. When they were about to break through the city wall, they would activate their skills. And then the city wall would collapse and turn into a vast number of undead, rushing towards the enemy. No wonder it is called the Barrier of Despair. Facing such a wall, it is indeed quite hopeless. That's it. And they're all basic. The Wall of Despair can be further expanded. For example, the corridors of the city wall can be widened to accommodate more soldiers, and to house the cannons that are built later. Small bunkers can be built on the top of the city wall to protect the undead from being harmed. There are also towers, such as arrow towers, turrets, magic towers, and psychic towers, all of which have reserved space. There are even landing platforms specifically for flying cavalry and flying creatures. In addition to the above, there are also corner fortresses, parapets, etc. that can be built. If you want to make the Barrier of Despair more effective, not only defensive but also offensive, you need to add and build other things. However, these things are not free, need resources, and the price is not low. The upgrade of the castle, just the city wall alone was enough to make Li Ziyu very surprised. Inside the city wall, the upgrade of the mobile fortress has not been completed yet and is still in progress. Inside the city wall, the changes are even greater than those outside the city wall. And even the terrain has changed. Originally, the mobile fortress was a super huge platform, and the upgrade is just a change on the bone plate on the platform. Now a large area of bone plates have disappeared and turned into black mud. The soil surged as if the bottom of the crust was pressed up, piling up in the center of the undead fortress, getting higher and higher, and strangely hardening at the same time. The hardened soil had a metallic luster and formed a mountain hundreds of meters high. There is a naturally formed passage on the mountain, with steps automatically forming one by one, leading to the top of the mountain. At the top is an extremely spacious platform, and the main building of the undead fortress is located on the platform. This change was unexpected by Li Ziyu, and he felt that this was a bit too undead. He could understand bone plates and the like, and the styles were all undead. So why were they bringing up land now? What does that mean? Do you want me to develop towards an agricultural civilization? But for the undead, farming is useless. The undead don't need to eat or sleep, and they get dirt everywhere. It would be better to use bone plates to be more comfortable. This environment has changed so much that I can't understand it. Li Ziyu frowned, turned on the system, and checked the newly appeared soil. Shirong. Level, Castle Level. Category, Special * Breath of the Dead. Introduction, Shirong. The legendary soil. The soil at the beginning of the creation of the world. The soil that can grow and expand by itself, and has incomparable magical abilities. The Shirong of the Dead is a soil that absorbs a large amount of soul breath, death breath, and darkness breath. While it has the characteristics of the original Shirong, it also has other special abilities. The soul fire and bones of the dead buried in the Shirong will be nurtured by the Shirong, making them stronger. * Legend. The soil of each world at the beginning was Shirong, because Shirong's self-growth and self-expansion properties allowed each world to be born. It possesses the power of immortality. Planting plants in Shirong will make them grow better. Legend has it that the world of the dead is a world full of bones. Most people believe that those bones are the ground of the world of the dead. But if you keep digging down, you will find that under the bones is a layer of extremely black soil. That is the original soil of the world of the dead. And the Shirong of the world of the dead is also called the Shirong of the dead. Li Ziyu, Omega equals. Oh my! This Shirong goes perfectly with the castle of the undead. It goes so well together. Ha 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 ha. Really not bad. The scenery is alluring. Well, with these black soil. Alas, after the soil, the air became fresh and filled with a sweet taste. It smells so good. Li Ziyu looked at the black soil all over and felt relieved. This is good to play. It is really good. At that time, the bones were buried in all the bones. When they did not come out, they would be the black warrior or the Bone Knight. It's beautiful just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. Then, there is the main building. The changes to the main building are equally dramatic. It has now really become a castle. A bit like a medieval castle. But the height has not changed much. The main building is a flat-roofed, long column with 4 Gothic-style side buildings at the 4 corners. Majestic and heavy. Full of a grand feeling. The cemetery, as a main city-level building, has also undergone changes. Its position is at the foot of the main building, which becomes larger. The buildings that Li Ziyu built at random were also moved and rearranged, concentrated into 2 parts, and placed on both sides of the mountain where the main building was located. All the vacant spaces were covered with fertile soil. The only thing that puzzled Li Ziyu was that after upgrading to a castle, the construction area did not increase and remained the same as at the fortress level. When the fortress is level 1, it has 2,000 units. And when it is upgraded to fortress level 3, it has 10,000 units. Upgrading to the castle level is still 10,000 units. Is it that there is no way to expand the capacity because the area is too large? Li Ziyu opened the system and took a look. He found that he could still make bone plates by himself to increase the area. Seeing that the area could be increased, Li Ziyu felt relieved. There would definitely be more buildings in the future. The 10,000 unit area seemed large. But as more buildings were added, it would become less sufficient. As long as the area of the bone plate can be increased, it will be easy. At worst, you can just increase the area yourself. It took a full week, but the upgrade was finally completed. On this day, the dark clouds that had been lingering in the sky suddenly faded and dissipated into the air, revealing a huge monster below. Magnificent and incomparable. Li Ziyu couldn't wait to open the property interface in the system. Moving Castle Skeleton Undead. Level Castle Level 1 Area, 10,000 units. Architecture Keep Castle. Necropolis Castle. Fortress of Despair Castle. Race Undead Skeleton. Features skeleton buildings. Some buildings can be transformed into skeletons during combat. Dormant mode cities can be hidden underground. Speed 50 km per hour plus 200 km per hour skeleton power module. Done! Li Ziyu stood on the main building platform, looking at the newly upgraded Undead Castle. Joy overflowing. Entering the castle level means that he has entered the true master level of the Traverser camp. It was not until now that he felt safe, and that he had the ability to dominate the other world. The newly upgraded castle still looked rather desolate, with large tracts of black soil, empty and lifeless. And the barrier of despair also looked so monotonous. But this is only temporary. Li Ziyu will fill in all of this next. Under the soil of the dead. The dead souls should be buried, and the land should be planted with vegetation to achieve a state where death and life coexist. Why is this so? Because Li Ziyu is a human being. Looking at more green is good for mankind. There are more technology, more arms, and more buildings. They need to be developed. But there is no need to rush for these things. You will have time later, and everything will be yours if you take it slow. Li Ziyu opened the system and started to view the new gadgets brought by this upgrade. Every time you upgrade, fresh things are born. After reading the system introduction, Li Ziyu's eyes widened. What is this? What do I see? Fortress clone? I am. Li Ziyu couldn't believe her eyes. He actually has the ability to build fortress clones. At the castle stage, each level can build a new fortress avatars to reach the 3-level castle. And you can have 3 fortress. This is outrageous. I learned from the forum that many time travelers have the ability to create a clone after they upgrade. The beastmen who traveled through time had clones in beast nests, while the humans, elves, dwarves, etc. had clones in cities. The ability of the transmigrator lords to clone themselves allows them to create multiple directly affiliated cities, in which they can construct the buildings in the system. But one thing, once the avatar is completed, it cannot be moved. It is fixed. But his fortress clone is not to build a fixed fortress city, but to actually build a mobile fortress, which is the same as his current mobile fortress. In other words, there are only 1 mobile castle, and he has 4. Just ask you scary? Although his clone ability is limited, and he can only build 3 fortresses, and 1 more each time he upgrades. But he can move. If it is said that the construction is fixed, he does not care. Many buildings in the Undead can be thrown over there, such as the Soul Base Station. Use 1 as 4? Am I the dear son of the lucky goddess? Li Ziyu is beginning to doubt her life. The surprise came too suddenly. He had never seen any race on the forum that had multiple mobile fortresses. He is the only one. Well, it is possible that someone would not tell such important information. But it was surprise enough. It is not easy to have a mobile fortress clone. You have to build it from scratch and consume all your own resources. It is a huge project. When upgrading the castle, Li Ziyu almost emptied out his resources. Now he has very little, and has no way to build a new mobile fortress. He simply put it aside, and let the resources accumulate. There were too many and complicated things updated in the system. And Li Ziyu couldn't figure out everything at once. So she just picked out the useful ones to read first. For example, mobile. To be honest, the current moving speed is not slow. At a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. But I feel that this movement is not in line with the temperament of the dead castle. The system provides a new solution, called corrupted soil. In a strict sense, this is not a mobile solution, but a solution to transform the territory. Saying that it is not an exaggeration to say. Simply put, it is to give the castle a special ability to transform the soil around the mobile castle. Transforms normal soil into a corrupted form of soil with special powers. Corrupted soil is very friendly to the undead. Standing on it, the undead will no longer be afraid of the sun. At the same time, they can absorb the spiritual energy, death and darkness brought by the corrupted soil to replenish their own energy. At the same time, compost is also friendly to life. Plants can also grow on it. Compost seems to have great fertility, which allows plants to grow very well. In a sense, corrupted soil is equivalent to a weakened version of fertile soil. Of course, it is not useful to bury the undead into the corruption soil, and it will not strengthen the undead. Undead now have a bonus to their movement speed while in the corruption. The undead castle is even more powerful. It can move freely to any location of the corrupted soil. The ability to teleport. Isn't this much faster than 250 kilometers per hour? It is troublesome that it takes time to get a large area of corruption soil, and use special abilities to transform a little bit. Considering that the castle level technology has not yet started, Li Ziyu decisively activated the corrupted soil ability first. Use it if you can. He still has some resources to activate the corrupted soil ability. After checking it out, Li Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief and opened the chat interface. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license, Brother Ming. I'm back. Conscience businessman, boss. The upgrade is successful? Don't want to take a driver's license. That's necessary. Conscientious businessman, congratulations. Boss. May you live forever. Treasure hunting star. Congratulations to the boss. My admiration for the boss is like a surging river. Don't want to take a driver's license. Okay. Don't play treasure. What about the situation now? Do you need me to help? Conscientious merchant. Not necessary for now. Everything is going smoothly. No one in the central region is willing to go to war with us right now. Treasure hunting, right. Boss. You can rest assured. There is me. Guarantee that there is no problem. It's because of a jumpy guy like you that I feel uneasy. Xing. Li Ziyu didn't say this out loud, but complained in her heart. He knew that Lu Xingxing was just saying this. And Zhang Peng must be in charge of the specific matters. Don't want to take a driving test. In that case, I'm going to the grassland. Conscientious businessman, you go first. I will follow. Treasure hunter, wait for us. Chapter 359 Arrival at the grassland. The grassland is endless. And at the edge of the grassland stands the castle of the undead. Below the moving castle, a purple-black energy column as thick as a bucket shot out from the castle and poured into the ground. The map was infected with the energy column, and the soil quality gradually changed. The soil brought a little purple crystal, and the color became darker. As the energy column transmission time increased, the black soil with purple crystals slowly expanded, and the area became larger and larger. This land is changing towards corruption soil. Transforming corrupted soil consumes a lot of soul energy. But with the soul energy collector in hand, Li Ziyu can still afford it. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license, brother. I'm here. The free-flying eagle, ha ha ha. Brother Li, you are finally here. Where are you now? Don't want to get a driver's license. I'm at the border. The free-flying eagle, okay. Got it. I'll bring people to find you. Wait for me. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. The grassland was in chaos. Li Ziyu lacked intelligence and did not dare to run around. He first contacted Batubu and asked him to come and pick him up. After waiting for 3 days, Li Ziyu finally saw Batubu and the Hydroxyl Slave Mobile Fortress. In the distance, the Hydroxyl Slave Mobile Fortress stopped and confronted the Undead Castle in the air. Li Ziyu received a message from Batubu. Private chat. The Free-Flying Eagle, brotherly. Can you see me? I don't want to take a driver's license, I see. You come here. Free-Flying Eagle, your fortress has changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize it. Don't want to take a driving test, hey. I've been promoted to castle level. The Free-Flying Eagle. Free-Flying Eagle, wait for me. The Hydroxy Mobile Fortress was launched again. This time, no hesitation was hesitated. Batubu walked out of the fortress with a confused look on his face and entered the castle of the undead. He looked left and right, his eyes full of envy. A team of black warriors came out and acted as a guard of honor, leading him through the barrier of despair and into the castle. Huh? Is this? After entering the castle, Batuin found out the soil, squatted down and grabbed a soil and put it in his hand and rubbed it. The black warrior did not urge, standing aside and waiting for him. Batubu grabbed a handful of soil, rubbed it, and took a breath. Good soil. It would be great if this could be used to grow crops in grassland. But why would Li Ziyu put so much soil in her castle? He doesn't need to plant land either. Batubu couldn't figure it out. So he suppressed his doubts in his heart, nodded to the black warrior, and continued walking inside the fortress of the dead. Oh, no. It should be called the castle of the dead now. It has changed a lot, and it doesn't match what Batubu remembers. Especially in the distance. It was not when the undead fortress was not available. It wasn't until the mountain, Batu, and the familiar things. A large area of building complex. The locations of the buildings have been adjusted and concentrated, making it seem a bit crowded, but also more lively. There are many more undead here than in other places. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, Batubu couldn't help but ask the black warrior, "Are we going to the top of the mountain?" The dark warrior nodded. Batubu looked up again and smiled bitterly. What I mean is, although this mountain is not very high, it is not short either. It is several hundred meters and quite steep. There is only one road going up. It is tiring enough to walk to the top of the mountain. Well, climb it. Batubu sighed and walked up the stone steps step by step. The mountain of the castle of the dead is several hundred meters high, and one has to climb thousands of stone steps to reach the top. The higher you climb, the steeper the slope becomes, with the inclination reaching 70 to 80 degrees. Fortunately, there is a platform for rest from time to time. Otherwise it would be impossible to climb. But in this way, climbing to 1/3, Batu, and could not stand it. He had already used his hands and feet to climb up. This is not mountain climbing. It's clearly rock climbing. He felt that when he reached the top of the mountain, it was not a question of being tired or not, but a question of half his life being sacrificed. At the rest platform at 1/3 of the way up, Batubu had no intention of climbing up any further and was panting heavily. He turned his head and looked at the black warriors. These guys were really strong. Even wearing such heavy armor, they could still keep up with him. Wait, something's wrong. Batubu suddenly realized something. He had exercised regularly in his previous life, so his physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. Even so, he was exhausted after climbing 1/3 of the way. How could people like Li Ziyu get up there? Climb up? He doesn't believe it. Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing, and Zhang Peng's physique cannot climb up such a steep peak. Especially Zhang Peng, who looked sick and would have killed them halfway through the climb. Thinking of this, Batubu turned to the black warrior and asked, "Is there any other way to get to the top of the mountain without climbing the mountain?" The black warrior nodded decisively. Hiss. What a really? Batubu's mouth twitched and he asked, "What's the solution?" The calm and composed voice of the black warrior came from Batubu in his heart. Teleport up. Batu and facial muscles are shaking. And they said angrily, "Why don't you say before?" The dark warrior remained calm and composed and said, "You didn't ask." Batubu's body was shaking, and his fists were stiff. Considering that the black warrior was wearing armor, he would most likely get hurt if he punched him. He suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, "You didn't say a word until I asked. Do you want me to crawl?" The black warrior was silent, as if thinking. After 2 or 3 seconds, he said, "Don't you want to climb the mountain yourself?" I feel like I was shown off my intelligence by an undead. Batuba clenched his fists and unclenched them, then clenched them again. What can he do? He can't beat the Black Warrior again. What he didn't know was that the Dark Warrior had been chatting quietly in the Soul Network since he started climbing up. Hey, let me tell you. There's a guy who doesn't want to teleport and wants to climb the mountain. Why did he do this? This mountain is quite high. Why not just teleport up directly? Why waste time? The owner is waiting. It's not my fault. He didn't ask me. He didn't ask. So you didn't tell me? It's fun to be naughty. Oops. This guy stopped and asked me. Okay. That's the end of the fun. I feel like your good days are over. The master will teach you how to be a good undead. Get lost. After confirming that he could be teleported up, Batubu simply ignored the Black Warrior and opened the chat interface. Private chat. Freedom Eagle, brother. Don't want to take a driving test, brother Batu. Why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where are you? Free Soaring Eagle, mid-mountainside. Don't want to take a driving test. Why are you halfway up the mountain? The Free Flying Eagle. I climbed halfway up the mountain. Don't want to get a driver's license. Are you kidding me? It can be transmitted directly. Freedom of the Eagle. Your undead said I didn't ask. So let me climb the mountain myself. Don't want to get a driver's license. Got it. After a simple dialogue, Batu instantly disappeared from the eyes of the Black Witter. The Black Warrior was startled, then realized that Batubu had been teleported away. It's not fun to watch. So I left. The Black Warrior was about to launch the transmission, but found that the transmission was failed. He stood blankly on the platform and did not work for several times. Why is the transmission not working? A message came from the Soul Network. You feel good about being naughty, right? You want me to wait, right? Okay. You climb it yourself. 3 times. Black Warrior, Sigma LL. Oops. The owner found out. Reception room. A figure appeared. It was the burly and strong Batubu. However, Batubu was sweating all over and breathing heavily. Li Ziyu hurried forward and greeted him with a big laugh. Ha ha ha. Brother Batu. Batu and Li Ziyu waved their hands, glanced around in the guest room, found a chair and sat down, and took a leg to rest. Li Ziyu felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He pulled a chair over and sat down in front of Batubu, then told the undead to fetch some water. When the water was brought over, Batubu drank 2 large cups in succession before he came to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said to Li Ziyu, "Your mountain is quite steep. Why did you think of putting a mountain in your moving castle?" Li Ziyu said helplessly, "It's not that I want to make a mountain. This mountain appears when it is upgraded to the castle." Batubu was stunned when he heard this, then nodded, expressing his understanding. They, the time travelers, could not completely control the system. From time to time, the system would do something weird, catching them off guard. So he said, "Brotherly, congratulations on your promotion to the castle." Li Ziyu grinned and said modestly, "It's okay. It's just a castle. I upgraded it accidentally." Badab looked at him helplessly. "Did you know that the words you say are different from your facial expressions? The corners of your mouth are about to crack to your ears. To be honest, this is something to be proud of. Who wouldn't envy a castle?" As far as Batubu knows, the highest level of travelers from other worlds is the castle level. There is no higher level yet, so it is very likely that the castle level has reached its peak. Several so-called guilds. No, not guilds, but traversers alliances, and their top combat forces are all at the castle level. This is equivalent to the strongest combat power in the other world. The fortress and castle class are a watershed. Not anyone can reach anyone. Architecture, technology, and resources are all indispensable. Batu is already working hard, but there is still a long distance from the castle level. Every traverser who can be promoted to the castle level is not an ordinary person. At least they need to have extremely good luck. Li Ziyu's luck is very good. Since she conquered Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu's luck has changed. First it was the Mountains of the Dead, which helped him get through the most difficult time in the early stages. If there were no Mountains of the Dead, it would be extremely difficult for Li Ziyu to expand. After all, there would not be enough materials for him to summon the undead. Without the Mountains of the Dead, Li Ziyu would have to consider killing the indigenous people, or trying to dig up their ancestral graves. Either way, it would offend the indigenous people, making him the enemy of the world, and thus restricting his development. With the Dead Soul Mountains, Li Ziyu can develop peacefully and obtain a large number of troops without offending the aboriginal people. Then came the coalition of the malignant races, and that group really suffered a great loss. Next came the demon dungeon, which allowed him to acquire more teams, until the central area. In the early stage, the entire wasteland was conquered and a lot of resources were harvested, which broke through the castle level in one fell swoop. Without such luck, he wouldn't be able to reach where he is now. It sounds smooth, but it is actually very dangerous. If anything goes wrong, Li Ziyu will be doomed. Batu and them are step by step. The plunder should be plundered. The research is naturally slow. After a few words, Li Ziyu entered the topic. How is the environment of the grassland? Where do you feel that I should start with? Or, who is our current enemy? The traverser has been accompanied by the enemy. Batu and the traditional travelers like them. And it is impossible to have no enemies. There are only so many resources. And if they want to get more resources, they need to plunder and steal. And if they steal other people's resources, they will naturally make enemies. This is easy to understand. Batu and Humming laughed and said to Li Ziyu, everything is the enemy of the world. Li Ziyu's face froze, and he asked Batabuha, Brother Batu, what did you do on the grassland? Did you offend all three parties? If that's the case, then I'll have to consider giving up the grassland. There are three forces on the grassland: the nomadic tribes of centaurs, the Orc Empire, the Alliance of the Empire of Life, and oh, yes, there should be another force, the insect people. But what does the power of the worm say that it is more like a monster? Not united, and has not formed an independent unity forces. So there is no need to consider too much. Regarding Li Ziyu's doubts, Batu and Bitter smiled and shook their heads. I don't want to. But people can't control it. Some people like to mix with nomads, and some people like to mix with the Orc Empire. Li Ziyu heard the slot and asked quickly, is no one willing to mix with the Empire of Life? Batubu looked at him with squinted eyes. Do you really think we are stupid? I told you what the Life Empire is like before. How could our people be so stupid as to jump in? The people of the Life Empire have had contact with us. Some want to get involved with us, and some want to rob us. Hearing this, Li Ziyu nodded. Anyway, there is only one word to describe the grassland now: chaos. This is the norm. When the time travelers arrived in the other world, they brought chaos and broke the previous peace. But the time travelers have a mobile castle, so they can move around and are completely mobile. They only move for resources, and they go wherever there are resources. Many time travelers will not keep their promises, stirring the wind and rain everywhere. Destroying the original order is what most crosses are doing. Of course, because of this, time travelers, who regard themselves as the protagonist and believe they can do whatever they want, will generally be besieged by the indigenous people and end up dying a miserable death. Li Ziyu touched his chin, thinking while thinking. That means that I can follow my own ideas. So don't think too much. Batabuha nodded and said, yes, you are already at the castle level. A real big shot. Why think so much? With your order, all of us Alliance members will gather around you. Li Ziyu ignored his half-joking words and said to Batabuha, I plan to go to the previous place, the Ant-Man nest, and start from there. He had already cleared that place out once, so he didn't care even if there were some forces there now. He had placed a sole base station at Ant-Man's lair, which could be said to be a locator. He had not received any bad news, which meant that it was still safe there. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Since the grassland is so chaotic, I would be sorry if I don't make some money. Batubu had no objection to Li Ziyu's idea. Li Ziyu's arrival is a good thing. It means that they have a powerful ally and can finally let go and do something. Batubu has his own ideas about the Lord of the Undead. He feels that Li Ziyu can lead them to obtain more resources. Although he had formed his own alliance, the alliance was very unstable. Batubu would not be surprised at all even if any of his allies suddenly turned against him. He envied Li Ziyu very much. After all, he had two good brothers who were truly helping him conquer the world. Chapter 360 Rescue at Night. On the green grassland, the castle of the Undead stands in the sea of grass. Next to it is a small-looking Undead station. This is the nest of the Ant-Man, and now it has become the coordinate point of Li Ziyu on the grassland. The purple-black energy column is irrigated into the soil energy and suddenly transforms into corruption soil. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, brothers. I have found a place to settle down. I will send you the coordinates later. Don't want to take a driver's license test. How is the situation in the wasteland? Conscientious businessman. Everything is going according to plan and is going smoothly. We will be able to meet up with you in a while. Treasure hunter, boss. Wait for me. I haven't been to the grassland to hunt for treasure yet. If you don't want to get a driver's license, don't be anxious. Be steady. Conscientious businessman, I know. With Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing simply communicated. Li Ziyu turned off the chat interface and looked at the endless sea of grass. I still feel that the environment of the grassland is better. The wind and sand over there in the wasteland are a bit strong and too dirty. Li Ziyu muttered to himself. Then waved his hand. One by one, the eyes of the dead rose from the castle and flew in all directions. Chain bridges were lowered one after another, and the evil spirit patrollers drove out in groups. The grassland is a new environment. The grass here is too tall and blocks the view. It is difficult to see clearly what is in the grass. The target of the Undead castle is large and easy to be discovered. If you want to live well here, reconnaissance is essential. He has been away from the grassland for some time. Although the Seoul base station and other buildings that were previously built here have not been destroyed. Who knows whether there are new tribes around or whether there are insect people. The role of the evil spirit patrol is becoming less and less. Li Ziyu sighed. He actually likes the arms of the evil patrol. And it looks handsome. But now, the evil patrols are low level. After all, it is the preliminary arms of the mechanical technology. And some have no progress. Such a handsome type of soldier can only be used as scouts because their firepower is too poor. If it weren't for the Ghost Ranger's agility, they wouldn't even be qualified to be scouts. It's time to give them a heads up on quality. This is the benefit of mechanical undead. All mechanical undead can be upgraded through modification and additional equipment to become stronger. As long as technology keeps up, they can continue to become stronger. The undead of the Lingning department has no such benefits. Most psychic-type soldiers are what they are when they are unlocked. It is impossible to become stronger. And the only way is to keep unlocking new soldiers. There are some powerful core psychic soldiers who can be upgraded and become stronger through combat, such as the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight. When fighting with the rats, Li Ziyu unlocked many messy mechanical technology. Different combinations of mechanical technology can generate different types of undead soldiers. I have to say that the race of the undead is full of uncertainty. These guys are idle every day, and they want to study everything. There are many types of soldiers in the mechanical technology that seem to be very powerful. But when it comes to the actual battlefield, they are as weak as dogs. At that time, Li Ziyu and the Mouse people fought, and they tried many arms of the Department of Science and Technology. They were powerful and pitted. This makes him love and hate the inventor of the mechanical department. But when it comes to upgrading, it is very good. Li Ziyu opened the system and searched hard in the vast technology, and finally found the evil spirit patroller below. After the technology is unlocked, the Ghost Ranger will have new upgrade options. Above the Ghost Ranger, there are two upgrade directions. One is the Wind Ranger, and the other is the Roaring Ranger. Forestral, Evil Patrol. Technology, Mechanical Undead. Patrol Knight Equipment, Windbreaker Armor. Ghost Shotgun. Wind Blade *2. Ranger Equipment, Mechanical Wind SH.L. Recoilless Machine Gun. Impact Thorn. Wind Control Fish Scale Blade. Wind Jet. Introduction. Ever since the Undead discovered the fun stuff of machinery, they have never stopped researching and developing it. The Ghost Ranger is a basic unit, and the Undead have made modifications and upgrades to it. So the Wind Ranger came into being. This time, the Ranger and the Ranger Knight will no longer be separated. They appear as a whole. After the transformation, the Ghost Ranger has successfully lost weight, has a streamlined shape, has a faster speed, a more reasonable structure, and is equipped with new weapons. The Ranger Knight and the Ranger are combined into one, forming a whole, allowing it to exert stronger combat capabilities. Demand, Evil Patrol Player *1. Brass Ingot *100 yuan. Steam Power Core *1. Roaring Ranger. Forestral, Evil Patrol. Technology, Mechanical Undead. Patrol Knight Equipment, Mechanical Power Armor. Howler Shoulder-Mounted Rocket Launcher. Steam-Powered Machine Gun. Plundero Hammer Axe. Ranger Equipment, Modified Mechanical Outer SH.L. Fong Charge Front Bumper. Ghost Missile *2. Oil Flame Sprayer *2. Roar Machine Gun. Ultimate Roar Self-Destruct Device. Introduction. The Roaring Rangers are vulgar, lacking in aesthetics, and pursuing violence and madness. A group of mechanical technology undeads pursuing war have turned the evil rangers into machines on the battlefield. The evil rangers have been equipped with armor and various weapons. And even their soul fire has been modified, in order to make the rangers and ranger knights crazy and more warlike. When they appear on the battlefield, it is a crazy drama. They appear for only one purpose. That is, to fight. P.S. Even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Explosion is a great art. Requirements: 1 evil ranger, 150 brass ingots, 10 metal plates. Li Ziyu looked at the pictures of the Wind Patrol and Roaring Patrol on the system, scratching his head. 2 transformation towards different directions. The appearance of the Wind Ranger is like a brass shuttle, which is polished very smoothly, and the Ranger Knight will show half of his body on it. Just from the appearance, it has a sense of technology. The weapon system is remodified and has a faster speed at the same time. But no matter how you look at it, the Wind Ranger is a bit like a close combat assassin, because he has few long-range weapons, but has melee weapons. This shows that the Wind Ranger's true combat power can only be exerted when he is close to the enemy. Looking at the Roaring Ranger again, Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. Is this thing modified according to the car in Mad Max? Crazy truck guards? The motorcycle body was widened, and the armor that looked a little rudely made. The brass pipes were naked outside, and 6 roots were placed in the light cylinder. 2 are at the rear of the car, which is relatively normal, and there are 4 more standing upright. The front face of the car has a front bumper like a sawtooth shovel. Don't think about it. It is shoveled by this stuff to ensure uncomfortable. The weapon system is full, can spray fire, and can launch missiles. Even the patrol riders on the vehicles have shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Good guy. Armed to the teeth. Chun Chun was born for the battlefield. What's more, there is a special self-explosion system. This is the plan to go out without returning. Otherwise, I kill everything. Otherwise, I will kill all of myself. Well, it's very violent, but I like it very much. Compared to the Wind Rangers, Li Ziyu feels that the Roaring Rangers is more to her liking. But only children make choices. I want them all. The system doesn't say that I can only modify one, so I'll modify both. The Wind Patroller is used to patrol it, and the Roar Patroller is used for the battlefield, which is not contradictory. To modify, you no longer need to summon new Ghost Rangers. You only need to modify the existing Ghost Rangers. This will save a lot of effort. In addition to the Evil Spirit Rangers that were sent out, Li Ziyu still has several thousand Evil Spirit Rangers in his hands. Let's change a batch to see the effect. Let's talk about the effects. Machinery technology is not necessarily easy to use. Grassland. Night. Living creatures discovered. Mobile Fortress. Attention. Mobile Fortress. In the Soul Network, the information of one by one continues to flash. Li Ziyu, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and sat up. Master? Ming and I murmured while rubbing his eyes and rubbing his eyes. Li Ziyu did not answer her, and the consciousness instantly unicoms purpose of the undead. Look at the grassland through the eyes of the dead floating in the sky. The grass leaves swayed, and ripples appeared on the neat grassland. Someone was fleeing in panic. Behind these people was a mobile fortress. Its huge wheels rolled over the grassland, closely chasing the people in front. The Wind Ranger and the Ghost Ranger discovered these people heading towards the undead fortress and immediately reported to Li Ziyu. It's a beautiful night, but it's also restless. Li Ziyu withdrew his gaze from the eye of the dead, turned his head to look at Ming and I, who stood up in a daze, and gently kissed her forehead. Go to sleep. I have something to take care of. Ming and I nodded well, laid down again, pulled the quilt, and covered his body. Dressing and leaving the bedroom, Li Ziyu was transmitted to a lounge, and he made the table beside the table. And once again Unicom of the undead. He speculated that this should be a plunder, and a plunder of the people. I do know who the 2 sides are. If the other party is not running for the direction of the dead castle, he is too lazy to ignore it. But unfortunately, the direction of the opponent's progress was exactly his side. Huh? Upon closer inspection, Li Ziyu sat up straight. He recognized the team running ahead. Isn't that someone from the Talmos tribe? Controlling the eyes of the dead to search among the crowd. He saw Keen Thomas, who was protecting his people. Mother-in-law. Since they are acquaintances, It is clear who to help. Looking at the back, it is a non-big mobile fortress. From the judgment of the size, it should not reach the fortress level. It's hard to tell what race they are. The fortress is covered with trees and looks like a lush forest. Elves? Elves are the darlings of nature, and they are often associated with forests. Even if it is not an elf family, it shows something to do with the elves. And it is definitely not the traverser of the wasteland. There was no such fortress among Badab and the alliance that was formed. Wind Ranger, go forward and stop that fortress. Don't let it move forward any further. Li Ziyu gave orders to the Wind Ranger, who was scouting outside while activating the mobile fortress. He wants to save people of the Town Masses tribe. When he came to the grassland before, he rescued the little cat girl Leah and got to know the Townmas tribe from that time. The contact time is not long, but at least you know it. The fortress at the rear has nothing to do with him. Run! Run! Keen shouted loudly, turning his head from time to time to look at the tall fortress that was getting closer and closer behind him. And despair surged in his heart. It's those guys. What bad luck. They found me. He looked at the fled, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Warrior! Warrior! Follow me. We have to stop them. When the Centaur warriors heard the shout, they immediately gathered in the direction of the sound. In such a critical moment, they would obey the chief's orders unconditionally, even if it meant death. To sacrifice one's own life to save one's people. Isn't that what a warrior is all about? Just as the Centaur warriors gathered together and prepared to launch a suicidal charge towards the forest-like fortress, a buzzing sound suddenly occurred in the surrounding grass. A hurricane swept through, and something passed by them. What is that? What went by? The Centaur warriors shouted in panic. The night, coupled with the half-man-high grass, obstructed their vision, so that they could not see clearly what was passing by. But in the end, someone saw it clearly. At least Keen saw it clearly. He didn't recognize the Wind Ranger, but he saw the skeleton sitting on it. Undead. It's the Undead. We are saved. Keen suddenly shouted excitedly. They ran towards this side with a glimmer of hope, hoping that the souls of the former dead could be here. Of course, Keen didn't hold out much hope. The Undead had already left. But I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. One by one, the Wind Rangers rushed towards the forest fortress, trying to stop the enemy. Whoosh whoosh. The forest fortress suddenly shook, and a pile of black things were thrown out from it. Careful. Seeing this, Keen immediately shouted to the Wind Ranger. He knew what they were. They were big rocks. The other side attacked by throwing stones. No idea what's in that forest, but they can throw a lot of rocks, the smallest of which is the size of a human head. After all, he was a step too late, and stones were already falling from the sky like raindrops. The Wind Ranger is very fast, but it cannot withstand the large number of stones. After this wave, dozens of Wind Rangers were crushed under the rocks. When Keen was at a loss, he heard the exclamations of his tribesmen. City! He turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a terrifying city several times larger than the forest fortress, and he could see towering mountains. A familiar feeling. It's the Undead. But how did it appear? How come he appeared without any sound? Keen was puzzled, because of the appearance of the castle of the Undead. The scene suddenly became silent. The people of the Townmas tribe stopped running, and the forest fortress behind them also stopped. As if frightened, the skeleton knight rode out of the Undead castle on his soul warhorse, with flames rising from his horse's hooves, and rushed all the way to the forest fortress. This time the forest fortress did not throw any stones, allowing the skeleton knight to come over. Li Ziyu didn't know who the other party was, so he first queued up to contact the skeleton knight, asked for the other party's ID, added him as a friend, and then communication became convenient. No time traveler would be foolish enough to leave the fortress and meet the other party. What if the other party is not bad? Kill yourself? Soon. The skeleton knight returned and brought back the other party's ID. Obviously, the other party also had this plan. Li Ziyu added the other party's ID, and the other party got a green head. Private chat. Don't want to get a driver's license. Hi. A green spot above my head. Hello. Don't want to get a driver's license. What's the situation? A green cloud appeared on his head. Who are you? Are you from the Alliance? Why have I never seen you before? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Which alliance are you in? The Life Empire Alliance? A green head. You are not. Which alliance are you from? Don't want to get a driver's license. It's not important. What's important is that you came to my territory. A greenhead, sorry. I didn't know this was your territory. I just followed you and didn't mean to come to your territory. Don't want to get a driver's license, now you know. Back off. A patch of green on the top of my head, this. Don't want to take a driving test. The person you are chasing is someone I know. I didn't attack you directly because I was giving face to the empire of life. A green sky above my head, okay. I'll leave now.